I was born into a world where high-level martial arts energy exists. In this world where strength is paramount, becoming a warrior is the career path favored by the vast majority of warriors. In order to get better job opportunities, I, like most students in this world, joined a martial arts school to practice. But during a weekend exploration, I unexpectedly discovered a crack that allowed me to travel through another space. I was playing around the crack at the time, and vaguely heard the roar of a giant beast echoing from the depths of the crack. Just as I was surprised, someone threw a small stone into the crack in the alien space. After the small stone fell, the crack seemed to begin to react violently. The crack actually emitted a powerful energy wave that flung me away and also released several strange rays of light. The huge beasts that frightened me began to emerge from this crack. As the behemoths continued to emerge, they began to destroy our cities here. Many adult warriors started a war with them. As the war continued, some warriors also developed the superpower to tame giant beasts for combat. What puzzled me was that God had played a huge joke on me. My superpower turned out to be a sparrow clone. Yes, a sparrow. I was shocked. What kind of joke is God playing on me? Those giant beasts can't even be killed by missiles. How can I fight them like this with a tiny sparrow? I looked at this tiny bird and couldn't help but smile bitterly. What could this sparrow do? Catch insects? Steal rice? However, I was wrong. At first, this sparrow could only do ordinary things, which were not even considered as abilities in my eyes. But just as I was beginning to despair, it began to undergo incredible changes. It actually evolved. From an ordinary sparrow, it gradually grew into a large sparrow like a pigeon, and then it grew into a giant sparrow that was meter-long. With each evolution, the feathers on its body became harder and harder, and even began to have a metallic luster. Finally, it became a 3-meter-long iron-feathered bird. Later, lightning and thunder flashed between its wings, and a storm arose as it flapped its wings. It is no longer the sparrow I once laughed at. It blocks out the sun and shakes the sky. What was even more shocking was that every time it evolved, it would give me powerful strength. I began to become stronger, with endless energy surging in my body. When I stood in front of those giant beasts that once frightened me, I, who was once insignificant, was no longer that weak existence. I, Su Xiao, am destined to embark on this evolutionary path from weak to strong, to eliminate mutant beasts and even to fight against the almighty demon god. Before I entered a martial arts school, I never thought that practicing martial arts would be so difficult. Our homeroom teacher, Zhou Hong, mentioned that now is the final time point for martial arts advancement. Although I know she was advising me with good intentions, my body forging technique has only just reached level 6. This means that I only have 1 week to make a breakthrough. But how could she understand the confusion and powerlessness in my heart? She stared at the little sparrow on my desk and accused me, saying that the bird seemed to be a symbol of my depravity. But in fact, this little bird has become my only lifeline. My attention is completely drawn to it because it is part of my superpower. Ever since that day when I accidentally got this sparrow clone, I began to study one soul, 2 bodies. Every day, I can feel the existence of my own body while observing the surroundings from the perspective of a sparrow. This strange feeling made me excited and confused. But the problem was that I had no idea how to use it. This sparrow looked insignificant, even more useless than the plaything that ruins one's ambition mentioned by Zhou Hong. It does sound absurd that while other students were desperately practicing physical skills, I was studying a sparrow. Teacher Zhou Hong patted my shoulder and softened her tone. It's good to have your own hobbies, but you can't neglect your practice because of them. There was a heavy sense of responsibility in her voice. You must become a warrior, resist mutant beasts, and protect your homeland. I nodded, but my heart was heavy. For 3 weeks, I practiced very hard, but I only reached level 6, which was my limit. Without the help of better resources, I could not go any further. My family was average, and the price of cultivation resources was thousands, which I could not afford. My thoughts returned to the present, and I looked down at the sparrow. In the eyes of others, I am a loser who gave up halfway. But what they don't know is that through this sparrow, I saw the ridicule and disdain on everyone's faces. This is especially true of the squad leader Lin Hao, who has always been proud of his top-notch talent, and his cultivation has long surpassed that of his peers. The monitor's contemptuous look reminded me all the time that I was only 1 step away from failure. If after a week I still cannot break through level 10, then the ending is already determined: technical school, moving bricks, and an ordinary life. Give up, Su Xiao. A classmate pretended to comfort him. You have tried your best. Go learn other life skills so that you won't starve to death in the future. The words pierced my ears like needles, and my fists clenched slightly. I know I have no choice, and hard work is no longer worth mentioning in this world. But I have mediocre talent and limited resources, and all I have is this little sparrow. On the way home, I kept thinking about my situation. Back in my empty house, I began to further research my superpowers. I tried to get the sparrow to do more actions. It could fly, it could stop, it could eat. I also had to try to swallow a large green worm, and as expected, it digested it easily. At this moment, a line of text appeared in front of my eyes, as if reminding me of something. A data panel shows, Master. Human Su Xiao, basic attributes, Constitution 6, Strength 7, Agility 7, Spirit 11. Talent, 1 soul, 2 bodies. Body, Sparrow, small songbird, adult body length 10 to 20 centimeters, combat power close to 0, talent, devouring evolution. Evolution points, 0.1. Looking at these attributes, I couldn't help but grin, and I couldn't suppress the excitement in my heart. Finally, my plugin arrived. This was the real beginning of my journey as a time traveler. First of all, the talent of 1 soul, 2 bodies is simple and clear. Not only am I the human Su Xiao, I can also have a sparrow as my clone. Although the basic attributes do not look optimistic, I am not discouraged. After all, who would be invincible from the beginning? The greater the development space, the greater the potential. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but laugh at myself. The only one who could help me now was the little sparrow whose fighting power was almost 0. There is also an important message on the panel. Sparrows can evolve by devouring other creatures, absorbing their genes, and achieving deeper changes. Although the sparrow is small, as long as I keep catching insects and slowly accumulate evolution points, I can grow into an extraordinary creature. Thinking of this, a glimmer of hope ignited in my heart. Various mutant beasts are wreaking havoc in this world, but as long as my sparrow becomes stronger, the chances of survival will be greatly increased. However, when I realized that I had to catch thousands of insects to accumulate enough evolution points, I suddenly felt extremely stressed. This is not something that can be dealt with by just 1 or 2 insects. 1,000 insects is not a small number. Suddenly, I had an idea and felt that I was really stupid. I am a human being. Why should I bother to catch insects? Why not just go to the flower, bird, fish, and insect market? I can buy a bunch of insects and let the little sparrow eat as much as he wants. How simple. Excited, I quickly rummaged through my pocket money at home and finally found 360 yuan, enough to buy a bunch of bugs. So I hurried to the market with the little sparrow. Along the way, I was in a surprisingly good mood. Every time I thought about how I could make the little sparrow stronger with the help of these insects, I couldn't help but smile. When I got to the market, I found a stall selling mealworms. The fat boss casually quoted the price, 3 yuan for 100 pieces. There are discounts if you buy more. Hearing the price, I figured that 30 bucks would be enough to get it done. After returning home with the spoils, I immediately let the little sparrow start to eat the mealworms. Every time it swallowed one, its evolution point increased by 0.1 point. Although the process was a bit boring, I felt relaxed as I watched the evolution points on the data panel increase little by little. However, these mealworms alone are obviously not enough. The potential of the little sparrow is still too low, and a stronger evolutionary path is needed. So I started searching for powerful insects, and when I saw the introduction of the scarab, my eyes lit up. This tiny dung beetle can actually pull something that is more than 1,000 times its own weight. It's simply the perfect gene tailor-made for me, the sparrow. I did it right away. I quickly ran to the community garden and found the target in a corner, a scarab the size of a soybean. After I took it home and cleaned it, I even disinfected it with alcohol. After all, evolution is a big deal and there can be no mistakes. When the evolution point reached 100.1, my heartbeat quickened. It was time. I took a deep breath and the evolution option appeared on the panel. I clicked it without hesitation. Instantly, the energy in the little sparrow's body burst out like a flood, and its entire body began to change. I quickly swallowed the scarab. As the scarab's genes were broken down and absorbed, I could almost feel that every muscle and every cell in the little sparrow's body was undergoing tremendous changes. As the little sparrow evolved, my perception became extremely sharp, as if every cell in it was undergoing a huge change. The little sparrow's feathers fell off in large flakes, and new feathers grew rapidly, as if time was fast forward. However, the changes that shocked me the most occurred in my own body. As the little sparrow evolved, I also felt a warm force emerging out of nowhere in my body, as if this energy came from nowhere but was flowing rapidly through my body. What surprised me was that the hidden injuries left over from excessive training in the past were quickly repaired by this warm current. Those cells that had long been dead were dispersed by this energy and flowed away with the blood. In an instant, I felt my whole body relaxed and refreshed. The shock in my heart that I couldn't conceal burst out at this moment. I originally thought that the evolution of the little sparrow would simply enhance its strength, but I never expected that it could actually provide me with energy in return. Although the amount of energy fed back isn't huge, it's enough to bring noticeable benefits. My muscles have become stronger, and my body's endurance has greatly improved. I couldn't wait to open the attribute panel, and sure enough, my strength increased by 2 points and my constitution increased by 1 point. Now my basic attributes have become Constitution 7, Strength 9, Agility 7, Spirit 11. I couldn't help but clench my fists. My heartbeat quickened. If the little sparrow evolves a few more times, giving back more energy, maybe I could really reach the 10th level of body casting in 7 days. When I thought of this, I could hardly suppress the excitement in my chest. The dream of becoming a warrior that I had once dreamed of seemed to be becoming more and more promising. Half an hour later, the evolution was finally complete. I controlled the little sparrow to fly in front of me and took a closer look. Its appearance had completely changed. The sparrow, which was originally only the size of a fist, has now grown to the size of a pigeon. Its feathers have become broad and shiny, full of power. The sparrow's once short beak had become long and sharp, as hard as steel. Its thighs were thick and powerful, and its claws were twice as big as before, with sharp hooks that seemed to be able to tear its prey apart easily. The most significant change is in its wings. When the wings are spread out, they are half a meter long, and when they flap gently, they can actually bring about gusts of wind. I couldn't help but squint my eyes, and at that moment, I realized that this was no longer an ordinary little sparrow, but a bird of prey that could hunt. I opened the property panel again, and a strong sense of accomplishment surged in my heart. I tried to let the bird grab the table, and with a thought, its sharp claws pierced into the wooden tabletop like an iron hook. It actually scratched a 5-centimeter deep hole in the tabletop. I couldn't help but sigh that if this claw grabbed a person, not only would the skin and flesh be torn apart, but even the bones would be completely crushed. Then, I controlled the big bird to fly up, and with a light flap of its wings, it flew towards the wall as fast as an arrow. It was so fast that I almost had no time to react. I quickly called out to Quebec. I had to slowly adapt to Decay's flying speed and explosive power. This 1,000-fold increase in strength was no joke. At this moment, my cell phone rang suddenly. I pulled back my thoughts and looked at the caller ID on the screen. My heart suddenly tightened. It was my homeroom teacher. Oh no, I forgot to go to the physical education class this afternoon. Thinking of the sullen face of my head teacher, my scalp tingled, and I hurriedly answered the phone. On the other end of the phone, I immediately heard the head teacher, Zhou Hong, scolding me. I was stunned for a moment, not daring to argue, and could only listen to the lecture obediently. Zhou Hong sternly ordered me to get to the training room within half an hour, otherwise I would bear the consequences. I hung up the phone in a cold sweat, secretly groaning in my heart. I had no choice but to go to school to deal with the active volcano of the head teacher. Before leaving, I asked Dak to stay at home and slowly devour the mealworms. I had to hurry to school, and at the same time, I had to control the big bird to continue evolving. Along the way, I felt that the evolution of my clone was still going on, and I felt somewhat relieved. When I rushed to the training room of Linhai Wugao High School, the head teacher Zhou Hong was already standing there, holding a ruler tightly in her hand, with a blank expression on her face, but a sense of oppression in her eyes. In the training room, other students were secretly looking at me, as if they had anticipated the good show that was about to happen. Some students even couldn't help but whisper about it. I know today is not going to be easy. The voice of class teacher Zhou Hong seemed to pierce my eardrums like a sharp arrow. Su Xiao, what time is it now? There is still a week left, and everyone is practicing hard. But what are you doing? Skipping classes? Being lazy? Are you avoiding your responsibilities? Zhou Hong's questions not only hit my ears, but also seemed to hit my heart. In the training room, other students pretended to train, but their eyes secretly glanced at me, with a gloating expression on their faces. Someone whispered, Su Xiao was so miserable today. He was caught skipping class by Sister Hong, and he got scolded a lot. I could only stand there in silence, feeling overwhelmed by the endless scolding. Everyone seemed to be expecting me to make a fool of myself. 20 minutes later, Zhou Hong finally stopped her long speech, but her eyes were still sharp. Come, show me the 8th level of body casting. If you can do it, I will let you go today. If you can't do it, she said, and hit her palm with the ruler twice. Your butt will be bruised today. I listened to this cold threat and secretly groaned in my heart. Body forging level 8? I even finished level 6 with great difficulty in the afternoon. How could I possibly break through level 8 in such a short time? This is simply an impossible task for me. I knew I couldn't escape this beating. I had no choice but to deal with it. I silently took off my coat, revealing my tight training clothes, took a deep breath, and started to move my body. As my muscles stretched, the taut muscle lines were clearly visible, and I felt that every muscle in my body was on standby, ready to meet the upcoming challenge. Start! Zhou Hong gave the order, and I got into the state quickly, without any hesitation. My body started moving quickly, my feet took strange steps, and the movements of my hands were also extremely complex. In line with the requirements of the bodybuilding technique, I strived to make every movement perfect. Each level of this set of exercises is an extreme challenge to the body, requiring the whole body to stretch and squeeze its potential. If there is a mistake in one movement, the body's rhythm will collapse. Sweat was dripping down my face, but I ignored it. I had only one thought in my mind: to hold on as long as possible. Level 1. Zhou Hong counted coldly beside me, but I could hear a hint of appreciation in her tone. I quickly entered level 2 and level 3, feeling my body gradually falling into a smooth rhythm. Level 4 and level 5, my movements were still standard and my breathing was still steady. However, when Zhou Hong shouted level 6, I suddenly realized one thing. My physical condition this time is completely different from before. Based on past experience, by the 5th level I should have been exhausted, all over, with my breathing disordered and simply unable to continue. But this time I was only a little tired, and only 6 minutes had passed. Could it be that it was the energy that the great bird's evolution fed back to me? Thinking of this, my heart skipped a beat, and excitement surged up. The evolution of the big bird not only changed it, but also improved my physique. I never thought that this feedback would be so obvious. I didn't dare to think too much and force myself to suppress my excitement. I moved faster, and my body temperature rose. Hot air emanated from my body, as if I was on fire. 6.5 points, level 6. Zhou Hong's voice was filled with surprise that was hard to conceal. The students beside him also widened their eyes, their faces full of surprise. Reaching level 6 in 6.5 minutes? When did Su Xiao become so strong? Oh my god, what's going on? He couldn't make it to level 5 before, but now he's so fast. But he won't be able to hold on for long. Level 7 is his limit. He will collapse to the ground soon. Everyone was talking about it, and although their expressions changed from gloating at the beginning to surprise, they still didn't believe that I could break through level 7. But I know in my heart that this time, I might really be able to do it. Level 7. Zhou Hong's voice was already somewhat excited. Hold on, and strive for level 8. My classmates' eyes were all on me, their faces full of disbelief. I felt the power in my body burning. Every muscle in my body was working with all its might, as if a new force was supporting me. Level 8. I gritted my teeth and exerted my last bit of strength. As the last move was completed, Zhou Hong's eyes were full of satisfaction, and the students who were watching the show were all stunned. He really did it, a classmate exclaimed. Impossible. How could Su Xiao complete level 8 so quickly? He could barely pass level 6 before. Looking at their shocked expressions, I finally couldn't help but smile. Zhou Hong also put away the ruler in her hand and showed a rare smile on her face. Su Xiao, you performed well today. Keep working hard, and there may be greater breakthroughs in the future. I wiped the sweat off my forehead, still feeling a little excited. This was not only my first experience of the evolutionary feedback of the great bird, but also a firm step towards the 10th level of the body forging. Although the students around me were talking about it, I was very calm and focused on the training in front of me. Especially when I entered the 8th level, I suddenly felt an extreme fatigue sweeping over my body, and every cell in my body was shouting, I'm tired. I can't go on. I know that my body has reached its limit. If I continue at such a fast pace, I will most likely collapse like last time, or even pass out. In order to avoid unnecessary danger, I had to slow down. Even though the movements remained standard, I knew I couldn't hold on any longer. When the 10th minute bell rang, I finally completed level 8. Although my movements were slow, I managed to hold on. Level 8? Good. Well done, Su Xiao. The tone of the head teacher, Zhou Hong, suddenly became gentle, and a rare smile appeared on her face, as if the harsh scolder before had instantly become a different person. However, she quickly stopped smiling, and her tone returned to seriousness. But don't think you can be proud. There are only 6.5 days left before the minimum talent standard for martial arts. I hope you can guard against arrogance and go all out. Within 5 days, complete the 10th level of body forging, advance to the extraordinary level, start learning martial arts techniques, and become a true warrior. She turned to face the other students, her expression changed, and she instantly returned to her usual stern look. What are you looking at? Don't you need to practice? Why don't you hurry up? Do you think you can be stronger than Su Xiao? He's already level 8, and you're still here watching the fun. The head teacher's voice was like thunder in their ears, and all the students immediately returned to their training positions and began to pretend to practice seriously. But she didn't intend to let them go, so she picked up the ruler and walked towards the students who were obviously slacking off. The next second, only their screams could be heard. They were clearly coming for Su Xiao, but why did they end up hitting us? Looking at their helpless expressions, I couldn't help but shake my head, feeling lucky that I had escaped for the time being. I walked to the side, picked up the cup, and drank a lot of water to recover my strength. The 8 turns just now almost consumed all my energy, but my heart was full of shock and expectation. The first evolution of the Big Bird has improved my physical fitness so much. If there is another evolution, how much feedback energy can I get? Thinking of this, a strong desire suddenly surged in my heart. I know that although I have completed the 8th transformation today, my physical fitness is still far from enough to truly break through the 10th level of body casting. If I want to complete the final transformation, I must rely on the further evolution of the Big Bird. I opened the attribute panel and saw that the progress of the body forging technique had increased from 65% to 80%. Su Xiao, I haven't seen you for a long time. You've reached level 8 directly. That's amazing. Suddenly, Lu Ziwei came over with a friendly smile on his face. Just lucky, I responded casually, not having much affection for Lu Ziwei. He had been the first to laugh at me many times before, and now he suddenly came up to me, which was obviously unusual. You have a really strong body. It's amazing that you can withstand such high-intensity training. Lu Ziwei stretched out his hand to pat my shoulder, but I subconsciously dodged to the side. You're really strong? I frowned, feeling that there was something mysterious in this sentence. Lu Ziwei was stunned for a moment. A trace of panic flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and smiled awkwardly. Nothing. I just complimented you on your good physical fitness. After that, he hurried to the toilet, seemingly unwilling to stay any longer. Looking at his back as he hurriedly left, I felt something was wrong. After a while, Lu Ziwei hid in the toilet, secretly took out his mobile phone, and sent a message. Brother Hao, your laxative is useless. Su Xiao is not only fine, but has broken through to the 8th level and is full of energy. In the Jinwu building in the distance, a burly, sinister-looking boy, Lin Hao, looked at the message on his phone, frowned slightly, and said to himself coldly, "This shouldn't be the case. That dose of dopamine is enough to cause him to have a tachycardia and die suddenly. How can he be fine?" He sent another message. "Are you sure you put the medicine in his water cup?" Lu Ziwei quickly replied, "Yes, I saw him drink it with my own eyes." Lin Hao's eyes became colder. "Got it. Get rid of the cup and don't leave any evidence. Remember, you never drugged anyone." Lu Ziwei, "Got it, brother." Lin Hao stared at the direction of the training building, his eyes becoming increasingly gloomy. "I didn't expect you to be so lucky, Su Xiao, but you will pay the price for this sooner or later." He was lost in thought when suddenly a sweet voice came from behind him. "Lin Hao, what are you doing?" He was startled and turned around to see Guan Xiaohan standing behind him with a smile on her face. Her appearance instantly dissipated the gloom on Lin Hao's face and was replaced by a sunny smile, as if the sinister look just now had never existed. "Ah, Xiaohan, I'm looking at our class's training room, guessing whether Su Xiao can become a warrior, ha." He smiled brightly, like a sincere big boy. Guan Xiaohan walked to the window and looked towards the training building with a hint of expectation. "Su Xiao will definitely become a warrior." He works so hard, I even used my accumulated merit points to buy him a bottle of primary nutrient solution, which should help him practice faster. Lin Hao's smile froze for a moment, but soon returned to normal. He looked at Guan Xiaohan's pure and flawless face, and a strong sense of jealousy and resentment rose in his heart. Why? What virtue and ability do you have, Su Xiao, to be favored by such a perfect girl? Don't worry, Xiaoan. He still had a gentle smile on his face and said in a relaxed tone, the primary nutrient solution is not very helpful to Su Xiao's physique. I have a bottle of advanced nutrient solution here that can allow him to easily complete the 10th level of body casting in a few days. After school, let's go find him together. Guan Xiaohan's eyes flashed with surprise, and she said gratefully, Lin Hao, you are so kind. Lin Hao smiled slightly, but he had already figured out everything in his mind. Advanced nutrient solution? No, I will give him Tianyuan liquid. I want to see him explode and die without a complete body. When the time comes, I will send you off myself, Su Xiao. Lin Hao swore secretly in his heart, still with a sunny smile on his face. But I know that things have changed. Her appearance and Lin Hao's following means a more complicated situation. I didn't have time to think about these things too much. My body was still tired after just completing the 8th turn of body casting, but my heart was full of excitement. The evolution feedback of the big bird allowed me to break through the limit in a short period of time, which has given me unprecedented hope. In order to meet greater challenges, I need more evolution points. I ran through the crowd and headed straight out of the school, thinking that the remaining 300 yuan could buy more than 30,000 mealworms, which would be enough for the big sparrow to complete its next evolution. But I had another, more important plan in mind, to find the ironclad beetle, an insect that is said to be able to withstand being run over by a car. The defense of the great sparrow is its weak point, and if it can absorb the genes of the ironclad beetle, its defense will be greatly improved. Just as I was about to leave, I saw Guan Xiaohan and Lin Hao walking towards me. Guan Xiaohan still had that familiar smile on her face. She and I grew up together, and we have always had a good relationship. Although I can feel her feelings for me, I am no longer the Su Xiao of the past. I just responded to her greetings lightly. Guan Xiaohan is a girl with extraordinary talent. She can complete the 10th level of body casting with ease. I deeply admire her ability. And from her pace, I realized once again that the gap between extraordinary warriors and ordinary people is so huge. Her steps were light, and her speed was astonishingly fast. Each step she took was far beyond that of an ordinary person, yet it was effortless. This gap made me secretly determined. No matter what, I must complete the next evolution of the big bird in a short time. I tried to keep myself calm and chatted with Guan Xiaohan for a while. She told me that she had been paying attention to my progress in cultivation and had specially saved merit points for me to buy a bottle of primary nutritional potion. I didn't respond much, but silently thanked her for her kindness. Although these potions helped me a lot, I knew that what really pushed me forward was the evolution of the big bird and my efforts to break through the limits of my body. At this moment, I keenly noticed that Lin Hao's eyes beside me turned cold. Although he was kind to me on the surface and even offered to give me high-quality nutrient solution, I knew very well that Lin Hao was not a good person. His background, his resources, and even his pursuit of Guan Xiaohan made me feel uneasy. However, even though I knew in my heart that Lin Hao was plotting something bad behind my back, I still remained calm. Right now, what I need most is not to confront him head-on, but to speed up the evolution of the great bird and increase my strength. Only when I am strong enough can I fundamentally protect myself. After leaving them, I kept thinking about what to do next. The evolution of the big bird is imminent, and as it improves, my physical fitness will also receive further feedback. As I have become stronger recently, Guan Xiaohan has become closer to me, as if silently telling everyone, she likes me. Years of life experience told me that at this moment, I couldn't hesitate any longer. If I didn't do something, Guan Xiaohan might be chased away by Lin Hao, the second-generation rich man, and I would lose this opportunity until I decided to confess to her. When she heard me confess to her, Guan Xiaohan was stunned, as if she had just heard something unbelievable. I knew this was a critical moment, and I couldn't hesitate any longer. Staring at her smooth and delicate skin and slightly trembling lips, the impulse in my heart became stronger and stronger. I blurted out, let's not leave any regrets, and let's not be ambiguous. I know that I like you, and you like me. So, be my girlfriend. After saying this, I could no longer control my strong emotions. I suddenly held her face and kissed her without hesitation. Guan Xiaohan's body trembled slightly, and she struggled symbolically, but soon her body softened, and she allowed me to continue hugging her. At this moment, I felt the atmosphere around me freeze. I turned my head and saw Lin Hao standing there, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets, his face instantly turning pale. Then, Lin Hao's expression of being unable to accept the reality let me know that the anger in his heart had accumulated to the point of being on the verge of exploding. I could feel the anger accumulating in his heart. The long-suppressed emotion was like a volcano and finally found an outlet. Suddenly, he rushed towards me and grabbed my arm tightly with his left hand, as if he wanted to tear me apart. I couldn't break free at all, and his right fist, filled with fury, came straight at my face. At that moment, I saw his fist approaching rapidly, and there was only one thought in my mind: it's over. But just as the fist was about to hit me, an angry shout came. Guan Xiaohan quickly appeared in front of me, blocking Lin Hao's fist with her hand, defusing his attack effortlessly. Lin Hao stumbled back, his face full of anger and confusion. He stared at Guan Xiaohan with wide eyes, unable to believe that she was actually protecting me. His voice was filled with frustration and madness, asking, "Why? He molested you, and you actually protected him?" Guan Xiaohan stood in front of me calmly, her voice firm. "He is my boyfriend. Of course I have to protect him." This sentence was like a bolt of lightning, instantly causing a commotion around. The students watching couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes, and there were discussions everywhere, and some even cried out in doubt. But I didn't care about these. My attention was all focused on Lin Hao's expression. He had obviously lost his mind. His eyes were filled with rage. He rushed towards me again, his muscles bulging, his footsteps heavy like a mad beast. Guan Xiaohan went forward without hesitation and confronted him head-on. The collision of their strength made a loud noise, and the air seemed to be filled with a trembling echo. Lin Hao was shocked and retreated a few steps, and Guan Xiaohan also took a step back, but her expression remained calm, and a hint of determination to fight flashed in her eyes. I stood there, watching them fighting like martial arts masters, feeling shocked and helpless. I admire Guan Xiaohan's strength, but Lin Hao's madness makes me shudder. At this moment, I am more determined. I must become stronger and can no longer stand there powerlessly watching others fight for me. Just as they were about to fight again, a loud shout was heard in the distance, and the teacher arrived. Fighting on campus is absolutely not allowed, especially for students like us who have not yet truly entered the martial arts system. Guan Xiaohan reacted quickly, stopped what she was doing, grabbed my wrist, and pulled me away from the scene quickly. I was speechless at her speed. Her power was so great that it was as if I was just a puppet and couldn't keep up with her pace. Her grip was like an iron clamp, and she carried me away. The world around me seemed to be flying backwards, and I could only barely keep my balance and try not to fall. Guan Xiaohan pulled me onto the bus, which was full of students going home from school. Looking at her slightly red cheeks, I couldn't help but lean over and want to kiss her. As a result, before I could get close, her hands suddenly stretched out and pinched my face tightly, and it hurt so much that I almost cried. She glared at me, her tone filled with dissatisfaction and reproach. I knew that I must not act too arrogant at this time, so I could only quickly find a reason to explain. "I just like you too much," I thought to myself, trying to calm her anger. I deliberately turned my head away, pretending to be aggrieved, but secretly laughing in my heart. Sure enough, this trick worked, and her expression softened. Suddenly, she came over and gave me a light kiss on the face, then immediately blushed and muttered that it would be fine this time, and there would not be a next time. My heart suddenly started beating wildly. My mind went blank, and the previous pain was long forgotten. However, before I could come to my senses, Guan Xiaohan's fist hit my stomach again, almost making me scream out in pain. She warned me to practice hard and threw me a bottle of primary nutrient solution. The bottle was heavy in my hand, costing 20,000 yuan. I instantly felt a warm feeling in my heart. She really cared about me. Even though I was hit a few times just now, this bottle of nutrient solution made me feel that all the pain was worth it. I was about to say something thankful when I suddenly remembered my mission. I told Guan Xiaohan that I still had to go to the flower and bird market to buy some mealworms to prepare evolutionary food for the great sparrow. She frowned after hearing this, obviously a little worried about my plan to raise a big sparrow, but finally chose to trust me. But she thought it was not worthwhile to buy mealworms and suggested that I buy live fish, saying that the biological energy of fish is much higher than that of mealworms. I realized that I only had 300 yuan in my pocket and could not buy a few fish, and I felt a little embarrassed. Unexpectedly, she patted me on the shoulder and said confidently that she could help me with the money, and 3 to 5,000 yuan would not be a problem. I was a little stunned. Her generosity surprised and touched me. So the rest of the trip became much simpler. We first went to the flower and bird market, where I used my remaining 300 yuan to buy a steelhead beetle. Then we went to the vegetable market and bought some live fish as she suggested. Looking at the full harvest in my hands, my mood gradually became relaxed. The second evolution of the big bird is just around the corner, and my inner anticipation is getting stronger and stronger. Guan Xiaoan and I walked into the market. She walked straight to the fish stall, pointed at the fish in the pond, and asked in a crisp voice, "Boss, how much are these live fish?" "The big one is 15 yuan per pound, and the small one is 8 yuan per pound. Which one do you want?" "Beautiful lady," the boss responded enthusiastically. "Give me 10 big ones and 20 small ones. Fill the bags with water and don't let them die." Guan Xiaohan made the decision without hesitation, her tone full of dominance. I quickly stopped him and said, "Don't buy so many. Buy 2 big ones and 10 small ones will be enough." Although the big bird can evolve by devouring, it needs time to process food. If you buy too many fish and some of them die, the biological energy will be greatly reduced. Guan Xiaohan smiled, looked at me, and said jokingly, "You are quite good at living." I nodded, thinking to myself that I must improve my strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, she would beat me around like a chicken every time, which would not be a big deal. But she still insisted on her decision and said proudly, "Just buy 10 big ones and 20 small ones." I couldn't refute her decision and had to accept it silently. The fishmonger quickly began to scoop up the fish, weigh it, and finally put the fish in a large black plastic bag filled with water, which cost about 500 yuan in total. Guan Xiaohan paid the money readily and said, "Pick it up, let's go." I reluctantly lifted 4 large bags, each weighing 20 to 30 kilograms, adding up to nearly 100 kilograms. Fortunately, I was in good health and could handle the weight. Guan Xiaohan saw that I was struggling and said with a smile, "It's not that I won't help you. It's that you are too weak and need to train more. I'm doing this for your own good." I could only respond with a wry smile and secretly decided in my heart that I had to improve my abilities quickly. Otherwise, I would not be able to bear being taken care of by her like this every day sooner or later. On the way home, the two of them played and joked, and before they knew it, they had arrived at the gate of my community. It was getting dark. Just when I thought that today's troubles were finally over, Guan Xiaohan suddenly said, "I want to go to your house." I looked at her in surprise, feeling flustered. But she said as if it was a matter of course, "It's my duty as a sister-in-law to meet my future parents-in-law, right?" I knew it was useless to argue, so I quickly nodded and agreed. Of course. When I got to the door of my house, I shouted, "Little sister, open the door." I heard my sister Susie's voice from inside the room. After a while, she opened the door and saw me carrying a pile of fish. She immediately complained, "Brother, why did you buy so many fish? It's not Chinese New Year." I laughed and kicked her, saying, "Nonsense, this was bought by your sister-in-law." Before Su Qian could react to the word sister-in-law, she looked up and saw Guan Xiaohan standing in front of her, smiling and greeting her. "Hello, sister." Su Qian's eyes lit up, and she immediately pulled Guan Xiaohan into the house and shouted, "Mom, my brother brought back a beautiful sister-in-law. Come and see." Su's mother, who was busy in the kitchen, quickly wiped her hands and came out. When she saw such a beautiful girl, she immediately warmly invited Guan Xiaohan to sit down and started chatting with her while she was busy. I didn't really participate in their conversation. Guan Xiaohan knew her limits. I took the opportunity to walk into my room, but as soon as I entered, I was almost mad enough to vomit blood. The feathers of the big bird were painted all over by my sister with colored pencils. It was so ugly, and there were paintbrushes all over the table. I shook my head helplessly, controlled the bird to fly to my shoulder, and then took the fish bag into the bathroom. The fish smelled bloody, so it was not appropriate to feed it in the bedroom. I poured the fish into 2 large basins. Although the 30 fish were a little exhausted, they were still alive. I controlled the bird to fly to the edge of the basin, and its sharp beak gently pecked at the head of a fish, instantly crushing it. The fish struggled frantically, but the bird pecked at it quickly, completely swallowing a carp weighing about 1.5 kilograms in less than a minute. As the fish was swallowed, a line of information appeared in front of my eyes. Your clone, Dak, swallowed a carp and gained 23 evolution points. I was immediately surprised. Before, a worm only gave 0.1 evolution points, but this fish directly gave 23 points, and the effect was simply increased by hundreds of times. 23 points for one fish. If we feed a few more tonight, we should be able to make the big bird evolve again. I continued to control the bird and started the next round of devouring. Your clone bird devoured a carp and gained 25 evolution points. Your clone bird devoured a carp and gained 26 evolution points. One after another, the evolution points continued to accumulate, and I knew that the second evolution of the big bird was getting closer and closer. Eating so fast. Guan Xiaohan's surprised voice sounded behind me. I looked back and saw that she had come to the bathroom with my sister Susie. I just happened to see a big bird devouring a grass carp frantically. It took one bite and took off a large piece of flesh and blood, swallowing it into its stomach almost instantly. Guan Xiaohan clearly felt the extraordinariness of this bird. Although the size of the bird was like a pigeon, its attack speed and strength far exceeded that of ordinary creatures, even surpassing some people at the second or third level of martial arts. She should have seen clearly that the claws of the big bird almost turned into an afterimage when it attacked, and it could easily break the fish skull, which was a hard part that ordinary people could only chop open with sharp weapons. I've said it before, the big bird is very powerful, I said with a smile, controlling the big bird to cut open the fish belly with its claws again. Its claws were as sharp as a knife, and with a slight cut, the fish belly was instantly cut open, and the fish intestines and other internal organs were swallowed into its stomach cleanly and neatly. Guan Xiaohan's eyes were full of interest, and she was obviously shocked by Dak's performance. And it's still so sharp. Your bird is really interesting. Her tone was full of admiration. Hee, it will be even more powerful when it evolves. I smiled at Guan Xiaohan and continued to process the carp while controlling the big bird to eat it. After processing the fish, I took them to the kitchen and helped my mother cook. While I was helping my mother, I was distracted and controlled the big bird to continue swallowing the carp. Although I can now do two things at once, I can only do things that don't require too much energy, such as cutting vegetables and peeling garlic, while the big bird is responsible for the simple swallowing work. Guan Xiaohan originally wanted to help, but as soon as she entered the kitchen, she broke a bowl and was driven out by me. I thought to myself that she must have done it on purpose. While I was busy, Guan Xiaohan's phone rang. When she answered the phone, I vaguely heard her say, "I'm at Su Zhao's house. You don't have to keep me for dinner. He'll take me home later." After she hung up the phone, she continued to chat happily with my family. I thought to myself, this girl is really uninhibited and easily integrated into the family atmosphere. On the other side, in the most luxurious villa area in Jiangbei, Lin Hao stood in front of the window, looking at the night view of the city, his face gloomy. The scene of me kissing Guan Xiaohan in public kept appearing in his mind, and anger and jealousy filled his mind. At this time, his phone rang and received a few photos. The photos showed Guan Xiaohan and I carrying fish home, and there was a sentence attached. Awesome, Guan Xiaohan bought fish and went directly to Su Zhao's house. How domineering. A high school student met his parents. Damn it! Lin Hao punched the French window in front of him, and the loud sound echoed in the room. A resentful expression appeared on his face, and then he picked up another mobile phone and dialed a number. A deep voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, Xiaohao. What's wrong? Uncle Biao, someone threatened me. Lin Hao's voice was filled with fake tears. Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan said they want to kill me. I was so scared. What? Su Xiao? He is so bold. The voice on the phone suddenly became angry. Give me their information, and I will make them disappear. Lin Hao's eyes flashed with cunning. Thanks, Uncle Biao. When I'm done, I'll arrange a chance for you to meet my mother. There was silence for a moment on the other end of the phone, and then the voice became urgent. Really? Of course, Uncle Biao. You have liked my mother for so many years, and I also hope that she can live a better life. Lin Hao cleverly won over the other party. The man on the phone was obviously very emotional, and he quickly responded, Okay, your business is my business. I'll go and deal with those two brats right away. After hanging up the phone, Lin Hao's face turned cold again, and he cursed in a low voice. How dare you, a waste, dream of reaching the third level of martial arts? Meanwhile, I was busy at home, and suddenly saw a system prompt. Your clone, the great bird, swallowed a carp and gained 70 evolution points. Then, another prompt popped up. The evolution points have reached 1,000 points. Do you want to evolve? I was instantly excited. I finally saved enough evolution points. I quickly ate a few mouthfuls of food and immediately rushed to the bathroom. Today, I fed the big bird a total of 20 half-grown carp and 7 large carp, and obtained a total of 1,020 evolution points, which is just more than what is needed for evolution. I controlled the big bird to land on my shoulder and opened the box of the iron beetle I had bought earlier. This is a terrestrial beetle about 2 centimeters long and looks like a small tank, very tough. This is the gene source I prepared for the big sparrow, which can greatly improve its defense. In my perception, the evolutionary energy that had been accumulated in the big bird's body for a long time burst out in an instant, like a huge tide, washing over its entire body from the inside out. I seized this opportunity and controlled the big bird to swallow the iron beetle. The beetle, which was as hard as an iron bean, was quickly digested by the big bird's powerful swallowing talent. The beetle's genes instantly manifested and were then broken down and absorbed by the giant bird, while its defense genes began to rapidly transform its body. All over the bird's body, cells greedily absorbed these genes, dividing and reorganizing frantically. Old cells were replaced, and new cells were quickly generated. Its feathers fell off in large flakes, just like when it first evolved, and new feathers grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, becoming longer, denser, and stronger. The cuticles of its beak and claws also shed rapidly, replaced by harder, sharper cuticles. The size of the great sparrow also began to increase significantly. At the same time, tremendous changes were taking place inside my body. A powerful, warm current rises from my body, far greater than the energy fed back during the last evolution. The bones are tougher and the muscles are tighter. I feel the changes in my body, full of strength, as if I can burst out with infinite power at any time. I am ecstatic and open the attribute panel to check the changes. All of them have increased by 5 points. Even the mental strength has increased. I was overjoyed. Although these increases are not as large as the evolution of the big bird, they are enough to surprise me. At this point, I have surpassed the limits of ordinary people and am between ordinary people and extraordinary warriors, which is considered the peak of ordinary people. In this way, I should be able to complete the 10th level of body casting. Thinking of this, I became very excited, clenched my fists, and felt the abundant power in my body. However, the evolution of the big bird continued. The 1,000 points of evolutionary energy in its body were rapidly consumed, and its size continued to grow, becoming larger almost every few seconds. I was still focusing on the changes in the big bird. Guan Xiaohan noticed that the big bird was growing rapidly, and a surprised expression suddenly appeared on her face. Guan Xiaohan was also attracted by the big bird. She watched the big bird grow from the size of a pigeon to the size of a half-sized eagle. A word came to her mind: evolution. The evolution of organisms is a long process, and it usually takes many years to accumulate enough extraordinary energy, but the great bird only swallowed dozens of fish and achieved a huge evolution in a short period of time. This is simply incredible. Half an hour later, the evolution of the big bird was finally completed. Its size suddenly grew from that of a pigeon to that of an eagle, and the whole bird looked as if it was covered with hard scales, like an armored war eagle. Cool! I couldn't help but exclaim, and opened the property panel to check the changes of the big bird. Looking at the panel, I was very excited. The big sparrow now not only has a strong attack power, but also has a terrifying defense power. This evolution has transformed it from an ordinary sparrow into a real giant sparrow. I was so amazed at the transformation it had undergone that for a moment I could hardly imagine anything that could harm it. Guan Xiaohan squatted down and gently stroked the feathers of the great sparrow. Although its body feathers looked soft, they felt extremely tough, especially the feathers at the front of the wings, which seemed as hard as steel. The edges of the tail feathers were as sharp as a knife. Guan Xiaohan knew very well that if the giant bird's power reached a certain value, its attack power would increase exponentially, and its defense would be almost impeccable. This bird actually already had a combat power comparable to the 3rd or even 4th level of martial arts, which was terrifying. As she digested this information, I raised my eyebrows in triumph and kissed her on the cheek. She reacted very quickly and hit me in the chest with her elbow, but this time I blocked her attack in time. This reaction made Guan Xiaohan stunned, and she quickly realized that my physical fitness had improved significantly. In the past, I could hardly react to her attacks, but this time I actually blocked it, which means that I have also become stronger. Are you related to the evolution of the great sparrow? She suddenly asked excitedly. I was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Yes, you guessed it right. Guan Xiaohan grabbed my arm, her eyes full of curiosity and expectation. I had to explain simply. This is my martial arts talent. Just like your talent for fast training, my talent is to improve myself through the big bird. Her eyes lit up as she listened, and she was obviously attracted by this wonderful talent. However, the next question made people laugh and cry. This big sparrow, is it the offspring of you and some other bird? I glared at her speechlessly and pinched her cheeks. What nonsense are you thinking about? Guan Xiaohan had a sly smile on her face, but she didn't dodge and continued to tease me. But just when I relaxed a little, she punched me in the ribs with her backhand, and I gasped in pain. She obviously grasped some key point. If the giant bird becomes stronger, you will become stronger. So, if we give it a lot of food and it evolves again, won't you be able to become stronger quickly? I nodded. But evolution requires more and more resources. Just buying food is not a long-term solution. After it evolves again, I plan to let it fly to the seaside to catch mutant beasts. When Guan Xiaoan heard this, she immediately thought about how to help me improve further. Okay, I will save some merit points tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, and exchange them for money to buy more food for it. When it evolves again, you will be able to complete the 10th level of body forging, absorb extraordinary energy, and practice martial arts. I was touched by her plan, and a warm feeling surged in my heart. However, I still reminded her, this is my biggest secret. You can't tell anyone else. Guan Xiaohan glared at me and thought I was making a big deal out of nothing. How could I tell anyone? I have to keep my man's secret to myself. These words warmed my heart, but she immediately punched me, almost knocking the breath out of me. Let's go home. She seemed to have forgotten that she had just beaten me, and proudly pulled my collar and dragged me out. I followed her helplessly, secretly sighing in my heart that this girl was really capable and domineering. She suddenly turned around and said, "Oh, by the way, I told my mom to ask you to take me home." I was stunned for a moment. Send you home? You are so much better than me. What are you afraid of? She pulled me out without saying anything, and we ran into Suma, who was holding a bowl. Suma looked at us in surprise, her eyes full of confusion. Mom, Guan Xiaoan hit me. I immediately showed an aggrieved expression. Guan Xiaoan quickly explained with a smile. No, Annie, we were just joking. I want to go home. Let Su Xiao take me home. Before she finished her words, she pulled me out of the house, and I controlled the giant bird to fly back to the bedroom under her pull. At the same time, outside the community, a van slowly pulled up, its lights turned off, but the people inside did not get out. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. In the car, Chun Biao stared coldly at the gate of the community. The driver beside him said gloomily, "The route has been planned. After leaving this street, drive south for 10 minutes, and you will reach the uninhabited area by the sea. Follow them." Chun Biao gave an order, and the van started quietly, following the footsteps of Guan Xiaohan and me. I didn't know that danger was approaching step by step. Chapter 13 Attack. Look at my beautiful goddess fist. Guan Xiaohan's pink and white fist attacked Su Xiao's ribs at a very strange angle. Su Xiao quickly stepped back to avoid it, but Guan Xiaohan's fist continued to attack like a poisonous snake, hitting Su Xiao's waist heavily. He squatted down, holding his waist in pain. "Ha! Su Xiao, you big idiot. You will be bullied by me for the rest of your life." Guan Xiaohan smiled, held Su Xiao's shoulders, pushed them down, raised her legs, and jumped over, leaving behind a string of silver bell-like laughter. A gentleman can be killed, but not humiliated. Guan Xiaohan, just wait for me. Su Xiao rubbed his waist and chased after him. At this time, he saw a van slowly approaching. While parallel to him, the car door swung open. A man in his 30s or 40s rushed out. Su Xiao didn't even see his face. He was already in front of him, and his huge fist attacked his abdomen. "What are you doing?" Su Xiao shouted a warning and tried his best to dodge. But the man was too fast. Just as he tried to retreat, the man rushed over and hit Su Xiao's stomach with his huge fist. In an instant, Su Xiao felt that he was hit by a car. His body was knocked backwards and hit the guardrail heavily. He felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, as if his intestines were broken. The pain almost stopped his breathing. He curled up on the ground, almost fainting. "Fuck your mother!" Su Xiao instantly realized that he was in danger. "Damn it, I've never been beaten since I was a child. Giant bird, attack!" Su Xiao controlled the giant bird to crash into the glass. With a loud bang, the thick glass shattered directly. The giant bird screamed loudly, flapped its wings, and flew out like a sharp arrow, rushing over quickly. What's wrong? What's wrong? Why did the glass break? When Su's mother heard the sound of glass breaking, she hurried to Su Xiao's bedroom to check. At this moment, Su Xiao gritted his teeth and looked up and saw the man rushing towards Guan Xiaohan rapidly. He took a step forward and shot directly more than 10 meters away, instantly arriving behind Guan Xiaohan. At this time, Guan Xiaohan heard Su Xiao's exclamation and just turned around. Then the man punched her. The speed was so fast that in Su Xiao's eyes it was almost just a shadow, attacking in an instant. "Who are you?" Guan Xiaohan screamed. Facing the violent attack of the fist, her body suddenly became as if she had no bones, and she dodged the attack at a strange angle. But the next second, the man's big hand quickly pressed down and grabbed her arm. There was no sign of him using much force, only a crisp sound. Guan Xiaohan's arm was directly removed, and she gritted her teeth and punched the man in the chest. Unexpectedly, the man seemed to know it in advance. He grabbed Guan Xiaohan's fist accurately and pulled it hard. With a click, his right arm was also removed. Then he grabbed Guan Xiaohan's neck, took 2 steps back to Su Xiao's side, grabbed Su Xiao's neck, jumped lightly, and got into the car. The van started slowly and then sped away. The whole process only takes 7 or 8 seconds. The pedestrians on the road hadn't noticed this yet. Those who noticed it didn't react to what happened. The speed is too fast. As soon as they got in the car, the man tied up Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan's hands and legs with ropes and stuffed a large piece of rag in their mouths to prevent them from shouting. "Ah, 2 little weaklings. Easy to catch." Chun Biao was very happy. Drive faster. Okay. The scarred man stepped on the accelerator and drove quickly to a remote and deserted place on the beach. Whoa, Su Xiao was unable to speak as his mouth was stuffed. He bumped his shoulder against Guan Xiaohan and made a humming sound to ask. Guan Xiaohan shook her head, and then she moved her body left and right twice. Then she heard 2 click sounds, and the arm that had been removed was directly put back. "Wow, you little girl are quite capable." Chun Biao looked at Guan Xiaohan in surprise, then said with a grin, "If you can break free from the rope, I will admire you." Eh? Su Xiao was relieved to see that Guan Xiaohan was fine. Then he concentrated all his attention on controlling the giant bird to fly over. Although the van was going very fast, there were many intersections and other vehicles, so the speed was not very fast, only about 40 to 50 miles per hour. For ordinary people, it was very fast. For a giant bird that is running at full speed, it can only be described as a snail's pace. Soon they saw the van and were about to control the giant bird to rush down, when suddenly Chun Biao looked at Guan Xiaohan with strange eyes and said, "Why, you have a nice figure and a pretty face. No wonder Lin Hao is so interested in you." Oops, I think I let something slip. I mentioned the key person, but it doesn't matter because neither of you will see tomorrow's sun. Hee. Lin Hao. Su Xiao's brain was shaken violently, and so was Guan Xiaohan, with an expression of disbelief on their faces. Lin Hao. It was actually Lin Hao who was in charge. Just because they had offended him and made him lose face, he actually sent experts to kill them. What a perverted thing this is. Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan were both shocked. It's just a loss of face, but you actually kill someone? Do all rich people think this way? In an instant, Su Xiao also felt like killing. Originally, he thought that he could just let the giant bird rescue him. At most, he could kill these 2 people. But now that he knew Lin Hao was behind this, he felt extremely murderous. If he didn't kill me today, then tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, Lin Hao would send someone to kill me. It would never end. Moreover, if the giant bird was exposed at this time, he would be prepared. With the financial resources and power of Lin Hao's family, there is definitely a way to kill the giant bird. Therefore, Lin Hao must be killed when he is unprepared and does not know the existence of the giant bird. However, the killers will most likely report to their employers after kidnapping someone. Once Lin Hao knows that he has caught them, he will definitely relax his vigilance. Of course, they may not report it. The killer will secretly kidnap them and kill them in a remote place. Therefore, in order not to expose the giant bird, Lin Hao was on guard. Su Xiao did not control the giant bird to attack immediately, but instead controlled it to fly higher. Because taking action on the main road would cause a lot of noise, there is a certain chance that Lin Hao would detect it, and then he would have to take precautions against the big bird. It's difficult to kill him. Therefore, wait until you are not in danger. With the giant bird following him, Su Xiao's safety was guaranteed, and he was no longer in a hurry. To see what they're going to do and determine Lin Hao's location. By the way, I want to call my cheap son and tell him the good news. Chun Biao took out his cell phone and dialed Lin Hao's number very easily. It was a video call. At this time, Lin Hao had just returned to the room and received a call from Chun Biao. His brows immediately frowned. Stupid guy, why are you calling at this time? Are you trying to expose me? Lin Hao hung up the phone decisively. His subconscious mind told him that he should not show up at this time. In movies and TV dramas, when the villain lets the protagonist know his identity, he will die at the hands of the protagonist. Although he doesn't think of himself as a villain, he also doesn't think Su Xiao is the protagonist. But his subconscious told him, it's better not to show up. If there is any progress, just send me a video or text message. Remember to delete it after sending. Lin Hao pressed the send button and sent it out. Chapter 14, Giant Bird's First Battle. Don't answer? Chun Biao frowned. Just when he was still wondering what the reason was, he received a message from Lin Hao. Lin Hao, if there is any progress, send me a video or text message directly. Remember to delete it after sending. How can you accomplish great things in the future if you are so timid? Chun Biao shook his head, took out his mobile phone, turned on the camera, and pointed it at Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan. Hao, look, we've caught both of them. When we get to the beach, tie the man to a rock and throw him into the sea. I'll send the woman over to you. The video has been sent. Then he sent another voice message. By the way, where should we send you? Should we throw this man into the sea alive or kill him? I think it's better to throw him in alive. If you throw him in alive, you can enjoy the ultimate feeling of despair and suffocation, and your death will definitely be very painful. However, what do you think? Lin Hao looked at the video sent to him. Open now. Immediately, he saw Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao who were tied up tightly. Looking at the blood on the corner of Su Xiao's mouth, Lin Hao smiled instantly. You are not so arrogant now? You don't want to kiss me anymore? Damn it. Just wait to be drowned. Then he looked at Guan Xiaohan. When he saw the curves of her body due to the rope, Lin Hao's breathing suddenly became rapid. With such a voluptuous figure and such a pretty face, why did she have to be with that ugly, poor trash? Originally, I wanted to have a sweet love affair with you. Now, screw you. I'm going to destroy you. I'll imprison you and ravage you every day. From today on, the gorgeous and talented school beauty will be my plaything. Ha 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 ha. There was a fierce and greedy light in Lin Hao's eyes. I immediately sent a text message. Hurry up and drown that man, and send the woman to my villa. I can't wait any longer. Remember to take her through the back door and directly to the basement. Hurry up. Chun Biao received the message immediately. Oh, this guy, he doesn't even dare to make a phone call, but dares to hide someone at home. Is there something wrong with his brain? Chun Biao shook his head. However, after a moment, he seemed to have thought of something and smiled instantly. Idiot is good. Idiot is good. If you are an idiot, it will be much easier to seize your family property in the future. These two people today are your leverage. With this leverage, threaten him to get his mother first, and then find a way to kill his father, and kill all of his Lin family members little by little. After he takes power, I will kill him. Of course, before killing him, I have to make his mother pregnant with my child, so that I can take over his position. Chun Biao didn't care about Su Xiao at all. Guan Xiaohan listened and felt that in his eyes, both of them were already dead. Even if they don't die, they will never have a chance to succeed. There is no difference between life and death. He did not delete the text messages, but instead backed up all the text messages on another mobile phone. These are all the handles that can be used to threaten Lin Hao in the future, so they cannot be lost. When Su Xiao heard what Chun Biao said, he felt a chill all over his body. It was so vicious. He was planning to kill Lin Hao's mother, and also his father, and all the Lin family members. If Lin Hao knew what Chun Biao was planning, I wonder what he would think. Or, is Mother Lin the bargaining chip in this transaction? Su Xiao thought about it, then shook his head and stopped caring. Instead, he looked at Guan Xiaohan with a questioning look in his eyes. He heard the key information from Chun Biao's words. That is, Lin Hao wants the guy in front of him to send Guan Xiaohan to his house. So, he wanted to ask Guan Xiaohan if she knew the address of Lin Hao's home. Guan Xiaohan seemed to have a telepathic connection with Lin Hao. She glanced at Su Xiao and nodded. In this way, Su Xiao had an idea in his mind. After Chun Biao prepared all the information, he heard the scarred driver's words, "Brother Biao, we've reached the beach. Park the car on the side of the road." Chun Biao ordered. The van slowly stopped. At this moment, the waves crashed against the breakwater, making a loud crash. There was no one or car around, and it was pitch black without even a street light. Since the mutant beast became stronger, few people came to the beach. There were almost no people even during the day, let alone at night. Keep an eye on this woman. I'm going to throw this guy into the sea. Chun Biao ordered. Remember, don't let her run away. If she runs away, I'll tear your head off. Brother Biao, don't worry. She can't run away. The scarred driver raised the dagger in his hand. If she dares to run, I will smash her face. Chun Biao responded, opened the car door and got out. He was sitting in the middle seat of the van, while Su Xiao and Guan Xiaoan were both left in the back seat. If he wanted to get Su Xiao down, he had to get down first. At this time, Su Xiao had already controlled the giant bird to fly downwards. As soon as Chun Biao got off the car, he felt a strong sense of crisis. He frowned, looked up instantly, and saw a bird with a wingspan of more than 1 meter flying towards him. Damn! A first-level mutant bird dares to attack your grandpa Biao. Chun Biao cursed angrily. He was not afraid at all and even felt humiliated. He was a ruthless man who had been to the battlefield and had killed more than 80 mutant beasts out of 100. Naturally, he was not afraid of this meter-long bird. According to the official announcement and his experience, the larger and stronger the mutant beast is, the greater the fluctuation of extraordinary energy in its body will be. The bird in front of him was about 1 meter long, with only a faint trace of supernatural energy in its body. In his eyes, it was almost the same as a rooster. He instantly determined that this was a bird that had just come into contact with extraordinary energy and had just mutated. At most, it was a first-level mutant beast. As weak as a chicken, he could easily crush her to death. Faced with the giant bird's increasingly faster speed, Chun Biao was not afraid at all. He even got out of the car, looked up at the giant bird coldly. His hands just hung naturally, with a look of contempt on his face. In the blink of an eye, the giant bird came close. The sharp claws grabbed towards Chun Biao's head. Chun Biao sneered. Who are you to treat me as prey? D. He bent his legs slightly, and then suddenly soared into the sky. His muscles swelled instantly, and his clenched right arm instantly grew bigger. His fist, as big as a casserole, smashed into the giant bird's chest. Chun Biao calculated very well. The bird was not very big, and its claws were not as long as his arms. When it hit its chest, it could not grab its head. And the moment I hit its chest, I can kill it. That's perfect, I'll take it back and have it as a snack. Suddenly, the bird's claws retracted and its wings spread out, striking towards his fist. A newly mutated bird wants to confront me head-on? Who gave you the courage? D. Chun Biao felt humiliated, and he suddenly exploded. The fist whistled and hit the wings, and Chun Biao's eyes instantly became surprised. In his imagination, as a martial arts master of the 3rd level, he could punch the body of a first-level mutant beast, a bird-like mutant known for its weak defense, and his punch would separate its skeleton and cause flesh and blood to fly everywhere. But the moment his fist collided with the wings, he felt something was wrong. Hard. Very hard. The punch did not seem to hit the first-level mutant bird, but hit the deck of the tank. Why is it so hard? Before he could recover from his surprise, a huge force came from the wings and crushed down. The body was as hard as a tank, and the force was so terrifying that it was impossible to resist. Chun Biao's fist exploded, and his flesh and blood instantly turned into blood foam, and his bones broke into pieces. And under the collision and compression, it turned into blood mist and splashed in all directions. Chapter 15 Explosion, Devouring, Destroying the Corpse. Ah! Chun Biao screamed, his eyes full of disbelief. How is this possible? How could it explode my fist? He couldn't understand why a mere level 1 mutant bird could have such strong power and such a strong body. He is a warrior at the 3rd level of martial arts. The two are not even on the same level. How could one be crushed? How could it be possible? How can a mere level 1 mutant bird break my hand? After the shock, Chun Biao was left with only fear. Although he didn't know why the mutant bird attacked him and why it was so strong, but he knew he couldn't beat this mutant bird. If he didn't run away, it would kill him. We must escape. Chun Biao was experienced in combat, and he took advantage of the force of the collision to fall rapidly. But the next second, a hissing sound came from the left, and the air seemed to be torn apart, making a piercing scream. Chun Biao looked over subconsciously, suddenly horrified. This level of mutant bird used the reaction force of the collision to retract and raise its right wing, while its left wing slashed sideways like a knife. The inky black wings were like a pitch-black knife, tearing through the air and slashing down rapidly. The direction of the attack was exactly where Chun Biao was weakest at the moment because his right arm was injured. No! Chun Biao was horrified. He subconsciously raised his broken right arm to block it. The next second, with a swish sound, his spread wings were like a sharp knife, slashing down along Chun Biao's broken arm. I saw bones, skin, flesh, and blood exploded directly, and the hard wings did not stop at all and continued to chop. The tip of the wing feathers first touched Chun Biao's side abdomen, like a knife cutting flesh, directly cutting through the skin and flesh and penetrating into the abdomen. Instantly, the intestines, spleen, and other internal organs burst. The wound caused by the continuous swinging of the wings was rapidly expanding. It hit the ribs, breaking them with a crackling sound, and then hit the heart. It cut through the bones with ease, with the tip of the feather scraping across the shoulder blade and passing through the body. A huge gash appeared on half of Chun Biao's body, more than 20 centimeters deep. His internal organs were all shattered, and half of his ribs were broken. Blood gushed out and fell downwards. Despite such serious injuries, Chun Biao did not die. The warrior's powerful vitality gave him the strength to howl in pain as his body fell rapidly. At this moment, he was filled with extreme fear and regret. Why did you take this order? Why did you bother with that bastard Lin Hao? On the other side, after the giant bird delivered a powerful attack, it flapped its right wing violently and spun around. While spinning, it had already adjusted its position. It flapped its wings vigorously, bursting out with 1,000 times the force. The air made a rumbling sound, driving its body to fly rapidly. Chased the fallen Chun Biao. He caught up with him in an instant, and his sharp right claw suddenly stretched out and grabbed his head fiercely. The sharp claws were like iron hooks, piercing the skin and shattering it, grabbing the skull. With a strong squeeze, the skull exploded and the claws penetrated deeply. No, Chun Biao stretched out his only left hand in horror to fight back, but the next second, he felt a sharp pain and everything went dark before his eyes. The screams also stopped abruptly. Complete death. After killing Chun Biao, the giant bird immediately released its head, flapped its wings vigorously, swooped down, and killed the scar driver who had just stuck his head out. When the scar-faced driver heard Chun Biao's screams, he was stunned for a moment. Brother Biao is so strong. Why would he scream? He stuck his head out of the car window in confusion and saw blood pouring down all over his face. There were also pieces of organ fragments in the blood, which also splashed on his face. I was completely scared. Before he could react, a sharp claw suddenly grabbed his head and squeezed it hard, causing it to explode like a watermelon. Then, under Su Zhao's control, he used his sharp claws to cut the ropes between the two people. Should I call the police now, or take revenge on my own? Guan Xiaohan responded coldly. Su Xiao looked over and saw that Guan Xiaohan had murderous intent in her eyes, and a fierce aura was rushing towards her, like a cold female boss. This made Su Zhao's heart beat faster for no reason. I can't call the police. Once I do, they will find out that I own a mutant beast. And the crime of kidnapping alone is not enough to sentence Lin Hao to death. And with his family's ability and financial resources, it won't even have any impact on him. Just a rumor or deliberate smear campaign can clear Lin Hao of all charges. So, we have to kill it ourselves. This way, we can eliminate the trouble forever. Su Xiao looked at Guan Xiaohan, and Guan Xiaohan nodded. Okay, then let's kill him ourselves. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across Guan Xiaohan's fair face and clear eyes. Pointing at the bodies of Chun Biao and the others, he said, I know his home address. You pretend to be them, trick Lin Hao out, and beat him to death. Guan Xiaohan said hatefully. Being kidnapped made her feel extremely powerless and filled with endless hatred. If Su Xiao didn't have a powerful mutant beast today, she would have been captured, humiliated, and imprisoned. This made her angry, and at the same time, her hatred for Lin Hao increased to an indescribable level. Only by killing him could she relieve the hatred in her heart. No, Su Xiao flatly rejected Guan Xiaohan's proposal. Lin Hao's death cannot have anything to do with us. Otherwise, with the Lin family's financial resources, status, and strength, we too will be easily killed by them. Even the whole family will suffer. So, he can only die silently and unexpectedly. Su Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. Guan Xiaohan frowned slightly. She understood what Su Xiao said. With their strength and status, if they wanted to kill Lin Hao silently, they would have to. Both of them looked at the giant bird at the same time. If you let it kill you, You won't be able to let it follow you in the future. Guan Xiaohan said helplessly and distressedly. It doesn't matter. The giant bird already has a certain ability to protect itself. It's time to go out and hunt stronger mutant beasts so that it can level up faster. Su Xiao patted Guan Xiaohan on the shoulder, signaling her not to be sad. Okay, from now on, you follow me every day, and I will protect you. Guan Xiaohan looked at Su Xiao seriously. Su Xiao was speechless. Even though I am weak now, I will be very strong in the future. Okay, but seeing Guan Xiaohan's serious face, Su Xiao would not reject her kindness or dampen her enthusiasm. Between lovers, between husband and wife, the most feared thing is to say no. Okay, wife, I'll depend on you from now on. Give me a kiss. Su Xiao pouted and kissed Guan Xiaohan, and she elbowed Su Xiao in the stomach. Go away. It's more important to get down to business. When we get home, you can kiss me as much as you want. Guan Xiaohan pointed at the two bodies on the ground and the van. What should we do with this body? Throw it into the sea. Su Xiao touched his nose. His eyes instantly turned sinister. It would be a pity to lose it. Why not make some contribution to the giant bird? Eat them. Destroy all traces of their bodies. Su Xiao spoke coldly. In his eyes, the enemy is no longer a human being. Just food, just evolution points. The two had just died, and the biological energy in their bodies had not yet dissipated. The giant bird immediately dragged the two corpses to the nearby woods and began to devour them in big mouthfuls. Su Xiao took Chun Biao's phone, unlocked the phone password, and checked the information. When Chun Biao unlocked his phone just now, he did not avoid the two of them. Open to view information. Meet at the back door of Lin Hao's villa. And they have a single line of communication, and only the two of them know about it. This was good news for Su Xiao. In this way, as long as he killed the two of them, no one would know that Lin Hao sent Chun Biao to capture them, and they would have nothing to do with this matter at all. At this moment, Lin Hao sent a message. Where are you? I'm waiting at the back door. Come quickly. Be quiet when you come. Don't make too much noise. I've already sent away all the bodyguards. Come quietly. After seeing this message, Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan looked at each other and showed their joy. It seems that Lin Hao doesn't dare to do bad things in a big way. Guan Xiaohan showed a sneer. That's for sure. After all, we are a society ruled by law. Su Xiao sneered. He seemed to have seen the scene of Lin Hao being killed. Give me the phone. I'll reply to him. Guan Xiaohan wanted to take the phone, but did not reply immediately. Instead, she checked Chun Biao's speaking habits and his tone towards Lin Hao, and then organized her words to send him a message. This way, you don't have to worry about being exposed. Su Xiao sat in the driving seat of the van, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed into the sea. Chapter 16. Revenge never waits for an expiration date. Su Xiao took down the dashcam, smashed it, and threw it into the sea. He then set fire to the van to burn the evidence of the two of them, drove into the sea while the van was still on fire, and then returned. It's high tide now, and the van's location may be discovered tomorrow or in 2 days, but it doesn't matter. There is no surveillance here, so no one knows it was them who did it. Even if someone finds out that they are related, it doesn't matter. They can just deny it. There is no evidence and no reason to commit the crime. However, it is highly likely that no one would have thought that 2 high school students would do such a thing as murder and cover up the crime. When he came back, the giant bird had already eaten the bodies of the 2 people, leaving some pieces of clothing, which Su Xiao burned directly. Looking at the panel of the giant bird, I found that the giant bird has accumulated more than 4,400 evolution points. That's a lot of evolution points given to warriors. Su Xiao's eyes lit up. The driver was a martial artist who had absorbed extraordinary energy and was not yet a warrior, so he only gave a few hundred evolution points. But Chun Biao gave a lot, more than 4,000. Sure, a martial artist who is at the 3rd level of martial arts or just entering the 3rd level of martial arts is giving me so many evolution points. If the idea of hunting warriors suddenly popped up in Su Xiao's mind, and then he shook his head and threw away this terrible idea. It's okay to kill 1 or 2 people silently, but killing 1 more person will attract the attention of the higher-ups, and then they will send experts to hunt you down. You have to know that there are many experts among humans. There are also various weapons. Once they go too far and are judged as dangerous species, they will definitely kill the giant bird at all costs. So, after killing Lin Hao, he immediately ran into the deep mountains and old forests. There are definitely a lot of cameras around the Lin family. Even if they can kill him, it will be captured on camera. Then, the Lin family will definitely track him down for revenge. So, kill them and run away so that they can't find you. Su Xiao was thinking. I walked to Guan Xiaohan, who had already covered the bloodstains with mud and was rubbing it hard to reduce the traces of the bloodstains. Suddenly, Su Xiao had the illusion that he was a pair of male and female thieves. Finished? Guan Xiaohan asked, and Su Xiao nodded. Spread this dirt on the grass. Okay. Su Xiao immediately cleaned up the soil on the ground. After lifting the soil, the bloodstains on the ground were already very light. With a layer of new soil covering it, it was completely impossible to tell that there had been blood here. Where's Lin Hao? He's already waiting at the door. I told him he'll be there in 30 minutes. Guan Xiaohan replied, Give me the address and kill him immediately, otherwise something unexpected will happen. Su Xiao said quickly. Okay. His house is located in the Dongshan Villa District, which is the best villa district in Linhai City. All the important people in our city have houses there, including many warriors. You have to be careful. Guan Xiaohan frowned slightly. Su Xiao nodded and reassured him. Last Sunday, he invited talented students to his home. I remember his home was Villa number 66, right behind the small lake in the center of the community. The back door should be here. As Guan Xiaohan spoke, she took out her cell phone, opened the map, and adjusted it to a 3D topographic map for Su Xiao to see. He should be at this location. Guan Xiaohan pointed to the courtyard outside the main building on the screen. Su Xiao quickly memorized it, adjusted the 3D topographic map to a god's perspective, memorized it carefully again, then closed his eyes and simulated the process, and then opened his eyes again to compare, and there was no mistake at all. Then he said to Guan Xiaohan, Help me go back. I'm going to kill him. He can't do two things at once yet. When he focused all his attention on the giant bird, his body only had a trace of feeling to the outside world. He could follow orders but could not make subjective judgments. I talked to Guan Xiaohan about it, and she nodded immediately. Okay, go ahead and don't worry, Guan Xiaohan said, and carried Su Xiao on her back. Smelling the milky fragrance emanating from Guan Xiaohan, Su Xiao was stunned. He quickly took 2 deep breaths and immediately felt more energetic. Without waiting for Guan Xiaohan to urge him, the giant bird that had been staying on the side of the road spread its wings and instantly soared into the sky. Su Xiao did not fly at a low altitude, so as to avoid the giant bird's flight path being captured by the camera. Then he flew to an altitude of more than 2,000 meters to find the two of them. This time, we flew towards the villa area. Flying at high altitude, he could clearly see the scene below, even in the dark. The giant bird's eyes are pretty impressive too. I don't know if all mutant beasts have night vision and such sharp eyes, but Su Xiao is very sure that the giant bird is very powerful. He can see objects clearly in the dark. It looked like someone was secretly climbing over the wall, looking very cautious, most likely a thief. There were also people climbing out of someone else's window naked, running away in panic. In the dark alley, 3 or 5 bad boys were smoking and laughing. The giant bird could see it clearly, and for the first time, it experienced the darkness of the night. At this moment, a sharp gaze came towards it, and with a very strong sense of threat, Su Xiao was startled and quickly ascended. He did not rise until he reached a height of more than 2,000 meters before the sense of threat disappeared. Looking down, he saw a tall man on the top of a building, looking up at him expressionlessly. Su Xiao recognized this man at a glance, Vice Principal Chinda. He is also a martial arts master. Judging from the surrounding architectural styles and the huge playground, it is indeed their school. There really are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this school. Su Xiao flew in another direction to avoid Chinda's pursuit. After flying for about 6 or 7 miles, he finally could no longer feel Chinda's gaze. Su Xiao then flew towards the Dongshan Villa area. This time, Su Xiao controlled the giant bird and deliberately avoided schools, government departments, police stations, armed police and fire departments and other places. After making many twists and turns, it finally arrived at the Dongshan Villa area for almost 10 minutes. Suddenly, Su Xiao felt a depressing atmosphere, as if there was a flood or a ferocious beast below. There are a lot of strong people down there. Su Xiao's eyes condensed slightly, and he felt a little bit of retreat in his heart. The Dongshan Villa District is where some important people live, so naturally there are masters. Most of them can afford bodyguards. The protective power is extremely strong. If he forced his way in, just then, Su Xiao saw a man kicking stones out of boredom on the roadside outside Villa number 66. Su Xiao recognized him at a glance. That man was Lin Hao. I will dive down now. It will only take me 4 or 5 seconds to reach Lin Hao and then kill him with one claw. It will only take 5 seconds. But it takes longer to fly high. About 10 to 20 seconds. In such a short time, those strong men would not be able to react. Besides, those strong men may not necessarily help him. An illegitimate child. He is not important at all in the eyes of others. And each villa is 1 or 2 kilometers away. It will take time for them to come here. Should we kill Lin Hao now or wait for another opportunity? Su Xiao was silent for 2 seconds and made up his mind, which was to kill him immediately. If he gave up such a good opportunity, he would hesitate to give up similar opportunities in the future. In the end, he watched Lin Hao develop little by little. Lin Hao has a talent for martial arts, and his family is wealthy. It's not easy to kill him again. Now is the best chance. Kill! Su Xiao shouted in his heart. His eyes suddenly became determined, and the giant bird flapped its wings and dived rapidly downwards. The target was the bored Lin Hao. Chapter 17. Death by One Wing. Why hasn't he come yet? Lin Hao rubbed his hands, looking at the end of the road and the villa behind him from time to time. While looking forward to Qin Biao bringing Guanxiao on, he was also afraid that his mother would find out what he had done. I felt nervous, excited, and of course, full of anticipation. In 20 minutes, I would have a beautiful woman in my possession, and that woman would be all mine to play with. This kind of anticipation and excitement made Lin Hao unable to calm down, and he could only relieve his mood by walking back and forth. At this moment, he suddenly heard a sound coming from the sky. Looking up, he saw a big black bird approaching. Huh? Why is there a big bird in the community? Lin Hao's first reaction was confusion. As far as he knew, no one in the community kept birds, especially such a big one. He reacted in the next second. Mutant beast! Danger! Lin Hao ran away in a hurry, but the next second a huge force hit him, and his head exploded like a watermelon. He was killed instantly. Su Xiao wanted to fly up immediately, but when he saw Lin Hao's mobile phone, Su Xiao immediately controlled the giant bird to grab it with its claws and squeezed it hard. 1,000 times the power burst out, and the mobile phone and all its parts shattered and exploded in an instant. Even the phone card was crushed. In this way, no one can find out what happened tonight. A fierce look flashed across the giant bird's eyes, and then it flapped its wings and flew up, all in just 5 or 6 seconds. At this moment, loud shouts came from all directions. Presumptuous! Where did this beast come from? How dare you come here and act wild? A mere level 1 mutant beast is outrageous. At the same time, 7 or 8 powerful auras rose up and quickly approached this side. You are the beast, Su Xiao complained in his heart, and with 1,000 times burst of strength, he flapped his wings hard. The giant bird flew into the sky like a sharp arrow and flew hundreds of meters in an instant. It flapped its wings again and rose to a height of more than 1,000 meters. Looking down, there were already more than a dozen people surrounding the crime scene. All of them had strong auras and were martial arts masters. Su Xiao didn't dare to stay any longer and flew towards the beach. With the explosion of 1,000 times strength, he quickly went away at a speed of nearly 1,000 meters per second and disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. What's going on? Why would a bird attack him for no reason? A group of strong men looked at Lin Hao, whose head had been turned into a paste, and shook their heads. My head exploded. This kind of injury cannot be cured even by gods. It's over. It was probably looking for food. It saw him wandering outside, so it flew down and grabbed him and ate him. It just attacked him to death, and then we scared it away. No one objected to the inference. Call the police. Notify his family. He can't be saved. Many big men shook their heads, went back, and warned their young ones not to wander outside at night. What happened? Lin Hao's mother by Min, who had fair skin and a plump figure and was wearing pajamas, leaned on the window and looked out. She could see a group of people gathered on the path outside the villa. She recognized that there were many martial arts masters among them. There seemed to be a person lying on the path. His bodyguard ran over to inquire about the situation. She didn't know what was going on and felt a little panicked. After a while, the bodyguard returned quickly, looking panicked. Madam Bai, something bad has happened. Young Master Lin Hao has been attacked by a mutant bird. In an instant, Bai Min's face turned pale and his mind went blank. No, it's impossible. It's impossible. My son lives in the best villa area in Linhai City. He has community security and bodyguards. How could something happen to him? Impossible, impossible. Bai Min muttered and ran downstairs quickly. Mrs. Bai. Young master. I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen. My son is fine. He is absolutely fine. Bai Min ran towards the accident scene frantically. Because she was wearing pajamas, her voluptuous figure was surging and looming, which immediately attracted the attention of many strong men. It made their eyes light up, and they stopped instantly when they were about to leave. Madam Bai, please accept my condolences. My son is fine. Bai Min walked through the crowd and saw a figure lying on the ground. She recognized it at a glance as her son Lin Hao. Hao. Bai Min rushed over and burst into tears. Her voice was so shrill that it was unbearable to watch. All the strong men who had originally had strange thoughts shook their heads. Oh, how pitiful. She could have been honored as a mother by having a son, but something like this happened. The smart one shook his head and sighed. Bai Min was originally a mistress, and now she has lost her son, so her status is gone. Her life will be difficult in the future. How? Bai Min cried, took out her cell phone, and made a call. Inside the Lin family villa, in a magnificent main building, a large family, young and old, was eating. At this time, a middle-aged man's phone rang. He frowned and looked at his phone, and when he saw the name on the phone, his frown deepened. But he apologized, walked out the door, and answered the phone. Didn't I tell you not to call me unless necessary? The middle-aged man spoke in a stern tone, and suddenly a shrill cry came from the other end of the phone. Lin Shan, Howard is dead, Howard is dead. Howard was murdered. What? I'll come right over. Lin Shan immediately hung up the phone, returned to the hall, and apologized. Howard is dead. I'll go over to take a look. After saying that, he rushed out without looking back, leaving the whole family looking at each other in bewilderment. Third brother, bring more people over to see what's going on. If someone is deliberately targeting our Lin family, we must give them the most fierce counterattack. The head of the Lin family, who was sitting in the main seat, spoke in a serious and solemn tone. Yes, Dad. I'll call Uncle Lu to go and take a look together. A man younger than Lin Shan stood up and walked out quickly. Now everyone at the table couldn't sit still anymore. Stand up. Let's go and take a look too. Yes. One more person means more strength. After all, Lin Hao is a member of our Lin family. Yes, although he doesn't live in our house, he is still a member of our family. If he is in trouble now, and we don't go there, okay, everyone stay at home and don't cause trouble. The head of the Lin family said seriously. Yes. When Lin Shan arrived at the scene, the police and doctors had already arrived. The police surrounded the scene, and a forensic doctor was checking the surroundings for clues. Lin Shan walked over with a cold face. What is the result? They were attacked by mutant birds. Here is the video. A policeman took out an instrument that played the video captured by the surveillance camera. There are several angles, all of which clearly capture the video of the mutant bird suddenly flying down and blowing Lin Hao's head off with one wing. Then the mutant bird landed on the ground, as if it wanted to devour his flesh and blood. At this time, several loud shouts were heard. The mutant bird was frightened, and when it ran away, it grabbed the phone and exploded it in panic. The whole process was very reasonable, without any doubts or problems. It's just that Lin Hao is unlucky. Why? Why did he just happen to be attacked by the mutant bird? I don't understand. Lin Shan frowned deeply. It was too much of a coincidence that the mutant bird just flew down and attacked his son. Someone must want to harm Howard. It must be. Someone wants to harm my son. Bai Min hugged Lin Hao's body and screamed miserably. Everyone was silent. The monk said, when birds are hungry, they will do anything to save the food they see. There is a saying that goes, birds die for food. I guess this mutant bird was just hungry, and then it saw Lin Hao and thought it could eat him, so it flew down. It's all a coincidence. Alas, the medical examiner sighed. Everyone nodded. Birds would indeed swoop down when they saw food. Impossible. My son's bright future hasn't even begun. How could he be killed by a bird? He was going to welcome me into the Lin family. How could he die? Impossible. My son won't die. Bai Min screamed like a madman. Lin Shan's brows suddenly frowned, and he waved his hand to signal the bodyguard to take her home. Then he took a deep breath and said to everyone, "Thank you for your help." It's okay. Everyone was tactful and said a few words before leaving. After everyone else left, Lin Shan looked at the body on the ground and said, Haha, my son was killed by a mutant bird? Who would believe it if I told anyone? But it is what it is. Why are you so unlucky? Take it away and cremate it. Also, I'm issuing another bounty. Whoever can kill this bird will receive a reward of 1 million. Lin Shan waved his hands expressionlessly, but he felt extremely painful in his heart. After all, my son died. My son must have been murdered. He must have been murdered. Min screamed miserably as he was being carried home. Chapter 18. You said you would carry it for the rest of your life. After the giant bird flew high into the sky, it quickly flew towards the seaside. There are a series of small hills near the sea in the east of Linhai City, collectively known as Dongshan. Before the mutant beasts appeared, there were many tourist attractions, but after the mutant beasts appeared, almost no one went there. Now it has become a nest for seabirds, many of whom gather there, build nests, and reproduce. Among them are some extraordinary mutant beasts. The giant bird can blend in here just fine. The chance of being discovered is very small. Even if someone comes to look for it, it can take advantage of the large flock of mutant birds to escape. Su Xiao thought about it and controlled the giant bird to approach quickly. Suddenly, countless birds cried out in panic. They flew high into the sky and circled, as if to scare away the giant bird. In addition, several seagulls that had become mutated birds flew towards Su Xiao. When they got close, they seemed to know that they could not defeat him, so they flew away in panic, not daring to get close. He only dared to yell at the top of his lungs, and it seemed like his curses were very dirty. Su Xiao was too lazy to pay attention to them, nor did he plan to kill all the seabirds or drive them away, because with these birds, if humans or powerful creatures came over, they would definitely attract their attention. Can serve as a warning. Su Xiao scanned the hills with his sharp eyes, and soon he saw a hidden cave on a hill facing the sea. The cave mouth faces the sea, with a wide field of vision, which can ensure that he will not be attacked suddenly. In addition, the front is open, so he can escape quickly if there is any danger. Moreover, when viewed from the land, the cave cannot be found at all. It is very hidden. It's an excellent location. Su Xiao controlled the giant bird to fly over and landed straight towards the cave entrance. Suddenly, there were terrified chirping sounds from inside, and hundreds of bats, each more than 10 centimeters in size, flew out screaming. The cave is only 7 or 8 meters deep and 2 meters high, just right for it to hide. It used its wings to clear out all the bat droppings, rocks, and other debris in the cave, then flew into the sea to take a bath and clean the dirt off its feathers. Only then did he fly in to rest. Keep your head facing outwards, alert to danger. Su Xiao kept some of his attention, so that once there was something abnormal or dangerous, he could quickly put all his attention back and fight back. He withdrew most of his attention. Then he noticed that Guan Xiaohan was almost home, carrying him on her back. At this time, her breathing was a little heavy and her hair was wet. It was obvious that she was very tired. He smelled the faint milky scent emanating from Guan Xiaohan and looked at her ears, which were red from tiredness from carrying him on her back for a long time. Su Xiao suddenly became playful and opened his mouth to bite Guan Xiaohan's ear. Guan Xiaohan reacted very quickly. She swung her body and loosened her hands and threw Su Xiao to the ground. The unprepared Su Xiao covered his butt and cried out in pain. "You rascal! You still want to take advantage of me?" Guan Xiaohan panted, rolled up her sleeves, jumped on Su Xiao, pressed him to the ground, and slapped him in the face. Su Xiao quickly protected it with his arms. I'm not. Don't frame an innocent and self-respecting gentleman. You still say no." Guan Xiaohan slapped Su Xiao's arms several times before her anger subsided a little. He pulled Su Xiao again. "Get up. I've been carrying you for so long. Now it's your turn to carry me." Guan Xiaohan was so strong that she didn't give Su Xiao any chance to cheat. She simply pulled him up and jumped onto Su Xiao's back. Su Xiao had no choice but to carry Guan Xiaohan forward. "Xiaohan, you are so soft." Of course I do. I've learned an advanced martial art called the Divine Dragon Fist, which specifically trains people to be flexible. Guan Xiaohan lay on Su Xiao's shoulder, breathing heavily. It was more than 10 miles from the beach to the suburbs. She was naturally very tired after carrying Su Xiao for nearly 10 miles. "By the way, did you kill him?" Guan Xiaohan rested for a while and talked about business. "He was killed. His head was smashed with one wing, and I also crushed his cell phone. If he hadn't told anyone else, no one would have been able to track us down." Su Xiao also became serious. "Where's Chun Biao's cell phone? Don't keep it." Before entering the monitored area, I smashed my phone. The SIM card and other things were smashed into pieces and scattered in the ditch. No one could find them. Guan Xiaohan also said, "That's all right. Then we'll be safe." "Yeah, it's safe." Guan Xiaohan suddenly hugged Su Xiao tightly, her face pressed tightly against Su Xiao's neck, and said faintly, "It would be great if you could always carry me like this." "Okay," Su Xiao responded with a chuckle. He could hear the dependence in Guan Xiaohan's tone. "As a man, shouldn't you hold up an umbrella and a sky for your woman?" "Really?" Guan Xiaohan suddenly became excited. "Really? And it is necessary." Su Xiao responded solemnly. "No regrets. No regrets." "Okay." Guan Xiaohan suddenly laughed, and Su Xiao suddenly had a bad feeling. "What do you mean? Your laugh is a bit creepy. You'll know soon." "Ha ha." Su Xiao. He soon found out. Too tired. The first mile was fine, but he started to feel tired after the second mile. By the time he reached the main road and the entrance to the community, Su Xiao was so tired that he could hardly walk. And Guan Xiaohan actually asked him to carry her up to the 6th floor. "Guan Xiaohan, come down right here. You're tiring me to death." Su Xiao held onto the stairs, breathing heavily, feeling extremely regretful. What a grown man doesn't keep his word. Just now you said you would carry it for the rest of your life. Now you regret it? Besides, I am refining your body for you. Don't you understand? You, a grown man, are carrying a petite and weak woman on your back. You can't even breathe after walking a few steps. Who would dare to marry you in the future?" Guan Xiaohan said righteously. She hugged Su Xiao's neck tightly and refused to get down. Did I mean that?" Su Xiao was speechless. He clearly said he would protect her for the rest of her life, but how did that mean he would actually carry her on his back? "I don't care. You said it anyway. Don't play tricks. Hurry up." Guan Xiaohan pinched Su Xiao's ear. Su Xiao had no choice but to climb up the stairs step by step. Guan Xiaohan's neighborhood is the same as his. Both are old neighborhoods with 7 floors in total and no elevator. You can only climb up. Su Xiao climbed up with all his might and felt that his leg muscles were about to burst. This is several times more intense than his usual training, and the more he goes on, the more tired he becomes. Su Xiao's devilish training method can definitely help him improve his physical fitness quickly. Moreover, as he climbed the stairs, he felt that he had more and more control over his body. It seemed that before, after the rapid ascension, although the energies lifted the body did not completely absorb them. Only through this crazy training did I gradually absorb and master it. It's just like the stable state described in the novels about cultivating immortals. Martial arts is about becoming familiar with and improving your body through training or fighting. But this kind of practice is too tiring. Su Xiao, almost collapsed, carried Guan Xiaohan to the 6th floor. "Mom, open the door." Guan Xiaohan did not get off Su Xiao and called the door sweetly. A response came from inside. Soon the door opened. When Guan's mother opened the door, she saw Su Xiao sweating profusely and panting as if he was about to die, while her daughter was still sitting on Su Xiao's back very proudly. Suddenly, he slapped Guan Xiaohan. "You damned girl! How dare you treat my uncle like that? Get down here." Guan Xiaohan jumped down, made a face, and went to take a shower with a smile on her face. "Hello, uncle and aunt." After Su Xiao said hello, his legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground. Guan's father and mother hurriedly helped Su Xiao inside. Chapter 19, Primary Nutrient Solution. There were various main dishes on the table inside the house, such as braised carp, roast chicken, braised spare ribs, pig's trotters, and so on, which were much more sumptuous than what Su Xiao cooked at home. Guan's father and mother greeted Su Xiao warmly. Su Xiao was not polite. According to his memory, the two elders had watched them grow up, and Guan Xiaohan had always spoken well of Su Xiao in front of them. So he accepted Su Xiao at the first opportunity. She treats her daughter Guan Xiaohan even more lovingly. While they were eating, Su Xiao asked them if they objected to dating while they were still in school. What era is this? Is there still talk of premature love? In our era, people said that it was better to marry and have children later. So we didn't have Xiaohan until we were in our 30s. We couldn't even have a second child. Now she's over 50, and she's the only one left. If you ask me, you two should get married tomorrow and give me a grandson the day after tomorrow. Looking at Guan Ma's serious face, it doesn't look like she's joking. That's right. It's more important to get married and have children as soon as possible. By the way, Xiao Xiao, please send me your parents' cell phone numbers and we'll make an appointment for noodles. Dad Guan took out his cell phone. Su Xiao was embarrassed and had to give over his cell phone number. No matter how they arrange it, just listen to it. A marriage between two people who are in love is not an arranged marriage. Mom and Dad, please don't get involved. We're only in the first year of high school. You're only 16 and a half, and you're already getting married? You two are ridiculous. Wait until we graduate from high school. Guan Xiaohan came out wiping her hair. Is that right, Su Xiao? Guan Xiaohan stretched out his fist and shook it at Su Xiao with a threatening look on his face. Yes, let's listen to Xiaohan. Our two families will go first. We'll talk about it after we graduate from high school. Su Xiao responded immediately. You damn girl. You've even learned to scare people. Guan's mother scolded. Your father and I are anxious to have a grandchild. You've found one yourself, but you're not anxious anymore. What about us? Guan's mother started scolding Guan Xiaohan. Guan Xiaohan looked indifferent. Su Xiao touched his nose, probably knowing where Guan Xiaohan's tough temper came from. Looking at Guan's father, he was also silent like Su Xiao. Alas, Su Xiao sighed inwardly. Just then, his cell phone rang with a text message alert, and Guan Xiaohan and Guan's mother's cell phones also rang with an alert tone. Su Xiao opened it puzzled and saw that it was sent by his class teacher, Zhou Hongfa. A classmate was killed by a mutant beast. For the safety of the students, everyone will live on campus from tomorrow and study in a closed environment. Dear students, please bring your personal daily necessities, bedding, etc. to school tomorrow. Zhou Hong. After reading the text message, Su Xiao exchanged glances with Guan Xiaohan. Su Xiao nodded, and Guan Xiaohan lowered her head to eat silently. Guan Ma. Oh, your classmate was killed by a mutant. It was really a damn mutant. How could it run wild in the city? Mother Guan cursed and got up to pack Guan Xiaohan's things. Su Xiao also stood up and said goodbye. Guan's mother and father tried to persuade him to stay for a while, but Su Xiao insisted on leaving. Come home and play after school next time. Mom will make you something delicious. Guan's mother took Su Xiao's hand and invited him. Okay, Annie, next time the school is on vacation, Xiaohan and I will come over together. Su Xiao waved goodbye reluctantly. News spreads very fast. It got to the school so quickly. On the way back, Su Xiao was thinking about the possibility of being discovered. When my clone appeared, it was still a little sparrow. No one would have thought that a little sparrow could become such a big mutant bird in just one day. Lin Hao and Chun Biao's phones were all destroyed. It's impossible to find information about us through their phones, unless we retrieve the information directly from the back end of the telecommunications company. But Lin Hao has been identified as being killed by a mutant beast. Since it's not a murder, the police won't file a case, and there's no way to retrieve the records. Of course, with the Lin family's financial resources and power, it's possible to get it. It just depends on how hard they try. Even if we find a connection with the two of us, we can deny it. After all, it's too far-fetched for a mutant to help humans. But there's no guarantee that they'll do something desperate. So, it is better to improve your strength as soon as possible. Only when you are strong can you be safe. Su Xiao was thinking all the way, and when he got home, Su's mother had already packed his things. Su Xiao talked about going to Guan Xiaohan's house. Su's mother said, "Don't worry about it. They will handle the future relationship on their own." She told Su Xiao to treat Guan Xiaohan well and not to betray or abandon her. Su Xiao complained inwardly. I have to be brave enough to abandon Guan Xiaohan. Won't she beat me to death? After chatting for some more time, he returned to his room and went to sleep. As for the broken glass, we can only wait until tomorrow to find someone to repair it. Before going to bed, he thought of the primary nutrient solution that Guan Xiaohan gave him. Su Xiao thought about it and drank it in one gulp. Suddenly, a feeling of coolness spread throughout his body and slowly flowed into his limbs and bones. Wherever it passed, the fatigue in his body was swept away. Even my sore legs were recovering very quickly. Su Xiao fell asleep in this comfortable feeling. Early the next morning, Su Xiao was awakened by a call from Guan Xiaohan. What time is it? You are still sleeping. Hurry up and take your luggage and go to school for morning classes. Guan Xiaohan's fierce voice sounded. I know. I'll get up right away. Su Xiao looked at the watch. It was only 4:30. He was really impressed, getting up so early. Su Xiao got up, washed, picked up his suitcase, and went out quietly without disturbing his parents and younger sister. When I arrived at the bus stop, Guan Xiaohan hadn't arrived yet. Call. Let him go to Guan Xiaohan's house to pick up the luggage. Su Xiao was completely speechless. I carried the suitcase and climbed to the 6th floor. Come here, my dear children. Mom has prepared dinner for you. Eat quickly and go to school. Guan's mother greeted them warmly. Okay, Onchi. Su Xiao sat down obediently to eat. He had a big meat bun and millet porridge. Guan Xiaoan, why don't you get up? Xiao Xiao is here. Guan's mother rushed into Guan Xiaoan's bedroom. After a commotion, Guan Xiaoan came out reluctantly. Su Xiao looked resentful. Soon, the two of them had eaten and drunk their fill, and it was already past 5 o'clock. There are buses too. Su Xiao carried 2 suitcases and followed Guan Xiaohan to catch the bus. I arrived at school as early as 5:40. Then I went to find the logistics teacher to arrange a dormitory. Since the two of them arrived early, they stayed on the first floor of the men's dormitory and the first floor of the women's dormitory, respectively. Afterwards, do morning exercises. Guan Xiaohan went to the martial arts building. She said that the training ground in the building contained extraordinary energy that could quickly improve one's strength during training. Su Xiao hasn't learned the martial arts yet, so he is not allowed to enter. With my current body, I should be able to complete the 10th level of body casting. Su Xiao looked at the panel. The attributes are improved again. Originally, after the big bird evolved into the giant bird, its attributes were Strength 14, Constitution 12, Agility 12, Spirit 16. After drinking a bottle of primary nutrient solution last night, all attributes were increased by 2 points. Strength 16, Constitution 14, Agility 14, Spirit 18. Completing the 10th level of body casting shouldn't be a problem. Su Xiao stretched his body and began to practice the body forging technique. Chapter 20 Body Casting Level 10. The blood flows freely, and your movements must keep pace with your breathing, and the speed must get faster and faster. Su Xiao exhaled a breath of foul air. Start practicing. The body was opened, and the movements were performed continuously. Each movement was extremely standard, and each one met the requirements. And faster and faster. Su Xiao's breathing was even and steady, and the qi and blood in his body were circulating rapidly. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3. The level I has reached Level 8. Yesterday, he reached his limit. But today, he finished Level 8 easily. Then Level 9, Level 10. After finishing Level 10, a light heat suddenly rose from the surface of his body. Sweat flowed down his muscle lines like a stream, and then evaporated quickly under the high temperature of his body. Phew! Su Xiao opened his mouth and exhaled a half-foot-long white air, making a whistling sound like boiling water. I looked at the watch. 9 minutes and 37 seconds. It's done! Su Xiao was overjoyed. I have completed the 10th level of body forging. Today I can absorb extraordinary energy and learn martial arts techniques. Su Xiao excitedly went to find his class teacher, Zhou Hong. As soon as I picked up the clothes, I saw Zhou Hong coming over with a gloomy face, followed by the dean of teaching. Both of them looked unhappy. Teacher Zhou. Su Xiao greeted her enthusiastically and was about to tell Zhou Hong the news that he had reached the 10th level of body forging. Unexpectedly, Zhou Hong asked with a gloomy face, Su Xiao, let me ask you, did you forcefully kiss Guan Xiaoan after school yesterday? And did you even start a relationship with Guan Xiaoan? Yes. Su Xiao scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. I was impulsive yesterday. How dare you? The Dean of Studies, Director Zhang, suddenly walked up and looked at Su Xiao fiercely. He looked agitated and his eyes were ferocious. You are so bold. What's your level? Don't you have any idea? A C-level talent dares to fall in love with an A-level martial arts genius. Don't take a piss and look at yourself. Director Zhang became angrier and angrier as he spoke. He pointed his finger at Su Xiao and said viciously, I'm telling you, Su Xiao, stay away from Guan Xiaoan. If you delay her training, I will definitely break your legs. Do you hear me? At the end, Director Zhang started to roar, which made Su Xiao's ears hurt. Su Xiao quickly raised his hands in surrender and promised, I will definitely not delay Guan Xiaoan's training. I will definitely. You must be a piece of shit. You are not allowed to date Guan Xiaoan. You are not allowed to affect her mood, and you are not allowed to waste her time. Do you hear me? Director Zhang roared again. His eyes bulged out, and he looked like he was going to eat someone. Yes, Director Zhang. Su Xiao stood straight and agreed loudly. The main point is that whatever you say is right. I will definitely listen and guarantee it. As for whether to change it or not, that is another matter. You. Director Zhang was choked for a moment. He swung his arms fiercely. You're making me so angry. Do you know what kind of talent Guan Xiaoan has? She's a martial arts genius who completed the 10th level of body forging within one day. She will definitely become a master-level warrior in the future, and may even be promoted to the throne of the female martial arts queen. Look at you. It's already the last week, and you haven't even reached level 10 yet. Where do you get the courage to forcefully kiss a martial arts genius? Where do you get the courage to date the future female martial arts queen? Tell me, where do you get the courage? Director Zhang became angrier and angrier as he spoke. His finger was almost pointing at Su Xiao's nose, and his saliva had already sprayed all over his face. Su Xiao was scolded so much that he leaned back and muttered softly, "Teacher, you are confused. If I can get the future queen of war, I will have endless delicacies to eat, endless wealth and glory, and a luxurious life with everything provided for me. How comfortable." Su Xiao's words hit Director Zhang's head like a bolt from the blue. Even the usually aggressive Zhou Hong was stunned with her eyes wide open. "What did you say?" Director Zhang asked loudly, his eyes full of disbelief. He had never thought that his students could have such terrible thoughts. Instead of making progress, he actually wants to rely on women to get to the top. Oh my God, is this my student? How could he have such a horrible idea? As a man, shouldn't you be brave enough to take responsibility, work hard, and provide a home for the woman you love and your future family? He actually has to rely on a woman. Su Xiao looked at his director's murderous eyes and felt a little scared. I was afraid that he would suddenly jump up and bite me. I said we should deal with the queen first. Before he finished speaking, Director Zhang's face suddenly became ferocious, and he swung his arm towards Su Xiao's head. "I'm going to beat you to death, you worthless wimp. You're a disgraceful waste. You're unworthy of being a man." Su Xiao was on guard against Director Zhang's move. When he saw him raise his hand, he quickly ran behind Zhou Hong, shouting, "Teacher Zhou, help me. Director Zhang is going to kill someone." Su Xiao's shout at the top of his voice immediately attracted a lot of people. Originally, these people had arrived outside the training room, but because the two directors were there, they did not dare to come in. Hearing the noise, everyone rushed over. Suddenly, Director Zhang was seen trying to grab Su Xiao with his fangs and claws. Su Xiao screamed and ran around Zhou Hong to avoid Director Zhang's attack. All the students were confused. What's the matter? How did Su Xiao break Director Zhang's defense? Su Xiao is so awesome that he even dares to offend the dean. Oh my God! How dare he do that? Brave, really brave. Teacher Zhou, please save me. I have reached the 10th level of body forging. I can absorb extraordinary energy and become a warrior. Director Zhang, I was just joking. Please calm down. I promise not to delay Guan Xiaoan's training, and I promise to work hard to become a pillar of the country. I will fight for the country and bring honor to the school. I swear, Director. Su Xiao ran and begged for mercy. When Director Zhang and Zhou Hong heard that Su Xiao had reached the 10th level of body forging and could absorb extraordinary energy to become a warrior, their original anger instantly dissipated. The original desire to kill Su Xiao also disappeared a lot. Every extraordinary warrior is the cornerstone of the country. Moreover, it seems that it is not unacceptable for an extraordinary warrior to fall in love with a martial arts genius. Director Zhang's pace of pursuit slowed down, and Zhou Hong took the opportunity to hold him back and give him a way out. Director Zhang, it won't be too late to teach him a lesson later. If he doesn't complete the 10th level of body casting, we will break his legs and twist his mouth. Zhou Hong looked at Su Xiao viciously. Although the expression was cruel, Su Xiao saw a hint of surprise in Zhou Hong's eyes. She didn't care whether they were in love or not. What she cared about was that another student was going to become a warrior. The indicators were greatly improved, and there was a huge bonus. Besides, what's wrong with young people falling in love? They'll get tired of each other after a few days. Don't take it to heart. For Zhou Hong, this is not a big deal. She has been teaching for so many years and has seen too many young people in love, but they always break up after a while. It's no big deal. It's no big deal. Besides, after being promoted to a super warrior, it's no longer up to you to take care of yourself. You can do whatever you want. All right. Come with me to the martial arts hall now. If you can't absorb the extraordinary energy and build a foundation for martial arts, I will slap your mouth. As he spoke, Director Zhang grabbed Su Xiao's wrist with lightning speed and pulled him out of the training room. Feeling the powerful strength of Director Zhang, Su Xiao realized that Director Zhang was also a martial arts master, no weaker than Qin Biao. I must have let myself go because I didn't catch him just now. Yes. You can't absorb extraordinary energy. It will definitely make your mouth crooked, Zhou Hong said from behind. following closely with a smile on her face. What? Su Xiao has reached level 10 in body forging and can absorb extraordinary energy to build a foundation for martial arts. Wasn't he only level 8 yesterday? How come he's already level 10 today? What's going on? He's not a martial arts genius. Logically, the body forging technique should become more difficult as you progress. What's going on? Many students looked at Su Xiao in disbelief. They couldn't understand why he had only reached level 6 of body forging 2 days ago, level 8 yesterday, and level 10 today. Did Su Xiao take a plane? Chapter 21, Martial Arts Advancement. Martial Arts Building. There is abundant, extraordinary energy in the martial arts building. By practicing here, you can absorb the extraordinary energy and improve yourself. There is a layer of strange lines outside the building, which emit a faint glow. According to the memory in my mind, this is a rune. It can block extraordinary energy and prevent extraordinary energy from escaping to the outside and causing overflow. There are rooms on the first floor of the martial arts building. It says Martial Arts Advanced Room. There is a more active, extraordinary energy inside. It can make it easier for people who are new to martial arts to absorb extraordinary energy. Go in. If you can't get promoted, I'll break your legs. Director Zhang opened the door viciously and pushed Su Xiao in, and shut the door heavily. Su Xiao touched his nose helplessly. Bullying the weak? Huh? Don't you know the truth that things change over time? When I succeed in achieving martial arts advancement, I will definitely surprise you. Su Xiao muttered to the closed door. Unexpectedly, Director Zhang's angry voice came from outside the door. If you make another noise, I will catch you and beat you up. It's so soundproof. Su Xiao shrugged and looked at the main wall of the foundation building room. On the main wall of the foundation building room, it is written how to build the foundation. Use the fastest speed to perform the body forging technique. The extraordinary energy will flow into the body along with the blood circulation. Complete the martial arts advancement. Remember to hold on as long as you can. The longer you hold on, the more solid your martial arts foundation will be. It will also be easier to reach a higher level in the future. At the fastest speed. Come on then. Su Xiao's frivolous expression suddenly became serious. In order not to affect his performance, he took off his coat. He revealed his muscular body, then took a deep breath and quickly performed the body forging technique. As the movements are performed quickly, the breathing and the flow of qi and blood occur. He felt something different instantly, and as the body casting technique became extremely fast, his breathing became faster, causing his qi and blood to flow rapidly. He could clearly feel that with every breath he took, a large amount of extraordinary energy was absorbed into his body. And as the lungs are squeezed, it penetrates into the blood and flows into every part of the body. In an instant, his blood began to boil. A large amount of white steam came out of his body, and all the pores in his body opened in an instant. Boom! It was as if some kind of valve had been opened. Su Xiao's body was buzzing and vibrating, and it seemed as if his body was activated in an instant. All of his cells opened their mouths greedily and swallowed up the extraordinary energy in his body as nutrients for its evolution. He clearly felt the cells in his body rapidly dividing, compressing, and reorganizing, turning into cells that contained extraordinary energy. Makes the internal organs, limbs, bones, muscles, and membranes stronger and more explosive. This change is from the inside out and iterates rapidly. With each iteration, the cell becomes stronger. The 4 basic attributes on the panel were improving rapidly, with a line of words popping up almost every second. Strength, constitution, agility, spirit, indicating that he was getting stronger quickly. But now he didn't bother to look at the attribute panel and just concentrated on performing the body forging technique. I don't know how much time passed. The rapidly improving state suddenly slowed down. Most of the extraordinary energy was no longer absorbed by the body and began to leak out. Su Xiao knew that his body was approaching saturation. But he still did not stop and continued to practice the body forging technique until his body could no longer absorb any extraordinary energy. And then he stopped with regret. But feeling the strong power in his body, Su Xiao couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. He quickly opened the property panel to check the changes in his body. Subject: Human Su Xiao. Basic attributes: Strength 28, Constitution 24, Agility 24, Spirit 32. Talent: 1 soul, 2 bodies. Method: simple exercise. Body forging technique 100%. Body: giant bird. Level: low level extraordinary. Talents: Devouring evolution, 1,000 times strength, 10,000 times defense. Evolution points, 4052. Evolution completion, 4052/10,000. The 4 basic attributes have all been increased by 2 times. This is just the beginning of the martial arts advancement. There is such a big improvement. What about after the real practice of martial arts? Su Xiao is looking forward to it. The door of the foundation building room was immediately opened. Teacher, I have successfully established my foundation. Su Xiao ran out and said excitedly. Director Zhang was talking to Zhou Hong in a low voice. When he saw Su Xiao coming out, his face immediately became stern. He looked at Su Xiao expressionlessly, raised his hand to check his watch, and said, "You only lasted 21 minutes. You broke the lowest record this year. With your poor talent, you're still trying to date Guan Xiaoan, who is top talent. I really don't know why Guan Xiaoan fell in love with you, and what kind of love potion did you give her?" Director Zhang's mouth was like a machine gun, spewing out vicious words. Su Xiao rolled his eyes at him, walked enthusiastically to the old class teacher Zhou Hong, and said with a smile, "Teacher Zhou, you look so beautiful today. While I've always felt your severity, today, I suddenly realized that you were so beautiful, like a fairy from heaven. So beautiful that it takes my breath away. Let's go learn some martial arts. I feel like I'm super strong now. After I learn martial arts, I will definitely bring honor to you." "Okay, Pa, you're a good kid." Zhou Hong smiled immediately. "Come on, I will take you to the principal to learn the exercises." It turns out that no matter how old a woman is, she likes to be praised. "Let's ignore him," Zhou Hong said with a hint of meaning. "What's wrong with a little talent? Does poor talent mean you won't go far? As long as you work hard, you will definitely become a martial king in the future. Let's not be discouraged." Yes. No wonder Sister Hong has always been young and beautiful. It turns out she has a broad mind and a far-sighted vision. Su Xiao also shouted in the direction of Director Zhang. You two make me so mad. Su Xiao, I don't care what you do. If you dare to influence Guan Xiaoan, just wait and see how I'm going to punish you." Director Zhang was so angry that he jumped up and down. Su Xiao shook his head and followed Zhou Hong upstairs. The entire second floor is connected through and has a very large area, as large as 3 or 4 basketball courts, supported by huge load-bearing columns in the middle. There are training rooms on the east side. The entire second floor was the training ground for Linhai Class 1. Many people were practicing there. Everyone was like a martial arts master, moving quickly and dazzling the onlookers. Some of them were fighting each other, and every blow made a heavy thud. There were also people holding huge weapons, waving them and making whistling sounds. It was extremely intense. A middle-aged strong man was patrolling the field, occasionally stopping a practitioner to instruct them on martial arts. This was Chung Song, the martial arts instructor of the first class. Zhou Hong shouted, "Teacher Chung, a new student has successfully advanced to the martial arts realm. Come over and help him choose his martial arts techniques." Coming. Chung Song waved his hand and walked over quickly. All the students looked over. Chapter 22, Iron Shirt. 18 Ways of Beating Drums and Golden Hammer Techniques. It's Su Xiao. That's right. This hardworking guy finally got promoted to extraordinary through his own efforts. A classmate praised. They knew how hard Su Xiao worked, but because of his poor family conditions, he was stuck at the 6th level of body casting. "Now I have finally been promoted, which is cause for celebration." However, these words immediately caused the other students to laugh. "Work hard? You may not know this. Guan Xiaohan used his merit points to exchange for a bottle of primary nutrient solution. Only then could he be promoted to extraordinary. Otherwise, do you really think you could be promoted to extraordinary level just by hard work?" Someone said with a grin, his eyes full of contempt. "A guy who got to where he is with the help of a woman, bah. Why? Why would Guan Xiaohan give him nutrient solution?" Someone asked curiously. "Don't you know? After school yesterday, Su Xiao forcefully kissed Guan Xiaoan, and Lin Hao got so angry that he started fighting with Guan Xiaoan. TSK, yesterday was a Shura field." "What?" Su Xiao kissed the school beauty genius. "Am I so King awesome?" What was the final result? Everyone immediately started talking about it, and from time to time one could hear comments like, "Su Xiao relied on women to get to where he is," "Gigolo," "Guan Xiaoan is in love," "Why did you fall for Su Xiao? He's not as handsome as me," etc. Everyone sneered at the fact that Su Xiao relied on women to get ahead, and looked down on such behavior. Especially when seeing Guan Xiaoan walking towards Su Xiao, everyone booed. Dating openly and honestly, showing off your affection like this, the teacher doesn't care. Not only did he not care, when Zhou Hong and Chung Song saw Guan Xiaohan coming, they both smiled warmly. Xiaohan comes to help classmates. She is so enthusiastic. Zhou Hong laughed. Teacher Zhou, Teacher Chung, I'm here to help Su Xiao choose a technique. Guan Xiaohan said generously. At this time, she was wearing loose training clothes, and her body was covered in sweat due to the practice. Her face is rosy and very charming. Okay, you know a lot, so take him and choose. Chung Song nodded with a smile on his face. Remember, try to choose one that suits him. That way the fit will be higher. I know, teacher. Guan Xiaohan responded politely, and then took Su Xiao towards an empty training room. The scene of the two of them entering the training room immediately caused a commotion. Open the door of the practice room. Su Xiaokai saw that the space inside was not small. It should be about 20 to 30 square meters, with a computer inside. After closing the door, Guan Xiaohan gestured to Su Xiao to enter his student ID number. A message suddenly popped up above. Congratulations to classmate Su Xiao for his advancement to extraordinary. You have 2 free books of martial arts to learn. You will also receive 2 merit points. You were promoted to the extraordinary level last week, and your talent is the lowest level. So you only have 1 elementary training method and 1 elementary martial arts technique to learn. But some of the elementary skills are very powerful. They are comparable to intermediate martial arts, and there are advanced skills for advancement later. They are very worth learning. Let me choose for you. Okay. Guan Xiaohan stood beside and explained to Su Xiao. These 2 merit points are for you to exchange for martial arts training potions. Smelling the body fragrance emanating from Guan Xiaohan, Su Xiao suddenly became dishonest. He went to hug Guan Xiaohan, and Guan Xiaohan did not refuse and sat on Su Xiao's lap. There was a sly look on his face. I'll give you some benefits, but you have to practice well for me later, understand? Okay. Su Xiao's eyes lit up. He hugged her tightly, inhaling the fragrance deeply. Guan Xiaohan's smile deepened. I'll let you have some fun now, and then you'll see how I punish you. She directly replaced Su Xiao to operate the computer. In a short while, it was done. Okay, sign the agreement. Guan Xiaohan slapped Su Xiao's dishonest hand away, stood up, and motioned Su Xiao to sign the agreement on the computer. Su Xiao was not annoyed at all. He was still savoring the moment after listening to Guan Xiaohan's words. Following the computer voice prompts, he placed his face directly in front of the camera. A red light swept across. Su Xiao's face appeared on the big screen, and there was a hand model-like thing next to it. Su Xiao placed his index finger on it as prompted, and his fingerprint immediately appeared on it. While waiting for the upload, Su Xiao asked confusedly, "What is this agreement for? Make sure you learned it yourself. At the same time, you cannot teach it to others, and you cannot use force against ordinary people." Guan Xiaohan explained casually. At this point, the upload is complete. A sound rang out on the computer. Student Su Xiao, you chose the primary technique, Iron Shirt, that focuses on defense and strength, and the fierce and domineering primary martial arts, 16-move drum beating, and golden hammer technique. Please face the camera with your eyes. I will transmit your iris. After the iris is transmitted into your brain, it will be stored for 3 months. Please learn it within 3 months. Iron Shirt, 16-way drums, and golden hammers? Su Xiao muttered. He knew that Iron Shirt was a defensive technique. The 16-step method of beating drums and golden hammers sounds really cool. Xiaohan is indeed a good and virtuous wife. Su Xiao praised. He didn't care about anything and took a few deep breaths of the fragrance. Guan Xiaohan had already prepared everything for him. It's so worry-free. Su Xiao sighed. He didn't notice that Guan Xiaohan could hardly hold back her laughter. When he turned his eyes to the camera, the image of a burly man with muscles bulging like explosives and as strong as iron suddenly appeared in his mind. Arrows were used to mark the blood and chi flow paths on the burly man's body. Arrows appear one by one to help beginners remember better. Soon, the blood circulation route was completely imprinted in the brain. According to the instructions, this memory can be retained in the brain for 3 months, and if the exercise is practiced within 3 months, it will become a permanent memory. After that, there were many more things to pay attention to. For example, when you start practicing, you need to cooperate with the beating at the beginning. After beating your whole body until it turns red, then apply the medicine liquid all over. This way, the speed of practice will be faster. Beat him all over and make him red and swollen. Su Xiao was shocked. This is a technique for getting beaten. Yes, originally this was an intermediate skill, but because it was very demanding and required hardship, not many people practiced it, so it was downgraded to an elementary skill. If you practice it, your body will be as strong as steel, which is very powerful. I'm being nice to you, so I picked out a mid-level technique especially for you. Guan Xiaohan had already started laughing at this time, and she was already thinking about how to beat Su Xiao next. Good, my Xiaohan is really amazing. Hee. She has the qualifications to learn intermediate martial arts with elementary martial arts skills. Great. However, this technique will get you beaten. Su Xiao was a little worried. The effect of cultivation is best when you are beaten. No one wants to cultivate like this. What? What's wrong with a man suffering a little? Isn't it enough to make him stronger? Guan Xiaohan suppressed her laughter and raised her white fist to threaten. With that attitude, if you dare to say no, you will definitely get a beating. Okay. It has to be okay. My Xiaohan is the best in the world. The martial arts he chose are also the best in the world. Awesome, Su Xiao surrendered quickly. He didn't want to get beaten for nothing. Of course I can. I'll help you practice quickly later. Guan Xiaohan raised her lips with pride. Okay, I'll learn the 18-move drum beating and golden hammer technique first. Afterwards, Su Xiao continued to learn the 16-move drum leisure and golden chumper method. I saw a fierce giant, holding a huge hammer the size of a stone roller in each hand and swinging it. Every time he swung it, a whistling sound was heard, and it was extremely violent. So fierce. Su Xiao's eyes lit up. He put himself in the situation, imagining himself wielding two huge iron hammers, each 1 meter square. How powerful that would be. Any mutant beast or alien race could be killed with one hammer. Violent, domineering, explosive, mighty, and majestic. This is Su Xiao's impression of the 16-move Lei Gu Weng Jin Shui method. This is a martial art that men should learn. Su Xiao became excited. Guan Xiaohan has good taste. Just like she likes me. Su Xiao thought proudly. Chapter 23. Practicing Iron Shirt. Have you finished learning? Guan Xiaohan asked while moving his wrist. Yes, I've finished learning. I can practice it later. Su Xiao responded honestly. Then you can use some merit points to buy the medicinal bath for the first practice. The life teacher will deliver it to you. After that, we will start to formally practice the Iron Shirt. Guan Xiaohan said with a smile. Okay. Su Xiao followed Guan Xiaohan's instructions naively, spent 1 merit point on the computer, and purchased a medicinal bath. This medicinal bath is a resource for practicing in conjunction with the Iron Shirt. After practicing, soaking in a medicinal bath can quickly recover from injuries and quickly and steadily increase the speed of practicing the Iron Shirt. After the purchase, Guan Xiaohan laughed out loud. Then let's start practicing. Su Xiao walked to the open space next to him, followed the general principles of Iron Shirt practice, took a horse stance, took a deep breath, and moved his qi and blood according to the route of the technique. Suddenly, he felt the extraordinary energy wandering in the air converging towards his body at an extremely fast speed. He could clearly feel the cheers coming from the cells in his body. It's as if they are all waiting to evolve. Bring it on. Su Xiao got ready. The Iron Shirt requires patting the whole body until it turns red in order to increase the flow of qi and blood. Repeated patting can also enhance the resistance of cells, which can then be stabilized and improved through a medicinal bath. By repeating this process over and over again, the body will have super strong defense like steel. Then I'll come. Guan Xiaohan punched Su Xiao in the stomach with a smile. The powerful force and intense pain made Su Xiao's eyes widen in an instant. I almost couldn't catch my breath. That is so cruel. Su Xiao glared at Guan Xiaohan with bared teeth. Guan Xiaohan smiled, waved her tender white fists, and said with a smile, the more you endure, the faster you will progress. You have to hold on. Before she finished her words, she rushed forward again, and her tender white fist hit Su Xiao's chest like a hammer. The violent force made him retreat again and again. The severe pain made him scream out, Guan Xiaohan, you are crazy. Su Xiao stared at the smiling Guan Xiaohan with wide eyes. The introduction to the exercise clearly says to pat. Guan Xiaohan is clearly beating someone. What? I'm doing you a favor. But you're still mean to me? I'm angry. Guan Xiaohan showed a sly smile, and then quickly moved forward and punched. I think you just want to beat me up. Su Xiaoka finally realized that Guan Xiaohan was taking revenge on him in a fair and justifiable way. The answer is correct, but there is no reward. Guan Xiaohan showed her white teeth with a cute and fierce look on her face, but she was very ruthless and punched Su Xiao in the right abdomen. A severe pain came over him, and Su Xiao couldn't help but bend over while holding his stomach. The next second, Guan Xiaohan's fist hit Su Xiao's left cheek, causing him to stagger towards the wall. The strength was just right, not enough to hurt my brain, but my face was swollen. "Boy, are you so green? Why don't you do anything?" Guan Xiaohan laughed and kicked out again, this time aiming at the key part of Su Xiao's lower body. Su Xiao quickly covered his mouth and stared at Guan Xiaohan angrily. "You are crazy. This is your future happiness. You want to ruin it." Unexpectedly, Guan Xiaohan laughed out loud and said proudly, "I looked up the information. The medicinal bath has the effect of stabilizing cells. After the redness and swelling swell up, taking a medicinal bath can strengthen it. I'm fighting for my future happiness." Guan Xiaohan said with a smile. Without stopping, she quickly stepped forward and attacked with both hands as fast as lightning. Su Xiao had no time to react and was hit. At this moment, looking at the smiling Guan Xiaohan, Su Xiao just felt that she was a devil. "I'll fight you," Su Xiao shouted and rushed forward. If he didn't resist, he would be beaten. If he resisted, he would also be beaten. It would be better to resist. At least the man's dignity was preserved. "That's right. That's more manly," Guan Xiaohan admired in his eyes and praised in his mouth, but his hands did not stop, and he attacked Su Xiao frantically. Her body was like a dragon. She was extremely fast, and her attacks were at strange angles. Su Xiao, who had not yet learned martial arts, could only fight Guan Xiaohan with a fighting stance. He couldn't hit Guan Xiaohan at all with his random punches. On the contrary, because of his crazy attack without defense, and also because of Guan Xiaohan's quick attack, he was hit more. However, as the fight went on, Su Xiao discovered that Guan Xiaohan was very measured in her attacks. She only hit the flesh and did not injure the tendons, bones, or internal organs. The force may be greater when hitting a place with more flesh, and less force when hitting a place with less flesh. Although each blow was painful, it did not cause any internal injuries to Su Xiao. But because of this, he was beaten more often and his body was in more pain. Moreover, Su Xiao discovered that as he attacked more and was hit more, his reaction speed was getting faster. "Guan Xiaohan really helped me improve. But it really hurts. Guan Xiaohan, I'm going to fight you." "Ah!" Su Xiao fought back. Although it hurt every time he was beaten, it also aroused Su Xiao's competitive spirit and his dignity as a man. The pain disappeared a lot. Now he had only one goal. No matter what, he had to hit Guan Xiaohan to relieve his pain. "War! I'll hit you!" "Ah!" Su Xiao fought back with strange cries. Zhou Hong and Cheng Song, who were talking outside the practice room, looked at each other in shock. Didn't they just confirm their relationship as a couple yesterday? Why do they act like enemies? Zhou Hong murmured. Cheng Song shook his head. He didn't care much about their relationship. What he cared more about was why Guan Xiaohan, who was always gentle, was so violent. Su Xiao was beaten until he was screaming in pain, but he still didn't stop. "Oh my God, that's so cruel." Sure enough, my mother was right. The prettier the girl, the more dangerous she was. Cheng Song couldn't help but shudder. In the training room, everyone who was originally training stopped and looked towards the training room in horror. Listening to the screams, they all shivered uncontrollably. "Oh my God, I originally thought that Su Xiao got a great bargain. He got a beautiful goddess with great martial arts talent and a good figure. Now it seems that she is just a tigress. Brother Su Xiao, you are a role model for our generation. Luckily, I didn't catch up with Guan Xiaohan. Otherwise, I would have been the one getting beaten. Tis, why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror? With your condition like this, you still want to catch up with the recognized goddess of our school?" Everyone mourned for Su Xiao in silence, but some people's eyes lit up and said perversely, "Being beaten by such a beautiful woman is also a kind of happiness." When everyone heard this outrageous statement, they all shuddered and stayed away from that person. The screams continued, and they got used to it after listening to them for a while and continued to practice. I don't know how much time passed. 2 life teachers carried a large bucket and walked towards the practice room. Everyone gathered around curiously. When the door of the training room opened, they revealed Su Xiaoho, whose head had been shaped like a pig and whose body was covered with bruises. He looked nothing like a human. They all shuddered and ran away. The way he looked at Guan Xiaohan was as if he was looking at a tigress. Chapter 24. The first level of martial arts, the first level of Iron Shirt. "Hurry up, get up and take a medicinal bath. I'll take off your training clothes for you." Guan Xiaohan's tone was soft, and her movements were gentle. Su Xiao narrowed his eyes. which had swollen into slits, and looked at the beautiful woman in front of him in disbelief. If someone doesn't know her, they will think Guan Xiaohan is a pretty and gentle girl, but if you look at yourself, your whole body is red and swollen. Even some vital parts are swollen from being beaten. You will know what kind of person Guan Xiaohan is. Will you beat me half to death and then give me a candy? Woo-woo, I'll do it myself, Su Xiao, who was in pain all over and powerless, went to push Guan Xiaohan away. People care about you, but you push them away. Guan Xiaohan pouted her lips. Her big eyes instantly became watery, and she looked pitiful with her mouth pouted. If someone saw this at this time, they would definitely think that Su Xiao bullied Guan Xiaohan. But the reality is, you really don't know how to appreciate it. Guan Xiaohan, who was only weak for a moment, acted quickly, grabbed Su Xiao's arm with her right hand, and swung it hard. At the same time, she kicked Su Xiao's leg with her right foot, and he flew up with a scream. It fell right into the bucket. The medicinal bath in the bucket emitted heat, at least 60 or 70 degrees. The moment it touched the red, swollen, and purple skin, endless pain drilled straight into Su Xiao's brain. He couldn't help but scream, and the sound like a pig being slaughtered spread throughout the entire training room. Everyone was immediately frightened. Su Xiao is truly a brave warrior. Many people praised it. Su Xiao couldn't bear the pain and wanted to get out of the bucket, but Guan Xiaohan held him down hard. Hurry up and practice the Iron Shirt's training route. Move the qi and blood and absorb the energy from the medicinal bath. Guan Xiaohan's voice was crisp and calming. Su Xiao also reacted instantly and realized that he couldn't go out now. If he went out, all the beatings he had received before would have been in vain. So, Su Xiao gritted his teeth, endured the pain, got in a position, and began to move his qi and blood, upgrading his Iron Shirt. Guan Xiaohan was at the side of the bucket, scooping up water and pouring it on the head that could not be submerged in the water, so that all of Su Xiao's skin was soaked in the medicinal bath. In this way, the Iron Shirt will have no weaknesses. This is also the reason why she launched an all-round attack on Su Xiao. Iron Shirt is different from other martial arts. If you don't attack it from all directions, the places that are not hit will become Iron Shirt's weak points in the future. Being attacked by someone would result in serious injury or even death. Only by practicing hard can you make every part of your body as hard as iron and not be afraid of any attack. It is better to suffer at the beginning than to be beaten to death later. Guan Xiaohan thought about it without stopping her hands. She kept scooping up the medicinal bath and pouring it on Su Xiao's head, rubbing it hard from time to time. Su Xiao endured the pain, circulated his qi and blood, and followed the Iron Shirt's technique. He instantly felt the hot energy drilling into his body. For a moment, his skin seemed to be pierced by countless fine needles, and severe pain swept through his brain. However, he clenched his teeth and refused to scream. Instead, he endured the pain, continued to move qi and blood, and quickly leveled up. Being beaten by Guan Xiaohan and screaming was just teasing her. If you scream while practicing, it's not manly. For the man's face. Tolerate. Driven by the surging qi and blood, the Chinese herbal ingredients in the medicinal bath, the extraordinary energy in the training room all penetrated into Su Xiao's body at an extremely fast speed. The needle-like pain spread from the skin to the flesh. The level of pain instantly increased to another level. He knew that it was the medicinal properties in the bath that were stimulating his body, strengthening his cells, boosting his defenses, and increasing his own strength. This is a good thing. Su Xiao gritted his teeth and persevered. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly, all the pain turned into a warm current that flowed through my body, and wherever it went, the pain disappeared instantly. Su Xiao felt his body suddenly relax. From the outside, the bruises and redness on his body were disappearing quickly, revealing his bulging muscles, a resolute face, and determined eyes. My temperament changed instantly. If Su Xiao was a bit lazy and impetuous before, he is now completely transformed into a resolute, tough, and handsome guy. The color of the medicinal bath is also fading rapidly. After more than 10 minutes, the heat that had been surging into his body suddenly disappeared, and Su Xiao knew that this was because the medicinal effects of the medicinal bath had been completely absorbed. Feel the surging power in the body, as well as muscles and skin as hard as iron. Su Xiao felt that he was already extremely powerful, and quickly opened the panel to check. Suddenly surprised. Subject: Human Su Xiao. Basic attributes: Strength 56, Constitution 68, Agility 30, Spirit 50. Talent: One soul, two bodies. Level, first level of martial arts. Skill, iron shirt, first level 1%. Martial arts, 18-way drum beating and golden hammer technique, 0% on the first level. Simple exercise, body forging technique 100%. Body, giant bird. Level, low level extraordinary. Talents, devouring evolution, 1,000 times strength, 10,000 times defense. Evolution points, 4052. Evolution completion, 4052/10,000. Iron shirt has entered the door directly, reaching the first level 1%. My strength has doubled, and my physique has gone from 24 to 68, an increase of nearly 3 times. Is this the power of martial arts? Su Xiao felt the explosive power in his body and his muscles as hard as iron. He felt like he could kill a cow with one punch. This is just the first level of martial arts. It's so powerful. Su Xiao was extremely shocked and was looking forward to the future path of martial arts. Looking at the first layer of iron shirt that has been cultivated, Su Xiao was extremely grateful to Guan Xiaoan. If Guan Xiaoan had not fought so fiercely, he might not have succeeded in his cultivation even if he had used up his 2 merit points and all the medicinal baths. He can't become a martial artist who reaches the first level of martial arts. The reason why it was so fast was entirely because of Guan Xiaoan's ruthless attack. I feel extremely grateful to Guan Xiaoan. But revenge must be taken. Su Xiao suddenly opened his eyes and glared at Guan Xiaoan. Guan Xiaoan, we have to settle the score this time. You've beaten me for so long. Now's the time for revenge. Little girl watched the boxing. He suddenly jumped up, exerted force with his arms, and his muscles bulged. His arms, as strong as iron pillars, and his huge fists smashed towards Guan Xiaoan's face. Guan Xiaoan sneered disdainfully. What? You just got a little bit of ability, and you want to make a big move. Humph! Guan Xiaohan snorted coldly and twisted her body quickly like a dragon, dodging Su Xiao's fist at a strange angle. At the same time, her tender white little fist penetrated like a poisonous snake and hit Su Xiao's ribs hard. Moment. Oh, it hurts. This time Guan Xiaoan did not stop but punched with all her strength, directly hitting Su Xiao so hard that he got a stitch in the side and all the strength in his body was gone. At this moment, Su Xiao clearly felt the gap between him and Guan Xiaoan. I originally thought that after my strength improved, I would be able to fight Guan Xiaoan back and forth, but I didn't expect that I would be knocked down by just one punch. I have improved a lot, but I still can't fight back against Guan Xiaoan. He is indeed a top-notch genius. Su Xiao cried out in pain, but Guan Xiaoan did not stop. Her tender white little fist was like a poisonous snake that had emerged from the body. After hitting Su Xiao's ribs, it quickly moved upwards and hit Su Xiao's chin hard. Su Xiao's body flew up uncontrollably and fell heavily to the ground, his eyes wide open. Are you convinced? Chapter 25 Urban Clearance Operation. Are you convinced? Guan Xiaohan squatted in front of Su Xiao, shaking her tender, white little fist in front of Su Xiao's eyes. I'm convinced, I'm really convinced, Su Xiao said with his eyes wide open. That's not bad. Oh! Guan Xiaoan immediately became proud and she relaxed her guard, but unexpectedly Su Xiao suddenly attacked. He clasped his hands together like an iron hoop and suddenly attacked, locking Guan Xiaoan directly with his powerful strength and Su Xiao's considerable weight. He directly trapped Guan Xiaohan in his arms. Ha! Guan Xiaoan is in my hands this time. I'll let you bully me. Su Xiao bit her in revenge, opened his mouth wide, and whoa. Su Xiao, you are shameless. Guan Xiaohan struggled a little and then gave up. 10 minutes later. That's enough. Don't let anyone see it again. Guan Xiaohan tilted her head and was finally able to speak. No, you said it's okay? Is that it? Where can I? Su Xiao. Put my face. Must I say it's okay? Su Xiao locked his arms tightly around Guan Xiaohan and said proudly. The next second, his ribs seemed to be hit by a hammer. Su Xiao gasped in pain and locked Guan Xiaohan's arm tightly, but he also lost his strength instantly. Are you done? Guan Xiaohan did not get up and was still lying there, but she stared at Su Xiao fiercely at this time, and she opened her left and right fists at the same time, hitting Su Xiao's left and right ribs hard. Every blow made Su Xiao feel like he was struck by lightning, and the pain went deep into his bones. Is it okay? Is it okay? Guan Xiaohan asked viciously. All right. Su Xiao begged for mercy quickly. At this moment, he felt that what he was holding was not a soft and sweet girl, but a steel robot. If I've just told you, You're gonna make me mad." As she said that, Guan Xiaohan twisted Su Xiao's waist hard again. The strong force made Su Xiao scream in pain. After twisting it, Guan Xiaohan's anger subsided a little, and she said to Su Xiao, "You continue to practice the iron shirt in the practice room these few days. I will consolidate it for you tomorrow. After a few days, after the rapid practice period, you can practice the Lei Gu Wang Jin Shui. The next few days are a period of rapid improvement. Don't be lazy, you hear me?" Guan Xiaoan explained. Su Xiao lay on the ground staring at the roof, feeling sad. He couldn't beat his wife, and he was beaten all the time. What should he do? Waiting online, very urgent. Seeing Su Xiao's desperate look, Guan Xiaohan felt soft at heart and gave him a gentle kiss. "Practice well, dear. After the evening study, let's go to the small forest in the school playground." Upon hearing this, Su Xiao instantly became alert. Flutter sat up straight, his eyes sparkling as he asked, "Really? That's fake. What are you thinking about all day? Practice hard. If you don't make obvious progress in the next few days, I'll teach you a lesson." Guan Xiaoan grabbed Su Xiao's ear and twisted it hard, causing Su Xiao to scream in pain. Afterwards, Guan Xiaoan went out to practice martial arts. Ouch! Su Xiao rubbed his ears, looked at Guan Xiaohan's departing back, and said bitterly, "Sooner or later, I will make you obey me." Saying harsh words, but he knew in his heart that Guan Xiaohan had helped him practice for more than an hour, which would probably affect her progress in practice. "I can't help you with anything now, but I won't hold you back either." Su Xiao's expression became serious, and his lustful look disappeared. His face became firm. After getting up, he began to stand in the correct posture, moving the qi and blood, and continued to practice the iron shirt. As his qi and blood flowed, and he breathed, the active, extraordinary energy entered his body again. However, he could clearly feel that the extraordinary energy entering his body now was much less than when he was taking the medicinal bath. It is almost 1/10 of the original amount. This made Su Xiao shocked. This speed is too slow. According to Xiaoan, this is still the rapid cultivation period. How slow will it be in the future? At this time, Su Xiao thought of Chun Biao. Chun Biao is already in his 30s or 40s, and he is only at the 3rd level of martial arts. It seems that it is not that he is not working hard enough, but that he really has no other choice. But Su Xiao also knew that practicing martial arts was not something that could be accomplished overnight and required gradual practice. Su Xiao calmed down and continued to practice. The giant bird's evolution can return energy to him and help him improve, but it cannot improve his martial arts skills. He can only practice it bit by bit. The iron shirt requires hard work, but fortunately the improvement is very obvious. I continued practicing like this until school was over in the afternoon. Check the progress. It has increased to 3%. Not bad, huh? Only improved this much in one day. I have to let Guan Xiaohan beat me up again tomorrow to see the effect. Will it be faster than practicing on my own? Su Xiao stroked his chin and thought. When learning iron shirt, you need to make your whole body red and swollen, and then practice with medicine so that you can get started quickly. But once you get started, you don't necessarily have to rely on others to beat you. But Su Xiao felt that it would be more effective to practice after being attacked. Su Xiao opened the door of the training room while thinking and saw all his classmates, including his martial arts teacher Cheng Song, looking at him in surprise. Guan Xiaohan didn't look over here. "Hello, everyone." Su Xiao touched his nose and greeted everyone. He naturally knew why everyone looked at him so strangely. It was because he was beaten so badly. The training room was not a soundproof room. A tough guy. The boys gave Su Xiao a thumbs up. "Brother, you are our role model. Awesome. Great." Everyone gave Su Xiao a thumbs up. Su Xiao knew that their words were not really compliments, but were more of a sarcasm. However, they had no idea how comfortable it was to hug the soft and fragrant body of the school beauty. Only those who have endured the most hardships can become the best. These idiots will never understand. Su Xiao walked up to Guan Xiaoan and put his neck on Guan Xiaoan's shoulders in front of everyone. His whole body went limp as if he had no bones. Then she raised her eyebrows proudly at those boys. All of a sudden, everyone's eyes widened, filled with shock, disbelief, and jealousy. In their hearts, they were screaming, "Why wasn't that person me?" Guan Xiaohan frowned slightly and was about to explode. Su Xiao immediately whispered, tired, "Pay attention to your image." Guan Xiaohan shrugged his shoulders suddenly, and Su Xiao stood up straight immediately. "Okay." Cheng Song shook his head secretly. The children nowadays are much bolder than they were back then. They don't even avoid the teacher. We receive a notification from above that due to the incident of mutant beasts injuring people, the city's top leaders discussed and decided to conduct a citywide cleanup operation next Wednesday. The goal of the operation is to find all the mutant creatures in the city and then eliminate them. Since there will be no mutant beasts above level 2 in the city, anyone who has reached the first level of martial arts can participate. The benefit is that as long as you participate, you will get 1 merit point every day. If you kill a mutant beast, you will be awarded merit points based on the value of the mutant beast. This is a great opportunity to earn merit points, and I hope you all will participate. Chapter 26. Common language of all races, foreign land. As long as you participate, you will get 1 merit point every day. All were delighted. Merit points are different from external currencies. Currency can only be used to purchase ordinary items, but not extraordinary resources. All extraordinary resources are exchanged through merit points. With merit points, they can exchange for extraordinary items and improve their strength faster. Moreover, it's 1 merit point per day. It sounds like 1 point is not much, but it is not less at all. Now they have no channel to earn merit points. Those with Class A talents only get 10 merit points per month, Class B 5 points, Class C 3 points, and Class D personnel like Su Xiao only get 2 points. Now, just by participating, you can earn 1 point every day. Not to mention that if you are lucky enough to kill a mutant beast, you will make a lot of money. Su Xiao raised his eyebrows. The merit points had the same effect on him as on everyone else. But what he was thinking about was not this, but how strong the urban cleanup would be and whether it would affect Dongshan. If it affected, no. Even if we are not affected, we can't stay at the beach any longer. The giant bird must improve its strength as soon as possible, fly into the sea, and find an uninhabited island. Su Xiao thought. This time, the city's large-scale cleanup was initiated by Giant Bird. Maybe there will be experts to clean up Dongshan. So, we have to leave early. Guan Xiaoan glanced at Su Xiao and obviously realized the problem. There was a hint of worry in her eyes. Su Xiao shook his head, signaling her not to worry. The strength of the giant bird should not be underestimated. With its current strength of being able to kill a martial arts master of the 3rd level with 1 wing, it would take a master of at least the 5th or 6th level to kill it. Most importantly, the giant bird can fly. If someone is clearing it out, just let the bird fly freely in the sky and into the sea. Su Xiao was not worried at all. So, I hope you can improve your strength as quickly as possible in the next few days, especially your martial arts. Kung Fu is the foundation of martial arts, but martial arts are the means to protect it, so you still can't relax. Chung Song warned. Yes. Everyone responded loudly and enthusiastically. Okay, anyone who wants to participate in the city cleanup, come and sign up. Chung Song took out his watch, and everyone came forward and gave their names. Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan also signed up. After school, we have dinner. Since everyone lives on campus now, we all eat in the school cafeteria. Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan ordered 2 full plates of meat, spending more than 50 yuan, which was paid by the wealthy Guan Xiaohan. Oh, a pretty boy. The male classmate following behind the 2 of them couldn't help but sneer with a look of contempt on his face. He spoke very loudly, and all the students around him looked over. When they saw that it was Guan Xiaohan who paid for the meal, they immediately looked at Su Xiao with contempt. A grown man wants a girl to pay. How shameful. Yes, how could Xiaohan like such a man? He is poor and frustrated. What a shame, you gigolo. Everyone was talking about it. Guan Xiaohan frowned and was about to explode. Su Xiao quickly stopped her and said, "You don't know. Soft rice is very delicious." As he said this, he kissed Guan Xiaohan on the cheek. Guan Xiaohan also responded. The 2 looked at each other and smiled sweetly, and everyone was shocked. Su Xiao said sarcastically, "Oh my, some people will never be able to eat free food in their entire lives." You. The person who spoke first was instantly very angry. Su Xiao made a face and followed Guan Xiaohan to a corner next to a pillar and started eating the delicious soft rice. When they were almost done eating, Guan Xiaohan asked, "Are you really okay?" "It's okay. As long as it's not a top expert coming, it's okay." Su Xiao said confidently, "Wait, I'll go hunting first." "Yeah." Guan Xiaohan nodded. After dinner, the 2 went to the playground and sat casually on the grass. Su Xiao lay directly on Guan Xiaohan's legs and closed his eyes. Most of the attention was paid to the giant bird. The giant bird, which had been hiding in the cave for a day, opened its eyes and looked towards the sea. It was sunset at this time. The orange-red sun dyed the sea water golden. Countless seabirds were circling and singing in the sky and slowly flew into the Dongshan group. A spectacular sight of thousands of birds returning to their nests. With so many seabirds, it won't be easy for the city to clear them out, Su Xiao thought, controlling the giant bird to walk to the entrance of the cave, and then flapped its wings and soared directly into the sky. The sudden arrival of the uninvited guests startled all the seabirds, who took off one after another, screaming loudly and circling nonstop. Even some seabirds that had just flown into their nests flew out. A flock of birds formed in the sky to intimidate Su Xiao. Su Xiao ignored them and controlled the giant bird to fly in the sky. His sharp eyes scanned the surroundings. After finding no threat, he turned his attention to the seaside. At this time, it was high tide. There were no fish or shrimp washed up on the beach. No free dinner. Get up early tomorrow and eat some free food first. The giant bird's eyes were fixed on the seawater. The sea was rough, with waves one after another, but there was no fish to be seen, so it looked further away. Unfortunately, after searching for a while, it didn't find anything to bite. It would be great if I could swim. If I could swim, I could go into the water and catch fish. Next time I evolve, I must swallow a powerful sea fish. Until the sun goes down, the giant bird finally saw a long shadow rolling in the waves. It was a 2-meter-long conger eel as thick as an arm. There were wounds on its body, as if it had just fought a battle with another creature and was injured, and then swept in by the waves. Level 1 mutant beast. You are my food. The giant bird swooped down and grabbed the moray eel's head with its sharp claws. Bang! 1,000 times the force exploded, crushing the conger eel's head directly. The already weak body immediately stopped moving. It grabbed it with its left claw, flapped its wings, landed on a small hill, and swallowed it in big gulps. The conger eel weighed more than 20 kilograms and was a level 1 mutant creature, which directly gave the giant bird more than 200 evolution points. It tastes delicious and contains many evolution points. I'll catch some sea fish after evening self-study, Su Xiao thought, then controlled the giant bird to fly back to the cave. Guan Xiaohan was also patting Su Xiao's face. Are you ready? We have to go to evening self-study. Okay. Su Xiao opened his eyes with satisfaction, hugged Guan Xiaohan's waist, took a deep breath, and when Guan Xiaohan's hand fell on Su Xiao's ear, he stood up with a chuckle. Guan Xiaohan rolled her eyes at Su Xiao and stretched out her hand. Su Xiao grabbed her tender white hand and pulled her up. He asked, "No, we are warriors now. Why do we still have to take cultural classes?" Su Xiao was very confused. Logically speaking, they were already warriors now and only needed to focus on training. Why do they still need to attend classes? Of course we have to learn. We need to understand the mutants' abilities, their fighting methods, and how to kill them as quickly as possible. You also need to learn the theories of various moves, how to break them when you encounter them, how to evade them, etc. We also need to learn the common language of all races. In the future, we will all enter foreign lands to fight, Guan Xiaohan said as a matter of course. The common language of all races? From a foreign land? Su Xiao looked at Guan Xiaohan in confusion. Yeah, a foreign land, a place full of fighting. All right, Chapter 27, Fighting on the Seaside. There are 3 evening self-study classes, totaling 3 hours from 7 to 10 o'clock in the evening. The first lesson is about the attack methods and skills of alien beasts and races. The second lesson is about martial arts theory, including the advantages and disadvantages of various skills, the strengths and weaknesses of martial arts, etc. The third lesson is the common language of all races. He is being trained to become an all-round warrior. After 3 classes, everyone went back to the dormitory to rest. After washing up, Su Xiao lay on the bed, focusing his attention on the giant bird. After flying out of the cave, it continued to fly over the sea, looking for prey. Soon a huge figure came into view. The figure was about 7 or 8 meters long and nearly half a meter thick. It was a small whale, which was spewing out streams of water. Su Xiao compared the body shape and claw size and gave up hunting. Its claws are too small, and when they hit the whale, at most they can break the skin. The frightened little whale will definitely run into the sea, wasting time and energy. Continuing the search, we soon saw 2 more fish, one of which was a sea wolf chasing a fat grouper. The wave was more than 2 meters long, with sharp teeth, and the grouper was more than 1 meter long and fat. At this time, there was a huge hole on the grouper's body, and blood was flowing out of the hole. Further away, there were several cat sharks over 1 meter long, quickly approaching. They are all first-level mutant fish. Target! Su Xiao was overjoyed. Controlling the giant bird to swoop down, its sharp claws instantly exploded the grouper's head, killing it with one blow, and then it held on to its skull tightly. Don't let it fall off. At this time, the silly sea wolf rushed over, opened its mouth wide, showing its sharp teeth, and bit the grouper, tearing off a large piece of meat. The giant bird felt distressed. Oh my God, that's such a big bite. How dare you do that? The giant bird quickly extended its left claw, and with 1,000 times the force, it immediately blew up the sea wolf's head. Then, it flapped its wings and flew up. The giant bird didn't fly too high, just about 1 meter above the sea surface, and flew quickly towards the shore. The cat sharks smelled the blood and quickly chased after it. The giant bird was not far from the seashore and soon flew to the shore, followed by the cat sharks. The giant bird was overjoyed and threw the grouper and sea wolf on the shore. Then it flew out quickly, stretched out its sharp claws, and quickly killed several cat sharks. Caught them all on shore. 8 fish in total. Then enjoyed happily. The sharp bird beak easily tore open their flesh and blood, and the tongue rolled it up and swallowed it into the stomach. The first level I had eaten most of it. At this time, a sharp cry was heard in the sky. A first-level mutant sea eagle was circling above the giant bird, chirping as if it really wanted to fly down and share a piece of the pie. The giant bird gave it a grim look and continued to devour it. When there was only one cat shark left, the sea eagle finally couldn't bear it anymore, swooped down and attacked the giant bird directly. Court death. The giant bird flapped its wings and flew into the air, quickly rushing towards the mutant sea eagle. The sea eagle screamed and reached out to grab the giant bird. The giant bird also stretched out its claws to grab it. The two claws collided in the air, and there was a series of teeth-grinding, crunching sounds. The sea eagle's claws were directly torn apart by the giant bird. It screamed and flapped its wings to escape. The giant bird flapped its wings, chased after it, and grabbed it with its sharp claws, directly tearing its head apart. You are here to die. The giant bird grabbed the mutant sea eagle's corpse and fell down, plucking its feathers and eating its meat, and then ate the cat shark. Look at the properties panel. The evolution points increased by more than 2,000. Now there are more than 6,000. After 2 more days of hunting, it will be able to evolve again. Su Xiao was very satisfied and controlled the giant bird to return to the cave. It was already past 12 o'clock. Su Xiao fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, the sea was much calmer. There were some small fish and shrimps on the ground, but Su Xiao was too lazy to eat them, so he returned to the cave. The seabirds encountered the giant sparrows several times in a row, but were not attacked, so they gradually let down their guard against the giant sparrows. Although they will still fly after seeing it, they will no longer croak. This made Su Xiao's ears feel a lot quieter. Return to the cave. Focus on the essence. Continue to practice. He exchanged his last merit point for a medicinal bath. He found Guan Xiaoan and asked her to continue to torture him. Guan Xiaoan looked at Su Xiao as if he was a monster. Su Xiao, tell me honestly, do you have masochistic tendencies? I beat you like that yesterday, so that you can get started as quickly as possible. Although this iron shirt is a defensive technique, you don't have to get beaten every day. Guan Xiaoan looked Su Xiao up and down, and even pried open Su Xiao's eyelids to make sure whether he was still asleep. Su Xiao grabbed Guan Xiaoan's soft and white hand and said, I'm fine. It's mainly because, as your man, Guan Xiaoan, I can't embarrass you. I want to become stronger as quickly as possible. This way, I can stand beside you in an upright manner without being criticized by others. The affectionate words moved Guan Xiaoan. You don't have to feel so much pressure, Guan Xiaoan said with a little heartache. No, I will work hard. I will work hard to make everyone think that I am worthy of you, the future female martial queen. Su Xiao said affectionately. No, Guan Xiaoan shook her head and said seriously. What I mean is that no matter how hard you try, you can't catch up with me. If you stand next to me, people will definitely talk about you. Su Xiao was stunned and asked, Guan Xiaoan, what do you mean? Do you look down on me? Yeah. Guan Xiaoan nodded repeatedly. Damn it. You actually look down on your man. We must uphold the family tradition today. Su Xiao attacked Guan Xiaoan fiercely. Guan Xiaoan dodged immediately. Isn't that right? You were so affectionate just now, I was embarrassed to hit you. Since you took the initiative to get beaten, you can't blame me. Look at my goddess fist. Guan Xiaohan made a quick move, and her tender white fist hit Su Xiao's face directly. Su Xiao roared, his muscles bulged instantly, and all his strength was concentrated in his fist, colliding with Guan Xiaohan's fist. Pa! A crisp sound. Su Xiao took a breath of cold air. There was no change in Guan Xiaohan's fist, but his fist became red and swollen. Haha, your prestige lasts only a second. You still want to revive the family tradition. I think it's me who should revive the family tradition. Guan Xiaohan did not hold back at all. The tender white little fist whistled towards Su Xiao. Su Xiao shouted back. However, the gap was too big. Although he had enough strength, his speed was obviously slower than that of Guan Xiaohan. He could not hit Guan Xiaohan at all, and was easily attacked by her every time. After a while, Su Xiao was beaten too much and finally couldn't bear it anymore and screamed. In the training room, hearing Su Xiao's screams, he was shocked again. Oh my god, being Guan Xiaohan's boyfriend isn't a good thing. I get beaten up every day. Tisk a minute of silence for classmate Su Xiao. Chapter 28, Second Level Mutated Sea Turtle. After getting beaten, absorbing the medicinal bath is indeed the best combination. The iron shirt is directly increased from 1% to 10%, and the speed of improvement can be described as skyrocketing. Unfortunately, the merit points are gone. It is unlikely to increase sharply again. Su Xiao said with a little regret. In fact, there are better cultivation resources than medicinal baths. Guan Xiaohan said faintly, like Tianyuan liquid. Tianyuan liquid contains extremely abundant, extraordinary energy substances. After absorbing it, not only can you improve your cultivation of the technique, but you can also improve your physical strength, increase toughness, strength, etc. And you don't have to get beaten. You don't have to get beaten. It's much better than a medicinal bath. Su Xiao's eyes widened immediately. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you had such a good thing? I got beaten for nothing. Guan Xiaohan shrugged. You didn't ask me. You. Su Xiao was so angry that his teeth were itching. Guan Xiaohan laughed again and said, besides, it's useless even if I tell you. A bottle of Tianyuan liquid costs 10 merit points. Do you have that many merit points? Su Xiao shook his head. No. That's it. It's useless even if you knew it earlier. Next, you continue to practice in the training room. And after the rapid training period is over tomorrow, you can practice martial arts. After a week, we will participate in the city clearing mission and earn merit points to purchase resources. Guan Xiaohan made arrangements. Su Xiao nodded. Guan Xiaohan left with a satisfied smile. It's really relaxing. Su Xiao's eyes suddenly widened. You beat me up just to relieve stress? Guan Xiaohan walked to the door and twisted her, but towards Su Xiao, exuding pride from head to toe. Then she left with a sweet smile. She became the genius school beauty and top student that everyone loved. I really can't do anything about you. Su Xiao shook his head speechlessly. The next period of time, Su Xiao practiced seriously in the practice room. That night, after evening self-study, Su Xiao continued to control the giant bird to hunt creatures in the ocean and devour them to increase his evolution points. Cry! The giant bird screamed, and the sharp sound echoed on the seashore and spread far away, startling a large number of seabirds. They flew into the sky screaming. Silly bird. Su Xiao looked at the seabirds flying around with contempt. The giant bird flapped its wings, and 1,000 times the power burst out. The wings fanned up a violent gale, and under the effect of the reaction force, the giant bird shot out and flew towards the sea. In an instant, he covered a distance of dozens of meters. Feeling the rapid retreat and the whistling wind in his ears, Su Xiao felt a long-lost freedom filling his heart. I couldn't help but burst out again. The sharp bird call seemed to tear through the strong wind and waves and spread far and wide. Vented for a while, the giant bird began to hunt. Sharp eyes can easily see any object, even in the dark. Soon, the giant bird saw a sea turtle chasing a group of small fish towards the shore. The turtle was huge, 2 meters square, with barnacles all over its shell, making it look very old and ancient. He exudes a powerful aura, several times more powerful than the giant bird's aura. A level 2 mutant beast. The giant bird was immediately surprised and quickly flew over, slowly following in the sky. The turtle had no idea that danger was coming and was still leisurely sliding its fins, chasing after the group of small fish. I saw it suddenly swim forward quickly, open its mouth to bite a half-foot-long fish, and start eating it with a smack, and its speed also slowed down. But always chasing after the school of fish. After it finished eating, It slid quickly again to catch up with the school of fish, bite a fish, and swallow it in big gulps. It seems to be enjoying the pleasure of swallowing very much. The group of small fish were chased around and soon ran to shallow water. The turtle didn't notice it until it had finished eating the fish, and then it suddenly rushed forward and directly into the sand, with half its body exposed. The school of fish ran away quickly. So this is how some big guys get stranded, Su Xiao thought, and the giant bird flapped its wings violently, shooting down like a sharp arrow. At this time, the turtle was sliding its fins, using the power of the waves to propel itself forward. It had no defense at all. Suddenly, a sharp claw grabbed its head. The turtle's head was the size of a watermelon, and its skull was as hard as rock, but it was still no match for the giant bird's 1,000 times power. Bang! The head was directly crushed by the giant bird. The turtle died in a daze. The sharp claws grasped the turtle shell, and the wings flapped vigorously. A violent force burst out, and the wings fanned out a terrifying gale, directly blowing a huge dent in the seawater. The 2-meter square and nearly 1-meter thick sea turtle was grabbed by the giant bird and flew directly towards the wide area on the shore. After looking around vigilantly and making sure there were no powerful mutant beasts, the giant bird opened its sharp beak and pecked at the turtle's head. The bird's sharp hook-like beak easily pierced the turtle's skin. With a strong pull, it immediately tore out a large piece of flesh and blood. It tilted its head back and swallowed it into its stomach, continuing to devour it in big mouthfuls. After eating the head, looking at the hard turtle shell, the giant bird suddenly spread its wings and slashed at the turtle shell like a big knife. 1,000 times the power exploded in an instant, and the 10,000 times the defense made its wings countless times harder than steel at the moment of collision with the turtle shell. The turtle shell, which has always been known for its defensive capabilities, now seemed to be made of tofu. With a sharp crackling sound, the hard tortoise shell was shattered, revealing fresh flesh. The giant bird swallowed it with big mouthfuls. In less than 20 minutes, a huge sea turtle that was 2 meters square and 1 meter thick was completely swallowed up by the giant bird. Your giant bird clone devoured the second-level mutant turtle and gained 2013 evolution points. So much! Su Xiao was pleasantly surprised. My luck is really good today. I got a turtle right away. I was given more than 2,000 evolution points directly. Looking at the panel, it has now reached more than 8,000. There are only more than 1,000 left before evolving again. This made Su Xiao a little excited. I wonder how many attributes I can get from the third evolution. Of course, we need to get a genetically powerful creature before we can evolve, Su Xiao thought. The giant bird soared into the sky again and flew into the dark sea. His sharp eyes swept around. There are countless mutant creatures in the ocean. Soon Su Xiao encountered another injured conger eel floating on the sea. This is just a first-level mutant conger eel, given a few hundred evolution points. This time it seemed like my luck had run out. I flew until the early morning, but didn't find any suitable targets. I did see a few small schools of fish. The target was small and swam fast. Su Xiao caught one with great effort, and then gave up chasing the small fish. We didn't reach the 10,000 mark today, but we must reach it tomorrow. Of course, we also need to get a genetically strong fish. Su Xiao already had a target, and that was the electric eel, or the electric ray, or the electric catfish. The giant bird cried loudly, ended today's hunting, and flew back to the cave. His attention returned, and Su Xiao fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 29, It's Great to be Young. On the second day, Su Xiao continued to practice the iron shirt. This time, without the medicinal bath, his practice speed slowed down. Although with Guan Xiaohan's assistance, his whole body was red and swollen, but the effect was still not ideal. It only increased by 3%. The progress of Iron Shirt has just reached 13%. And because there was no help from the medicinal bath, the redness and swelling on Su Xiao's body did not subside until the afternoon. When eating in the cafeteria in the afternoon, they still ate soft rice, and Guan Xiaohan bought a combination of meat and vegetables. She could see that Su Xiao was in a bad mood. A slap landed on the back of Su Xiao's head, knocking him, who was eating with big mouthfuls of food, into the plate. Fortunately, he had almost finished his meal, and there was soup next to him. Otherwise, the soup would have been all over his face. There was quite a commotion, and everyone looked over. When they saw that it was Guan Xiaohan taking pictures of Su Xiao, they immediately started talking. I've heard that Guan Xiaohan is a violent woman. I didn't believe it even though she beats Su Xiao every day. Today I finally got to see it. Ah, she's so pretty, so beautiful, and has a great figure. She used to have a very good personality. How come she suddenly turned into a tigress? Hee hee. I guess it was Su Xiao's words that opened up her run and do meridians. I guess so. Su Xiao is just unlucky. If he knew Guan Xiaohan's character, I wonder if he would force a kiss again. Ha, he should. Everyone was laughing and whispering. However, Su Xiao simply turned a deaf ear to all this nonsense. Guan Xiaohan was the officially certified female martial queen. All he had to do in the future was lie down and do nothing. But at this time, Su Xiao glared at Guan Xiaohan. You are crazy. Unexpectedly, Guan Xiaohan suddenly became weak. She pouted her mouth, covered her eyes with her hands, and started to sob. Wu, you are so mean to me. Su Xiao. His brain short-circuited in an instant. Everything went blank. Outside, Guan Xiaohan, do you have any sense? You hit me and blame me for being mean to you. And you're pretending to cry? That's unreasonable of you, Su Xiao said dissatisfiedly. He could tell at a glance that Guan Xiaohan was pretending to cry. The students in the cafeteria all looked over. They all looked like they were eating melons. I don't care. You were just mean to me. Guan Xiaohan kicked her legs wildly, shook her head like a rattle, and cried loudly. Su Xiao looked at her like a little girl and immediately understood what was going on. Because Guan Xiaohan helped him practice the iron shirt these past 2 days, everyone had been talking about the two of them. Guan Xiaohan was acting coquettishly and pretending to cry at this time, probably because she wanted to show her affection. Since you want to show your affection, then I will. Su Xiao stretched out his hands and scratched at her armpits. Su Xiao knew that Guan Xiaohan was ticklish since she was a child, and this tickling game was only played when they were young. Guan Xiaohan suddenly laughed and clasped her arms to avoid Su Xiao's attack. Are you hitting me for no reason? Su Xiao asked while attacking. No more fighting. Ha, Su Xiao, you are so bad. Guan Xiaohan avoided responding. The scene suddenly became joyful. The students who were ready to watch the fun were speechless and rolled their eyes as if they had eaten shit. They continued eating. Fuck you. I ate a bowl of dog food. After making a fuss for a while, without disturbing others' meal too much, Su Xiao cleaned up the dishes and Guan Xiaohan jumped directly onto Su Xiao's back. Guan Xiaohan, who seemed very heavy before, seemed very light after Su Xiao's strength increased significantly. Put down the plate. Su Xiao grabbed Guan Xiaohan's legs and said, Let me show you the strength of your man. Suddenly, he ran quickly towards the cafeteria entrance. Ah, Su Xiao, you are going to die, Guan Xiaohan screamed in fear, but a sweet smile appeared in the corner of her eyes, leaving behind a series of giggles and envious looks. Look at them. Su Xiao really dotes on Guan Xiaohan. Suddenly, I feel that Su Xiao is also quite handsome. On the way to the classroom, Guan Xiaohan leaned over to Su Xiao's ear and whispered, You feel much better now. Su Xiao turned his head in surprise and kissed Guan Xiaohan on the forehead, which caused Guan Xiaohan to tightly strangle Su Xiao's neck. He leaned back with force and knocked Su Xiao down. You big rascal. I'll let you kiss me blindly. Do you think I will kiss you casually? Humph. I won't suffer any loss. As he said that, he bit Su Xiao's face hard, then ran away giggling. Su Xiao touched his face, smiled, then stood up and chased after him. You little man-eating goblin. Where are you running to? Suddenly, the campus was filled with the laughter of 2 people chasing each other. The students were extremely surprised. The teacher in charge of discipline rushed out angrily, and when he saw Guan Xiaohan, his eyebrows suddenly curved and his steps stopped. He said kindly, Oh, it's great to be young. The students were all shocked and surprised. What are you looking at? If you also have Class A talent, you can do this. Do you have it? Discipline looked at everyone fiercely. Everyone ran away in fear. Su Xiao and the other man were tired from running. Back in the classroom, Guan Xiaohan, like a literary master, pinched Su Xiao's chin, lifted it up with force. Little guy, are you happy now? Yeah, thank you, the super invincible academic master and the beautiful campus belle. Su Xiao pouted and was turned aside by Guan Xiaohan, who sat next to Su Xiao and talked about business. Iron Shirt is a slow-paced martial art, so it's normal to practice slowly. Don't put pressure on yourself just because I practice fast. I don't care what others say. As she spoke, Guan Xiaohan pinched Su Xiao's mouth again. You know what? My little man, you protected me before. and I will protect you in the future. Besides, we are not threatening, right? I know, my queen. You are so domineering and queen-like. I like you so much." As he said that, Su Xiao turned his head and tried to get into Guan Xiaohan's arms, but she pulled him away. The two laughed and joked for a while. Su Xiaokai said seriously, "Don't worry. This little thing won't affect me. Besides, I still have Giant Bird, and my strength will not improve too slowly." As he spoke, Su Xiao leaned over to Guan Xiaohan and whispered in her ear that the Giant Bird was about to evolve again. Really, Guan Xiaohan's beautiful big eyes widened, and she asked in surprise. "Yeah." Su Xiao nodded proudly. "Look for electric eels on the beach these 2 days, and swallow them when they evolve. My strength will increase dramatically again." "Okay, Su Xiao." Guan Xiaohan suddenly stretched out her hand and poked Su Xiao, feeling very happy for him. "Please stop hitting me. It hurts." Su Xiao covered his ribs and kicked Guan Xiaohan angrily. "What's wrong with hitting you? What's it to you if I like you?" As she said that, Guan Xiaohan's tender, white little fist attacked quickly, hitting Su Xiao several times in an instant. Su Xiao also immediately fought back. The two men sat on stools and started a small fight. The fists collided with each other with a loud popping sound, but Su Xiao's speed was obviously several levels slower. Not only was his fist blocked every time, but he also received several more punches. Soon Su Xiao couldn't stand it anymore. "Mercy, mercy." At this time, the class bell rang. The cultural teacher who taught the common language of all races walked in with a smile on his face, followed by a pretty little girl. But the little girl's ears were standing up, and there was a pair of white wings behind her. This is Chapter 30, Little Princess of the Holy Feather Clan. When she walked to the podium and faced everyone, everyone realized that the girl's hair was also white, not gray, but very white. She also has a baby face with a little baby fat, 2 big eyes, a small nose, and a cherry mouth. Her skin is white and smooth, as if it were made of porcelain, very cute. But she is not short, and her legs are long, thin, and straight. The wings on her back were not just pendants for beauty, but real wings. The wings were connected to her shoulders and really grew out of her body. Wow, what a beautiful little sister. How can there be such a beautiful child? So kawaii, so cute, I really want to pinch it. All the students exclaimed. Even Guan Xiaohan's maternal love exploded at this moment, and she cried nonstop. "Quiet, quiet." Zhou Hong waved her hand to quiet everyone down, and then introduced everyone. "This is your new classmate Na Yin, and she will also be your future teacher of the universal language of all races and the language of the Holy Feather Clan. Everyone is welcome." Zhou Hong took the lead in applauding. "Welcome, classmate Na Yin. Welcome, teacher Na Yin. The teacher is so cute. The teacher is so beautiful. Can I touch her? I also want to pinch the teacher's face." All the students talked at once. Na Yin was not afraid at all. Instead, she said calmly, "Sure, as long as you can beat me, I will let you pinch me as much as you want." Na Yin's voice is like a lark, very clear and pleasant. The intonation of her speech is also different from normal pronunciation, with an inexplicable charm. You can't be rude to Na Yin. Na Yin is the little princess of the White Feather tribe of the Holy Feather Clan. She comes here to learn and communicate. She is of noble status. Behave yourself, Zhou Hong warned. While she's still a little princess. Oh my god! The princess of the Holy Feather Clan. No wonder she is so beautiful. I was wondering why she smelled so holy. It turns out she is the princess. Everyone immediately became much more obedient. The Holy Feather Clan is one of the myriad clans in the foreign lands, covering hundreds of thousands of kilometers, with a huge influence and abundant resources. It is a clan bordering the human race. It is also one of the races that are friendly with humans. They sent their little princess over to study and communicate, and it seems that their relationship has become closer. However, their Linhai city is not an international metropolis and is not ranked well in the country. How come there is Linhai number 1 middle school? Su Xiao thought in confusion. The Holy Feather Clan has tens of thousands of tribes, and different tribes send different people to different cities. The White Feather Clan doesn't seem to be a large tribe, so they sent us here. Guan Xiaoan seemed to see Su Xiao's confusion and began to introduce. How do you know? Su Xiao was surprised. It was on the news a month ago. At that time, the king of the Holy Feather tribe came to our imperial capital in person, and several major cities here also sent many people to the Holy Feather tribe to study and exchange ideas. Guan Xiaoan casually said, "Oh, by the way, you were still an ordinary person some time ago, and you had no access to extraordinary news about the Holy Feather Clan. Now that you have become a warrior, your authority should have been upgraded. You will log in your name again on major websites later, and you will be able to see information you have never seen before. Guan Xiaohan instructed. Su Xiao followed Guan Xiaohan's instructions. After taking out my phone and logging back into the game, things suddenly became different. Even the news interface has changed. The headlines were no longer about which celebrity was secretly photographed or cheated on his wife, but about a certain general in Dragon City who killed another demon general. A large mineral deposit was discovered somewhere in a foreign land. Where did the conflict break out with the demons? How many people were killed by militarists in the Sakura area, etc.? It is totally not the ordinary news that we see every day. It is all about extraordinary professionals. Su Xiao was amazed. At the same time, Su Xiao also understood why all the students asked to live on campus. The giant bird killing Lin Hao was one reason, but the main reason was probably to protect her. Su Xiao looked at the beautiful foreign girl at the podium. The world has information barriers, and different circles see different information. Ordinary people can only see some daily things. We low-level warriors can see some news that has already happened. Some high-level warriors see things differently, and even have many tasks to perform. Just like the city clearing mission we will complete in the future. The information they are exposed to is different. Guan Xiaoan explained in a low voice. Su Xiao nodded repeatedly. Not to mention the world he is in now. Even in the previous world, there's a lot of information that ordinary people cannot access. The two were talking in low voices below, when suddenly, they heard Zhou Hong calling their name. The two looked up in confusion and saw that everyone was looking at them. Zhou Hong said, "From now on, you will be Na Yan's bodyguards, helping her understand our daily life, and at the same time ensuring Na Yan's safety." Us! Su Xiao was completely confused. He and Guan Xiaohan looked at each other with confusion on their faces. "Why, teacher? I'm afraid we can't protect Na Yan with our limited strength," Su Xiao said with a bitter face. Of course, Su Xiao is still self-aware. Na Yan has the strength of the third level of advanced martial arts, so she naturally doesn't need your protection. Teacher means you just need to follow. Does the bodyguard understand? As for why I chose you two, who wants you two to be a boy and a girl? You've been so popular in school recently. If I don't find you something to do, you'll be in big trouble. Zhou Hong said bluntly. Of course, you two won't work for nothing. You two can earn 1 merit point every day. The payment will be settled on the same day. That should be fine, right? Thank you, teacher. We will definitely protect teacher Na Yin well. Guan Xiaohan said obediently. Yes, that's right. Na Yin, you usually sit between the two of them and let them protect you on the left and right. Usually, you just follow Guan Xiaohan. She is a talented student in our school. If you communicate more, she will definitely improve greatly. Zhou Hong said with a smile on her face and in a gentle tone. Su Xiao touched his nose and roughly understood that the school was making things difficult for them. However, 1 merit point every day is very good. I endured it for the sake of 1 point of merit. Su Xiao looked at Guan Xiaohan, only to see Guan Xiaohan nod slightly. Su Xiao stood up immediately. Welcome, Na Yan, please sit down here. I just warmed up the stool for you. It won't be cold at all. The straightforward words immediately caused a burst of laughter. This immediately caused Zhou Hong's dissatisfaction. Su Xiao, stop talking nonsense to me. You should leave a good impression on classmate Na Yan. Don't look so careless. Yes, teacher. I promise to complete the task. Su Xiao saluted in a funny way. Then he ran to the podium very servilely, smiled, and stretched out his right hand in the ancient way. Princess Na Yan, please. Na Yan looked at Su Xiao curiously, then put her hand on Su Xiao's arm very naturally and slowly walked down the stairs. Then he walked straight to Su Xiao's previous seat and sat down. When Su Xiao came back touching her nose, she saw Guan Xiaohan looking at her with murderous eyes. It's like saying you're dead. Chapter 31, 10,000 Evolution Points. All the students' eyes followed the little princess of the Holy Feather Clan, and soon they started talking about her. Okay, listen carefully. Today I will explain the combat characteristics of power-type warriors and how to fight. The teacher started the class, and everyone finally paid attention. The evening study ended soon. When I walked out of the classroom, I found that 7 or 8 people from the Holy Feather Clan were waiting for Na Yan respectfully outside the classroom. Their tone and expressions were very respectful. Moreover, Su Xiao discovered that these young members of the Holy Feather Clan all exuded an extremely powerful aura, stronger than that emitted by Qin Biao. Preliminary estimate is that he has the strength of the 4th level of martial arts. But when facing Na Yin, everyone spoke respectfully and looked humble. Na Yin's status is really not low. Su Xiao muttered. Of course, she's a little princess. Guan Xiaohan stood next to Su Xiao. What do you think? Do you want to try your best to get her? If you can catch her, you will be the consort of the Holy Feather Clan. You will have plenty of resources and a bright future. As Guan Xiaohan spoke, her tone was vicious and she stared at Su Xiao. Su Xiao only felt a murderous aura coming and quickly shook his head. You are the only one in my heart. I don't want anyone else in this life except you. Don't let anyone get close to me, Su Xiao said firmly. That's more like it. Guan Xiaohan then resumed her smiling expression, with a hint of pride in her expression. Su Xiao secretly admired his own wit. The two stood not far from Na Yin, waiting quietly. They were assigned the task of bodyguards and had merit points to earn, so they naturally followed. However, most of them spoke the language of the Holy Feather Clan, which Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan could not understand. After a few words, Na Yin asked her people to disperse. Then Na Yin smiled and said to the two of them, Please ask Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao to take me around the campus. Okay, Teacher Na Yin. Guan Xiaohan also responded sweetly. When facing outsiders, Guan Xiaohan always maintains a gentle image. Only when he was with me, he was extremely cruel. Su Xiao complained in his heart as he followed the two of them. Since they were both girls, they soon became familiar with each other and had a very happy chat. Su Xiao was bored and quickly found an excuse to slip away. Nothing will happen in school. Besides, it was late at night, and Na Yin refused to go back to the boys' dormitory with him. Sure, Su Xiao. How does it feel to be surrounded by two beauties? Back in the dormitory, the classmates excitedly surrounded Su Xiao. Su Xiao dismissed him with a few words. He had no time for bragging and bullshitting with these guys. After quickly washing up, he went to bed. Then, all attention was focused on the giant bird. Reach 10,000 points tonight. Then look for electric eels, electric rays, and other electrically charged creatures. Su Xiao thought about today's goal and controlled the giant bird to fly out. The terrifying power brings with it terrifying speed. The giant bird was flying rapidly in the dark sky over the sea like a sharp arrow soaring into the sky. Sharp eyes stared at the sea, searching for prey. Soon a shark about 2 meters long was discovered, which was also chasing a group of small fish. The giant bird stared at the shark intently, and the moment the shark approached the water surface, the giant bird swooped down at a terrifying speed, bursting to its fastest speed in an instant. Like a sharp arrow piercing straight down, the sharp claws stretched out quickly. With a whoosh sound, it pierced into the shark's head and burst its head directly. The shark struggled instinctively, but was held tightly by the 2 sharp claws of the giant bird. Then, with a flap of its wings, the huge force carried the still twisting shark out of the water, falling towards the shore. The bird's sharp beak swallowed the shark in big mouthfuls, and in about 10 minutes, it had devoured the shark entirely. Your giant bird clone devoured the first-level mutant shark and gained 813 evolution points. It's already over 9,000 points. Just one more point, and it will evolve. Su Xiao soared into the sky again, scanning with his sharp eyes. Soon, he found a level 1 mutant sea base that was more than 1 meter long. Su Xiao swooped down, and his sharp claws exploded rapidly, tearing its head apart. After eating, I just passed the 10,000 point mark. Can evolve again. Now all we need is the electric eel. The giant bird soared into the sky again and flew away from the coastline. Electric eels are also nocturnal creatures. The most likely places for electric eels to appear are island rocky reefs and other places. Maybe you can meet him there. As for buying it, first of all, it is very expensive and cannot be bought. Even if he can buy it, he is now in school, where there are many masters and the giant bird cannot be obtained. You can only find it by yourself. Soon he found a small island, but this island was inhabited and there were many warning devices on the shore. As the giant bird approached, an alarm was triggered, and 4 or 5 powerful auras suddenly rose from the island. Su Xiao didn't want to cause trouble, so he flew farther away. Searching for the deserted island, we flew for more than an hour and almost entered the deep sea area. The sea surface here was like a fish pond, like the scene when feeding fish. Everywhere you can see huge mutant beasts fighting on the sea. Many of them have the strength of level 6 or 7. Each one is huge in size, more than 10 or 20 meters long, and Su Xiao discovered that they all emitted various lights, including electricity, ice, and some could control seawater. The area within a radius of several hundred meters was affected by the huge energy and the terrifying battle, which caused terrifying splashes and affected the celestial phenomena. The giant bird was so frightened that it stopped immediately and dared not move forward. This is not my hunting area. Although the giant bird is very powerful, it can kill enemies across levels. But if the rank difference is too big, it won't work. It was swallowed up before it could even be used. They are totally not on the same level. Forget it. Let's go back first. Besides, we don't have to look for electric eels. It's also good to find some that can spray ice and control water. Then we can check which mutant fish are more powerful. Su Xiao thought about it, and then controlled the giant bird to return along the original route. When returning, they also watched the water surface, and when they found a suitable mutant beast, they would fly over and attack it. However, fish in the deep sea were much more vigilant than those on the coast. It disappeared on the water before it even landed. What a reaction! Su Xiao exclaimed in admiration. At the same time, he also understood that the living environment of the mutant beasts in the deep sea was absolutely extremely tragic, and those who could survive were the best. This dampened Su Xiao's newly arising idea of "I am invincible in the world." It's better to be more alert when fighting next time. Check your surroundings first, then go into battle. When he was flying in the air, just now he saw a lot of creatures surrounding the periphery of the battle circle. Those creatures seemed to be waiting to take advantage of him. Su Xiao secretly warned himself that he only had one life and must be careful. It was already past 1 in the morning when we returned to the cave. After confirming that it was safe, Su Xiao went straight to sleep. The next day soon arrived. "Su Xiao, come down quickly." Guan Xiaohan's voice was heard downstairs in the boys' dormitory. "Here I come." Su Xiao came down in a hurry. "If you are slow, you will be beaten." Chapter 32, 16 Move, Drum Beating, and Golden Hammer Technique. Guan Xiaohan stood at the door of the boys' dormitory with her hands behind her back, smiling. All the male classmates who came down from the boys' dormitory building exclaimed in admiration. "So beautiful. Su Xiao is so lucky to have found such a beautiful girlfriend." That was before you saw Su Xiao getting beaten. Now that you know that, you won't feel lucky anymore. Guan Xiaohan is very fierce. "Let's go." Su Xiao ran downstairs and jumped onto Guan Xiaohan's back first, but she dodged him at an extremely fast speed and jumped back onto Su Xiao's back. "You little bastard, you still want to take advantage of me." Guan Xiaohan grabbed Su Xiao's ears with both hands and shouted, "GG. Be gentle," Su Xiao wailed, and was directed by Guan Xiaohan to run towards the cafeteria. This scene was immediately seen by Na Yin from a distance, with envy on her face. Humans are adults. Can they also play such childish games? The happy times of her childhood flashed through her mind. Memories flashed in his eyes. However, this beautiful memory was quickly thrown out of her mind. "I have grown up. I am no longer a child. I need to learn human management methods and culture, reform the tribe, and develop and expand the tribe, instead of getting stuck in this boring and childish game." Na Yin said with a firm look in her eyes. "Under your leadership, the Bayou tribe will become the largest tribe in the wilderness and dominate the wilderness." The young man, who was about the same age as her and had been following her, said firmly, "Yes, princess." "Stop." Na Yin interrupted their boasting. "Put aside your respective identities and integrate into human society as quickly as possible. Learn everything from them. This is the purpose of our trip. It's not for you to follow me and brag about me. As the best young men in the tribe, I hope you can make real friends here, and you can help us in the future, instead of always being around me. From now on, if you have nothing to do, don't run to me." Na Yin said sternly. "Yes, princess. We know what to do." The leading young man nodded to the tribesmen behind him, and everyone dispersed at a very fast speed. Na Yin looked at the scattered tribesmen and sighed helplessly, because although they all dispersed, they did not leave. Instead, they scattered around and protected her as secret guards. Na Yin could only sigh helplessly. "It seems that all the studying depends on me. It's so tiring." He lowered his head and sighed. When she raised her head, the sadness on her face disappeared instantly and turned into a confident smile. She shouted cheerfully to Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao. "Guan Xiaohan, Su Xiao, you two wait for me." For the rest of the morning, everyone practiced their skills. It was afternoon. Guan Xiaoan took Su Xiao to the school logistics department and exchanged 1 merit point earned from protecting Na Yin yesterday for 2 gilded hammers. The gilded hammer is not big, only about the size of a half-sized watermelon, but it weighs more than 100 pounds. Su Xiao lifted it up with a little effort. This is a transitional training hammer. Use it first. When you become stronger, you can exchange it for the real Li Guiyang Jin Shui. Guan Xiaohan patted Su Xiao's shoulder. Su Xiao nodded. The real Li Guiyang Jin Shui has a hammerhead that is 1 meter square. It is made of pure metal and weighs more than 10 tons. You'll have to wait until his skills are fully mastered and he reaches the 6th level of martial arts before he can lift it. Although Iron Shirt is labeled as an elementary martial art, it is actually a genuine intermediate martial art that can be cultivated to the 6th level of martial arts. Train. In the training room, Su Xiao found an empty corner and began to practice the Lei Gu Wang Jin Shui technique. His weapon was heavy and his martial arts skills involved large-scale movements, so he didn't dare to train with the others because he might hurt someone accidentally. Of course, he was not the only one who chose heavy weapons. There were also several strong men who were training with door-like swords, terrifying giant axes, and broadswords. The weapons used by others were also mostly heavy weapons. Because mutant beasts are all large guys, level 1 mutant beasts are mostly bigger than humans, level 2 mutant beasts are over 2 meters tall, and level 3 and 4 mutant beasts are even bigger. Those terrifying creatures we encountered in the sea yesterday were dozens of meters long. If the weapon is smaller, even if it can penetrate their skin, it will be like a needle prick and the threat posed is small. So most of them are heavily armed. Of course, there are also those who use short weapons and take a nimble and dexterous approach. In the future, these people will be engaged in reconnaissance, exploration, and deep behind enemy lines. And most of these guys who are leading heavy troops shine on the battlefield. Su Xiao started to act according to the plan in his mind. A gilded hammer weighs more than 100 pounds, and ordinary people cannot lift it. But Su Xiao only has a little effort to do it. Although the hammer is powerful, it is moved nimbly. One must know how to use the power of the hammer itself. Use the hammer to lead the body, and then use the body to hit the hammer so as to bring out the spinning force. Let the hammer lead you and control its direction. Martial arts teacher Chung Song came over for some reason and gave Su Xiao some instructions, telling him how to exert force, how to release the force, which moves were wrong, etc. Su Xiao made rapid progress. You can get started in less than an hour. After practicing for an afternoon, his proficiency in the Lei Gu Jin Shui method was directly raised to 17% of the first level. The speed of improvement was very fast. That's right, Su Xiao. You have a strong character and a sense of desperation. Learning this explosive Lei Gu Jin Shui method is most suitable for you. You have mastered the Lei Gu Wang Jin Shui in just one afternoon. This talent is extremely rare. It is not inferior to those A-level people. If you practice well and make steady progress, your future martial arts achievements will not be too low. Chung Song praised. He was telling the truth. Although the Li Guiyang Jin Shui method was only an elementary martial art, the weapon was extremely domineering and terrifying, and its destructive power was extremely astonishing. The enemy is often injured if it touches you, or killed if it is touched. He has become almost invincible among opponents of the same level, and it is not impossible for him to kill enemies of higher levels. Thank you, teacher. Very good. Keep up the good work. We still had evening self-study classes in the evening. After learning the theories of various martial arts and knowledge of mutant beasts, in the 3rd class, Na Yin taught everyone the language and writing of the Holy Feather Tribe. The language of the Holy Feather Tribe is very distinctive, with a lot of chirping going on, and everyone is learning it very seriously. After spending some time with Guan Xiaoan after evening self-study, Su Xiao began to check the characteristics and abilities of the mutant beasts in the sea. Mutated flame swordfish, level 3, mutated from a swordfish, extremely fast, with scorching flames of hundreds of degrees all over its body, 3 stars in hazard index. Often lives in underground volcanoes, magma, etc. Mutated Thunderman, level 3, evolved from an electric eel, 6 meters long, emitting intense electricity all over its body, and can fire a bolt of lightning to attack distant targets. Often lives on the bottom of shallow seas. Mutated 8-legged poisonous octopus, level 3, evolved from an octopus, the main body. Chapter 33. Martial arts upgraded to level 2. Each one is very powerful. but none of them are near the coastline. Moreover, they are all level 3 mutant beasts or above. Finding them requires luck, and killing them also requires strength. Su Xiao frowned, but there was nothing he could do. We can only take it step by step. In the next few days, Su Xiao practiced step by step, and his iron shirt improved by about 3% every day, which was very stable. As his iron shirt improved, his strength and defense also improved. The 18-route drum beating and golden hammer method has made significant progress, increasing by about 15% every day. His relationship with Guan Xiaohan is getting better and better, which is mainly reflected in the fact that Guan Xiaohan beats him regardless of the occasion. And the princess of the Holy Feather Clan, Na Yin, does not participate in normal martial arts training. She spent most of her time in the school library, learning knowledge passed down from generation to generation. The giant bird also goes to the shallow sea area every day, hoping to encounter a strong creature, but it never encounters one. Most of the things it encounters are level 1 or level 2 mutant fish. On the third day, he encountered a level 3 mutant octopus hunting, but it sank to the bottom of the water before Su Xiao could react. He could only continue searching. Of course, he also hunted any mutant beast he encountered every day and earned a lot of evolution points, more than 2,000 points every day. A week passed quickly. During this week, more than a dozen students successfully established their foundation and joined a team of warriors. Those who failed to successfully build a foundation will be classified as liberal arts students. From now on, there will be no chance to become a warrior. At this time, Su Xiao was already wielding the 18-movement lay drum and golden hammer technique in great style. He was seen holding a gilded hammer the size of a watermelon in each hand, his muscles bulging. As he danced with the gilded hammer, his muscles bulged and fell, giving a strong visual impact. The two gilded hammers in his hands were like toys, moving with Su Xiao's movements. Suddenly, he jumped high up, and then with a roar, he slammed hard onto the training dummy with a loud bang. The dummy exploded with a loud bang, and wood chips flew everywhere. Your 18-move drum beating and golden hammer technique has broken through the first level and entered the second level. Su Xiao raised his eyebrows and smiled. It's worth it for me to practice for 4 hours every afternoon. At this moment, Su Xiao suddenly felt a warm current in his body. Wherever the warm current passed, he clearly felt all the fatigue in his body swept away. And full of strength, Su Xiao was stunned and quickly opened the panel to check, and saw that his strength was increasing rapidly. A martial arts breakthrough can also increase strength. Original basic attributes: Strength 56, Constitution 68, Agility 30, Spirit 50. After breaking through to the second level of the 18 Ways Thunder Drum and Golden Hammer method, his strength and physical fitness increased rapidly, and even his agility and spirit occasionally improved. The growth lasted for about 10 seconds. Strength became 66, Constitution 78, Agility 35, Spirit 53. Strength and Constitution both increased by 10 points. Agility increased by 5 points, and Spirit increased by 3 points. Su Xiao felt his body becoming stronger, and a look of delight appeared on his face. This is just the first level, and the improvement is so great. The 18-route drum beating and golden hammer technique has 3 levels, and it will be much better after practicing all of them. And the Lei Gu Weng Jin Shui Fa is just a martial art. He also has the iron shirt. There is also the giant bird evolution upgrade. It's really powerful enough to be seen with a naked eye. Su Xiao exclaimed in admiration. At this time, Guan Xiaohan came. Tomorrow is a citywide cleanup operation. Let's go to the school warehouse to exchange for a set of combat uniforms. Guan Xiaohan jumped onto Su Xiao's back very naturally, letting Su Xiao carry her on his back as they walked towards the school warehouse. We have 6 merit points. We can use 4 to exchange for 2 sets of good equipment, and the remaining 2 to exchange for 2 combat watches. How about that? Guan Xiaohan said this sweetly while counting on her fingers. Okay, I'll listen to you. Su Xiao had no objection. For the city clearing operation, they were assigned the mission location last night, which was a remote town 50 kilometers away from the city. As the number of mutant beasts increased, more and more people moved into cities, and some villages became empty. The poultry and livestock became wild, and many of them turned into mutant beasts. Gradually, it posed a threat to the surrounding towns and larger villages. Their mission this time is to help clean up the mutant beasts. As for the city, it is handled by government departments. They obtained these 6 merit points by being Na Yan's bodyguards. However, Su Xiao felt that the school deliberately sent this letter to Guan Xiaoan. After all, Na Yan stayed in the library every day and didn't need their protection at all. These merit points were given for free. Of course, the money was not given to Su Xiao, but all was deposited into Guan Xiaoan's account. So he said that the school deliberately found an excuse to increase Guan Xiaoan's merit points. As for some combat equipment, it is also very cheap to exchange them in school. Ordinary bulletproof vests that can withstand bullets can be obtained for free. Better equipment that can block bullets and has strong tearing and protection capabilities needs to be exchanged with exchange points. But it is also very cheap, 1 exchange point for 1. If you take out 2 points, you can exchange them for some very good intermediate equipment. Arrive at the warehouse. Teacher, let's exchange a set of L size, a set of XXL intermediate protective equipment, and 2 combat watches. Guan Xiaoan received 6 merit points. 2 sets of intermediate protective equipment and 2 watches were obtained. Intermediate protective equipment includes helmets, clothes, pants, boots, and gloves, which can resist the attacks of level 2 mutant beasts. The watch has many functions, including the ability to share location, thermal imaging scanning, mapping, identification, and other functions. There was no evening self-study today, so the 2 ran to the playground to familiarize themselves with the equipment. It is very easy to use, and we figured out how to use it after just a few tries. By the way, today is the 7th day since Lin Hao's death. Many people have asked for leave to go to pay tribute to Lin Hao. Should we go? Guan Xiaoan asked. Go for nothing. He's been dead for so many days. Do you still want to laugh at him? No. Su Xiao simply shook his head and refused. He didn't have the time to pay tribute, as he was still planning to go to the shallow water to look for electric eels. I plan to go. Guan Xiaoan expressed a different opinion with a serious look in her eyes. Why? Su Xiao asked puzzledly. Look at Lin Hao's mother's reaction. I heard that the Lin family didn't take Lin Hao's death to heart at all, but his mother only had this one son, and she had always wanted to rely on Lin Hao to turn things around and enter the Lin family. She was her only one. She must be unwilling to accept his death. I want to see if she is still investigating, or what. If she is, I will kill her. Guan Xiaoan quietly made a gesture of wiping her neck towards Su Xiao. Su Xiao also became serious and nodded. Okay, let's go and take a look. Chapter 30, for the 3rd evolution. My son was killed. Do you know that he was killed? Do you know? Do you know? Su Xiao looked at the extremely haggard woman in front of him, who seemed to have aged by dozens of years, and said softly, It was a mutant beast that killed him. Tomorrow we will set out to kill the mutant beast, and we will definitely avenge Lin Hao. That's right, Annie. We will definitely help a Hao get revenge. You should take good care of yourself, and we will come back to tell you the good news. Some people who had a good relationship with Lin Hao also spoke out to comfort her. No, a Hao was not killed by the mutant beast. It was you. One or several of you controlled the mutant beast and killed him. It was you. It was you. Lin Hao's mother pointed at everyone and yelled as if she was crazy. Everyone was stunned. Su Xiao raised his eyebrows and said secretly, Women's intuition is really terrible. Unfortunately, no one believes what you say. It must be you. You must have thought that my Hao was too good, so you joined forces to kill him. Is that right? Is that right? You were silent. I guessed it right. It was you. It was you who killed Hao. I'm going to fight you. Lin Hao's mother caught a boy. The boy blocked it with his arm. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Enough! Are you crazy? Lin Hao's father asked someone to send her into the house to rest. I'm sorry, everyone. Hao passed away so suddenly that she became mentally ill. Thank you all for coming. There's a lot going on, so I won't entertain you all. The crowd didn't stay long. He lit a stick of incense and left. It's really bad luck. The boy who was caught started cursing after he walked out of the villa area. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. Take the bus provided by the school to return to school. On the playground. It should be okay. Su Xiao asked Guan Xiaoan. There is a high probability that there will be no problem. The main reason is that your mutant beast is too powerful. No one could have imagined it. Guan Xiaoan said this, feeling a little proud. Of course you do. Don't you see whose man you are? Su Xiao said as he stretched out his arms, revealing his muscular body with a proud look on his face. Oh, not bad. I like this little muscle. Come, let sister try your endurance. Guan Xiaohan smiled evilly and was about to take action. No, I still have to continue looking for electric eels. I don't have time to mess around with you. Su Xiao begged for mercy quickly. Or are you just fooling around with me now? Well, people say that the 7-year itch has come, but it hasn't happened yet, Guan Xiaoan said sarcastically. Su Xiao took advantage of her unpreparedness and hugged her. Isn't this to test your endurance? I'll satisfy you. Su Xiao kissed her as he spoke. Guan Xiaohan resisted, and they started fighting each other. The quarrel lasted for half an hour. The two were extremely tired. Su Xiao rested his head on Guan Xiaohan's legs and focused his attention on the giant bird. Keep looking for the electric eel. Controlling the giant bird to the edge of the cave, it was about to spread its wings and fly high. Suddenly, I saw a black shadow more than 1 meter long floating on the sea below. Around the black shadow, there was a group of fish with their bellies turned upside down. Hey, I'm so lucky today. Evolution points are right at my fingertips. Su Xiao controlled the giant bird and flew directly down. If you don't eat the food that is right in front of you, you will be struck by lightning. This fish is more than 1 meter long and has several hundred evolution points at least. It would be a waste not to eat it. The giant bird swooped down, getting closer. A sudden surprise. The black shadow emitted a faint electric arc, and the surrounding fish were stunned by it. There was a wound of more than 10 centimeters in length on his abdomen. His intestines had flowed out, and his body was swaying weakly with the waves. Ha 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 ha! A mutant electric eel! God is helping me! The giant bird swooped down in surprise, grabbed the electric eel's body with its sharp claws, and soared into the sky. The mutated electric eel sensed the danger and emitted a weak arc of electricity, which hit the giant bird's abdomen, making a crackling sound. Directly burned a feather of the giant bird to a charred black. A weak electric current penetrated into the body, making it feel numb. Su Xiao was pleasantly surprised. Very strong. I like it very much. The first-level mutant electric eel was almost dead. It was unknown how much electricity it had emitted before, but now it could still emit lightning that could slightly injure itself. This one is definitely a mutant thunder eel. I've been looking for it for several days, but it was delivered to my door. It was a complete surprise. Fly into the hole. Then the evolution began. Evolution. After clicking OK on the panel, the evolutionary energy in the body suddenly burst out like a mountain torrent, sweeping across the body, and the giant bird's body instantly became hot, like a red-hot iron, and its whole body turned red. Then the giant bird opened its mouth wide and picked up the fast-moving mutant electric eel. He tilted his head back and inhaled the air like a storm. At the same time, his horrible mouth closed and squeezed his body into meat paste. Swallow quickly. The devouring talent was activated instantly, digesting the flesh, skin, and bones of the mutated electric eel at an extremely fast speed. Its genes also quickly emerged, and then were quickly analyzed under the wrapping of evolutionary energy. The lightning genes and swimming ability were quickly swallowed and absorbed, and then integrated into its own genes. After the giant bird got these excellent genes, all cells began to change in an instant. Genes merged, divided, reorganized, compressed, spreading rapidly from the deep of the cells to the surface of the body. In an instant, the bones, muscles, blood, and cuticle of the whole body were undergoing horrible changes. Old cells are replaced, and new cells grow back. Its body was growing rapidly, and its feathers were falling off in large pieces as before. At the moment of falling off, new feathers grew out at a speed visible to the naked eye, and quickly grew into large feathers. The hard keratin on the bird's beak and claws falls off quickly like skin being peeled off, and then grows back, becoming stronger and sharper. And there are traces of electric current on the feathers, beaks, and claws. Its size is also growing rapidly. At the same time, a huge warm current appeared out of nowhere in Su Xiao's body. This warm current was 10 times stronger than when the big bird evolved. The huge amount of energy flows through the body like a mountain torrent, and wherever it passes, the muscles, fascia, cells, and bones are strengthened. Muscles become tougher and stronger. The bones became denser and stronger, advancing rapidly in an inhuman direction. Guan Xiaoan, who was pinching Su Xiao's face, was suddenly startled when she saw Su Xiao's skin turned red. His body was burning hot, and a huge amount of energy was spreading in his body. The surprise in her eyes quickly disappeared and turned into delight. It's evolved again. My man has gotten stronger again. That's great. I'll give you a kiss. She pinched Su Xiao's lips into an O shape and then kissed him. Oh, it's so hot I like it. Chapter 35, Thunderbird, Terror Enhancement. The giant bird's body size was growing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Su Xiao's basic attributes also skyrocketed at an extremely fast rate. An hour later, in the cave, a huge mutant bird appeared, emitting surging lightning power and with light blue arcs flowing through its feathers. The body, which was originally more than half a meter long, has now become nearly 2 meters tall, standing in the cave like a terrifying giant beast. The cold eyes emitting lightning looked at the world with indifference, like a ruthless god of thunder. The black feathers were covered with light silver lines all over the body. At the same time, it emitted a dazzling light blue electric light, giving people a mysterious and terrifying feeling. Its body was pitch black, and the edge of its eagle-like beak had a layer of light blue, which made it look more textured. It was as hard as steel, yet had a hint of edge and sharpness. The thighs were as thick as human legs, covered with fluffy feathers, making them look even more majestic and powerful. The bulging muscles revealed a hint of violence. The claws immediately became like anchors, thick and sharp. The claw tip is curved like a hook and is as hard as steel. It also has a faint silver-white color and emits a terrifying lightning edge. It seemed as if he was about to charge out in the next second and blow the enemy's head apart. The narrow, sharp, and radiant eyes, wrapped in the light of lightning, seemed indifferent, with a kind of arrogant feeling of looking down on everything. It seemed as if nothing in the whole world could catch its eyes. The wings, originally half a meter long, suddenly spread out to a full 8 or 9 meters long, covering an area. The arcs of electricity radiating from the feathers gave people a sense of terror. The tiny, dense, scale-like feathers on its body turned completely silver-white, and arcs of electricity emerged. The slender, strong, knife-like feathers stretched out, densely packed and neatly arranged. At the moment of unfolding, a crisp sound of metal colliding was heard, just like a real flying knife. He spread his wings and slashed at the stone wall. With a pop sound, the stone wall was easily cut into like a cave. The phone on the wings exploded directly at the moment of contact. The stone flew out and broke into countless pieces, splashing in all directions, and at the same time raising a large amount of smoke and dust. Terrible, domineering, and fierce. Su Xiao was ecstatic. View the Properties panel now. Subject: Human Su Xiao. Basic attributes: Strength 90, Constitution 107, Agility 60, Spirit 73. Talent: 1 soul, 2 bodies. Level: First level of martial arts. Method: Body forging technique, simple 100%. Iron shirt, intermediate, first layer 25%. Martial arts: 18-way drum beating and gold hammer technique. Elementary, second level 1%. Body: Thunderbird. Level: Secondary mutation. Talents: Devouring evolution, 1,000 times strength, 10,000 times defense. Attribute: Lightning, intermediate 20%. Skills: Lightning strike, lightning escape. Evolution points: 10325. Evolution completion: 10325/100,000. Second level mutation: If he is so powerful at level 2, how terrifying will he be when he advances to level 3 or 4? Looking at the talent, it was indeed powerful and terrifying. Among all the elements, the lightning attribute had the strongest attack power. Although it is intermediate, there is a % at the end, which means that the lightning attribute of the Thunderbird can be improved. In the future, it can be upgraded to an advanced or even more powerful level, bursting out more terrifying power. What surprised Su Xiao the most was the Thunderbird actually has 2 more skills: Lightning Strike, Lightning Escape. Lightning Strike: A bolt of lightning can be sent out to attack the enemy, causing explosive damage to the enemy. At the same time, there is a high probability that the enemy will be paralyzed or dizzy. Lightning Escape: When using this skill, your entire body will be covered in lightning, instantly increasing your speed by hundreds of times, allowing you to chase after the enemy or dodge their pursuit. After reading the skill introduction, Su Xiao was overjoyed. Lightning Strike, a long-range attack skill, not only does it deal violent damage, but it can also paralyze and stun the enemy. Awesome! Lightning Escape is even more powerful. It can instantly increase the speed by hundreds of times. Coupled with the explosion of 1,000 times the power, its speed is absolutely off the charts. Horrible, horrible. Su Xiao was greatly impressed. Look at your own attributes again. Strength 90, Constitution 107, Agility 60, Spirit 73. Each attribute has increased by dozens of points. The physique has reached an abnormal 107 points, and I'm still at the first level of Iron Shirt. If I train it to the second level, and then improve the attributes, and the Thunderbird evolves, what will it be like? Moreover, with his current attributes, he is probably no weaker than those with Class A talents who practice advanced techniques. At this time, Su Xiao was full of confidence in his own strength. It's time to venture into the shallow sea. A large-scale urban cleanup will begin tomorrow, and they have all been sent to a remote mountain village near the sea. There is a high probability that senior students, teachers, and government departments will come here. To avoid encounters and unnecessary battles, just avoid them. Su Xiao thought. The Thunderbird here suddenly flapped its wings and flew out, its figure emitting lightning light like a ball of thunder, shooting out, flying more than 10 miles in an instant, and flew into the darkness. In a moment, they arrived at the small island they had encountered before, and Su Xiao immediately felt like he was being targeted. At the same time, dozens of terrifying auras rose on the island, and figures quickly appeared in places with good visibility, looking at the Thunderbird with sharp eyes and vigilance. The strength of these people is mostly above the third level of martial arts, and one of them even made Lei Ke feel the threat of death. Damn it, China has a strong maritime force. Moreover, there are armed forces not only on this island, but also in other places. Living here, I never know when I'll be treated as a monster and killed. It's too dangerous. And the deep sea is also very dangerous. It's not suitable for me to venture into now. Su Xiao frowned, and after a moment he remembered a piece of news that militarists were rampant in the Sakura Island area, and the government agencies were unable to suppress them, and they caused civil unrest in many places. The armed forces on Sakura Island are weak to begin with. There are also militarists similar to terrorist organizations, and the country's power is focused on suppressing them. The sea power is definitely not strong. In that case, let's go to Sakura Island and explore. Su Xiao made up his mind. The Thunderbird instantly used the Thunder Escape skill and was wrapped in lightning. It exploded with 1,000 times the power, flapped its wings vigorously, and shot out instantly, reaching dozens of miles away in the blink of an eye. Fuck, so fast. Base Defense Chief Zhang Lin looked at the light in the distance in shock. It only has the aura of a level 2 mutant beast, but it can actually burst out at a speed close to the speed of sound. Damn. In a few years, another terrifying mutant beast will appear in the sea. Zhang Lin sighed. Possessing lightning and terrifying speed, he will definitely grow at a very fast speed. Fortunately, this Thunderbird did not stay on the coast of China. Otherwise, it would have put a huge pressure on their defense. Looking at the direction, it should be heading to Sakura Island. That's great. It would be best if it could swallow hundreds of thousands of people like the giant beast at the beginning. Zhang Lin had a gloating smile on his face. Chapter 36 Your Life Gate is a bit big. In the Sakurajima area, due to the long-term discharge of nuclear wastewater into the sea, most of the surviving creatures have been contaminated by the nuclear pollution, making them look strange. Some of them have 2 heads, some have a leg growing on their belly, some have eyes on their hands, etc. They are all very strange in shape. After acquiring extraordinary energy, the mutant beasts here have become extremely strange and terrifying. The Thunderbird discovered this problem only after it flew here. Damn it, if I eat these things, I won't mutate too, will I? Thunderbird looked at his beautiful fur. If I turn into a monstrous appearance like this, I would rather die. Looking at the fish with a tumor on its head that it had just caught, Lei Ke felt that it would also mutate after eating it. But when he thought of his own talent, he felt more at ease. I have the devouring evolution talent, which allows me to digest everything I eat into evolutionary substances. It's like it's completely digested, so I probably won't turn into this kind of monster. Besides, if I had nuclear energy in my body, maybe I could be even more powerful. The Thunderbird thought about it, suppressed the nausea in his heart, bit it to pieces, and then swallowed it in big mouthfuls. Looking around, the small island he was on was about 34 kilometers in size, with mountains, trees, and streams. There were no human bases within a radius of more than 100 miles. It is a very safe place. Although the mutated fish around it look scary, most of them are level 2 or 3, and occasionally you can see a level 4 or 5 creature. It is completely consistent with its current strength. There are challenges, but they do not threaten one's life, and there are plenty of food resources. It's a very good event location. Then let's set up our nest here. The Thunderbird flew towards the highest mountain on the island. The hill was only about 100 meters high, and there were trees on it. The Thunderbird found a hidden place with a wide view. The claws suddenly grabbed the rock. There was a loud bang, and everything flew everywhere. The Thunderbird's claws were like grasping tofu, digging directly into the rock. Then the power of thunder and lightning on its claws exploded, blasting the rock apart with a bang. After a while, a hole more than 4 meters high and more than 10 meters deep was dug out. The Thunderbird crawled in. I stretched my body and looked outside the cave. I could see very far. The view is wide and the cave entrance is hidden, so it is a safe hiding place. Then it lay down in the cave with its head facing outward. If there is any danger, it can discover it at the first time and give the most violent attack. Only then did Su Xiao withdraw most of his attention. On the playground, a boy rested his head on a girl's legs, and the girl bent down and kissed him. As Su Xiao had just regained his attention, he felt a gentle and wet touch on his lips. He opened his eyes and saw Guan Xiaohan raising her head with a flushed face, looking shy. "Oh, you kissed me secretly, girl. You are so perverted." Su Xiao licked his lips and said teasingly. "You're looking for a beating. Tear your mouth apart." Guan Xiaohan became furious and pinched Su Xiao's face with both hands. It hurts," while Su Xiao screamed in pain. He hugged Guan Xiaohan's waist with both hands. His body spun suddenly, and while Guan Xiaohan screamed, Su Xiao held her horizontally in his arms. "Girl brother is here." Su Xiao opened his bloody mouth and bit down with a roar. "Ah, shut up." Guan Xiaohan's body suddenly stiffened and then slowly softened. Half an hour later. "That's enough. Your mouth is swollen." Guan Xiaohan pushed Su Xiao hard, but Su Xiao remained unmoved. Guan Xiaohan punched Su Xiao's ribs hard with both fists. "Ah!" Su Xiao screamed and stood up. He won't listen to good advice and won't behave until he's beaten. Guan Xiaohan tidied up the clothes that were messed up by Su Xiao and looked at him viciously. Then, feeling unsatisfied, he punched Su Xiao fiercely again. Su Xiao's right hand was as fast as lightning. He stretched it out to block, and the muscles in his arm swelled up in an instant. "Pa!" Guan Xiaohan's tender white fist hit Su Xiao's arm, making a loud bang. "Blocked," Guan Xiaohan said in surprise. She attacked suddenly and very quickly. Before, Su Xiao would have just been beaten, but now he blocked it. "You've improved a lot." "Of course I must." Su Xiao became proud, and then he suddenly raised his right hand, with his thick fingers opening and grabbing towards Guan Xiaohan's arm like an eagle's claw. With great speed, he suddenly grabbed her arm. Just when he was about to feel proud, unexpectedly, Guan Xiaohan's arm suddenly became extremely slippery, and Su Xiao's big hand directly lost its grip. The arm slid out of Su Xiao's control like a dragon, and then shot out at a strange angle and hit Su Xiao's ribs. "Awesome!" Su Xiao exclaimed. At this time, his spirit level increased to 73 points. His reaction speed was greatly improved, and he counterattacked extremely quickly. He did not defend himself, but instead smiled and reached out his big hands like a dragon's claws to grab Guan Xiaohan's chest. "Rogue hum!" Guan Xiaohan saw Su Xiao's intention. She stepped forward with her left foot, and then spun her body as if she had no bones, and instantly got under Su Xiao's ribs. While dodging Su Xiao's attack, his right fist also hit Su Xiao's ribs hard. This time she didn't hold back. But when it hit Su Xiao, it was like hitting cowhide, making a thud sound. Su Xiao groaned, endured the severe pain, and then pressed down with both hands to grab Guan Xiaohan. But the next second, Guan Xiaohan ran behind Su Xiao like a loach. She slammed her hands together. She shouted, "1,000 years of killing!" "Ah!" Su Xiao screamed and jumped up. He landed 4 or 5 meters away and fell to the ground screaming. "Guan Xiaohan, you, ah!" Su Xiao stared at Guan Xiaohan fiercely, and at this moment, a sharp pain penetrated his forehead. Guan Xiaohan blew on her fingers proudly. "It seems that you haven't mastered the iron shirt yet. The famous family is so big." "Huh?" Guan Xiaohan walked to Su Xiao proudly, stepped on Su Xiao's chest, and said proudly, "Boy, do you accept it?" "Bah! You think I can obey you? That's impossible. Just wait. I will definitely retaliate severely after what I did today. You gave me the 1,000-year killing once, and I will give you 1,000 times, 10,000 times. I will keep you awake at night." Su Xiao laughed strangely. "Yo, you dare to retaliate against me? I'll punish you severely." As she said that, Guan Xiaohan rode on Su Xiao's body, fixed Su Xiao's arms tightly with her legs, and then attacked Su Xiao fiercely. "Are you convinced?" I give in. Guan Xiaohan was extremely fast and hit hard. Su Xiao didn't want to get beaten for nothing, so he quickly gave in. No, I feel that you are not convinced in your heart. Pa Guanshaoan showed a devil-like expression and attacked viciously. I give in. I'm convinced. Why do you still want to hit me? I'm convinced, but you still want to hit me? Don't blame me for being rude. Su Xiao turned over and subdued Guanshaoan, and then he spanked her buttocks. Help! Someone is bullying a decent woman. Guanshaoan screamed in a strange voice. Scream. Scream your throat out, and no one can save you. The two of them fought for half an hour, and then got tired. Guanshaoan then asked seriously, Your big bird has been promoted? Su Xiao nodded. He rubbed his aching cheeks speechlessly, gritting his teeth in pain. He had just been punched several times by Guanshaoan. But I'm still far behind you, the top-level talents. Chapter 37 Arrival at the mission location. Well, not bad, he still has some self-awareness. There is still hope, Guanshaoan gently touched Su Xiao's jawline. But your physical fitness is already similar to those who practice advanced defensive techniques. What you lack is the additional power of the techniques. Really? Are those grade A advanced martial arts practitioners really almost there? Su Xiao asked in surprise. Yeah, it's just that their physical qualities are similar. But those who practice advanced techniques will have extraordinary energy performance in their bodies after reaching the second level of martial arts. You still can't compare to them. Like this. As Guanshaoan spoke, a faint green light appeared on her fist. Is this your second level of martial arts? Su Xiao looked at Guanshaoan in surprise. Although Guanshaoan practiced longer than Su Xiao, it was only about 10 days longer. Reached the second level of martial arts in just over 10 days. According to his calculations when practicing Iron Shirt, it would take at least 2 to 3 months to practice Iron Shirt to the second level. After that, the practice would be even slower. Guanshaoan achieved it in just over 10 days. Is this the difference in martial arts talent? Su Xiao thought in shock. Yeah, I improved after I went back last night. Moreover, I am the first one in our school to be promoted. Even if the records of previous years are included, I am the fastest. How about it? Awesome, right? Guanshaoan said proudly. Awesome, Su Xiao praised sincerely. But what happened when you beat me? This answer makes me very unhappy. Su Xiao complained in his heart. But I was really happy for Guanshaoan, and I was one step closer to lying down. You've made rapid progress. In just a few days, you're already as good as those top-level talents. Don't lose heart, you're still very capable. Guanshaoan pinched Su Xiao's face and smiled sweetly. Of course I can. How can I subdue you if I'm not strong enough? Hey, I told you you're fat and you're still panting. Guanshaoan stretched out her hand to hit Su Xiao. Su Xiao resisted and made a fuss for a while. Then they went back to the dormitory to sleep. Early the next morning, the school assembly bell rang. Put on the combat uniforms you exchanged yesterday and assemble quickly. There were more than a dozen people in the team participating in the clearing mission, all of them wearing equipment and holding weapons. The team was led by martial arts teacher Ching Song. He said seriously, First of all, let me tell you, we are not going on a picnic, nor are we going to have fun. We are going to fight the mutant beasts. I hope you will all be serious from now on. Stop laughing and joking. This is real combat. People will die in combat. Did you hear that? I heard it clearly. Everyone responded loudly. After we arrive at the town, we will set up a base at the town's middle school. You will need to decide the clearing range yourself, including which village and how many people to send. Everyone must return at night. If you encounter danger, immediately press the emergency button on your watch. A drone or a team leader will immediately go to support you. In addition, after you kill the mutant beast, you can send a message to the logistics personnel. The logistics personnel will drive or send a drone to calculate your merits and transport the body back immediately. Chung Song spoke for more than 10 minutes. Then he took everyone on the bus. Guanshaoan sat inside, and Su Xiao sat beside him. I'll take a nap to keep myself awake. Call me when we're there, Guanshaoan said as she put her head on Su Xiao's shoulder and fell asleep. Su Xiao remained sitting motionless. He could feel Guanshaoan's nervousness. After all, this is the first time to really fight with mutant beasts. It would be strange if I wasn't nervous. However, because he controlled the Thunderbird to kill a large number of mutant beasts and had witnessed the scenes of powerful mutant beasts fighting, he didn't feel anything. On the contrary, I'm looking forward to it. Now that his strength has greatly increased, and he has the Gilded Hammer, a powerful weapon weighing over 100 pounds, it should not be difficult for him to fight against level 1 or level 2 mutant beasts. The bus gradually moved away from the hustle and bustle of the city. As the bus left the main road and drove into the small road leading to the city, the number of vehicles on the road gradually decreased. The surrounding trees have also become lush, and you can see flocks of sparrows, crows, and other birds flying by screaming. There were also stray dogs on the road that no one cared for, looking in the direction of the vehicles, as if to see if their owners were coming to pick them up. Because medium and large pets are not allowed in cities, most pets are abandoned in the wilderness. If they are lucky, they will continue to wander until they die, and even have offspring. If you are unlucky, you will be eaten by mutant beasts. Of course, they may also become ferocious mutant beasts, no one can say for sure. Su Xiao looked out the window and thought about random things. After about half an hour, the vehicles gradually slowed down, gradually drove into the school in the town. As people migrated to cities and counties, the population of the town decreased, and most people chose to send their children to safer cities and counties, causing the middle school to gradually become abandoned. Moreover, because it is far away from the town, it is used as a base. At this time, there were 7 or 8 buses, small trucks, etc. parked on the surrounding roads, and many drones were parked on the playground of the middle school. Some of the drones are equipped with weapons and are obviously attack drones. Some are huge in size and are obviously used for transportation. 20 or 30 people were wearing blindfolds, ready to take control at any time. There are dozens of motorcycles parked on both sides of the playground. Okay, everyone get out of the car. Following Chung Song's call, everyone got off the bus. Su Xiao realized that not only his class, but also students from more than 20 classes in the entire school had come, a total of 300 to 400 people. Everyone took out weapons from the carriage. Open your watches. The mission locations and the number of mutant beasts are marked on them. Everyone should take the mission according to their own strength. Chung Song said. Su Xiao turned on the watch as instructed. Sure enough, I saw the task prompt. After opening it, a topographic map of the entire town appeared, with each village marked out, and it indicated how many mutant beasts there were in each village, how many were level 1, how many were level 2, and their approximate locations. This information was discovered and marked by drones. Where to go? Su Xiao looked at Guan Xiaohan for advice. This. Guan Xiaohan pointed to a village called Xiaowangzwang, which was close to the edge of the town. Not only was it close to the edge of the town, but there was also a big river next to it. It shows that there are 17 first-level mutant beasts and 6 second-level mutant beasts. And the words danger and suspected level 3 mutant beast were marked on the map. Are you so powerful right after coming up? Why don't you adapt to the surrounding area now? Su Xiao noticed that most people would choose the nearest village and go in groups of 2 or 3 to check it out. I'm already at the 2nd level of martial arts, and I have this, so there will be no problem at all. Guan Xiaohan took out a silver-white spear that was as thick as an egg and nearly 2 meters long, and said confidently, Okay. The 2 immediately accepted the task on their watches. After accepting the mission, they are prompted that they can use the vehicle for free. It's a motorcycle parked at the edge of the playground. Chapter 38, Level 1 Peak Mutant Dog. A motorcycle or a 3-wheeled vehicle? Su Xiao asked. There are many types of motorcycles, including 2-wheeled cool 2-seater motorcycles, mountain bikes, and 3-wheeled motorcycles with a bucket on the right side of the motorcycle. There are also high-powered road-beating electric bicycles. Can you ride a motorcycle? Guan Xiaohan rolled her eyes at Su Xiao. She also didn't know how to ride one, so she walked straight towards the road-beating electric bike. Of course I will. Who am I looking down on? Su Xiao walked straight to a cool 2-seater motorcycle with a key on it, backed it out, started the engine, and the engine immediately made a rumbling sound. It was very exciting. At this moment, with his powerful strength, he could easily control this heavy motorcycle. In the past, he had to be very careful when driving, but now it just feels like riding a small electric scooter. He gently stepped on the accelerator and walked to Guan Xiaohan, who was tinkering with the electric car. Come on up. I'll take you for a ride, Su Xiao said proudly. You really can ride. How did you learn that? How come I don't know it? Guan Xiaohan was surprised. Don't you want to make me fall? While saying this, he still took the initiative to sit in the back seat. After putting his weapon away, he hugged Su Xiao's waist with both hands. Don't worry, my skills are top-notch. As he said that, he turned the accelerator and the car roared out. This caused Guan Xiaohan to scream continuously. Hey, how come they have motorcycles to drive? Can everyone drive one? Many students asked. There are none nearby, but there are some far away. Did Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao go to those marginal villages? There are several level 2 mutant beasts there. Are you crazy? There are only 2 of them. Aren't they afraid of getting hurt? Everyone was talking about it. Su Xiao ignored their discussions, stepped on the accelerator as he drove out of the school gate, and the car suddenly made a roar and drove forward quickly. It attracted a lot of attention. Following the instructions on the map, Su Xiao sped along the village path, where he saw many chickens, ducks, sheep, stray dogs, cows, and other creatures. When passing through the village, Su Xiao found that most of the houses had collapsed, and only some well-built ones were preserved. And from time to time, he could hear terrifying howls. The farther away from the town, the more desolate the village becomes. An hour later, we arrived at the village where the mission was located. Looking at the location of the mutant beast marked on the map on the watch. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, let's park the car at the entrance of the village. At the same time, let others know that we have occupied this land first. Good. Both men got out of the car. Su Xiao put the key away. He took off his weapon and walked towards the mutant beast closest to them. Guan Xiaoan took out a spear. Her spear was nearly 2 meters long, as thick as an egg, made of pure metal, and weighed more than 100 pounds. However, in her hand, the spear was incredibly light. Guan Xiaohan practiced the advanced martial arts divine dragon transformation, and his spear technique was the wandering dragon spear, which was agile and explosive. Su Xiao was holding 2 gilded hammers, each weighing more than 100 pounds. At this moment, he swung them easily, and suddenly there was a whistling sound, with ease and casualness. At the same time, it is full of explosive power. Just blow them up? All-out attack. Su Xiaohonger raised the gilded hammer and shouted. Wait, you go from the front, and I'll go around the back to prevent it from escaping, Guan Xiaohan said. Su Xiao nodded. Although the mutant beasts are fierce and brutal and will actively attack humans upon seeing them, they are not fools and will quickly flee when they feel they cannot defeat the enemy. There are many alleys and damaged buildings in the village. Once they escape, it will be difficult to chase them. So, they must be killed if they meet. According to the instructions on the watch map, the mutant beast at the entrance of the village is a level 1 mutant dog. It should be quite fast, so we must be careful when dealing with it. When they reached the house, the two separated. Guan Xiaoan walked to the other side of the yard, and Su Xiao went straight to the gate. This house is an orthodox northerly house with a house yard structure. In front is the former neighbor's yard, and in the back is another family's yard. The mutant dog was located in the southwest corner of his yard, facing the gate and next to another alley. As Su Xiao approached with heavy steps, this immediately attracted the mutant dog's attention, and it growled and moved towards the gate. The door was closed and locked, but it was already rusty, and the keyhole was rusted. I don't know how long the owner has been away. There was a big hole right below the door. At this time, a figure emerged from the big hole, roaring in a low voice. The sound it makes is not like that of a dog, but rather like that of a wild beast. Suddenly, the sound of claws hitting the ground was heard, and then the iron door suddenly exploded and smashed towards Su Xiao. For a moment, smoke and dust rose up, blocking the view. In the rising smoke and dust, a terrifying giant beast suddenly rushed out. The giant beast was about 1.67 meters tall and more than 2 meters long. Its thick claws were bigger than a human face. It popped out 2 or 3 inches long sharp claws and grabbed towards Su Xiao's neck. This big, a peak level 1 mutant beast that's about to be promoted to level 2. Su Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly and praised secretly. This mutant dog actually knew how to break the door open and hit him. Moreover, it also knew how to attack first. But you overestimate yourself. So what if I'm at the peak of level 1? Kneel down for me. Su Xiao roared and smashed down with force. The muscles in his arm bulged instantly, causing the gilded hammer weighing more than 100 pounds to roar out. The terrifying force burst out at an extremely fast speed. It instantly collided with the mutant dog's paw. With a loud bang, Su Xiao felt that he had collided with a car. The terrifying force hit the gilded hammer, and it fell backwards. The mutant dog was not in a good situation either, and was directly hit by the gilded hammer and flew backwards and fell to the ground. Roar! The mutant dog showed its sharp teeth, exerted force on its limbs, and pounced forward fiercely again. The 2 front paws were facing Su Xiao's chest, and the mouth was aimed at Su Xiao's neck, rushing towards him violently. Good dog! Su Xiao stood still like an iron tower. The muscles in his left arm suddenly swelled and grew larger. He raised the gilded hammer in his left hand from bottom to top and hit the mutant dog's belly. At this point, it was already in midair, and there was no way to dodge. Bang! The gilded hammer hit its abdomen accurately, causing a teeth-grinding sound of bones breaking. Its body was also blown away by the huge force, with blood spurting out of its mouth as it fell. A silver spear stabbed forward like a swimming dragon, piercing directly through the back of the mutant dog's head and coming out of its mouth. It was Guan Xiaohan, who came from the other side. "You're awesome, Xiaohan. You killed him with one strike," Su Xiao praised. Guan Xiaohan, who had been looking at the blood splatter and looked a little pale, immediately raised her eyebrows. "That's right. Don't you see who I am?" "Ox." Su Xiao raised his thumbs and said to the reconnaissance drone flying in the sky, "Take the body away. Guan Xiaohan and I killed him together." He pointed to the sports camera on his chest, meaning that everything was recorded. The reconnaissance drone floated up and down twice, and soon a transport drone buzzed over. The two men tied up the mutant dog's body, and the transport drone took off, carrying the mutant dog's body back to the base. The base will calculate the value of the mutant dogs and distribute merit points to them. Chapter 39 Soul Value Enhancement Equipment. A peak level 1 should be worth at least 6 or 7 points, Su Xiao said with a smile. Of course. Guan Xiaohan also laughed, and the nervousness she felt when facing the mutant beast for the first time disappeared. At this moment, Su Xiao received a system prompt. You killed a mutant beast and gained 1 soul point. Soul value. What is this? Su Xiao's heart moved, and he opened the attribute panel and saw an additional soul value, 1 on the attribute panel. An explanation is given below. Soul value can improve the level of equipment and the quality of skills in martial arts. Oh my god, there is such a good thing. The iron shirt he practiced was apparently an elementary level technique, but in reality, it was an intermediate level technique. However, intermediate levels are relatively low among many techniques. The 18-move martial arts of Lei Guangjin Shui is an elementary martial art. If the weapon was not so powerful and could not unleash extremely strong force, its level would be much lower. Now, there is a soul value that can improve the grade, and it was obtained by hunting a level 1 mutant beast. Look towards the skills section. As expected, the iron shirt, the 18-way drum beating and golden hammer technique, and even the gilded hammer he held, and the intermediate combat uniform all had a plus on them. The consciousness sank into the plus behind the iron shirt, showing the amount of improvement. It requires 200 soul points. So many. The Lei Guyu Jin Shui method shows that it requires 100 points. They were all in units of hundreds, so it seemed like he couldn't easily increase them at the moment. When placed on the gilded hammer and combat uniform, it immediately showed that it could be improved. Each point added can improve the quality by 1 point, but because it is ordinary material, not extraordinary material, it can only be improved to plus 10. It cannot be promoted. That's very strong. Su Xiao was pleasantly surprised and added 1 soul point to the gilded hammer. Suddenly, a golden light flashed on the gilded hammer, making the already shining gilded hammer even more dazzling. Even in the darkness, there is a faint glow. So cool. In addition, in the attribute panel, a new introduction appeared for the gilded hammer. Gilded hammer plus 1. A mortal level fine weapon, attack increased by 10%. The smooth surface of the gilded hammer has a certain chance of flashing the enemy's eyes, causing blinding effects. So handsome, Su Xiao exclaimed in admiration. What's wrong? Guan Xiaohan asked. We can gain soul points by killing mutant beasts, and soul points can improve the quality of weapons. Do you think my gilded hammer is any different? Su Xiao raised the gilded hammer in front of his eyes, and then swung it sharply. Under the sunlight, its mirror-like surface suddenly flashed with golden light. Guan Xiaohan was so shocked that her eyes narrowed. It took a while for my eyes to recover, and I could only feel a golden light. Su Xiao, are you stupid? Guan Xiaohan kicked Su Xiao in dissatisfaction, and Su Xiao quickly dodged. She was like a blind person now, and could not see where Su Xiao was at all. Powerful. Su Xiao sighed in his heart. This is plus 1. It can be plus 10. It took Guan Xiaohan almost half a minute to recover from the dazzled state. How is it? Awesome, right? Su Xiao asked happily. Awesome. Come here. Let me tell you how awesome you are. Guan Xiaohan stretched out her hand to Su Xiao, who quickly shook his head. Don't make trouble. I can upgrade your weapon. Su Xiao said quickly to avoid being beaten again. Really? Guan Xiaohan was immediately surprised. Her anger disappeared in an instant, and a smile appeared on her face. Su Xiao nodded. The judgment on the system panel is very simple. As long as it is in his hand, It is considered as his equipped weapon, so in theory he can upgrade any weapon. However, we have no more soul points now. We have to continue hunting mutant beasts. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go and kill the mutant beasts. Guan Xiaohan became excited and headed for the location of the mutant beast closest to them. Su Xiao followed closely behind. On the other side, a transport drone carrying a mutant dog weighing several hundred kilograms rumbled towards the stronghold, flying at a low altitude, only a few dozen meters high. So, everyone saw it at first glance. Oh my god, who is this? He killed a mutant beast so quickly. We haven't found the location of the mutant beast yet. Looking at its size, this isn't just a newly promoted mutant. It must be at the peak of level 1. Oh my god, a peak level 1 mutant just died like that? This is too outrageous. Who is so powerful? This mutant beast has a good body and intact fur. It should be worth at least 7 or 8 merit points. It hasn't been that long, and someone has already reaped the rewards. I'm so envious. 7 or 8 merit points. Even for those of us who are just there for show, we only get 7 after a week. They can earn as much as we earn in a week in just a few hours. With merit points, you can buy extraordinary resources and quickly improve your strength. How can you compare? Alas, it's a shame to compare ourselves to others. It's because we are weak. Everyone was talking about it. The drone flew in from the southwest, and there were only Guan Xiaoan and Su Xiao in that direction. It's likely that they were the ones hunting. My god, this is too efficient. They were so far away, but they killed one first. And we haven't even found the first one yet. Because there were so many of them, and they made a lot of noise, the mutant beast fled first after sensing danger. Don't forget that Guan Xiaohan is an A-level talent, ranked first in our school, so this result is not surprising. 2. Now that Guan Xiaohan has taken the first blood, Ji Xinbua, Lu Ming, and the others will be quick too. They are all top-tier talents, so there's no reason for them to be slower than Guan Xiaohan. Everyone nodded. In Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School, there are 30 or 40 people with A-level talents. All of them practice advanced skills and martial arts, and their combat power is so strong that they are totally incomparable to ordinary people like them. In daily competitions, those people are no weaker than Guan Xiaohan, so they said this. Moreover, those people all acted in pairs or 3, unlike them, who came in so many groups and scared the mutant beasts away directly. At this moment, a message sounded on everyone's watch. Ji Xinbua fought with the mutant beast and was injured. People nearby immediately went to support and brought him back. Ah, Ji Xinbua is injured. How is that possible? He is a person with top-level talent. Everyone quickly looked at the map, and sure enough, there was a flashing red dot at Ji Xinbua's location, and at the same time, an attack drone was flying rapidly in that direction. Soon there was a dull sound of gunfire. The danger is over. If there are any students nearby, please go and bring Ji Xinbua back immediately. The watch received another message. Ji Xinbua is really injured. What happened? We happen to be close. Let's go and take a look. The group got on the motorcycle and headed towards Ji Xinbua's location. On the roof of a bungalow, Ji Xinbua sat slumped with a helpless look on his face. There was a penetrating wound on his thigh, which was caused by a bull's horn. I never thought the mutant bull could hold its own so well and attack so fiercely. It's really embarrassing today. Ji Xinbua smiled bitterly. Originally, when he saw Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao, the only 2 of them daring to hunt mutant beasts in a remote area, he also thought about coming here to hunt alone so that he could gain more merit points. Now look what happened. He's actually injured. Chapter 40, How could there be a leader-level mutant beast in Shaowang Village? Inside the stronghold, looking at the mutant dog corpse brought by the drone, the teachers praised Cheng Song and said, "What a good student taught by teacher Cheng. He got the first blood so quickly." Ha, Guan Xiaohan's dragon spear is swift and fast, and the angle is tricky. Su Xiao is thick-skinned and good at defense. The 2 of them work well together. That's why they were able to kill the mutant beast so quickly. Cheng Song said modestly, "You taught me well." The teachers praised him. At this time, the system also received news that Ji Xinbua was injured. This kid, I told him to team up with others earlier, but he just wouldn't listen. Now he's in trouble. A martial arts instructor complained, quickly picked up the medicine, got on his motorcycle, and headed towards Ji Xinbua's location. Su Xiao and Guan Xiaoan also received the news that Ji Xinbua was injured. However, the location was quite far away from them, about 7 or 8 miles away, so they did not go there. It seems we have to be careful, Otherwise, we will get hurt easily, Su Xiao said solemnly. Guan Xiaoan also put away the idea of playing around. Ji Xinhua has reached the peak of the first level of martial arts and will soon be able to advance to the second level of martial arts. I didn't expect that even he was injured. Let's be careful. There are several second-level mutant beasts here. Su Xiao nodded. Also became serious. Just then, a shrill cat cry was suddenly heard. Meow. When they looked up, they saw a black cat about 1 meter long and half a meter tall, as big as a leopard, standing on the roof, staring at them fiercely. It screamed miserably, and the sound was very creepy. Coupled with the fact that it was completely dark, and this was a deserted village, with a breeze that blew up out of nowhere, a chilly feeling suddenly came over me. It was as if many eyes were staring at them in an instant. At this moment, several horrible noises suddenly rang out in the village, including the mooing of cows, the barking of dogs, and the loud crowing of chickens. These noises were quickly coming towards the direction where Su Xiao and the others were. What does that mean? This black cat can also summon companions, Su Xiao said in shock. He could see that not far away, something huge was running towards them quickly, and from time to time, he could hear the sound of houses collapsing. At this time, anxious shouts were also heard from the reconnaissance drone. Guan Xiaoan, Su Xiao, all the mutant beasts in Xiaowang's Wang are gathering in your direction. The situation is critical. Please evacuate quickly. Please evacuate quickly. The reconnaissance drone controller in the stronghold immediately reported to the teachers after discovering the situation. There is a change in Xiaowang village. There is a suspected leader-level mutant beast in the village. All the mutant beasts have united and are now surrounding Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao. There are 17 level 1 mutant beasts and 6 level 2 mutant beasts. Please provide support immediately. Please provide support immediately. Chung Song, who was chatting in the room, stood up instantly. What? They are all level 1 and level 2 mutant beasts. How can there be a leader level 1? Damn it, send attack drones to rescue immediately. Chung Song asked loudly, then burst out with all his strength, soared into the sky, and rushed towards Xiaowang's Wang at a speed of 34 meters per step. Receive dispatch attack drones immediately. Other students also received notifications on their watches instantly. The direction of Xiaowang's Wang has changed. All students please stay away from Xiaowang's Wang. The students were all confused. What's going on? Ji Xinhua was injured just now, and now Xiaowang's Wang has changed again. Isn't Xiaowang's Wang where Guan Xiaoan and Su Xiao went? Oh my god, what the hell is this? Is it so dangerous? It's only been a short while, and there's already another problem. Oh my god, is it so dangerous to fight mutant beasts? Luckily we are near the base, and there are many people there. Damn, safety is the first priority in this matter. Yeah, if you don't guarantee safety, there's no point in just trying to kill mutants. If you get hurt right away, you won't even have a chance to earn merit points. We are smart and act together. It greatly increases safety. Although we can't kill the mutant beast, we can steadily gain 1 merit point a day. Great. Everyone was discussing excitedly. Xiaowang's Wang. The two men immediately assessed the current situation and hurriedly ran to higher ground. In order to occupy the high position first, they could better hold on, kill the enemy, or wait for rescue. Neither of them had the idea of running out of the village, because they knew clearly that they would never be able to outrun the mutant beasts if they ran around in a complex and unfamiliar village. Also, there is a mutant black cat. Get up the wall, Guan Xiaohan said quickly, and then his leg muscles exploded, and he quickly ran towards the wall. After running to the wall, he stomped his right foot hard and walked up the wall. The level rose 3 or 4 meters and reached the edge of the roof, and just as Guan Xiaohan reached out to grab the eaves, the first level mutant black cat called out playfully, with a cold, mocking look in its eyes. It suddenly jumped out, and its sharp claws popped out, grabbing Guan Xiaohan's head. I'm waiting for you, Guan Xiaohan shouted coldly, and she stomped her feet on the wall. A terrifying force burst out, and her body shot out. The silver spear in her hand stabbed at the black cat as fast as a dragon. The tip of the silver spear emitted a sharp edge, piercing through the air directly, making a soft explosion sound, and piercing straight into the abdomen of the mutant black cat. The mutant black cat screamed miserably, but its reaction was incredibly fast. When the tip of the silver spear was about to pierce it, its muscles exploded and it suddenly jumped back. He jumped into the air, away from the attack range of the silver spear. But at this moment, Guan Xiaohan's left hand had already been placed on the eaves, and he pulled it up with all his strength, and his body jumped more than 2 meters. The silver spear spun and shot forward again. The mutant black cat had already jumped into the air and couldn't use any force at this time. But he twisted his body and managed to dodge the attack of the silver spear again. There was mockery in his eyes again. But in the next second, the silver spear suddenly shrank a little, and then spun quickly, accelerating again, while the mutant black cat's body was still twisting and dodging. There's no way to avoid it. Fear instantly appeared in its eyes, and then it slapped its claws to hit the tip of the gun, trying to use the force of the slap to dodge. Unexpectedly, at the moment when its claws hit the tip of the gun, the silver spear sank an inch suddenly, avoiding the claws of the mutant black cat, and continued to stab. Puff! The sharp tip of the gun pierced the black cat's fur with a sharp cold light, and instantly broke through its defense, rushing in from the gap between its ribs, piercing the flesh and blood, and going straight into the heart. Killed with one blow. An incredible look appeared in the mutant black cat's eyes, and the light in its eyes quickly dissipated. It sounds long, but the whole process only takes 2 or 3 seconds. A mutated black cat that was agile, quick, and nimble died under Guan Xiaohan's silver gun, and at this time Guan Xiaohan just happened to fall on the roof. The silver spear pointed at the mutant black cat, holding it in midair. Guan Xiaohan showed a disdainful sneer on her face. "How dare you give me a mocking look?" Then, he pulled the gun suddenly, and a large amount of blood spurted out. The body of the mutant black cat fell heavily on the roof, its body twitching and its heart bleeding. "I can't get up!" Su Xiao shouted from below. Guan Xiaohan stepped back helplessly. Chapter 41 Crisis. Fighting, hammering in all directions, guns shooting out like dragons. "I can't get up there!" Su Xiao shouted helplessly. Although his physical strength is very strong now, the gilded hammer in his hand weighs more than 200 pounds. Combined with his own weight, he can jump more than 1 or 2 meters, which is already extremely powerful. Thinking of jumping to a roof that is over 4 meters high is simply wishful thinking. Throw the gilded hammer up first, then jump up yourself, Guan Xiaohan said quickly. At this time, she was standing on a high place and had seen a terrifying mutant dog about 2 meters or 12 meters tall appear on the corner of the street and rush towards her quickly. Further away, a giant cow, more than 2 meters tall and 4 meters long, was also mooing as it came over. "Okay, go on." Su Zhao's arm burst out with strength, and he swung the gilded hammer up with force twice in a row. At this time, the mutant dog had already rushed dozens of meters away. Su Xiao rushed forward suddenly, and when he reached the wall, his leg muscles exploded and he jumped more than 2 meters high. He stomped hard on the wall, and the bricks shattered with such terrifying force. His body also shot upward. He grabbed the eaves with both hands, flipped over, and jumped directly onto the roof. At this time, the second-level mutant dog had already rushed forward. It roared and suddenly exerted force with its limbs. The huge force instantly created 4 small pits in the ground, and the dirt flew everywhere. But it actually pounced forward, leaping more than 4 meters high, opening its terrifying mouth and shooting out its sharp claws, and rushed towards the 2 people on the roof. Its eyes were completely scarlet and showed ferocity. So fierce. Su Xiao picked up the gilded hammer and shook his arms, allowing his muscles and bones to instantly reach their best condition. "Die for me!" Su Xiao roared wildly, his muscles bulged rapidly, his entire body grew larger in an instant, and his right arm swung out in a circle and smashed out violently. The gilded hammer, made of pure metal, the size of a watermelon, reflected golden light and created a whistling sound as it smashed towards the mutant dog's head. Guan Xiaohan, who was following behind Su Xiao, also rushed out suddenly, and the silver spear in his hand stabbed out like a dragon. The sharp tip of the spear was like the summons of the god of death, piercing the mutant dog's throat. Roar! The second-level mutant dog let out a roar like a wild beast, causing pain in people's ears. Its huge claws, as big as its head, slammed towards the gilded hammer fiercely. Bang! With a loud bang, Su Xiao was knocked back repeatedly by the huge force, and the cement on the roof was trampled into pieces by the huge force. The second-level mutant dog was also forced to stop in an instant. At this moment, the silver spear shot out and accurately pierced the mutant dog's throat. With a puff sound, the sharp tip of the spear pierced straight in, and blood splattered everywhere in an instant. The second-level mutant dog instinctively opened its mouth to bite. Unexpectedly, the silver spear retracted in an instant like a swimming dragon, and the mutant dog missed its bite. Before the mutant dog could react, the silver spear thrust forward again. It directly pierced the eyes of the second-level mutant dog. With a crisp popping sound, its eyes were directly pierced and exploded. The mutant dog suddenly screamed, but its scream was mixed with the sound of a broken bellows. I saw the blood in my neck flowing faster. These continuous attacks instantly frightened the mutant dog. It tried to run away, but suddenly it felt a pain in its ear. I don't know when the silver spear retracted, but it stabbed again, this time directly into the ear, and continued to go deeper, directly into the brain. In an instant, the mutant dog's body stiffened, and it fell to the ground, trembling. At this time, Su Xiao had just stabilized himself. Looking at the fallen mutant dog and listening to the system's prompts, Su Xiao gave a thumbs up. Awesome. Of course I do. This girl is invincible. Guan Xiaohan swung the tip of the gun, and the blood drops on the gun flew down, splashing a large pool of blood on the ground. Without waiting for the two of them to compliment each other, then an angry moo of a cow was heard, and then the house shook violently, and the second-level mutant cow actually slammed into the back wall of the house. The terrifying force hit the huge body like a tank. A big hole was knocked into half of the wall, and the whole house shook violently. Large pieces of cement burst and flew up, and smoke and dust rose in an instant. The two men were shaken so much that they couldn't stand steadily. However, there was nothing wrong with the head of the second-level mutant cow. Its two huge horns are like two scimitars rising into the sky, thick and full of hardness, giving people a great sense of deterrence. Before the two of them could figure out how to deal with this level 2 mutant cow, a loud crowing of a rooster was heard from the front left, and a colorful rooster, as tall as a person, with wings more than 3 meters long, a sharp beak, and claws as thick as hooks, flapped its wings and rushed towards the two of them. Level 2 mutant rooster. Su Xiao looked solemn. Not far away, there was a level 2 mutant dog, a level 2 mutant pig, and another level 2 mutant cow rumbling over, and behind them were a dozen mutant cats, dogs, cows, and pigs following. They all gathered towards Su Xiao and his group. Kill this mutant rooster first, then kill the others. Watch your step and don't fall, Guan Xiaoan said quickly, before the level 2 mutant rooster flew over. He raised his silver spear and stabbed the level 2 mutant bull that was hitting the wall. The sharp tip of the spear opened a huge hole in the mutant bull's neck. Blood gushed out, but it was not fatal to the mutant cow's huge body. It was just an injury. The second-level mutant rooster had already flapped its wings and flew over the roof, grabbing Su Xiao with its huge claws. A fat chicken? How dare you be so presumptuous? I'll stew you soon. Su Xiao roared, took a big step forward, and stretched out the gilded hammer in his left hand to block the mutant rooster's claws and attract its attention. Sure enough, the second-level mutant rooster opened its claws, which were bigger than a human head, and grabbed the gilded hammer fiercely, instantly grabbing it, and then its sharp claws suddenly retracted. But the gilded hammer is made of pure metal and is incredibly hard. This mutant rooster did not have 1,000 times the power of the Thunderbird, so it grabbed it directly into its claws. Su Xiao simply let go of the mutant rooster and used a force of more than 100 kilograms to pull the mutant rooster's body suddenly shifted. At this time, Su Xiao had already held another gilded hammer in both hands, aimed at the chest of the second-level mutant rooster, and swung it violently. All the strength in his body exploded at this moment, causing the gilded hammer to whistle and smash forward at an extremely fast speed. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the sharp beak of the second-level mutant rooster suddenly pecked at Su Xiao's head, as if they were going to die together. No, it should be said that the second-level mutant rooster can only attack like this. At this moment, Guan Xiaoan, who had been hiding behind Su Xiao, suddenly appeared, and the silver spear shot out like lightning, aiming at the neck of the mutant rooster. The second-level mutant rooster did not notice Guan Xiaoan's existence at all and continued pecking. When it was about to peck Su Xiao's head, the silver spear had already pierced into its neck before it did. Puff the silver spear pierced into its neck fiercely until it reached its cervical vertebrae before stopping. At this time, Su Xiao's gilded hammer also hit the chest of the mutant rooster. Crack like a hammer hitting bones. Chapter 42. Hammering the Level 2 Mutant Bull. The mutant rooster's chest collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the gilded hammer smashed in like a cannonball, with a continuous sound of bone breaking that made one's teeth ache. Broken bones were seen coming out of its chest, while the gilded hammer continued to hit it. His internal organs couldn't withstand the pressure and exploded. His chest also burst under the pressure. A large amount of blood gushed out instantly, splashing all over Su Zhao's face. Fortunately, I was wearing a helmet and it didn't spray on my face. The body of the second-level mutant rooster fell to the ground with a bang. The whole process takes no more than 30 seconds. The reconnaissance drone controller was constantly monitoring the scene here and was filled with emotion as he watched the two of them kill at such a fast speed and cooperate tacitly. Oh my God, these two are perfect together. One bravely stepped forward to resist everything, and the other attacked as fast as lightning, killing a mutant beast in an instant. This combat ability is definitely the best in this class. The reconnaissance drone controller exclaimed in admiration. At this time, Chung Song's anxious voice came from the headset. How is Guan Xiaoan doing? Please don't let anything happen to her. It's safe now. Guan Xiaoan and Su Xiao have killed 2 level 2 mutant beasts and 1 level 1 mutant beast together, but they are still in danger. Many mutant beasts are surrounding them. Where's the attack drone? Where's the attack drone? Where is it? Chung breathed a sigh of relief in the headset, but he was still not careless and asked again quickly. Since we're in the northwest of town, the distance is quite far. So, it will take about 5 minutes to get there. 5 minutes. Guan Xiaoan, Su Xiao, you two must hold on. Chung Song thought anxiously, and he stomped his feet again, his body rushing forward like a galloping horse at an extremely fast speed. But it would take him 10 minutes to reach Guan Xiaohan and the others. Zia Wang's Wang. At this moment, there was another loud noise, and the ground under my feet shook violently. The concrete roof collapsed instantly, and a large number of cracks appeared, revealing the floor on the roof. And you can see what's going on inside the house from above. We have to kill this level 2 mutant bull, otherwise it will be too much of a threat, Su Xiao said loudly. He focuses on defense and strength, and his speed and agility are average. When attacking, the force is powerful and each blow explodes with the whole body's strength, so the footing must be steady. If not even 10% of the strength in the whole body can be exerted. Moreover, with the attack of the mutant cows, this house that had been uninhabited for many years began to collapse, and even the roof floor was exposed. If the mutant cows were allowed to attack, they would surely bring down the entire house. When we get down there, the terrain will suddenly become complicated. Regardless of whether it is a mutant dog or a mutant cat, they are both extremely agile creatures, which allows them to perform better in complex terrain. Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan also lost the advantage of terrain. When the mutant beasts attacked from all directions, they would be in danger. Guan Xiaohan immediately looked around. The mutant beasts were still a few hundred meters away. The level 2 mutant dog was already 20 to 30 meters away. She immediately made a decision. We should kill the mutant cow as quickly as possible, then hide in the side room, block the door to the side room, and fight the mutant beast. Good. Su Xiao agreed immediately. Just as they were about to go down, the mutant bull rushed into the house and slammed into the wall again. The terrifying force directly knocked down the thinner wall inside the house. The roof collapsed instantly without support, and the floor fell down with a loud bang. Su Xiao, who was standing on the floor, also fell down. Dry! Su Xiao cursed inwardly and stared down. At this moment, the roar of the mutant dog came from the left side of the house again. It's the second-level mutant dog. Be careful. I'll kill this mutant first, Guan Xiaohan said anxiously. Don't worry about me. Just be careful. Su Xiao responded, his eyes still staring down. With a loud bang, the floor hit the mutant cow's head. The huge force caused it to sink suddenly, and the falling floor also stopped suddenly. Su Xiao seized the opportunity, stepped down hard, shot up, raised the gilded hammer, and smashed it hard on the mutant bull's back. Bang! A dull sound was heard, and the mutant cow's back could be seen collapsing suddenly, but the imagined sound of breaking bones did not occur. Instead, the huge recoil force made Su Xiao's arm numb. The defense is so high. At the same time, the recoil force also bounced Su Xiao to the side. Although his hammer did not break the mutant cow's spine, it still caused cracks in the bones. The severe pain instantly drove the mutant cow crazy. Its eyes are red. With a sudden push of his head, he directly blew away the floor slab weighing thousands of pounds, and then quickly adjusted his position. His scarlet eyes looked at Su Xiao, which were full of crazy, murderous intent and anger. A large amount of hot air comes out of the nose. Moo! The second-level mutant bull roared, exerted force on its limbs, lowered its head, pointed its sharp horns at Su Xiao, and then rushed over with a bang. The floor slab that was blocking its way was directly broken by it, and the rubble inside the floor slab was directly blown out. As violent as a tank, Su Xiao's eyes were calm, and he shook his arms violently, pulling open the rack. Two gilded hammers open out like two huge crab claws. It has high defense, and the bull's horns are blocking its head. Attacking its head will have absolutely no effect. But what if I attack the side of your face? Twin peaks pierce my ears. Su Xiao shouted loudly, and all his strength burst out instantly. He quickly closed his arms, and the two gilded hammers made a whistling sound under the powerful force. Quickly close towards the middle. The target is the mutant cow's side face, ears, and eyes. The second-level mutant bull didn't feel the danger at all and continued to charge forward ferociously. Under the explosion of Su Xiao's powerful force, the two gilded hammers hit the mutant bull's face from the left and right in an instant. The hammer face of the gilded hammer hit the eyes and head. There was a sound of bubbles bursting, and the two eyes of the mutant cow exploded instantly. The gilded hammer landed heavily on its eye socket, and there was a sound of bones breaking, and the eye socket bone was directly blasted into a cave-in. Blood spurted out instantly. The gilded hammer had a very large area, and it hit its eyes and ears at the same time. In an instant, a huge force of the attack hit the ear, and the cartilage on the ear was directly shattered, and the skin cracked, revealing the bright red flesh inside. The moment the huge force hits the ear, the shock wave forms along the ear canal and spreads into the skull, and with a bang, the eardrum shatters. The terrifying force shattered the blood vessels in its brain, causing it to feel dizzy instantly. The huge body that was originally rushing forward suddenly stopped. The body instantly became stiff and stood still. A large amount of blood instantly flowed out of the ears, eyes, and nose. Die for me. Su Xiao took a step back and put some distance between them. The strength in his waist and legs burst out instantly, and his body spun violently. His arm drove the gilded hammer to make a terrifying whistling sound and smashed it down towards its right eye. Boom! The hammer hit the mutant cow's side face hard. The gilded hammer, with terrifying kinetic energy, instantly smashed the cow's facial bones and side skull and continued to move forward. Half of his face was visibly sunken. The huge force also knocked the bull head sideways, and its stiff body collapsed and fell to the ground. Its whole body twitched. A lot of blood flowed from the corners of its mouth, eyes, and ears, as well as white brain tissue. Chapter 43. So fierce. Is this a newcomer? Dead. Su Xiao was breathing heavily. Just now, when he used the double peaks piercing the ears, if it was a little faster, it would have hit the bull's horns and caused no damage to it. If you were a little slower, you will hit the mutant cow's neck, causing the same amount of damage, and you will be pierced by the mutant cow's horns. Fortunately, his judgment was accurate, and he acted decisively. Su Xiao, are you okay? At this time, a large amount of blood spurted down from the roof, and a huge dog was drooping weakly on the damaged roof. At the same time, Guan Xiaohan's anxious voice came. It's okay. I'll be right up. One of the floors fell down at an angle, forming a slope, and Su Xiao ran straight up. At this time, all the mutant beasts had run within a few dozen meters. There were two level 1 mutant cats that were very smart. They were very fast, but did not attack immediately. Instead, he squatted on the wall not far away and roared at them. It's like waiting for the main force. You're not hurt. It was a rare opportunity to catch his breath, and Su Xiao immediately glanced at Guan Xiaohan's body. The mutant dog was a level 2 mutant beast with fast speed, fierce attack, and great strength. Although Guan Xiaohan had also reached the second level of martial arts, he had only been promoted yesterday after all. Her strength was no match for a level 2 mutant dog. She was also a strong-willed person, so Su Xiao was afraid that she would endure the pain and not speak. Fortunately, there were no wounds on his body, but there were large stains of blood, which I guess were from the mutant dog just now. I'm fine. Guan Xiaohan also glanced at Su Xiao and was relieved to see that there was only a lot of dirt on his combat uniform, and it was not damaged. You stay on the slope and don't let the mutant beasts come up. I will deal with the mutant beasts in other directions. Guan Xiaohan said quickly. Okay. Just as Su Xiao replied, a mutant dog suddenly emerged from a hidden place and quickly rushed up along the slanted floor. After rushing for 2 meters, its sharp claws popped out to increase friction, and then it jumped suddenly. Its body shot up, its mouth wide open, revealing sharp teeth, biting toward Su Xiao. D. If you dare to jump up, you will be a sitting duck. Su Xiao raised the gilded hammer and smashed it down with a whistling sound. This mutant dog was a mutant beast that had just been promoted not long ago. Its strength was far inferior to the first-level peak mutant dog encountered before. The speed, reaction, and strength are far inferior. There is absolutely no concept of dodging or attacking the gilded hammer. Then the gilded hammer smashed down with a loud bang. There was a loud bang. The mutant dog's head was blown up. The body fell downwards. Just as the corpse fell and their lines of sight overlapped, a mutant cat suddenly emerged from below. Its speed was several times faster than that of the mutant dog. Moreover, he was small in size and used the mutant dog to block his vision when falling. Su Xiao didn't check. When he saw the mutant cat, it had already rushed up, screamed, and pounced on it, opening its mouth, biting towards Su Xiao's neck with its sharp teeth. Roll! Su Xiao shouted loudly and raised the gilded hammer in his right hand to block his neck. At the same time, the gilded hammer in his left hand smashed forward. The mutant cat actually slapped the gilded hammer deftly, and its body instantly changed direction and bit towards Su Xiao's arm, breaking Su Xiao's attack. Just when the mutant cat was about to bite, a sharp light suddenly emerged from behind Su Xiao and pierced the mutant cat's head. The sharp tip of the gun pierced straight in and directly blew up the mutant cat's head. The mutant cat died instantly. At this moment, 7 or 8 level 1 mutant dogs had already stepped on the wall and rushed up, along with 3 or 4 level 1 mutant cats. When the reconnaissance drone controller saw this scene, he immediately shouted, "Oh no! Why are there so many mutant beasts? There are only 2 of them. Can they defend themselves against attacks from all sides?" Sun Chong, when will your attack drone arrive? Gao Ming looked in another direction and asked loudly. There's more than a minute left. We'll be there soon. I've seen Zai Wang's way. We're approaching your position quickly. The drone attack pilot Sun Chong replied loudly. At this time, he had already seen the outline of Zai Wang's wang, and the green dot on the map was getting closer and closer to the reconnaissance drone. I see you. Come here quickly. They're down there. Gao Ming shouted, and the reconnaissance drone suddenly took off, providing the attack drone with a visual of its location. Here it comes. As the attack drone moves forward quickly, it quickly adjusts the lens position to lock onto the target. Then he saw a scene that shocked him. As soon as the camera was adjusted to the rooftop, it saw that more than a dozen mutant beasts, as if receiving instructions, attacked the 2 people on the rooftop at the same time. It's over! Sun Chong immediately yelled that it was not good. Guan Xiaoan, Su Xiao, and the mutant beast were entangled together, which made it impossible for him to lock on and attack. If you attack randomly, there is a high chance that both people will be injured. He could only approach quickly and aim at close range, praying in his heart that the 2 of them would not be attacked in vital parts by the mutant beast. Once the attack reaches a vital point, there will be no way to save him. It would be best if the 2 of them were only slightly injured and their bodies were motionless, so that he could kill all the mutant beasts as quickly as possible without hurting them. Just as Sun Chong was praying, he suddenly froze. He saw more than a dozen mutant beasts attacked frantically at the same time, and just when they thought the 2 were about to be injured. The spear in Guan Xiaohan's hand suddenly burst out with a dazzling cold light, and countless spear beams could be vaguely seen stabbing out, and then the mutant beasts were seen being hit in the vitals in an instant. The body that was rushing forward violently suddenly stiffened, and then fell heavily. Almost instantly, all the mutant beasts that rushed towards her died. Su Xiao beside her was equally violent. He knocked down a level 2 mutant pig that rushed towards her with a hammer, and blood could be seen splashing. Then he reacted very quickly. He spun his body, and the hammerhead in his hand, which was glowing with golden light, spun along with it. All the mutant beasts that rushed towards him were hit and knocked away by the violent hammer. All the mutant beasts that were hit spurted blood from their mouths and noses and flew backwards. Furious and violent, full of violent aesthetics, the mutant beasts that had originally besieged them disappeared in an instant. Wow, so awesome. Is this the new guy this year? The sophomore student is probably just like this, Sun Chong exclaimed, and the attack drone quickly flew to the side. Shouted, Guan Xiaoan, Su Xiao, do you still need help? Thanks, no thanks. Um, please call a truck over. Thanks. Su Xiao waved his hand. No merit points will be given to those killed by attack drones. On the contrary, merit points will be deducted because of the waste of bullets. He won't do business at a loss. You kill those mutant dogs and cats. I will kill that level 2 mutant pig. Su Xiao pointed at the mutant pig in the house that had been unable to get up for a long time and said to Guan Xiaohan. Guan Xiaohan's voice was a little breathless, but she didn't waste any words and stabbed the nearest mutant dog with her gun. Su Xiao looked at the level 2 mutant pig with a broken leg in the room. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he suddenly jumped up and raised the gilded hammer high. As his body fell rapidly, he swung the gilded hammer with both arms, aiming at the head of the second-level mutant pig and smashing it down like a meteor falling from the sky. Chapter 44. The crisis is resolved. They must have cheated. The violent force, coupled with the kinetic energy of the fall and the weight of the gilded hammer itself, made Su Xiao's attack reach an explosive state. The second-level mutant pig was still grunting and trying to stand up. Suddenly, its hair stood up and it felt a threat of death. It looked up and saw a huge hammer shining with golden light coming down on it. The fear of death instantly swept through my body. The mutant pig screamed miserably and struggled in fear, trying to dodge, but its huge body and broken legs made it completely useless. The next second, a dull bang was heard, mixed with a horrible cracking sound, and the mutant pig's head collapsed and exploded like a watermelon hit by a hammer, with blood and brain matter splattering in all directions. Bah! How dare you surround and kill me? Who gave you the courage? Su Xiao spat out the blood that sprayed into his mouth and kicked the pig corpse with disdain. Walked towards the outside. Guan Xiaohan had already killed most of the mutant beasts, and only 2 injured mutant cats ran away. But they were killed by the attack drones after running a few steps. It's a gift to you. A voice shouted from the attack drone. Thank you. Su Xiao waved his hand. The attack drone circled and flew back the way it came. That's amazing. Gao Ming was full of admiration. They killed 6 level 2 mutant beasts and more than a dozen level 1 mutant beasts, and they only practiced for a month. It's so awesome in just 1 month. This new guy is really awesome. Gao Ming exclaimed in admiration. Then a message was sent on the main control machine. The crisis in Wang has been resolved. Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao have teamed up to kill 6 level 2 mutant beasts and 17 mutant beasts. Please learn from them. What was said was immediately transformed into text and sent to everyone's watch. Chung Song burst out all his strength, and his body shot out like a sharp arrow. Each step he took was 7 or 8 meters away, but he still felt slow, very slow. He had never felt so slow before. He had never felt so weak before. Why am I not at the 5th level of martial arts? Why am I so slow? That was Guan Xiaohan, the top martial arts talent, with an incredible comprehension, a super genius who could learn almost anything at a glance and master once she learned it. In the entire Jiangbei city, no one was more talented than her. Even in the entire Jiangbei city, no one can match her talent. She was designated by the school as the future female warrior queen. Is this peerless genius going to die because of my momentary negligence? Why didn't I stop her? Why didn't I follow her? Are other people so important? What's the point of considering the overall situation? I should have just followed her. Chung Song was screaming in his heart. He knew that Guan Xiaohan's status in the hearts of many leaders was absolutely top-notch. Otherwise, he would not allow her to act silly with Su Xiao. However, such a genius is now besieged by a group of mutant beasts. She had just been promoted to the 2nd level of martial arts and was besieged by 6 or 7 2nd-level mutant beasts and more than a dozen 1st-level mutant beasts. Chung Song put himself in their shoes. If it were him, he would definitely be torn to pieces in an instant. Chung Song was lost in thought. At this moment, an attack drone flew past quickly, and it was in the direction where Guan Xiaohan was, which made him feel relieved. The bullets attacking the drone can kill a level 3 mutant beast with 1 shot. These level 2 mutant beasts can't resist at all. Guan Xiaohan's safety is guaranteed. But before he could completely relax, he saw the attack drone flying back. It took no more than a minute. What's going on? Chung Song was shocked. Returning at such a fast speed. Could it be Guanxin? Chung Song only felt his brain buzzing, as if he had been punched, and everything went blank. At this moment, a reminder sounded on the watch. He looked down and saw, the crisis in Wang has been resolved. Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao have teamed up to kill. The crisis is over. Guan Xiaoan killed 6 level 2 mutant beasts and 17 level 1 mutant beasts. Ah, she is worthy of being the future female warrior queen. Awesome, awesome. Chung Song waved his fist happily. As for the above-mentioned cooperation with Su Xiao, he simply didn't take it to heart. He was very clear about Su Xiao's strength. He had only practiced the iron shirt and the 18-move drum beating and golden hammer technique for a week, and they were completely unable to exert their power. Chung Song even felt that Su Xiao was definitely a burden to Guan Xiaoan. If Su Xiao hadn't been there, with Guan Xiaoan's speed, she would never have been surrounded by the mutant beasts. This Su Xiao, Guan Xiaoan, is such a genius. How could he fall in love with an ordinary warrior? I wonder. Chung Song shook his head. He knew how poor the talent of a Class C was and how low his future achievements would be. Because he was a Class C talent. After practicing for more than 20 years, he was still only at the 4th level of martial arts. However, as Guan Xiaohan's strength increased, the gap between them became apparent, and the two of them ended up in failure. This is also the reason why the leaders in the school do not stop them forcefully. The greater the difference in their abilities, the more they see and hear different things, the more tasks they perform, and their statuses will also be different. They will no longer be from the same world, and will naturally separate. Chung Song was lost in thought and soon rushed to Xia Wang's wang, found the two people, and was relieved to see that Guan Xiaohan was not injured at all. As the reminder on the watch sounded, everyone saw the message. All of them were shocked at once. What? Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao teamed up to kill 6 level 2 mutant beasts and 17 level 1 mutant beasts. Oh my god, how is this possible? I remember the last message, that the two were under siege. That means they killed so many mutant beasts while being besieged. You're focusing on the wrong thing. It's about how long it took for these two messages to be sent. Maybe just over 10 minutes. How did they kill so many mutant beasts in just over 10 minutes? Did they cheat? Did they bring guns? Or did they have an expert to help them? How could they cheat? The people controlling the drones are from the armed police force. How could they cheat? That's right. Besides, there's no point in cheating. That means Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao are really that strong. Together they killed 6 level 2 mutant beasts and 17 level 1 mutant beasts. What the hell is this? We haven't even killed a single level 1 mutant beast even with our combined efforts. And they've killed several level 2 ones. We are all human beings, all classmates. Why is there such a big gap? Ji Xinbua, who was treating his wound, smiled bitterly. Guan Xiaohan completed the 10th level of body, casting only an hour earlier than me. How can she be so strong? And I? He looked at the wound on his leg and asked, Teacher, will my wound heal tomorrow? Yes. I will give you a wound medicine made from herbs of extraordinary quality. You will be able to move normally tonight and be fully recovered tomorrow morning. Thank you, teacher. Ji Xinbua clenched his fist tightly. Tomorrow, I will surpass you, Guan Xiaoan. As for Su Xiao mentioned in the information, he didn't take him seriously. Everyone knew that Su Xiao was a Class C talent and was just an ordinary person. Not in Ji Xinbua's eyes. Chapter 45, Improving Weapons and Equipment. After Su Xiao killed the level 2 mutant pig, he immediately ran towards Guan Xiaoan. At this time, Guan Xiaoan had already killed all the mutant beasts. But at this moment, her face was pale. She held the silver spear and looked around vigilantly. His chest rose and fell, and heavy breathing came out of his mouth. What's wrong? Su Xiao hurriedly supported Guan Xiaoan. The moment he supported her, Guan Xiaohan's body instantly went limp. Her legs became weak, and she collapsed. This scared Su Xiao, and he quickly hugged Guan Xiaohan in his arms. What's wrong? Were you injured? Su Xiao quickly checked head, heart, abdomen. Guan Xiaohan looked at Su Xiao, who was anxious and nervous, and a smile appeared on her lips. I didn't find the wrong person. It's okay. I'm just exhausted. Guan Xiaohan reached out to touch Su Xiao's face, wanting him to relax, but her hand dropped halfway. Su Xiao quickly held it, put it on his face, looked Guan Xiaohan in the eyes and asked, Are you really okay? It's really okay. Guan Xiaohan panted, twisted her body, and lay in a more comfortable position. Su Xiao simply sat on the ground and held her in his arms. Guan Xiaohan explained, I just used the dragon spear's move dragon strikes all around. It used up all my remaining energy and strength. It was through Guan Xiaohan's explanation that Su Xiao realized that advanced martial arts can unleash moves that are several times more powerful than normal attacks. However, it does require energy. If you don't have enough energy, You will lose your physical strength. Guan Xiaohan had just been promoted to the second level of martial arts, and she had very little energy left in her body. However, the Dragon Spear's Dragon Strikes all directions required a lot of energy, so it drained all her energy and stamina in an instant. I'm here. Don't work so hard in the future. Su Xiao took Guan Xiaohan's hand and rubbed it on his face. With his right hand, he took out a high-energy chocolate from his combat uniform, peeled it, and fed it to Guan Xiaohan to help her recover her strength. Guan Xiaohan nodded gently, narrowed her eyes slightly, and fell asleep. At this moment, a figure rushed over with a whistling sound and shouted loudly, "Guan Xiaohan, Su Xiao." Looking from the roof, I saw martial arts teacher Ching Song taking a step of 7 or 8 meters and rushing forward. I could see the anxiety on his face. The two of them felt warm in their hearts instantly. The teacher is here. Su Xiao waved. When Ching Song heard the sound, he ran over quickly. When he was still more than 10 meters away from the house, he jumped suddenly and jumped directly to a height of more than 10 meters and fell towards the roof. Boom! A huge force suddenly descended onto the roof. The stone slab, which already had several cracks and some cracks, exploded instantly. Ouch! Chung Song screamed and fell into the house, raising a cloud of dust. Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan rolled their eyes in sync. "Teacher, are you okay?" Su Xiao asked with concern. It's okay. What can happen to me?" "Ha ha." Chung Song laughed awkwardly and jumped up. Seeing Su Xiao holding Guan Xiaohan, he immediately became anxious and asked, "Guan Xiaohan, what's wrong with you?" "It's okay, teacher. I'm exhausted." Guan Xiaohan explained again. It's okay. It's good that you're okay. It's a great thing that you're okay. Don't dare to run so far again. Come back with me later and move outwards little by little near the village. Don't run so far. You know I was shocked when I heard you were in danger." Chung Song started to mutter. "Okay, teacher." The two responded. More than an hour later, a light truck drove into the village. A bearded man jumped out of the car. "Guan Xiaohan, Su Xiao, you two are amazing. Together you have killed more than 20 mutant beasts. That's amazing." The man praised, his eyes full of admiration. "If my son had your ability, I would be very grateful." "Really? Is your son also a freshman in high school?" While Su Xiao was chatting with the man, the two of them moved the mutant beast body into the car. These were all merit points, and none of them could be lost. In less than half an hour, all the mutant beast corpses were loaded onto the truck, piled up more than 4 meters high, like a mountain of corpses. "You guys go in the car. Give me the motorcycle keys." Chung Song took away the motorcycle keys, and Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan sat directly on the shaker of the light truck and directly on the corpse of the mutant beast. Chung let go of the motorcycle and followed closely behind. Guan Xiaohan squinted her eyes and lay in Su Xiao's arms to rest and recover her strength. Su Xiao then focused his attention on the attribute panel. Soul value, 28 points. So many. Su Xiao was overjoyed. First, upgrade my wife's combat uniform. Although Guan Xiaohan has reached the second level of martial arts, her physique and defense are slightly weaker, and she can be easily injured once attacked. By improving her defense, she can display her attacks and bursts without hesitation and kill the mutant beast faster. His hand was on Guan Xiaohan's combat uniform. It immediately appeared on the panel. Combat uniforms, ordinary equipment, can be upgraded. Just fill it up. Ordinary equipment can only be plus 10. 10 soul points disappeared, and plus 10 was displayed on Guan Xiaohan's combat uniform. Looking at her combat uniform again, it has become much darker and has a faint fluorescent flow. The protection and anti-stab capabilities have been greatly increased. Su Xiao estimated that he could defend against the attack of a level 4 mutant beast. When ordinary equipment is added to the maximum, it is infinitely close to extraordinary equipment. And extraordinary equipment is only worn by masters above the 4th level of martial arts. He grabbed Guan Xiaohan's silver spear again. It was also directly promoted to the top. Silver spear plus 10. Suddenly, a cold light flashed on the gun, and a sharp meaning emanated from the tip of the gun, which made Su Xiao feel like his hair stood on end. Guan Xiaohan also felt the change, opened her eyes, looked at the spear in surprise, and whispered, "Is it upgraded?" "Yeah." Su Xiao nodded, and the two didn't say much. At this time, Chung Song was looking at them in confusion. He felt his eyes were dazzled just now, and when he looked at the two of them, he didn't see anything. There are 8 soul points left. Su Xiao put all of them on his protective suit. Because he was wearing it, his feelings were more obvious. The outer layer of the combat uniform is made of tough and cut-resistant fabric, and the middle layer is made of a mixture of special steel wire and mixed materials. It originally weighs only 7 or 8 kilograms. After the lift, the weight suddenly became about half lighter. Su Xiao clearly felt that the fabric had become darker and more textured. He scratched it with his fingernail, but there was not even a trace of white mark. It was very smooth. It was originally able to defend against attacks by level 2 mutant beasts, but now it can definitely defend against attacks by level 3 mutant beasts. After it is upgraded to level 10, it will rise to another level. What a great harvest! Su Xiao smiled. A dozen mutant beast corpses would give him dozens of merit points. Another 28 soul points, which directly upgraded his weapons and equipment. With their current equipment, if they encounter a group of beasts like the one before again, they can kill them all without even standing still. However, Su Xiao always had a doubt in his mind. How could the first and second level mutant beasts attack them together? Aren't leaders and commander level mutant beasts only produced at level 4 or above? Only when one's intelligence is highly developed above level for will one think of commanding a group of beasts. Su Xiao was a little confused. Chapter 46 Su Xiao. This is not luck. Zia Wang's Wang. Not long after Su Xiao and the others left. In a house, a lid suddenly popped up in the middle of the yard, revealing a pitch-black hole. A giant cat as black as ink, with even black eyes, jumped out of it. It was as big as a leopard but very agile. It used its limbs to suddenly jump a distance of more than 10 meters and climbed up the tree along the trunk. Looking at the receding convoy, a mocking look appeared in its eyes. It suddenly spoke. The teacher leading the team is only at the 4th level of martial arts, so the other teachers are probably at the same level. With such strength, you can make a move. Humans, you would never have thought that the Beast God Church, which had been silent for more than a decade, would suddenly show up and catch you off guard. Let me start with your future and test your reaction. There was a hint of cruelty in the black cat's eyes. Then, he jumped off the tree and ran towards the river. With every step it jumps into the shadow of the object, and if you don't lock onto it, you won't be able to see it at all. As the light truck got closer to the town, more people and vehicles appeared on the road, most of whom were students from Zhongbei No. 1 Middle School. All the students were stunned when they saw the light truck filled with 4-meter-high mutant beast corpses. Oh my god, so many dead bodies. Who got this? Could it be Guan Xiaoan and Su Xiao? For the city clearing mission, the senior students and experts from the government departments went to the wilderness to clear out the powerful mutant beasts. Or they could clear out the city and directly suppress the mutant beasts with powerful strength to prevent them from causing any trouble. The small towns around Zhongbei City were cleared out by these freshmen. Combined with the previous clues on the watch, they instantly guessed who had caused such a big commotion. Just looking at the information on the watch, they didn't feel much. They just thought that Guan Xiaoan and Su Xiao were really awesome for killing more than 20 mutant beasts. But after seeing the car full of corpses piled 4 or 5 meters high, everyone lost their composure. So many, oh my god! The pile on the truck was 4 or 5 meters high. Oh my god! How did they kill them all? And they killed them in just a few minutes. My god, this is too amazing. Guan Xiaoan and Su Xiao are really amazing. Oh my god! We didn't even kill one level 1 mutant beast. And they killed a whole truckload. A whole truckload? Oh my god. How much meat is this? Especially when he saw the huge corpse of the 2nd level mutant bull, with its sharp and solid horns half a meter long and as sharp as a knife. He was directly shocked. Fuck, a level 2 mutant bull is this big. How did Guan Xiaoan and Su Xiao kill a mutant bull that was over 2 meters tall and 4 meters long? Look at the muscles, they're all bulging. Add to that its size and weight, and it's as powerful as a tank when it hits. If this hit a person, they would be crushed into a meat patty. They actually beat the mutant bull to death. That's perverted. Are we in the same grade? Everyone was amazed, looking at the corpse, Guan Xiaohan, who was leaning on Su Xiao's arms with a happy face. They were immediately more jealous. Fuck, not only is he strong, but he's also showing off his affection. Ugh, shameless. That is... The man responded by giving Su Xiao and Guan Xiaoan a thumbs up. Guan Xiaoan, Su Xiao, awesome. Ha, good luck. Su Xiao responded with a smile. He had some impression that this person was from class 2. Oh my, you are so strong yet so low-key. If it were me, I would have shown off right away. No wonder Guan Xiaoan likes him. Looking at the light truck going away, everyone was amazed. Chung Song, who was riding a motorcycle behind the truck, listened to the numerous compliments, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. I taught him. How could he not be amazing? Only then did Chung Song realize how much honor Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao had given him. One of the two newcomers had just entered the second level of martial arts, and the other had just entered the first level of martial arts. Both of them actually survived the siege of more than 20 mutant beasts and slaughtered all of them. For a normal warrior, a warrior of the first level of martial arts can only kill one level 1 mutant beast. If he kills two, he will surely die. 99% of the people in their school would die under the siege of 2 level 1 mutant beasts. Even most people can't defeat a level 1 mutant beast. Like Ji Xinbua, he was also an A-level student, and his strength was outstanding in the whole school. But what happened? He fought with a level 1 mutant beast alone and got injured. We have to attack drones to rescue them. Strength is one aspect, while reaction during battle and determination to win are the key factors in determining victory or defeat. Some people can only perform 20% or 30% of their full potential when they are nervous. Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao were able to maintain their strength and perform exceptionally well despite being besieged by so many mutant beasts. This was extremely rare. Not to mention the entire number 1 middle school. Even in the entire Linhai city, there are not many people who have this mentality. This is their first time to hunt mutant beasts. Chung Song sighed. The light truck slowly drove into the base. When the teachers and logistics staff who stayed behind at the base saw this, they all came forward happily and applauded to welcome them. Welcome the two little masters to return with great success. You two have the style and demeanor that I had back then. Awesome. This achievement is amazing. A bearded martial arts teacher laughed and gave a thumbs up in praise. It's all luck, it's all luck. Su Xiao responded and jumped off the car, pulling the rope. Then Guan Xiaohan jumped down and was caught by Su Xiao, which made all the teachers smile. Ji Xinbua, who had just come out of the rescue room, immediately saw everyone surrounding Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao and felt jealous for no reason. My leg was injured, and Guan Xiaohan returned with great success. This reality gap made Ji Xinbua's face gloomy. Tomorrow I will also be welcomed in by everyone. Ji Xinbua swore secretly. Come on, Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao, don't leave yet. Let's count our harvest together. The logistics teacher greeted them warmly. Okay, teacher. Su Xiao stopped and took the initiative to help the logistics teacher move the mutant beast's corpse down. These mutants are all in good condition. They are basically not torn, and all the wounds are small enough to kill them in one shot. Guan Xiaohan's marksmanship has already gotten to the level. Yes, even the clever mutant cat was killed with one strike. This is rare. Guan Xiaohan is amazing. The logistics teacher stood around the mutant beast's corpse, looked at its wounds, and gave Guan Xiaohan a thumbs up. Guan Xiaohan smiled sweetly and said, It's all thanks to Teacher Cheng's good teaching. When Chung Song heard Guan Xiaohan mention him, he immediately straightened his chest and said, Haha, Xiaohan is still awesome. When he saw the head of the second-level mutant bull collapse and shatter, he couldn't help but exclaimed and looked at Su Xiao. Su Xiao, was it you who broke the skull of this mutant bull? Oh my god, the bones of a second-level mutant bull are very hard. Even a second-level martial arts expert with strong power cannot break them. How could you break them? The teachers looked at Su Xiao in disbelief. Luck, it's all luck. Su Xiao responded modestly. The right side of his face is completely collapsed, his skull is shattered, and his brain is shattered. This is a horrible hammer blow. The force is not weak. Classmate Su Xiao, this is not luck, but hard power. The teachers praised. Chapter 47 Green Scale, Python Bloodline. You practice the Iron Shirt, which is mainly defensive and strength-oriented. But you can deal this kind of damage. It seems that you are quite compatible with the Iron Shirt. Chung Song also became serious, as if he was meeting Su Xiao for the first time, with a gleam of light flashing in his eyes. Really? He only practiced the elementary martial arts Iron Shirt, but his strength is already very strong, not weaker than that of the top-level students who practiced advanced martial arts. All the teachers around looked at Su Xiao in surprise. There is only one explanation for practicing elementary defensive skills, but being able to exert high-level powerful skills, and that is that Su Xiao's martial arts are highly compatible with the Iron Shirt. Compatibility is a magical thing, and there is still no scientific explanation. But one thing that is generally recognized is that if a person's physique is highly compatible with the practice, Then his cultivation speed will be much faster than others, and the power he displays will also be stronger than others. Su Xiao demonstrated the power of advanced martial arts with low-level martial arts, and he had only practiced for a short time, so it must be a problem of the compatibility of his kung fu. Congratulations, Xiao Su. You are so lucky. All the teachers looked at Su Xiao with complicated expressions. Chung Song's face was full of surprise. It was the first time that Su Xiao heard about the concept of compatibility of martial arts. This statement perfectly conceals why his power suddenly became so great. This way, if anyone doubts me or questions me in the future, I can simply use the compatibility of my skills as an excuse to brush them off. Su Xiao thought about it and said with a smile, "Luck is all luck. The boy is really humble. He's a good kid. Not bad, not bad. Work hard and practice well." The teachers praised him. Su Xiao responded with a smile. The number of mutant beasts and the merit points obtained were also calculated here. It took more than an hour for many logistics teachers to complete the count. Calculate it. 6 level 2 mutant beasts in good condition, worth 83 merit points, and 16 level 1 mutant beasts, worth 80 merit points. Su Xiao, Guan Xiaoan, this is the list. Please check if there are any problems. The logistics teacher handed a list to the two and said. Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao took it and compared it. It was written on it why it was worth the price, in great detail. The two checked it out. No problem, thank you, teacher. Su Xiao signed on it. Okay, then it's okay for me to give all these merit points to Guan Xiaoan. The logistics teacher looked at Su Xiao teasingly. Guan Xiaoan also looked at Su Xiao with a smile, and Su Xiao hurriedly said loudly, "That's absolutely no problem. Xiaohan is the one who manages the money in our family. Didn't you see that Xiaohan usually pays for our meals? Good, good. You have no backbone at all." All the teachers smiled kindly. Guan Xiaohan also looked very proud. Guan Xiaohan, now that you have money, immediately exchange it for some snake blood to speed up your strength improvement. Su Xiao, by the blood of the iron-armored bull. Essence and blood are much more effective than Tianyuan fluid. Chung Song gave instructions from the side. He quickly talked about the advantages of the two types of essence and blood to the exercises. It's the teacher. Guan Xiaoan immediately went to the logistics teacher to buy it. The mutant beast that possesses essence and blood and can produce essence and blood must be a level 3 mutant beast or above, which is quite expensive. A bottle costs dozens or even hundreds of dollars. Guan Xiaoan calculated for a long time, bargained and acted like a spoiled child, and finally used 163 merit points to exchange for 2 portions of level 3 essence blood and 2 bottles of Tianyuan liquid. These two are resources used by people below the 3rd level of martial arts. Among them, the essence and blood resources are more advanced. The essence and blood need to be applied all over the body. Guan Xiaoan, do you want to find a female teacher to help you? Chung Song reminded kindly. No need, teacher. Su Xiao and I can just apply it on each other. Guan Xiaohan said generously. As soon as he finished speaking, all the teachers, including the students watching around, looked at Su Xiao with envy and sourness. Su Xiao, you are really lucky. I am so envious. Chung Song hesitated to speak, but in the end he didn't say anything. Su Xiao's eyebrows lit up and he grinned foolishly. Come here, I'll give you two a big tent. You can set up your cells in the school playground, classroom, nearby houses, etc. This tent will be your residence for the next few days, until the trial is over. The logistics teacher found a big tent with an anti smile on his face. The tent is equipped with mats, mattresses, and other daily necessities. Thank you, teacher. Su Xiao smiled and carried the tent on his shoulders. He followed Guan Xiaoan to find a place to set up the tent. Remember to notify me once you find a good seat. Chung Song shouted from behind. I understand, teacher. Su Xiao responded and asked, where are we going to set up the tent? Find a civilian house. Guan Xiaohan took Su Xiao and walked directly outside, walked out of the stronghold, and walked towards the civilian house next to it. The middle school is an outer extension of the town, so there are many houses. But because the school was abandoned and most people left, the house was abandoned. It can be used as a temporary residence. It's only afternoon now, and many students haven't returned yet. So, there are empty rooms with no one living in them. They can pick either one. This one is it. It's right next to the school playground. If there's any danger, the school can rescue immediately. It's private enough too. Guan Xiaoan pointed to a small courtyard with a rusty gate, a big hole in the door, and weeds growing inside the house. This small courtyard is right next to the playground. The two of them didn't do much cleaning, they just cleaned up the living room of the main house and set up the tent directly inside the house. The water supply system here has long been paralyzed. Su Xiao jumped over the wall and returned to school. He asked the logistics teacher for a large empty bucket, filled it with water, and reported the place he found to Chengsong. Only then did he return carrying a 200-kilogram bucket and 2 people's suitcases. This water will be used for bathing and drinking later. There are spare clothes in the suitcase. Come here, apply it on me first, and then I'll apply it on you last. Guan Xiaohan stuck her head out of the tent with a slightly red face. That's great. Su Xiao rubbed his hands and walked into the tent. Close your eyes and don't look. Guan Xiaohan said fiercely. How do you know where to apply the green scale python's blood if you don't look? Su Xiao said confidently, hurry up. I still have to apply the iron armored bull's blood later. Su Xiao attacked directly with a strange smile and was instantly hit by 2 punches from Guan Xiaohan, but he didn't care at all. He continued to attack despite the punches and soon revealed his perfect body. Snow white, tender skin, smooth, and elastic. Stop looking at me. I won't look at you every day. I'm tired of you. Hurry up and apply the green scale python's blood. Guan Xiaohan said generously. Su Xiao's blood boiled instantly, and he pounced on him with a roar. He bit down hard. Dry wood and raging fire. I did everything except what I shouldn't have done. Half an hour later. Okay, apply the green scale python's blood. At Guan Xiaohan's urging, Su Xiao licked his lips with satisfaction, savoring the taste, and began to apply the cream. The 2 jars of essence and blood were placed in a glass jar that was 15 centimeters high and 10 centimeters wide. Su Xiao originally thought that the blood would be very fishy. When I opened it, there was a faint fragrance. This is made from a variety of extraordinary medicines, which can allow the human body to absorb the power of mutant beast essence and blood and enhance strength. Moreover, the blood and essence were as viscous as jelly. Guan Xiaohan directly dug out a piece of essence and blood and smeared it on key parts, such as the back and the top of the head, and asked Su Xiao for help. Su Xiao was not polite either. He dug out his essence and blood and applied it carefully. This bottle is for one-time use. Chapter 48, Iron Armored Bull Bloodline, Peak of the First Heaven. After the blood was smeared on the snow-white skin, it was absorbed at an extremely fast speed. Guan Xiaohan quickly sat cross-legged and quickly practiced the skills to absorb it. She told Su Xiao, use up all the blood. Apply it wherever the blood is thin. Okay. Su Xiao nodded in agreement. After applying it all over Guan Xiaohan's body, there was still half a can left, which had to be used up in this exercise. Otherwise, it would be wasted. Su Xiao looked carefully, and wherever the snow-white skin was exposed, he would blow a handful of green-scaled python's blood upwards. In less than 10 minutes, all the essence and blood were used up, and Guan Xiaohan is still practicing. Looking at the snow-white skin, Su Xiao did not move. If he moved at this time, it would easily disturb Guan Xiaohan's state of exercise, causing blood to flow backwards and causing serious injuries. He is not a fool, so he naturally would not disturb Guan Xiaohan at this time. Another half hour passed. Guan Xiaohan's skin suddenly turned red, and all the pores opened up, oozing out countless black and red stains, and emitting a sour smell. This is the process of eliminating impurities from the body and is also a sign of rapid improvement of the body. Su Xiao, who was well prepared, took out a towel and wiped it gently to remove the stain. After about half of her body was clean, no more stains came out, and her skin returned to its tender white color, one shade whiter than before. It exuded a faint white halo, which made people unable to resist pinching it. At this moment, Guan Xiaohan opened her eyes in surprise. So powerful, I feel like I have instantly reached the middle stage of the second level of martial arts. So many. Su Xiao also became happy. Yeah, Guan Xiaohan nodded excitedly, and then a sly smile appeared in her eyes. Come here, I'll apply it on you. You just messed with me. Now I'm going to mess with you. The grown man is afraid of you. Su Xiao took the lead in the sneak attack and succeeded successfully. Guan Xiaohan was not annoyed and said with a smile, wait and see how I deal with you. Get into the training posture. I will apply the blood essence of the iron armored bull to you. Come on. Su Xiao took a horse stance, not at all weak. Guan Xiaohan was indeed ruthless. She didn't apply any medicine first, but quickly punched Su Xiao. Su Xiao could clearly feel that her strength was more than 1 or 2 times stronger than before. Just one punch made his body red and swollen. Moreover, Guan Xiaohan hit the whole body, not even sparing the vital parts, making the whole body red and swollen and covered with blood. Su Xiao gritted his teeth and said nothing. The iron shirt was a martial art designed to withstand beatings, and it was designed to defend oneself. Hitting the body at this time can quickly mobilize the blood and qi in the body. Then absorbing the blood of the iron-armored bull can achieve the best training effect. So, Su Xiao just stood there and let Guan Xiaoan hit him. Guan Xiaoan looked at the swollen little Su Xiao and was very satisfied with her masterpiece. All right, Su Xiao's endurance has improved once again. Not bad, not bad. Then he opened the glass jar containing the armored bull's blood and began to apply it to Su Xiao. The armored bull's blood gave off a cool sensation the moment it touched his skin, which immediately reduced the pain in his body. But only 4 or 5 seconds passed. The skin became hot, as if a layer of hot water was poured on the skin, and the skin turned red instantly. Su Xiao groaned, and Guan Xiaoan quickly increased the speed of application, carefully applying a layer of lotion all over his body, including vital points and vital points. Hurry up and move the qi and blood according to the route of the exercises, Guan Xiaoan said seriously. Su Xiao quickly started to use his power, and instantly he felt countless tiny needles piercing his skin. The intense stimulation and pain made Su Xiao shudder all over. The brain becomes clear instantly. The feeling instantly became several times stronger than before. He could clearly feel the energy contained in the iron-armored bull's blood and essence penetrating into his skin and flesh, and quickly absorbed by cells. After absorption, the cells quickly become stronger and tougher. If his previous cell was a skinny guy, now his cell is a strong guy, full of power. The power that erupted instantly was several times greater than before. This change made Su Xiao very happy, and he practiced even harder. Guan Xiaohan kept applying the armored bull's blood to Su Xiao. Also, half an hour later, Su Xiao's pores opened up and countless stains were discharged from his body. At this time, Su Xiao could no longer feel the burning pain. Instead, a cool breath fills the whole body. This made Su Xiao feel relaxed all over. At the same time, he also clearly felt Guan Xiaohan wiping the stains off his body, which made the corners of his mouth curl up. The cooling sensation slowly dissipates. Half an hour later, normal consciousness was completely restored. He did not open his eyes immediately, but looked at his panel. Subject: Human Su Xiao. Basic attributes: Strength 100, Constitution 127, Agility 63, Spirit 78. Talent: 1 soul, 2 bodies. Level: Peak of the first level of martial arts. Method: Body forging technique. Simple 100%. Iron shirt, intermediate. First layer 90%. Martial arts: 18-way drum beating and gold hammer technique. Elementary, second level 53%. Body: Thunderbird. Level: Secondary mutation. Talents: Devouring evolution, 1,000 times strength, 10,000 times defense. Attribute: Lightning, intermediate 20%. Skills: Lightning strike, lightning escape. Evolution points: 10325. Evolution completion: 10325/100,000. Iron Shirt has done 90% of the work. Before using the Iron Bull Essence Blood, it was only 35%. This improvement is amazing. Physique increased by 20 points, strength increased by 10 points. Even agility and spirit have improved slightly. And this is not a promotion, it's just an improvement in the proficiency of the technique. If I get another kin of Iron Armored Bull Blood tomorrow, I can directly upgrade to the 2nd level. And if I advance to the 2nd level, my martial arts level can also be raised to the level of the 2nd heaven. Su Xiao's eyes lit up instantly. This kind of improvement is absolutely abnormal. How long has he been practicing? He also instantly gained a clear understanding of extraordinary items and improved his martial arts skills at an extremely fast speed. That's the two of them. If it were someone else, they might not be able to collect enough merit points to buy essence and blood in a week. Some are weak and may not be able to afford it for a semester or even a year. And all this is because of the large number of mutant beasts killed today. We must kill more mutant beasts tomorrow, Su Xiao said with shining eyes. Now his martial arts skills have completely caught up with those top-level people who practice advanced martial arts. And this is just one day's change. Are you ready? Guan Xiaohan could feel the blood and energy in Su Zhao's body calming down, but he still didn't open his eyes, so she started asking. All right. Su Xiao opened his eyes with a gleam of brilliance in them, and his body became even bigger than before. The muscles on his body were piled up like cast iron, full of explosive power. Guan Xiaohan rubbed it twice with great satisfaction. I want to wash my hair. You rub my back. Okay, Su Xiao laughed excitedly, fetched water himself, and wet the towel. Guan Xiaohan bent down and washed her hair. Chapter 49: Hunting in the Sea. An hour later, the two men washed themselves, changed into clean clothes, and put on combat uniforms. He took the tent outside again and opened it completely to let out the odor. Tianyuan liquid. 2 days supply, 5 drops a day. Guan Xiaohan's little face was rosy as she wiped her hair and handed a small bottle to Su Xiao. The small bottle is the same as the previous nutrient solution bottle, with light green liquid inside. The effect is similar to that of the nutrient solution, restoring physical strength, healing injuries, strengthening cells, and the body. However, it cannot be directly transported and refined. It can only be swallowed into the stomach and absorbed slowly. Got it. Su Xiao took it, unscrewed the bottle cap, and poured 5 drops into his mouth. Afterwards, he spent some time with Guan Xiaohan. I'll go to Thunderbird to see what's going on. Well, go ahead. Su Xiao lay directly on Guan Xiaohan's legs, with all his attention focused on Lei Ke. It's still afternoon. The sunlight shines on the sea, making the entire surface sparkling. The sky is cloudless and the view is extremely broad. The Thunderbird flew out of the cave and looked around. Because it was night yesterday, it was not aware of the surrounding environment. Looking around at this time, it was discovered that it was very close to an island in Sakura Island, only about a few dozen nautical miles away. You can vaguely see the buildings above. However, there was a billowing cloud of smoke rising from the island, and faint screams could be heard, as if someone was fighting. Lei Ke took 2 glances and then looked away. Looking elsewhere, there was also a small island 40 or 50 miles away. There were buildings on that island, but it looked very peaceful. In other directions, there is endless sea. The Thunderbird had no desire to explore its surroundings. Instead, he looked towards the sea. The Thunderbird absorbed the genes of the electric eel and not only possessed the power of lightning, but also the ability to swim. And most of the mutants are in the sea. Let's go look in the sea. As Su Xiao was thinking about it, he saw the Thunderbird flap its wings violently. A huge ball of wind was generated under its wings, and it exploded towards the distance under the flapping of the wings. It fell on the water and blew up a huge dent. Under the relative effect of the air, the Thunderbird exploded into the air and rushed towards the sea. When it approached the water surface, it retracted its wings and penetrated the water like a sharp arrow. Plop! Into the water. Most of the sounds disappeared instantly, and there was a sense of emptiness in my ears. Only the rumbling sound remained, but it returned to normal the next second. What you hear is not the sound of the wind on the sea, but the sound of the waves and the various sounds made by the creatures in the water. Instantly, the sounds in your ears become richer. After entering the water, the vision slows down for a moment, but quickly returns to normal. Then look toward the seabed. He was not far from the bottom of the sea, only 7 or 8 meters away. The sunlight shone down, illuminating all objects with color. Colorful little fish swim in groups. The sunlight in the sea water, due to the rippling of the waves on the water surface, turns into fluctuating rays of light, and the shining stones come alive. Bunches of coral reefs swayed on the seabed as if alive. Large patches of seaweed and kelp swayed with the ripples of the water. It was very beautiful. Su Xiao admired it for a few seconds and began to feel the changes in the Thunderbird. I can breathe. The nose of the Thunderbird seems to have undergone a huge change during evolution and can now filter the incoming seawater and absorb the oxygen in it into the body. Water flows out of the mouth. Although not as much as absorbed from the air, it does not affect the body's skills. It's fine as long as you can absorb it. That way, you won't drown in the water. At the same time, he discovered that because it was in the water, the lightning power of the Thunderbird was directly increased by a small step. The jumping arcs were more than twice as active as above the water surface, and were thicker. As the wings flapped, the body shot out like an arrow at an extremely fast speed. With full force, it can directly stir up a large amount of water, increasing the speed of the Thunderbird to a terrifying level. It can rush 100 meters away in an instant. Since it doesn't have a tail like fish, it is not as agile as fish, but it is really fast. Su Xiao was still very satisfied. You can move underwater without drowning. Let's start hunting. Su Xiao became excited. The Thunderbird's eyes, filled with lightning, looked around underwater, while it flapped its wings and moved forward quickly. Groups of small fish passed by it, but it didn't even look at them. This kind of small fish, which is only a foot long, is no longer its hunting target. The Thunderbird moved quickly and soon saw a black eel, over 1 meter long, suddenly emerge from the sand on the seabed and swallow a small fish about a foot long into its mouth. "Ha, it's you." The Thunderbird flapped its wings violently, and its body pierced through the sea water like a sharp arrow, creating waves and rushing forward rapidly. Before the black eel could react, the sharp claws grabbed the black mutant eel's head. In an instant, a sound of bones breaking was heard, and the black level 1 mutant eel had its head crushed by the Thunderbird before it could even react. The electric arc bursting out from the claws instantly charred the eel's skin, and its body was directly turned into a cooked fish under the terrifying high temperature. "Smells delicious. Hey, I can eat cooked food from now on." The Thunderbird swallowed it in big gulps. The scorching heat of lightning did not reduce its evolutionary energy. The eel was quickly digested by its terrifying swallowing and digestion ability. The Thunderbird continued searching, and before long, it saw a huge mutant scallop more than 1 meter in diameter opening and closing, swallowing curious little fish and plankton. "Die!" The Thunderbird rushed over, and the mutant scallop sensed the change in the water flow and immediately closed itself. But how could it withstand the Thunderbird's 1,000-fold strength? The claws reached out and smashed it directly, revealing the tender scallop meat inside. The Thunderbird swallowed it in big gulps. "The taste is smooth and a little sweet. Excellent taste. Wow, there's treasure at the bottom of the sea." Su Xiao sighed and continued searching. Suddenly, Lei Kei felt a sense of danger. He looked over and saw a level 2 mutant shark more than 2 meters long rushing towards him, shaking its tail and showing its sharp teeth. The speed was extremely fast, and it was already close. Court death. There was anger in Lei Kei's eyes. He actually dared to attack me. Its wings emitting lightning suddenly slashed forward, and the 8 or 9 meter long wings instantly turned into a sharp giant knife, instantly cutting through the sea water and slashing on the head of the second-level mutant shark. 1,000 times the power also erupted in an instant. Under the terrifying 10,000 times defense, the wings of the Thunderbird instantly turned into a terrifying cutting weapon. With a whoosh sound, the sword instantly cut through the mutant beast's skin and slashed into its head at an extremely fast speed. Its hard bones were chopped into pieces like rotten wood. The Thunderbird spread its wings and chopped the mutant shark's head in half, killing it instantly. "I'm the overlord of this sea area." The bird's sharp beak pecked down hard, tearing off large chunks of flesh and blood, and swallowed them in big mouthfuls. Chapter 50. Improved Strength. Large pieces of flesh and blood turned into evolutionary energy and were stored in various parts of Thunderbird's body. Looking at the rapidly increasing evolutionary points, Su Xiao smiled with satisfaction. At this time, he felt his lips were wet and saw Guan Xiaohan slightly open her mouth, letting saliva flow out from the corners of her mouth because he was lying on her thighs. So, the saliva fell directly into his mouth. "Guan Xiaohan, you are seriously ill." Su Xiao hugged Guan Xiaohan's waist with both hands, stood up suddenly, and his arms were like 2 steel cables, locking her tightly. This caused Guan Xiaohan to exclaim, "Hee, you let me eat your saliva. Now I let you eat my saliva too." Su Xiao took a big mouthful and sucked it down like a whirlpool. Woo, Guan Xiaohan struggled twice and completely lost her sovereignty. 5 or 6 minutes later, Guan Xiaohan pushed Su Xiao away. Just now, the watch sent a message asking everyone to go to the bonfire party at school. "Hurry up and put your Thunderbird away. We'll go to the party later." "Okay." Su Xiao wiped his mouth, focused his attention on the Thunderbird, sped up the swallowing speed, and devoured the mutant shark in 5 or 6 minutes. Then, the Thunderbird's wings fluttered, and it flew out like a sharp arrow. With a thud, it broke through the water surface, spread its wings, and flapped them vigorously, quickly flying towards the cave. After flying above the cave, he did not rush to land. Instead, he looked around to make sure no one was paying attention to this side, and there was no threat, and then he landed in the cave. The attention is fully put back. At this time, Guan Xiaohan had already packed everything. I don't know where she got the dressing stuff from, but she dressed up carefully. Su Xiao, let me dress you up, Guan Xiaoan asked casually, and she could hardly hold back her smile. I don't know what bad idea she was thinking of. Really? A grown man like me can also dress up? Su Xiao immediately became interested. In his 2 lifetimes, he had never touched women's dressing tools. Of course, this wasn't because he liked it, but because he had seen many amazing techniques of using makeup to change faces, so he wanted to try it too. Come and lie on my lap. Guan Xiaohan could no longer hide the smile on her face. Okay, make the face more angular, the eyes bigger, and make the eyebrows majestic and soaring like Uncle Gio, cool and handsome. Su Xiao narrated the story to Guan Xiaohan with great anticipation. No problem. Guan Xiaohan, started to put makeup on Su Xiao seriously, and the sky gradually darkened. About an hour later. Okay, don't move for now. I'll take some pictures as a souvenir. Guan Xiaohan took a few pictures and picked up the mirror. Su Xiao looked over and was stunned. Guan Xia? I will kill you. Su Xiao roared and pounced on Guan Xiaohan. But Guan Xiaohan had expected this and ran out laughing. Sister Su, haha. You still say that? Su Xiao didn't catch up. He picked up the mirror and looked at himself. The makeup on his face was very delicate, but although he was a grown man, he was turned into a pretty boy by Guan Xiaohan. How can this be tolerated? I am a man among men, with my muscles all over my body, fierce, masculine, and handsome. How could I become like this? Su Xiao silently washed his face with water, while Guan Xiaohan stood on the wall, pointing at Su Xiao and giggling. Let's eat meat. Su Xiao pretended to be indifferent, causing Guan Xiaohan to lose her guard. Then Su Xiao quickly made a move, grabbed Guan Xiaohan in his hands, and slapped her but twice. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Guan Xiaohan didn't mind at all, giggling, and took the opportunity to climb onto Su Xiao's back. Let's go. I can't do anything about you. Su Xiao shook his head, squatted down suddenly. His leg muscles bulged quickly, and he jumped hard. The terrifying power in his muscles burst out, and he soared directly into the sky and landed steadily on the wall of the playground. The improvement in strength is obvious, Su Xiao exclaimed. Before, he could easily jump onto a 2-meter-high wall, but he needed to hold nothing and climb up lightly. Now Guan Xiaohan, who was carrying 112 yuan on his back, actually jumped up directly. And this was only using the blood essence of the iron-armored bull. Such improvement. Let's kill more mutant beasts tomorrow and exchange them for some essence and blood. Su Xiao said. Yeah, now I'm invincible. I'll kill a lot of people tomorrow. By the way, let's drive a truck out tomorrow. Guan Xiaohan suggested. Sure. After Su Xiao replied, he looked towards the school playground. In the afterglow of the setting sun, more than a dozen bonfires had been lit on the playground. On top of the bonfires were huge barbecue grills, on which hung large, skinned mutant beasts. A large group of students came from outside and ran towards the bonfire. Next to each bonfire, there is a logistics teacher who is operating the grill and roasting the meat on it. The flames were blazing below, and the fat from the roasted mutant beasts dripped down and landed on the fire with a crackling sound. Large clouds of smoke emerged and drifted in all directions. The drifting smoke, carrying the aroma of barbecue, spread all around. The aromas emitted by different mutant beasts were very different, and when mixed together, they formed a strong meaty aroma that made one's mouth water. Wow, it smells so good. Come over here quickly. I want to eat meat. Guan Xiaohan urged Su Xiao hurriedly on his back. Okay. Su Xiao responded excitedly, squatted again, and then jumped suddenly. With his terrifying explosive power, he jumped 4 or 5 meters away and then fell heavily. It landed on the ground with a thud, raising a large cloud of dust. His expression remained unchanged and his legs were intact. This strength is not weaker than those who practice advanced skills. Good boy, you're improving quickly. Your class's bonfire is at the south end. A logistics teacher next to him exclaimed and pointed Su Xiao in a general direction. What teacher? Your barbecue smells so good, but you just don't let people eat it. You chase people away as soon as they get here. Su Xiao joked. Hey, you kid. The logistics teacher replied with a smile, and then with a sharp meat-cutting knife in his hand, he quickly cut off 2 palm-sized pieces of meat from the roasted and fattest part. Here, you greedy boy. Don't say that the teacher is stingy this time. The logistics teacher smiled and handed it to Guan Xiaohan, who was carried on Su Xiao's back. Thank you, teacher. Your cooking skills are the best. Su Xiao expressed his gratitude. This caused dissatisfaction among the students in the class. Su Xiao, this is our class's meat. If you eat one more bite, we will eat one less bite. Besides, we haven't eaten yet, but you ate it first. The martial arts teacher of that class scolded. Shut up. Most of these mutant beasts were killed by Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao. What's wrong with them eating them first? If you have the strength of either of them, you can eat first. The student, When Su Xiao saw that there was a dispute, he shrugged and walked away leisurely with Guan Xiaohan on his back. Guan Xiaohan ate the meat with her left hand and fed it to Su Xiao with her right hand. It was delicious and fragrant. All the classmates were envious. Look at her. She is having a great time in both love and studies. Soon, we arrived at the campfire of Class 1 on the south side of the playground. Chung Song was already waiting. Many classmates have also rushed over. Thanks to our heroes, Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao. Chung Song smiled and applauded. Chapter 51 Su Xiao. You are so powerful. Thank you, Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao. All the classmates welcomed me warmly and couldn't hide the envy on their faces. I envy their strength, their love, and the fact that they can show their affection openly. Chung Song smiled like an ant. The way he looked at Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao was as if he was looking at his own children. There's nothing he can do about it, since those two people are the ones who make him proud. Sit here. This is the downwind position, and the wind can't blow over here. Chung Song greeted them warmly, leaving the students stunned. When had they ever seen the usually serious martial arts teacher act so servilely? Thank you, teacher. Guan Xiaohan jumped off Su Xiao and behaved like a good girl again, sitting next to Su Xiao very ladylike. While Su Xiao is really lucky, Guan Xiaohan is so beautiful and gentle some people who don't know the truth couldn't help but envy. This immediately made several people laugh, and they whispered to the man about the scene of Guan Xiaohan beating Su Xiao, describing it in a very horrifying way, which frightened the man. There's no other reason for this. This is the first time for everyone to officially go out on a mission. This is considered a real battlefield, and many people have seen blood. They've fought with mutant beasts, and they achieved good results like Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao. They deserve special praise for this. Chung Song paused and said, but I hope everyone will still guard against arrogance and impatience, and proceed steadily and steadily. Because martial arts training requires persistence over a long period of time. Don't be reckless. Don't be like some other people who misjudged their own abilities and got themselves hurt. I hope everyone will not learn from him. We should learn from Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao in our class. Yes, teacher. We all remember it. All the students shouted, attracting the attention of people from other classes around. Chung Song was very satisfied. Today is a happy day, and I won't spoil everyone's fun. So, Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao, you lead the atmosphere and organize the students to play games or something. Everyone, enjoy your meal and have fun. Oh, by the way, don't forget to go to the logistics department to get your tent and daily necessities for tonight. Chung Song muttered to himself for a while, picked up a roasted thigh, and left. You can have enough food and clothing if you work hard. Don't be polite. Su Xiao smiled and pulled a piece of cake to eat with Guan Xiaohan. Others also started to grab it. Everyone rushed to grab the delicious food and started to wolf it down. Eat and drink enough. All the students gathered around Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan. With expectation on his face, he said, Guan Xiaohan, please tell me how you killed the mutant beasts. Also, when facing mutant beasts, how do you deal with them? How can you kill them faster? The two of us. Guan Xiaohan told everyone how the two of them cooperated today, how they killed the mutant beast, and their mental journey without hiding anything. After all, this is practical experience. Sharing practical experience can help others deal with the same or similar situations better, thereby reducing casualties and the success rate of killing mutant beasts. Everyone sighed in admiration after hearing this, and even people from other classes gathered around. People asked questions from time to time, and Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao answered them one by one. Both of them were good at liberal arts and had good eloquence. They could explain things in detail to everyone, and everyone understood what they said. And many people also practiced on the spot. Everyone is so hardworking. When the martial arts teacher saw this scene, they directly asked the person in charge of investigation to release the video of Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao killing many mutant beasts. Send to everyone. Everyone received it immediately. They opened it and looked. Everyone gasped when they saw the reconnaissance drone scanning the scene of many mutant beasts running towards them from a god's perspective. There are so many mutant beasts. It turns out that more than 20 mutant beasts can cause such a great force. When they saw Su Xiao violently fight with a level 2 mutant dog, but only took a few steps back without any damage, they all exclaimed in admiration. Su Xiao, you're amazing. You even blocked the level 2 mutant dog. The strength of a level 2 mutant dog is above average among many mutant beasts. It is comparable to the strength of a second-level martial arts master. Su Xiao actually blocked it. It's really amazing. Everyone was amazed, but when they saw Guan Xiaohan suddenly come out from behind Su Xiao and kill the level 2 mutant dog, they said, "Wow, Guan Xiaohan, your speed and timing are amazing. Too fast. Even a normal martial arts master of the second level can't resist this sudden attack." Yeah. You two are a perfect combination. One focuses on defense, the other focuses on offense. Awesome. When the video played the part where Guan Xiaohan was besieged by numerous mutant beasts and shot down 7 or 8 mutant beasts in an instant, they all exclaimed in surprise. This spear technique is so fast and extremely accurate. Oh my god, Guan Xiaohan, you have mastered the Yulong spear a little bit. Wow, that's amazing. He is worthy of being the one with the best martial arts talent in our school. Isn't it? When they saw Su Xiao falling from the roof, everyone was sweating because they all saw a level 2 mutant bull below. If he falls down and fights the mutant bull, he will be gored to death. Their worries soon became a reality. Sure enough, the mutant bull rushed towards Su Xiao crazily. Then they saw Su Xiao's muscles bulging, knocking out the level 2 mutant bull with one hammer, then spinning around and hammering the mutant bull to death with another hammer. This kind of explosive and head-on scene makes people's blood boil. Fuck, Su Xiao, you are so strong. Oh my god, you killed this level 2 mutant bull by yourself. You are so awesome. Yeah, I thought you two killed the level 2 mutant bull together. I didn't expect you killed it by yourself. That's amazing, so domineering. How did you stay calm at that time? That level 2 mutant bull was so big, and you actually found its weakness in an instant. Brother Xiao, you are promoted to brother directly. Everyone surrounded Su Xiao and shouted excitedly. Su Xiao laughed along with everyone else embarrassedly. This guy was praised in person, and he felt very embarrassed. When they saw Su Xiao raising the gilded hammer, jumping down from the roof, and smashing the head of the level 2 mutant pig with one blow, everyone was excited again. He lifted Su Xiao up and called out loudly. But some people are very unhappy, like Ji Xinbua, and some people who practice advanced techniques and major in strength. They watched Su Xiao's performance in the video and were very sure that they could do it too. A guy who lives off his wife. What a boast. That's right. If Guan Xiaohan hadn't sent him the nutrient solution, he wouldn't have made any progress in martial arts yet. Now he's pretending in front of us. Little white face, shameless. Let's team up tomorrow and kill 100 of them. Let these inexperienced people see who is the hero. Okay, team up. Add me in. A group of top-level masters who practiced advanced skills formed teams. I will definitely trample Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao under my feet tomorrow. Humph. Hey, should we find someone to mess with him? Or even mess with the relationship between them? That's a good idea. Let's go find someone. Chapter 52 Xiao Yi is causing trouble. They were all teenagers, and it was the first time for them to be without any restraint. Although they chased the mutant beasts all day, many of them also fought with the mutant beasts. But they're still full of energy. The party was lively until 11 o'clock, when everyone dispersed at the request of their respective martial arts teachers. It was only then that they realized they needed to set up their own tents and find their own place, so everyone occupied some space. Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan jumped over the wall and went back. Since they had just taken a shower in the afternoon, the two of them just brushed their teeth and washed their faces before going into the tent. Little Aries, you are going to fall into the hands of the big bad wolf today. I just want to ask you if you are afraid. Su Xiao smiled strangely and hugged Guan Xiaohan in his arms. I'm so scared, please don't eat me, Guan Xiaohan cooperated. I'm going to eat you. Then Su Xiao bit down. Guan Xiaohan also cooperated. 5 minutes later. Okay, go to sleep quickly and save your energy so that we can continue hunting mutant beasts tomorrow, Guan Xiaohan said calmly. Okay. Su Xiao also knew the importance of playing. If he played too late today, he would be tired tomorrow. When fighting with mutant beasts, he had to concentrate. Otherwise, there is a risk of being killed. At this moment, there were sounds of people talking and jumping over the wall outside. It seemed that many people thought about the benefits of living in the houses outside the school. Fortunately, Su Xiao placed a bucket in front of the door in advance and wrote something indicating that there was someone in the yard. No one disturbed them. But at this moment, a soft and timid voice sounded. Is Sister Xiaoan here? Sister Xiaoan. Huh? Who is it? Su Xiao was speechless. The voice was a girl's. But why were you running here? There was a message someone is here on the door. It's Gaowu. She's the cutie in our class and lives in the same dormitory with me. Guan Xiaoan explained and replied. She's here. Oh, Sister Xiaohan finally found you. Open the door. The voice sounded again. The two men rushed out of the tent again, turned on the flashlight and desk lamp, and Su Xiao went to open the door. Why are you running around so late and not sleeping? Su Xiao looked at Xiao Yi holding the tent and suitcase, and suddenly had a bad idea in his mind. I couldn't find a place, and I didn't dare sleep alone. The playground was full of men, and I didn't feel safe. I asked around and finally found this place. Feeling Su Xiao's unfriendly tone, Xiao Yi said aggrievedly, Then you can sleep in the next room. Su Xiao pointed to the side room. Xiao Yi didn't move and looked at Guan Xiaohan eagerly. Take the big house, it's okay to put it next to it. Sister Xie Xiaohan. After getting permission, Xiao Yi carried the tent and dragged the suitcase inside. When passing by Su Xiao, she said in a very firm tone, Make way. Su Xiao was immediately glared. But Xiao Yi didn't care and was very proud. Where do you put it? Let Su Xiao clean it up for you. Come here. Guan Xiaoan called out from inside the tent. Here I am, Sister Xiaoan. Xiao Yi replied sweetly, and then said to Su Xiao, Student Su, please help me take my suitcase in. Let's set up the tent. Why? I won't do it. Su Xiao said dissatisfiedly. Xiao Yi is about 1.6 meters tall, with a baby face, big eyes, small nose, cherry mouth, delicate and fair skin, and an impressive figure. She is a very beautiful little lowly girl. But what does it have to do with me? Moreover, originally the two young lovers could do anything conveniently, but now that another person has come in, everything has become inconvenient. Sister Xiaohan, he doesn't help me. Xiao Yi called out to Guan Xiaohan in a coquettish manner, with endless grievance in her voice. Su Xiao, what's wrong with you helping me? Do you want me to do it myself? There was a hint of threat in Guan Xiaohan's lazy voice. Okay. Su Xiao had no choice but to respond, and then fiercely warned Xiao Yi. I'm warning you. You better behave yourself and don't cause any trouble. Otherwise, I will not show mercy to you with my fist as big as a casserole. Wow, Sister Xiaoan, Su Xiao wants to hit me. Xiao Yi burst into tears, making Su Xiao instantly paralyzed. Don't talk nonsense. What are you doing? Hurry up and clean up and go to bed. Guan Xiaoan walked out directly and pulled Xiao Yi into the house. Xiao Yi immediately became proud. She turned around, put her left thumb on her temple, and waved it towards Su Xiao. At the same time, she opened her mouth, stuck out her tongue, and made a face at him. She looked very proud. What do you mean? Xiao Yi, Su Xiao was immediately unhappy. Su Xiao, hold on tight. Okay. Su Xiao immediately knew that Xiao Yi definitely had bad intentions. He walked into the house and quickly placed Xiao Yi's tent in the corner of the house, then went into the big tent. At this time, Guan Xiaohan and Xiao Yi were lying on the mat, whispering. Xiao Yi, the tent is ready. You can go now. Su Xiao chased her away directly. We still have to hunt mutant beasts tomorrow. We can't wait any longer. What? What do you mean? Let me, a little girl, sleep alone? And you and Sister Xiaohan are in the big tent? Su Xiao, do you still have any shame? You entered the big tent, and you didn't take advantage of my Sister Xiaohan? I can tell you, I came here to protect Sister Xiaohan. You want to touch my Sister Xiaohan? No way. As she spoke, Xiao Yi stretched out her hands to block the tent door, and her proud figure almost hit Su Xiao's face. Are you seriously ill? Su Xiao reached out to pull Xiao Yi in dissatisfaction. Xiao Yi refused to let him go, and the two immediately started arguing. Guan Xiaoan suddenly felt a headache and held her forehead and said, Su Xiao and I are fiancé and fiancé, and we are bound to get married in the future. So, what? Sister Xiaoan, he's trying to take advantage of you. Xiao Yi was extremely shocked. Her eyes widened. It's not really taking advantage. It's just a matter between men and women. Well, you're still young and don't understand yet. You'll understand when you grow up. Guan Xiaohan said very subtly. Su Xiao was not so polite and directly dragged her out. Do husband and wife understand? Su Xiao said proudly. Xiao Yi suddenly felt aggrieved and her little mouth pouted. Sister Xiaoan doesn't love me anymore. Guan Xiaoan shrugged, helpless. On one side was her man, and on the other was her sister. She could still tell who was closer to whom. They were very kind to let her live in the same room with them. But Guan Xiaoan didn't spoil her even though she was the one who took over the man's nest. Besides, she didn't have the habit of sleeping with a woman. My dear wife, you are this. Su Xiao gave a thumbs up proudly. You are my man. Go to sleep. As she said this, she easily slipped into Su Xiao's arm, like a kitten, found a comfortable position, and hung on Su Xiao. And Xiao Yi carefully came in again. Then can I sleep next to you? No. Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao refused in unison. While you two are bullying me, Wu Wu, Xiao Yi walked out crying and went into the small tent. Chapter 53, you were doing the green tea trick, right? Master, I've seen that the strongest fighter in Yinshui town is only at the 4th level of martial arts. We can definitely take them all down in one fell swoop. A dark underground. Take this tiger talisman and dispatch 5 level 5 mutant beasts, 20 level 3 mutant beasts, 50 level 3 mutant beasts, 200 level 2 mutant beasts, and 400 level 1 mutant beast to kill them all in one fell swoop. Remember, attack on time at dawn on the 4th day. A monster with a human body and a beast head took out a tiger talisman and handed it to the big black cat. Yes, Beast Master. The black cat was overjoyed. The next morning, Xiao Yi obediently prepared water for washing and brushing teeth and stood obediently at the door of the big tent, looking inside and whispered, Sister Xiaohan, Brother Su, Brother Xiao, get up and wash up. Thank you, Yi. Guan Xiaohan stretched lazily and crawled out of Su Xiao's arms, resting her head on the chubby Su Xiao. She felt that she had never slept so comfortably and peacefully. Su Xiao also looked satisfied. So good? You're even preparing water to wash your face? If you're being nice to someone for no reason, you're either a traitor or a thief. Xiao Yi, just tell me what you want. Su Xiao didn't appreciate it and said directly, let me make it clear first, we will be fighting in many places today, and it is impossible for us to take you with us. If you have this idea, please give up at first. Su Xiao was wondering last night why Xiao Yi came to see them. Xiao Yi didn't come to see them the whole day yesterday. Xiao Yi had never protected Guan Xiaohan like this before, but she just waited for them to kill a large number of mutant beasts. This Xiao Yi came running over. He was wondering what the purpose was yesterday. When he saw this scene this morning, Su Xiao immediately understood what she was trying to do. She came with a purpose. It was nothing more than asking the two of them to take her to hunt mutant beasts. She wanted to take advantage of them for nothing. If Xiao Yi and Guan Xiaoan had a very good relationship in school before, and they were close sisters, then it wouldn't matter if she took him with her. The key point is that this guy pretended to be pitiful and weak from the very beginning. They allowed her to settle down in the courtyard, but she wanted to take over their place. Now she is acting soft and weak. If we give her a little warning, she will definitely get ahead of herself again. Typical green tea behavior. If Su Xiao didn't take her with him today, she must have told everyone how nice she was to Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao, but in the end, they were so unkind. Su Xiao saw it clearly. After Su Xiao reminded her, Guan Xiaohan also reacted instantly. Our battle is very dangerous. We can't take you with us. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. I just want to be nice to Sister Xiaoan. Xiao Yi said weakly, her voice very gentle. Tisk Su Xiao sneered. You should be glad that you are a woman. If you were a man, I would blow your head off with one punch. We are living together now, so don't act like a servant. Su Xiao didn't indulge her at all. Sister Xiaoan. Xiao Yi suddenly felt aggrieved and burst into tears. Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao looked at each other and made a decision instantly. Guan Xiaohan is not a fool. On the contrary, she is very smart. When Xiao Yi showed her kindness at the beginning, she was unable to react for a while. After Su Xiao's repeated reminders, if she still couldn't see anything and was still foolish, then she would not be Guan Xiaoan. Moreover, Su Xiao was not a stingy person, but he was full of hostility towards a soft girl. That was what he felt. You have to trust men's intuition. Especially when the target is the most important person to them, their intuition is more accurate. Moreover, Su Xiao has a huge secret that cannot be known by others. So, Guan Xiaohan made a decision instantly. Hurry up and go find other classmates in school. Otherwise, you might not be able to form a team today. You will have to go hunt mutant beasts alone. Guan Xiaohan clearly refused. Xiao Yi still wanted to struggle, but when she saw Guan Xiaohan's gradually cold eyes she felt even more aggrieved. Tears welled up in my eyes instantly. I'm just a little girl who wants to follow you. Is that wrong? You weak girl, you learned a useless martial art. You came out to kill a useless mutant beast. Don't act pitiful here. You are really not welcome. I still say that if you were a man, I would have punched you to death long ago. Su Xiao said expressionlessly, and then he was too lazy to pay attention to her. He dragged Guan Xiaohan towards the school. Unexpectedly, Qiao Yi followed behind him with a wronged look on her face. When they got to the school, and there were many people around, she suddenly started to shout in grievance. Sister Xiaohan, I just want to follow you and protect you. Just let me follow you, woo-woo. Qiao Yi cried very loudly, with tears in her eyes, and looked very pitiful. It immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. What do you mean? Did Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao bully Qiao Yi? What's going on? You two are very strong, but you don't have to bully others like this. Look what you did to the little girl. Many people immediately stood up for Qiao Yi. Qiao Yi is pretty, with fair and tender skin, a plump figure, and a very cute baby face. She is a very lovable girl. I was crying so aggrievedly at this moment. It immediately aroused a lot of people's desire to protect it. They all came forward to see what was going on. Guan Xiaohan felt the gazes from all around and stopped immediately. Qiao Yi, what do you want to do? I just want to follow you to protect you and take care of you. I really don't have any other intentions. Sister Xiaohan, if you are unhappy, then I won't follow you. It's okay for me. Qiao Yi said aggrievedly and left at the same time. Stop! Guan Xiaohan, who had already reacted, didn't want to tolerate her. She pulled her back and asked, Tell me your purpose. What do you want to do? You came to me last night and said you were scared and didn't dare to sleep alone, so I took you in. But you used your weakness to separate me and Su Xiao, trying to create a gap between us. I've made it very clear to you just now. We have our own goals and plans, and it's impossible for us to take you with us. What did you say just now? Protect me? Take care of me? Who are you? Do you have the ability to protect and take care of me? You deliberately show a weak and pitiful appearance in front of everyone. Who are you showing it to? What is your purpose? Guan Xiaohan asked directly. Qiao Yi suddenly panicked. There were people who originally wanted to stand up for the weak, but when they saw this situation, they stopped immediately. What's going on? Aren't Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao relying on their own strength to bully others? Looking at her flustered expression, it doesn't look like Guan Xiaohan or Su Xiao is bullying anyone. Then what does Qiao Yi mean? Is she deliberately slandering them? They're trying to mess with their mentality. I saw Ji Xinhua and the others looking for Qiao Yi yesterday. They probably want to mess with Su Xiao and the others' mentality, delay their time, and make them not hunt the mutant beasts so quickly. This will buy them some time. Ji Xinhua? Is he the one who was injured by the mutant beast yesterday? Yes, that's him. He is also an A-grade student, not worse than Guan Xiaohan. But his gains and achievements yesterday were completely different. He got jealous, so he targeted Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao. This Qiao Yi is also stupid. It seems that Qiao Yi is dating Ji Xinhua. Oh, really? Chapter 54. How dare you hinder the development of the future female warrior queen? Tell me, what is your purpose? Guan Xiaohan is not the delicate queen. She has plenty of strength and means. Moreover, now that they were in the right, they would not let her off easily. Qiao Yi finally told the truth under Guan Xiaohan's questioning. It was Gao Yuan and the others. They wanted me to affect your condition and delay your speed in killing the mutant beasts. I didn't mean any harm. I was just joking. Qiao Yi said aggrievedly. Is this not malicious? Everyone was disgusted by Qiao Yi's words. As we all know, mutant beasts can be exchanged for cultivation resources. The more mutant beasts you kill, the more resources you will get, and your martial arts skills will be higher than others. The higher your cultivation level, the faster you can kill mutant beasts and the more resources you can obtain. This is a virtuous cycle, and can quickly create a gap with others. You are now hindering others from hunting mutant beasts, which is hindering their path of cultivation. How bad is that? This Qiao Yi looks so cute and kawaii. How could she be so mean? That's right. She's pretty, but she's so evil. She still thinks she's wronged. This kind of person is disgusting. Oh my God, I wanted to pursue her before, but now it seems that it is the right thing to do. Everyone was talking and pointing. Qiao Yi was immediately confused. In her imagination, She relied on her cute appearance and crying weak image to win everyone's sympathy, and then blame Guan Xiaohan and damage her image. Why has it become like this now? Xiao Yi looked at the people who were pointing fingers at her in horror. She may have forgotten that Guan Xiaohan is also a school beauty and a genius school beauty, and Xiao Yi is not a bit inferior to Guan Xiaohan. You are really bad. Guan Xiaohan slapped him angrily. Xiao Yi achieved her goal and really delayed them for a long time. Pa! The crisp slap stunned Xiao Yi. She looked at Guan Xiaohan in astonishment and disbelief. The people around were also stunned. They didn't expect that Guan Xiaohan, who was always kind and gentle to others, would be so cruel and slap her directly. Su Xiao was also startled and hurriedly grabbed Guan Xiaohan, who was about to go berserk. He knew how terrible the destructive power would be once Guan Xiaohan went berserk. I took you in as a friend, but you're here plotting against me. Bitch, you lied to me. Guan Xiaohan thought about how he had taken her in yesterday, but she plotted against their relationship and even delayed them from going out to hunt mutant beasts. I wanted to help her so much, but I didn't expect that she would actually plot against me. This made Guan Xiaohan feel extremely deceived and insulted, so he kicked it out. Su Xiao could feel that she really used all her strength this time. If this kick hit her, Xiao Yi would definitely be seriously injured. Calm down. Calm down. Su Xiao quickly picked her up. At this time, the teacher also came over. What happened? Chung Song separated the crowd and asked quickly. The teacher hit me woo. Xiao Yi immediately covered her face and burst into tears. She cried very loudly, as if she had suffered a great injustice. This immediately stunned the students around him. If they didn't know the whole story, they would really think that Xiao Yi had suffered a great injustice. What's going on, Guanxi? Chung Song asked with a frown. They too are bullying me. Teacher, please help me. Xiao Yi jumped out and cried again. Wow, this is too shameless. How can there be such a shameless person, actually confusing right and wrong and pretending to be weak on purpose? Oh my God, this is too green tea. How shameless. Everyone accused him, and Chung Song guessed something from their words. I listened to Guan Xiaohan's account of what happened again. Chung Song's face suddenly turned pale. He didn't expect such a terrible thing to happen. Moreover, it was a boy from another class who took advantage of the girl from his class to get the best student in the class. This made him very angry. At the same time, I feel very disappointed. This kind of thing that destroys the friendship and feelings between classmates is not allowed by the school. I will definitely report it to the school, criticize it in a school-wide notice, and cancel their warrior subsidies. And put them on the list of candidates for investigation. If they do anything to endanger their classmates or sow discord among them again, they will be put on the blacklist. They will never be able to obtain extraordinary resources again. Chung Song spoke out angrily. Who is Guan Xiaohan? She is the most talented student in Linhai No. 1 Middle School and is identified by the principal as the person with the greatest hope of becoming the female martial king in the future. No one in Linhai has received such an evaluation for many years. It is no exaggeration to say that this is the hope of Linhai No. 1 Middle School and even the whole of Linhai. He was skeptical before, but after seeing Guan Xiaohan's superb martial arts yesterday, he believed it. But now, someone is trying to hinder her growth. Damn it. I can't even protect her in time, and you dare to hinder her. It really is damn wrong. Chung Song looked at Xiao Yi with an expression full of disgust. It is rare to see disgust in a teacher's eyes. Afterwards, he contacted the martial arts teachers of Ji Xinhua and others on the spot and reported the matter to the school. Xiao Yi was shocked to hear that the entire school would be informed and her subsidy would be canceled. I was suddenly panicked. Students of different levels receive different subsidies every month. For an A-level student like her, the subsidy is 10 merit points every month. Merit points are the only currency for purchasing extraordinary resources. If this stops, it will be disastrous. Moreover, the whole school must be informed. Teacher, that's not the case. It was Guan Xiaohan. Guan Xiaohan hit me. Xiao Yi shouted loudly. Her voice was as shrill as a ghost. Everyone was stunned. At this point, shouldn't you ask for forgiveness? Chung Song looked at Xiao Yi with contempt and disgust. Everyone disperse. Go hunt mutant beasts. Chung Song shouted at everyone to leave. At this time, other teachers also came over. After hearing the whole story, what? Is there such a thing? Is there really something wrong? I will call Ji Xinhua, Gaowu, and others back immediately. Are they crazy? The martial arts teacher from another class immediately contacted Ji Xinhua and the others. Ha, Guan Xiaoan and Su Xiao are entangled by Qiao Yi. They may be delayed for half a day. This half day is the best time for us to distance ourselves from them. Ji Xinhua and 4 or 5 others drove motorcycles and headed towards the destination at lightning speed. What's the point of Guan Xiaohan being so powerful? In this world, people still rely on their brains. Just use one person to hold 2 people back and see what they can do. Today we used a large number of mutant beasts and became famous throughout Linhai. Gao Yuan also said excitedly. Thinking about the scene yesterday, when Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao were surrounded by thousands of people, all looking at them with envy and admiration, Gao Yuan immediately put himself in the situation. Today, I also want thousands of people to surround me. Just then, the martial arts teacher called. Chapter 55. Clearing out the mutated beasts. In the teacher's office, all the teachers stared at Ji Xinhua, Gao Yuan, and others expressionlessly. Qiao Yi was crying nearby. Tell me, did you ask Qiao Yi to go find Guan Xiaohan and the others? Did you say you wanted to find a way to tie Guan Xiaohan down? Chung Song questioned, all his aura bursting out, emitting a terrifying and creepy aura from his whole body. Ji Xinhua, Gao Yuan, and others all looked at Qiao Yi, who was crying beside them in silence, cursing in their hearts. They just wanted Qiao Yi to pester Guan Xiaohan, but who knew that it would lead to so many serious things? It was you who slandered Guan Xiaohan in public. What a bad teammate. Ji Xinhua, Gao Yuan, and others complained in their hearts. But now that things have happened, we can't just ignore Qiao Yi. Ji Xinhua and the others had no choice but to admit their mistakes. I'm sorry, teacher. I'm sorry, Guan Xiaohan. Our original intention was to let Qiao Yi pester you and waste some of your time. We really didn't expect something like this to happen later. Well, we have no ill intentions. We just want to compete and create some obstacles. Lu Yuan and others also rushed to explain, and their attitude of admitting guilt was very good. Their class teacher also tried to excuse the students. They are all children, and they have recognized their mistakes. They have not caused any harm to Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao. This is just a small matter, and it will be over. That's right, forget it. The teachers came to persuade Chung Song, and some also came to persuade Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao. Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao were naturally unhappy about this, and they certainly couldn't just let it go. But they couldn't resist the persuasion of many teachers, and finally let it go in a daze. Chung Song also had a helpless look on his face. He called the 2 aside and said, "This is the reality. Before something major happens, everyone will try to smooth things over. This can be considered as a lesson for you. In the future, as you grow up, you will not only encounter powerful enemies, but also many invisible so-called friends who will trip you up. You must be careful in the future. Someone who looks nice at ordinary times may become your enemy at any time." Fortunately, Guan Xiaohan handled the situation very well today. She fought back immediately, escalated the situation, and brought the teachers out. She resolved the matter quickly. Otherwise, we don't know how it would have developed later. Chung Song was doing ideological work for the 2 of them. Don't provoke me again, or my gun won't have eyes. Guan Xiaohan looked at Ji Xinhua and others with murderous intent. Ji Xinhua and others were in the wrong and did not dare to refute. With the mediation of the teachers, the matter did not develop further. Everyone dispersed and went to hunt mutant beasts. However, with the teacher's intervention, the 2 groups went in 2 different directions. As planned previously, the 2 applied for a light truck. Su Xiao drove the car. We can't live in the place we were staying before. Otherwise, they might do something at night. Yeah, Guan Xiaohan recovered quickly and was now completely fine. Let's go to the small village south of the base. There's no main road there, so few people pass by. Also, it was searched yesterday, so basically no one goes there anymore. It's nearly 1,000 meters away from the base. No one would live that far away. There are no mutant beasts, and we're not afraid of danger. Guan Xiaohan analyzed calmly. Okay, let's go over there and find a suitable place when we come back in the afternoon. Su Xiao said as he drove carefully. After more than half an hour, we arrived at today's destination. The 2 of them did not follow Chung Song's advice. Chung Song had previously asked them to hunt mutant beasts in the surrounding villages, but there were many people and relatively few mutant beasts, so they made little profit. So we came to a farther village again. No one comes here. Siatang Filuj. According to the information in the watch, Shatong village has many fish ponds with many mutant fish, and there are also mutant beasts in the village. The strongest one is a level 2 mutant dog. There is no threat to them. Soon they arrived at the first place where there were mutant beasts. It's a mutant dog. Because dogs are originally carnivores and are very ferocious, the probability of them hunting for food is high, and almost every family has dogs. After they become wandering dogs, their numbers become huge due to the abundance of food, and the probability of them becoming mutant dogs is also greater. Therefore, mutant dogs are the most common mutant animals in the village. The other is large-scale biological cows, pigs, and sheep, as well as fast mutant cats. The first and second level mutant creatures have just mutated, so most of them can still see their original body features. You can tell what the mutation is at a glance. But after reaching level 3, some aspects of their bodies will mutate, or even awaken some special elements, which will make them very different from their original species. And the strength is even stronger. The power of the third-level mutant creatures can be seen from the creatures in the sea. Fortunately, there are no level 3 mutant creatures here. Park the car. Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan headed towards the location of the first mutant beast. When we arrived at the location, we did not find any mutant beasts, but we did see traces of mutant beasts living. It seems like it was scared away. Su Xiao said. They came here in a truck, and it was expected that the loud noise of the truck scared away the mutant beasts outside the village. Look at the paw prints, they're heading in that direction. Let's go and catch up. The two followed the paw prints into an alley. Suddenly, a level 1 mutant dog pounced out from a broken door. It had ferocious eyes and opened its mouth wide to bite, its sharp teeth shining coldly. D! Su Xiao shouted. After his strength increased, the gilded hammer became much lighter in his hand, so his attack speed was also faster. After a terrifying whistling sound, the gilded hammer slammed into the mutant dog's head. There was a sound of bones breaking, and the head exploded. Kill with one hammer. Too weak. Su Xiao shook his head. He estimated that only a level 2 mutant beast could withstand his blow. Then he pulled the mutant dog's corpse and continued searching for the mutant beast. What followed was complete massacre. Guan Xiaohan's shooting was as fast as a dragon, and he could almost always kill his target instantly with one shot. There were only 3 or 4 more corpses. Su Xiao drove over and put the bodies of the mutant beasts on the truck and followed on the road. After Guan Xiaohan killed one, he went over and threw the mutant beast's body onto the truck. Soon, all the mutant beasts in the village were killed. Head straight to the pond next to the village. There are 7 or 8 large ponds in Xiatong village, and there is a mutant fish in almost every pond. Su Xiao placed the bloody corpse beside the pond and let the blood flow into the water. Soon, the mutant fish in the pond swam quickly out of the water. Since there was limited food in the pond, they basically ate it all. So although this mutant beast had a large frame, it looked very thin. It was a mutant giant carp, nearly 2 meters long. It swam quickly, creating large waves, and rushed over rapidly with its mouth open, revealing a row of sharp teeth. It bit the mutant beast's corpse very eagerly. Chapter 56 Second Level Mutated Crocodile. D. Su Xiao roared. His arm muscles bulged quickly, and he raised the gilded hammer and smashed it down. With a flash of golden light, the gilded hammer landed heavily on the head of the mutant carp. There was only a loud bang. The mutant giant carp's head collapsed directly. The huge body stiffened immediately. Su Xiao stretched out his hand and pulled up the mutant carp and threw it into the car. Walked toward the second pond. As soon as I arrived at the pond, I saw the water shaking, and a mutant eel over 2 meters long and as thick as a thigh suddenly emerged from the grass at an extremely fast speed. Su Xiao also swung out with a hammer, directly hitting its mouth full of sharp teeth. With a few loud cracking sounds, the upper and lower jaws were directly shattered. In pain, the mutant eel fled into the water. Guan Xiaohan's silver spear stabbed fiercely, piercing it directly and nailing it to the ground. Su Xiao raised the gilded hammer to make up for the damage and killed him. This mutant fish is much easier to kill than the mutant beast. Su Xiao sighed. Most of the mutant fish live in water. When they smell blood, they will rush up quickly. However, once they get close to the shallow water near the shore, their flexibility is greatly reduced, so they can be easily killed. No, let's go to the river tomorrow. Let's clean up the mutant beasts here today. Guan Xiaohan also pondered. There is a river more than 10 meters wide running through the town, and there are many mutant fish there. even level 3 mutant fish. However, that river is not the territory of Jiangbei Number 1 Middle School. Instead, the government departments will send boats to clean up the area. Okay, Su Xiao nodded. With their current strength, it is too easy for the two of them to deal with these first and second level mutant beasts and mutant fish. As the two were talking, they suddenly heard the rustling sound of grass and trees sliding quickly behind them. Turning around, they saw a mutant crocodile over 2 meters long and nearly half a meter high, running towards them quickly on its 4 short legs. It's a level 2 mutant crocodile. Just when I said it was easy, here comes the challenge. Su Xiao raised the gilded hammer and strode towards the crocodile. Be careful. The mutant crocodile has thick skin and flesh, great strength, sharp teeth, and can attack with its tail. Its body is low, so you'd better not get caught in its trap, Guan Xiaoan said quickly. At the same time, he stood guard beside Su Xiao with a gun, looking for an opportunity to attack. The mutant crocodile's skin was very hard, and although she could penetrate it, it would not cause much damage. There was even a possibility that the gun would be stuck in the mutant crocodile's skin. Therefore, you have to attack its soft parts such as its mouth and eyes. Rest assured, Su Xiao stepped forward. The moment the second-level mutant crocodile bit down, he smashed it down with a hammer, and violent force burst out, hitting it directly on the mouth. There was a loud bang. Su Xiao felt like he had hit a stone, and the powerful recoil force directly bounced the gilded hammer up. The mutant crocodile was not feeling well either, with a cracked mouth and broken teeth. The intense pain immediately made the mutant crocodile furious. It suddenly exerted force with its short limbs. Its speed suddenly increased, and it pounced forward. It opened its mouth big enough to swallow a person and bit towards Su Xiao's leg. The mutant crocodile has amazing bite force, sharp teeth, and a death roll trick. If you are bitten, your thigh will not be bitten off. As it tumbles in death, it will also tear off one of Su Xiao's legs. At this moment, a dragon-like silver spear suddenly stabbed out, and the sharp spear head pierced the mutant crocodile's upper jaw and quickly penetrated. With a whoosh sound, it penetrated deeply. The mutant crocodile felt pain and twisted its head. A violent force burst out and actually threw Guan Xiaoan out, sending her flying 7 or 8 meters away. At the same time, his mouth suddenly closed, trying to bite the silver spear into pieces. But with a click, the silver spear did not break, but several of its teeth were broken, which made it even more angry. He roared and rushed towards Guan Xiaoan. He simply abandoned Su Xiao, who was so close to him. When Su Xiao saw the mutant crocodile revealing its back, he immediately seized the opportunity. He jumped up suddenly, clenched the gilded hammer in both arms, and smashed it hard on the back of the mutant crocodile's head. With a loud bang, scales flew off and blood splattered. The horrific force almost shattered the mutant crocodile's head, with blood flowing out. The hammer also seriously injured it. Su Xiao took advantage of his situation and showed no mercy. He raised his arm and smashed it down with the hammer 7 or 8 times in a row, causing the head to collapse. The mutant crocodile's body became stiff and motionless, and then he stopped. My little man is so strong, Guan Xiaoan patted Su Xiao's strong and sturdy arms and praised. Of course I am. I'm even better in other aspects. Do you want to try? Su Xiao chuckled happily. Get out. Do your work properly. Guan Xiaoan kicked Su Xiao and pulled the silver gun out of the mutant crocodile's mouth. Su Xiao picked up the mutant crocodile's body and threw it onto the truck. Then we drove to the next pond. There was nothing there, probably because it was swallowed by the mutant crocodile. We continued to the next one. This is a level 1 mutant black fish, which can be easily killed with a hammer. The third one, the fourth one. It took more than 3 hours to clean up the pond and the village. We harvested 2 level 2 mutant beasts, 1 level 2 mutant crocodile, 7 mutant beasts, and 6 mutant fish, filling up a whole truck. About the same as yesterday. Let's go back and exchange merit points. We'll continue fighting in the afternoon. Su Xiao drove back. Guan Xiaoan sat in the passenger seat. We finally killed a mutant dog. We are so damn awesome. Tang Long shouted excitedly. His teammates were also very excited and took photos to commemorate the occasion. Let's go, take it to the main road, and show it off. Our team is also one of the first to get the mutant beast. Of course not. Apart from those A-class teams, we are definitely number 1. We are already far ahead of most of the students. Let's go and show off. 7 or 8 people carried the mutant dog and walked towards the main road. They were close to the town, and there were many pedestrians on the road. They immediately saw the mutant dog they hunted. Wow, Old Tang, you guys are amazing. You actually killed a mutant dog. That's amazing. Passersby praised. Ha, it's all luck, all luck. Tang Long straightened his chest proudly and didn't say anything about their strong strength. Others also said, we were so lucky that we encountered one. But it's a pity that we only encountered one. If we had two, the harvest would be even greater. Yes, yes. One is a little too little. Two would be just right. You guys are really awesome. Passersby exclaimed in admiration. They haven't even opened yet. At this time, a car horn sounded, and everyone looked back and instantly saw a large truck pulling a load of mutant beast corpses. Hey, it's the car that collects the mutant beast corpses. Let's go up and show off. Just like Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan did yesterday. That's a good idea. Standing on the car, you could see a lot of people. Several people immediately tried to stop it, but as the light truck approached, they could see who was driving inside. Su Xiao. Chapter 57, we are definitely the strongest. Su Xiao. Guanxia. Oh my god, they brought another big truck. Wow, I don't want to live anymore. That's enough. Tang Long looked at the mutant beast that several people were carrying, and then looked at the large cart that Su Xiao was pulling, with a huge tail sticking out of the cart. In this comparison, Tang Long just felt extremely shabby. I want to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. This is too outrageous. These two are perverts. Tang Long and his companions were speechless. Classmates, do we want to put the mutant beast on the car? Su Xiao saw that several people were carrying a mutant beast, which looked very tiring. Seeing someone waving at him, he kindly wanted to help. Haha, no need. Thank you so much, Tang Long laughed. Why am I so naughty? Why am I waving my hands for no reason? Isn't this just embarrassing yourself? Tang Long thought speechlessly. At the school gate, 7 or 8 people happily rushed over from one direction, each dragging a mutant beast corpse on their car, which together was 7 or 8 meters long. Xiao Yi sat on the back seat of the motorcycle, shouting excitedly. The crying expression on her face in the morning had long gone, and now she was sitting proudly on the back seat of the motorcycle. The one driving the motorcycle and pulling her was Ji Xinbua. Let's see if Guan Xiaoan and Su Xiao are still so arrogant. They bullied me this morning, so I have to give them a good slap in the face today. Xiao Yi proudly took pictures with her mobile phone. He took photos of the long convoy and the corpses of the mutant beasts and sent them to the class group to show off. Oh, this is half a day's harvest. There's so many. Haha, we've caught 7 mutant beasts in just half a day, including a level 2 mutant beast. With our harvest, no one among the newcomers can compare with us. Gao Yuan excitedly drove his motorcycle to the first place. Standing side by side with Ji Xinbua, he said happily, that's for sure. We are all highly talented warriors, and each of us is powerful. How can others compare with us? I guess they would be so happy if they killed one. Ji Xinbua said confidently. Yesterday, he was injured by the mutant beast alone, and the depressed mood when he was pulled back was swept away. He is full of confidence and pride. Killing so many mutant beasts in just over 3 hours is a rare achievement in the entire school. How can those who are only B or C compare with him? They are all weaklings. Of course, except Guan Xiaoan, but she only has 2 people. How can she compare with him? There's simply no comparison, right? I was in a bad mood again this morning. I guess I am hiding somewhere and sulking, just like me yesterday. Moreover, I felt really relieved this morning. Guan Xiaoan made a big fuss and gathered all the martial arts teachers together. What was the result? As a result, no one was punished at all. Guan Xiaoan made such a big scene and made himself so angry, but they didn't punish him at all. He just didn't believe that Guan Xiaoan wasn't angry. Once Guan Xiaoan gets angry, she naturally won't be able to hunt the mutant beasts properly. Without mutant beasts, there will be no merit points. Without merit points, there will be no way to exchange them for stronger Tianyuan liquid and essence blood. There will be no way to improve, and their strength will stagnate. And you can improve yourself quickly. Thinking of this, Ji Xinbua was sincerely happy. I'll humiliate Guan Xiaoan later, and mess with her mentality again. Ji Xinbua thought excitedly. As they were almost at the school gate, Ji Xinbua suddenly said, Brothers, how about we pile up the mutant corpses and take a group photo? This is our biggest game today, and we should commemorate it well. Very good, very good. We should commemorate it well. Everyone stop the cars and pile the mutant beasts together. Gao Yuan also shouted excitedly. Okay, 7 or 8 people were laughing and giggling. They gathered the mutant beasts together and piled them up. Then, a group of people gathered together to take pictures. It immediately attracted a lot of people. Wow, no way. With just a few mutants, you still have the nerve to block the door and show off. Oh my god, Guan Xiaohan killed so many people, but she didn't even show off at the gate. That's right. Look at Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao. Then look at these people. The difference is obvious. That's right. After killing a few mutant beasts, I don't even know my last name. Many people murmured in dissatisfaction because Ji Xinhua and others blocked the mutant beast corpses at the school gate, and motorcycles also blocked both sides of the road. It blocked everyone so that they couldn't get through. If you sacrifice other people's convenience to take some beautiful photos, you will naturally not be liked by others. Ji Xinhua and the others continued to do as they pleased. And even after hearing other people's comments, they became even more arrogant, deliberately taking slow shots and making loud noises. Because they know that these people are not as strong as them, so they are not afraid of their resistance at all. When the 7 of them with high talents unite, who would they be afraid of? Of course, there were also those who were not afraid. Many of the A-level talents who led their teams also returned with prey. When they saw that there were not as many as Ji Xinhua and his group, they were already unhappy. Now they are blocking the road and not letting people enter the school. He immediately got angry and shouted, "Have you any sense of public morality? It's time to go back for dinner. Why are you blocking the door? That's right, you bastard. You have no sense of public morality. What are you bragging about with a few mutant beasts? Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao got dozens of them and didn't show off. You were just showing off. Aren't you ashamed? There are dozens of people with Class A talent in Zhongbei No. 1 Middle School, but they did not form a team. They all chose to bring people with whom they have a better relationship. They are not as strong as Ji Xinhua and his friends. But he also dared to come out and shout a few times. Oh, there's nothing I can do. I just killed a lot. Some people can't even show off, even if they want to." Gao Yuan responded with a smile, not at all embarrassed by being scolded. On the contrary, he was very proud. Not only Gao Yuan, but Ji Xinhua and the others are the same. Proud and arrogant, focusing on messing with people's mentality. What a piece of shit. Everyone started cursing. Ji Xinhua and the others were even more proud. At this moment, someone shouted loudly, "Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao are here, pulling a cart of mutant beasts. You bunch of shameless idiots, hurry up and leave." Everyone was blocking the door, driving their motorcycles, making quite a lot of noise. So no one heard the sound of the truck coming, but when they heard someone shouting, they all looked back. Sure enough, I saw a light truck, which was a logistics vehicle, specially used to collect mutant beasts from various villages. However, the person driving this car was not the school's logistics teacher, but Su Xiao. It's really Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan. Oh my god, another truckload of mutant beasts. That's amazing. More than a dozen of them. And there are also level 2 mutants. Oh my god, they are too strong. Ji Xinhua, Gao Yuan, Xiao Yi, you bunch of clowns, come and see what Guan Xiaohan has reaped. How dare you show off such a small amount of stuff? How dare you block the door and show off? Clown ha! All the students burst into laughter at Ji Xinhua and the others. The anger just now turned into ridicule in this instant. Chapter 58 Su Xiao, I'm going to kill you. What? Another big truck? Ji Xinhua looked over in disbelief, and sure enough, he saw a light truck at the back of the convoy. The truck was loaded with corpses, and a large tail could be seen sticking out of the truck. Sitting in the car were Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao. Ji Xinhua and Gao Yuan looked at each other, with surprise and panic in their eyes. If Guan Xiaohan really had more mutant beasts than them, and they were blocking the door now, wouldn't that be extremely embarrassing? Hurry up, clean up. Gao Yuan suddenly felt a little anxious. He now feels like a real clown. I originally thought that Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao had lost their minds and would definitely not be able to get many mutant beasts. Even if they did, they would probably not be back until the afternoon. So, they chose to block the door at noon to show off. I didn't expect Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao to come back, and they brought a lot of mutant beasts. How could people survive? It's so embarrassing. He suddenly felt resentful towards Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao. You didn't come early or late, and you've blocked so many people. Why are you here again? Are you doing this on purpose? Damn it. Others also felt embarrassed and started to clean up. Ji Xinhua said, "Why should we clean up? It's like we are afraid of Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao. What will happen if we don't clean up? Can they eat us?" Besides, we have quite a few mutant beasts, maybe even more than them. You're running away before the competition even starts. What's that? When everyone heard this, they all thought it made sense. There were 7 or 8 of them, each with a level 1 mutant beast and a level 2 mutant beast, which was already very strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't be showing off here. Then Guan Xiaoan and Su Xiao might not be able to compare with them. What if Guan Xiaoan and Su Xiao don't get as many mutant beasts as they do, and they're the first to be scared away? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? That's right. We haven't even started the competition yet. What are you afraid of? Maybe we have more people than them, so we won't retreat. Gao Yuan was persuaded instantly and stopped packing up. Yo, a bunch of clowns. You still want to be humiliated in person. Ha ha. The students watching burst into laughter. Someone shouted, and the motorcycles blocking the light truck moved to both sides, making way for the truck to go straight to Ji Xinbua and his team at the school gate. Su Xiao raised his eyebrows. A bunch of little dogs are blocking the road. Should we slap them in the face? Su Xiao looked at Guan Xiaoan. Guan Xiaoan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, sneered. Just run over them and crush their mutant beasts. This way, the quality of the mutant beasts will be reduced. They will get fewer merit points. They took the initiative to block the road. Don't blame me. Guan Xiaohan's face was extremely calm. She was disgusted by them in the morning, and now was the best way to take revenge. She was not afraid of being reported to the teacher and just said she didn't see it. Okay, you still think far ahead. Su Xiao praised. If the mutant beasts that Buji Xinbua and his friends brought were crushed, their appearance would be completely gone, and the merit points given by the logistics teacher would be reduced. If they have fewer merit points, they will have fewer resources to exchange. Then crush it. Su Xiao quickly shifted into gear and then slowly accelerated. All the classmates around laughed. There are more than a dozen bodies on the truck, definitely more than Ji Xinbua and his men. This is going to slap them in the face. This time Ji Xinbua and the others have really become clowns. All the students were happy, because when the truck drove past them, they saw the corpses of mutant beasts in the car. There were 3 level 2 mutant beasts in total. Ji Xinbua only has 1. What can they compare with? Not to mention the quantity, there is absolutely no comparison. At this moment, everyone saw the final result. Ji Xinbua and the others were slapped in the face, and I can laugh at them as much as I want later. Everyone thought excitedly and gathered towards the front. Ji Xinbua, Gao Yuan, you clowns, we are going to humiliate you now. You weaklings are blocking the door to show off. Now I will show you what a master is. But they soon discovered something was wrong. The truck driven by Su Xiao was slowly accelerating. The roar of the accelerator became louder and louder, and rushed straight towards the pile of mutant beast corpses in front of the gate. Ji Xinbua, Gao Yuan, and others felt something was wrong. They looked at the light truck rushing towards them and all ran to both sides in fear. Su Xiao, you are fucking crazy. Ji Xinbua, who was almost hit, cursed at Su Xiao, which caused Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao to sneer. Then, in full view of everyone, the light truck crashed into the pile of mutant beast corpses. The powerful and terrifying impact force directly knocked the mutant beast corpses away, directly knocked the pile of corpses apart. Then he stepped on the accelerator and rolled over. In an instant, he heard the sound of bones breaking and corpses exploding, with blood and flesh splattering everywhere. The corpse was crushed to pieces. After the pressure was over, Su Xiao drove away and entered the campus. Near the school gate, Su Xiao stuck his head out and shouted apologetically. Oh, sorry, the brakes are broken. How dare you leave the mutant's corpse in the middle of the road? What a pity. Then he stepped on the accelerator and rushed into the campus. All the logistics teachers and martial arts teachers on campus gave Su Xiao a thumbs up and then shook their heads as they looked at the corpses on the ground. They had seen the farce at the gate a long time ago, but no one cared because it was difficult for them to control these A-level talents who were showing off their achievements. What if these Class A people rise up and take revenge on them? There is precedent for this. Moreover, if there is no fight and no danger involved, there is no need to intervene. It depends on how they end up. Unexpectedly, Su Xiao came directly over. To be honest, everyone was trying to hold back their laughter at this moment. Then, they all gathered around Su Xiao's truck tacitly. They had a job, which was to determine the quality of the mutant beasts and issue merit points. Outside the school gate, everyone was stunned. They all stared blankly at the mess of mutant beast corpses. What the hell? Ji Xinbua, Gao Yuan, and the others' heads were buzzing. Looking at the bodies that were smashed all over the ground, many of which were crushed, their brains were completely blank. This time, the quality dropped to the bottom. The mutant beast, which originally had an energy level of 5 or 6, or 6 or 7, was cut in half. The loss is heavy. Su Xiao, I'm going to kill you. Ji Xinhua suddenly rushed towards the truck. Gao Yuan and the others followed closely. They had to get Su Xiao to give an explanation, otherwise the losses would be too great. Just as they caught up, my throttle is broken too. Oh my god, help me, haha, a boy laughed and twisted the throttle of the motorcycle, rushing towards the gate. He even pressed down the corpse and then rushed forward. At this moment, everyone's eyes lit up. Damn it, you've been blocking us for so long. This time you'll lose everything you've got. Ouch, my car broke down and I can't control it. With one person taking the lead, the others all twisted the accelerators of their motorcycles and rushed over, all of them deliberately running over the mutant beast's corpse. It wasn't just one person, but hundreds of people were stuck in traffic. Hundreds of motorcycles all started roaring. At this moment, Ji Xinhua, Lu Yuan, and others who rushed in to get Su Xiao back were completely dumbfounded. No! Chapter 59. Still trying to cause trouble with his strength. Motorcycles roared past the mutant beast's corpses. In an instant, the sound of bones breaking was heard and blood splattered everywhere. Ji Xinhua, Gao Yuan, and the others all screamed heartbreakingly, "Stop." But, oh sorry, the vehicle is out of control. What should I do? Everyone laughed as motorcycles roared past. At first, you could hear some sounds of bones breaking, but later, no sound of bones breaking could be heard at all, as everything was crushed to pieces. Even the flesh and blood were all exploded into meat paste and taken away by the wheels, leaving behind a trail of bright red wheel marks. You want to die? I'll kill you, Ji Xinhua shouted angrily. Looking at the minced meat on the ground, everyone was in tears. All their efforts for the whole morning were gone in an instant. 7 or 8 mutant beast corpses could earn at least 20 or 30 merit points, but they were gone just like that. It was Su Xiao. It was Su Xiao who started the betting. He must pay. Xiao Yi shouted, immediately waking up Ji Xinhua, Gao Yuan, and others who were in grief. In an instant, hatred appeared in their eyes. Yes, he must pay. It's all Su Xiao's fault. It's all his fault. Damn it. Go find him. Angry Ji Xinhua, Gao Yuan, and others all rushed towards Su Xiao angrily. As for Su Xiao, as soon as he stopped, the logistics teachers who were watching the fun all came forward with a smile and quickly counted the items. By the time Ji Xinhua and the others arrived, the merit points had already been calculated. A total of 73 merit points were obtained, which was not as much as yesterday, because there were a few less level 2 mutant beasts. Su Xiao, you'd better compensate me for the mutant beast. Ji Xinhua quickly came to Su Xiao and stretched out his hand to grab Su Xiao. Su Xiao pushed him hard with his backhand, and all the strength in his body burst out instantly. The terrifying force pushed Ji Xinhua back 7 or 8 steps. If Lu Yuan hadn't held him up, he would have definitely fallen to the ground. You crushed our mutant beast, and you still hit people. Su Xiao, you have no law. Get him. Lu Yuan shouted, strode forward, and punched Su Xiao in the face. The mutant beast was crushed to pieces. He was already furious, and now he used all his strength to beat Su Xiao up to vent his anger. Ji Xinhua and others also understood Lu Yuan's meaning in an instant, and they all rushed up and started fighting with their fists. In an instant, 7 or 8 fists threw towards Su Xiao. Su Xiao was not afraid at all. Instead, he sneered. The anger from the morning hasn't even come out yet. It's time to let it out now. After the feedback from the Thunderbird, his Iron Bull bloodline was enhanced and his strength increased greatly. He was no weaker than those A-grade talents. Moreover, the iron shirt he practiced made his body extremely hard, and he had experienced many attacks from Guan Xiaoan's fists, so naturally he was not afraid of their fists. As long as it is not a sharp weapon, Su Xiao is not afraid. Get down right there. Su Xiao shook his arms, his muscles bulged instantly, his fists suddenly grew bigger, and he punched towards Lu Yuan, who had attacked him first. Bang! When the fists collided, a dull sound was heard. Lu Yuan's face suddenly changed. He felt like he had punched a stone, and the pain instantly spread from his fist to his brain, causing him to groan. A huge and terrifying force also erupted at this moment, directly blasting him back. Before he could gain his footing, at this moment, a straight iron leg suddenly flew in from out of his sight and hit him on the chin. The terrifying force exploded instantly and rushed into his brain. He felt his eyes go dark in an instant. His body flew backwards uncontrollably and fell heavily to the ground. It was Guan Xiaohan who launched the attack. Without any nonsense, her fist struck out as fast as a venomous snake, smashing into the ribs of the other two people. And with a loud bang, they were directly knocked away. Su Xiao also rushed forward, punching like a dragon. Although he was not as fast as Guan Xiaohan, he was powerful and fierce, and he rushed directly into the crowd. The huge fist just rushed forward, attracting firepower and suppressing them at the same time. Guan Xiaohan's punches are swift and his attacks are accurate, so he is responsible for precision strikes. Once someone attacked her, she would quickly take a step back and hide behind Su Xiao, allowing Su Xiao to block the attack, and then she would quickly attack again. A precise punch, a terrifying explosion, knocked the man down with just one punch. The two men were like tigers among a flock of sheep, attacking fiercely. In less than 30 seconds, Ji Xinbua, Gao Yuan, and others were lying on the ground screaming in pain. Many people haven't reacted yet. Fuck, so fierce. These are all top-level talents, and they were defeated just like that? Too amazing. The two of them are simply invincible when they work together. They defeated a group of Class A talents in an instant. It's amazing. I finally know how Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao obtained so many mutant beasts. Yeah, it's too strong. Absurdly strong. Everyone looked at the two in shock. You're such a loser, yet you still come to cause trouble? Su Xiao kicked Ji Xinbua in the abdomen. The terrifying force burst out, directly kicking him backwards. He fell heavily to the ground and instantly became a shrimp, holding his stomach and retching. You were looking for trouble this morning, so I didn't do anything to you. Now you are looking for trouble again. Do you really think that I, Guan Xiaohan, am made of clay? Guan Xiaohan said with a murderous look in her eyes. He looked at the dazed Xiao Yi. When Xiao Yi saw Guan Xiaohan's fierce look, her legs went weak and she collapsed to the ground. It's none of my business, Sister Xiaohan. I didn't do anything. It's none of my business. Xiao Yi cried. Waste. Guan Xiaohan looked at Xiao Yi coldly. At this moment, she really hoped that Xiao Yi would take action so that she could teach her a lesson. Unfortunately, Xiao Yi was very cowardly. Stop! At this time, Cheng Song and others who were standing in the crowd watching the fun spoke lazily. What's going on? Guan Xiaohan, is someone bullying you? Cheng Song was holding back his laughter, with a blank expression on his face. They were also very unhappy about these guys blocking the door, but there were no rules, so they couldn't intervene forcefully. Now, the mutant beast's body is gone, and it has been severely beaten. Now it is perfect to accuse them of bullying their classmates. Ji Xinbua, who didn't faint, was immediately angry when he heard Cheng Song's words. What do you mean someone is bullying Guan Xiaohan? Didn't you see that they beat us up? The students who were watching nearby were all stunned when they heard Cheng Song's obviously biased words. Then they all spoke up. Yes, it was Ji Xinbua, Lu Yuan, and 7 or 8 others who besieged Guan Xiaohan. They're so mean. That's right, it's too bad. This is obvious bullying. We hope the teacher can punish them properly and correct the school rules. Yes, 7 or 8 people bullied a little girl. These people are simply beasts. I suggest that they be severely punished. Expelled from school. Kicked out of the warrior team. Everyone was talking at once, getting more and more excited, and the more they talked, the more outrageous it became. Ji Xinbua, Lu Yuan, there is solid evidence that you bullied your classmates, and there are so many witnesses. I will report it to the school truthfully. Cheng Song said seriously. Ji Xinbua's face turned pale in an instant. Chapter 60, The First Attack. Su shouted a great job. Guan Xiaohan gives you a thumbs up. The teachers took Ji Xinbua, Gao Yuan, and others to the infirmary. The students gave Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan a thumbs up. It's so refreshing. Not only did he crush their mutant beasts, he also beat them up. Although the school is unlikely to impose any serious punishment, it really feels good. Bully who bullies classmates should be punished justly. Su Xiao shouted in a childish tone and was then pulled away by Guan Xiaohan. Afterwards, we had dinner in the logistics canteen. He returned to where he lived, pulled up the tent, and while most people were still asleep, he pulled the tent out of the school and went straight to a small village 1 kilometer away. There is no main road here, only a small path leading to the village and other small paths leading to other villages. Few people come here, so it is a secluded place. As for why we didn't set up tents directly in the school, it was because there were too many people and it would be inconvenient. The mutant beasts in the village were cleared out yesterday. The two of them strolled around the village, looking for a suitable house. I soon set my eyes on a two-story building. This house is great. It's all made of concrete, so it's sturdy. We live on the second floor, so we have a good view. If there's any danger, we can respond quickly. Guan Xiaoan said in surprise. Okay, that's it. The two walked in and found that the door of the house was broken open by someone. There were also a lot of broken glass on the first floor, but the glass on the second floor near the roadside was intact. Because the door was locked, there was not much dust inside. I simply opened the window, cleaned up, and set up the tent inside. Guan Xiaoan also took out a bottle of animal repellent powder that she had exchanged. According to the above introduction, animal repellent powder is made by mixing the feces and urine of some animals with potions. No matter what kind of mutant animal it is, as long as it smells it, it will feel sick and stay away from it. It is one of the essential items for survival in the wild. Sprinkle animal repellent powder around the perimeter of your house. The two continued to drive the truck to hunt mutant beasts. Hunt a dozen more in the afternoon and try to earn enough money to buy the blood essence of the ironclad bull and the green python. Guan Xiaoan set the tone. Okay, Su Xiao nodded. Beiyang Village. There are many kinds of poplar trees in the village, many of which are decades or even hundreds of years old. The poplar trees in large families are 3 or 4 meters thick. As a result, most of the people in Beiyang Village are poultry, birds, and mutant beasts. Guan Xiaoan, Su Xiao, there are 3 level 2 mutant birds, more than 30 level 1 mutant chickens, mutant birds, mutant beasts, etc. in this village. They fly fast and attack fiercely. Moreover, they're divided into 3 large groups, and most of them are level 2 mutant creatures. They all act together. I wish you wouldn't enter this village. The reconnaissance drone that had been following overhead advised. This village is where the martial arts teachers estimate the final battle site to be. After killing the mutant beasts in other surrounding villages in the last 1 or 2 days, everyone will come together to clean up the mutant birds here. Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan ignored the words of persuasion. On the contrary, after hearing that there were 3 level 2 mutant birds and that they would attack, both of them showed interest in their eyes. If they were to attack together, that would mean they would rush over together, saving them the trouble of searching one by one. Finding mutants is not an easy task. Sometimes, the mutants are not in the place that you detect at the beginning. You have to look for them by following their footprints. It is time-consuming and laborious. It would be comfortable if all the mutant beasts rushed over together like they did on the first day. The two turned on their watches and checked the locations of the 3 mutant bird and poultry colonies. The above suddenly appeared, briefly introduced. One is in the southeast of the village. It used to be a chicken farm. When I left, I released all the chicks. Some of them evolved into second-level mutant chickens. There are 13 ordinary first-level mutant chickens, and all the chickens here obey the second-level mutant chicken, which is considered a small leader. In order to compete for territory, they often fight with another group of mutant pheasants at the west end of the village. The mutant pheasant group at the west end of the village includes 1 level 2 mutant pheasant and 12 level 1 mutant chickens. On the big tree at the north end of the village, there is a level 2 mutant eagle and 3 level 1 mutant eagles. There were 3 groups in total, and fights would break out from time to time. Looking at the introduction, Su Xiao and Guan Xiaoan were immediately delighted. If the 3 families are at odds, we won't be afraid of being besieged. Well, let's first deal with this large colony of mutant chickens in the southeast end of the village. Guan Xiaohan pointed to the location on the map. Walk. This location was also the closest to them. Su Xiao stepped on the accelerator and rushed quickly towards the location of the mutant chicken flock. When they were still a few hundred meters away, they heard a clucking sound and saw big roosters flying around the village. A ferocious rooster even attacked their car directly. They're so fierce even before they become mutants. What will they be like after they become mutants? Su Xiao stepped on the accelerator and knocked out the ordinary roosters that were flapping their wings and rushing towards the truck. Some were directly crushed to death. A large amount of blood spurted out. At this moment, with a sharp and excited clucking sound, a mutant rooster about 1.34 meters tall, with huge wings and long tail feathers suddenly rushed out of the alley, flapping its wings. A pair of sturdy claws, as thick as arms, reached out to grab the glass of the light truck. Su Xiao quickly stepped on the brakes. But it was too late. The first-level mutant rooster grabbed the glass with its claws. With a bang, the glass shattered and its thick claws grabbed towards Su Xiao's head. Presumptuous! Su Xiao turned off the engine immediately and grabbed out with his right hand. In an instant, the muscles on his arm bulged rapidly, and his arm, like a steel pillar, grabbed the claws of the mutant rooster. He held it tightly, and then with a sudden pull, a terrifying force burst out and pulled it over suddenly and punched the mutant rooster's chest with his left fist. Bang! The fist was like an iron fist going straight in. Although the damage was not as overwhelming as that of the gilded hammer, it still directly hit into its body, causing a sound of teeth grinding and bone breaking. The fist smashed directly into its chest. Guan Xiaoan also attacked quickly, suddenly bouncing up, his fist like the head of a poisonous snake, rushing up quickly and punching its neck, directly interrupting its screams with the sound of crisp breaking bones. The two of them worked together to kill him instantly, and he fell directly into the car window. At this moment, more sharp screams were heard and quickly came towards the direction of the truck. Get out of the car and get your weapons. The two men got out of the car quickly. Guan Xiaoan's silver spear was tied to the side of the car, and Su Zhao's gilded hammer was in the truck bed. As soon as they opened the car door, a group of normal attack wings flapped towards them. Although the attack was not strong, it directly blocked their vision. This was the first time they were attacked by mutant beasts. Chapter 61. A flock of chickens like a tide of beasts. Get lost! Su Xiao swung his iron fist and hit these ordinary roosters with powerful force, just like being hit by a hammer, directly blowing them up. All you could hear were crisp, clicking sounds. The ferocious ordinary roosters had their bones broken, and some were directly blown apart by Su Xiao, with blood and large amounts of chicken feathers all over the sky. Chicken feathers were everywhere in the sky, and as the fierce rooster flapped its wings, the feathers flew everywhere, directly blocking Su Zhao's vision. Many of them flew over his head and attacked his head, but fortunately, he had a helmet and these roosters had not yet become mutant beasts, so they were completely defenseless against his attacks. However, this made Su Xiao angry. This was the first time he was attacked, and the first time he was in such a mess. According to his memory, he touched the gilded hammer. The moment he grasped the gilded hammer, Su Zhao's muscles bulged, and the gilded hammer swept out, emitting golden light. Bang, bang. Bang, there were only a series of explosions and rapid screams, which appeared quickly and stopped just as quickly. Dozens of blood mists suddenly appeared around him. There was suddenly no space in front of him. At this moment, Su Xiao heard a sharp crowing of a rooster from the right side of the car. Xiaoan, are you okay? Their two weapons were not placed together, but in the direction where they were sitting, so that it would be convenient for them to get off the car and get the weapons. Unexpectedly, one person was left alone. Su Xiao strode over. At this time, more ferocious roosters flapped their wings and rushed towards him. It's like going completely crazy. Su Xiao was not polite either. He swung the gilded hammer and beat up the ferocious roosters one by one. Even the first-level mutant beasts couldn't withstand his gilded hammer, let alone these ordinary roosters with weaker defenses. There was a sound of bones breaking when the gilded hammer was swung. When he walked from the left side of the car to the right side, he just saw a level 1 mutant rooster more than 1 meter tall flapping its wings, flying to a height of more than one person, and stretching out its claws as thick as arms to grab Guan Xiaohan's head. D. With just a slight sound, a silver light shot out, accurately piercing the jaw of the first-level mutant rooster and going straight to the head, and then the silver light was retracted. He clicked rapidly again, and suddenly a large amount of cold light burst out. The sharp gun tip accurately pierced the heads of the ferocious roosters. I'm fine. Are you okay? Guan Xiaoan quickly made a move while looking at Su Xiao. The moment the two looked at each other, a hint of warmth flashed across their eyes. It's fine. These broken chickens can't hurt me. Su Xiao smiled and stood in front of Guan Xiaoan, swinging the gilded hammer and sweeping across the area, directly blocking most of the rooster's attacks. With Su Zhao's resistance, Guan Xiaoan felt more relaxed. With his back to the truck, he thrust out his silver spear quickly, blowing up the heads of the roosters one by one. Soon, all the roosters in this wave were killed. The rattling sound in my ears suddenly stopped. Just then, they heard more clattering noises coming from the village. Looking towards the village, they saw countless roosters on the roofs and walls, flapping their wings and flying towards them. Among them are some mutant roosters that are over 1 meter tall. Countless roosters flapped their wings and came like a tide, covering them like an enormous piece of colorful cloth. Behind the flock of roosters, a louder and more powerful crowing sound suddenly rang out, as piercing as thunder. Fuck, this is crazy. Thousands of chickens in the south of the village are rushing towards you. Run, the reconnaissance drone sent out a signal. Gao Ming was controlling the reconnaissance drone, and his vision was much better than Su Xiao and the others, which also allowed him to see more clearly. The flock of chickens that rushed over spread out for hundreds of meters, and all flew up to cover half of the village. There were at least several thousand chickens, or even tens of thousands. At this moment, they all spread over with a chirping sound, like a terrifying tide of beasts, can devour everything. And the levels are clear. There are ordinary roosters at a height of 7 or 8 meters, and there are more than a dozen first-level mutant roosters more than 1 meter high. And the huge second-level mutant rooster that was 2 meters tall and had a wingspan of 7 or 8 meters. It flew even higher like a bomber. The flapping wings created a huge gust of wind, which blew down the big trees and caused dust to rise. Cluckta! A loud voice came out of his mouth, harsh and carrying great pressure. Gao Ming got goosebumps all over his body and quickly controlled the reconnaissance drone to fly to a higher place. And reminded, that level 2 rooster is flying over here with the chickens. Do you want support? Need not, Su Xiao replied. Guan Xiaohan was behind him at this time, so he didn't need to attack from the side and back, and only needed to focus on the front, which greatly increased his field of vision and reduced his pressure. Moreover, it was just a second-level mutant rooster, but he didn't take it seriously. The second-level mutant rooster, although its attack is very fierce, its defense is very weak, and it basically cannot withstand a blow from him. Okay, Gao Ming replied, but still notified Sun Chong, who was controlling the attack drone. Sun Chong, if you have nothing to do, you can come to Beiyang village first. Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao are fighting a flock of chickens. Gao Ming shouted to Sun Chong, not far away. Okay, I'll be right over there. Sun Chong immediately controlled the attack drone to fly over, just in case. This side of Beiyang village, the flock of chickens had spread over. From the perspective of the reconnaissance drone, Su Xiao and Guan Xiaoan were covered in an instant, as if they were swallowed by the sea. But Su Xiao and Guan Xiaoan were like 2 reefs, standing firm. Instead, a large cloud of blood mist and chicken feathers suddenly appeared in the sky. There's a level 1 mutant rooster in front of the left. Guan Xiaohan reminded from behind. Receive! At this time, Su Xiao's vision was limited. His helmet was covered with chicken feathers and blood. He couldn't see anything. He didn't need to see anything. He just swung the hammer and smashed it. There are roosters everywhere, so just kill them. His arms waved quickly like hot wheels, beating up one ferocious rooster after another. Hearing Guan Xiaohan's reminder, he gathered all his strength in his right arm and suddenly smashed it towards the front left. Bang! There was a huge resistance, followed by a scream and the sound of bones breaking. The gilded hammer directly broke its claws and slammed into its chest, killing it instantly. The silver spear in Guan Xiaohan's hand flew out like a dragon, quickly killing the ferocious roosters one by one. But the flying chicken feathers and splattering blood also made her vision unclear. At this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew, and flying chicken feathers and blood mist suddenly attacked her. Guan Xiaohan quickly turned her head to avoid it. She was covered in a mist of chicken feathers and blood. At this moment, she heard a sharp cry approaching quickly. The moment she turned her head, she saw a first-level mutant rooster that flew over Su Xiao and stretched out its sharp claws to grab her head. D! Guan Xiaohan snorted coldly, and the silver spear shot out, instantly piercing the mutant rooster's jaw, directly piercing its head, and fell down with a bang. The sky in front of Guan Xiaohan suddenly became empty, allowing her to see the second-level mutant rooster that was flying towards her ferociously. Chapter 62 Corpses all over the ground. The second-level mutant rooster was 2 meters tall, with a wingspan of 7 or 8 meters. It was like a small bomber, flapping its wings and creating huge waves that swept in all directions. It opened its mouth and barked, making a loud and piercing clucking sound, like the sound of a huge bell, making people's hearts beat wildly. It was more powerful than the mutant rooster they had killed before. There was a scarlet light in its eyes, and it stretched out its sharp claws and grabbed Su Xiao fiercely. At this time, Su Xiao's helmet was completely covered with blood and chicken feathers, and he could not see the surrounding scenery at all. He swung the gilded hammer completely by relying on his consciousness. Right in front of you, above your head, a level 2 mutant rooster is coming towards you. Guan Xiaohan shouted, bursting out with all his strength, mobilizing his energy, and the silver spear vibrated. Then, it burst out like a dragon, and its target was the second-level mutant rooster. Su Xiao was reminded here. With a loud shout, the muscles in his arm bulged again, and all the strength in his body was concentrated on his arms in an instant. Hearing the sound of flapping wings, he quickly determined the location of the second-level mutant rooster, and then he roared and smashed it with all his strength. Bang! Su Xiao only felt that he had hit steel, and a powerful recoil force hit him, causing him to retreat repeatedly. His hammer hit the claws of the second-level mutant rooster right on the ground. The huge force hit its claws and directly broke several claws. The explosion made its body unstable. At this moment, a silver light burst out and pierced into the head of the mutant rooster with a pop sound. Its resounding voice suddenly stopped. It died instantly. On the other side, Su Xiao steadied his body and quickly wiped the blood off the visor of his helmet before the mutant rooster rushed over. He immediately saw the scene of countless ferocious roosters and mutant chickens in front of him. I couldn't help but be amazed. So many. Stop talking nonsense. Kill them all. Guan Xiaohan's silver spear stabbed and killed the roosters one by one as quickly as a dragon, and the mutant attacks were easily pierced by her. Okay, Su Xiao took a breath. Continuously swinging the gilded hammer was somewhat strenuous even with his current strength. And now, they haven't even killed half of them. Fortunately, his combat suit was originally a mid-level combat suit, and after the soul value was increased, the protection became stronger, almost equivalent to the high-level combat suit. These ferocious roosters and their level 1 mutant attacks simply cannot penetrate the defenses of their combat uniforms. Otherwise, even if he has strong defense, he will still be scratched by the chicken claws. Su Xiao shook the fountain pen to relieve the soreness in his muscles, and then swung the gilded hammer fiercely again, with terrifying force erupting instantly. Wherever the gilded hammer swept, all the ferocious roosters that were hit were instantly blown up. Even those that were grazed by the gilded hammer would have their bones broken instantly and fall to the ground with screams. Even those first-level mutant roosters couldn't withstand Su Xiao's hammer. Soon, there was a pile of corpses under his feet, covering his legs. Su Xiao then jumped directly onto the piles of corpses and continued to kill them. Half an hour later, the gilded hammer suddenly swung wide and hit the ground, and he realized that all the chickens had been killed. At this moment, he felt his arms were extremely sore, as if they were no longer his own. The fight lasted too long. Fortunately, the fighting power of the chickens was not strong. If they were all mutant creatures, they would have fought for more than half an hour. Su Xiao felt that he would definitely not be able to hold on for that long. Maybe it has already been eaten by the chickens. After wiping the blood off the helmet, he looked towards Guan Xiaohan. He saw Guan Xiaohan holding the gun and breathing heavily, with blood dripping from her body. Blood flowed like streams from the folds of clothes. Are you okay? Su Xiao hurriedly went to support Guan Xiaohan, and the moment he touched her, Guan Xiaohan collapsed in Su Xiao's arms. When I took off her mask, I saw that Guan Xiaohan was pale, with beads of sweat dripping down her forehead. It's okay. I'm exhausted, Guan Xiaohan said with difficulty. She is agile, fast and explosive, and a protracted battle is too exhausting for her. Lie down and rest for a while. I'll get you some water, Su Xiao said, letting Guan Xiaohan lean against the wheel while he took out 2 bottles of water. He fed Guan Xiaohan a bottle first, and then started drinking it himself. Attack drone pilot Sun Chong looked at the corpses on the ground below. He exclaimed, "Awesome! You managed to hold on for so long." Yes, these 2 young men are capable and strong-willed. They're already the best among their age. The 2 of them admired it. The attack drone flew off into the distance. I can't imagine what would happen if there was a real tide of zombies. Su Xiao drank a bottle of water and sighed. These were just ordinary big roosters mixed with more than a dozen first-level mutant roosters, but they made the 2 men exhausted. If there really was a beast tide, Su Xiao couldn't even imagine it. It can't form one. Once a group of beasts gathers, missiles will be fired at them immediately. Guan Xiaohan panted, "Carry me to the car. I want to lie down for a while to recover my strength." Okay. Su Xiao has a strong physique and recovers much faster than Guan Xiaohan. After drinking a bottle of water, his strength has basically recovered. He picked up Guan Xiaohan and walked towards the car door. Suddenly, Guan Xiaohan in his arms kissed Su Xiao fiercely. "You are getting more and more handsome." When Su Xiao stood in front of her and blocked all the attacks, she knew she had chosen the right person. Of course I have to. Tonight, I'll let you see a more handsome side of me. Su Xiao said with a chuckle. Go away. Guan Xiaohan slapped Su Xiao in annoyance. Then Su Xiao put Guan Xiaohan in the passenger seat and let Guan Xiaohan rest. He himself cleaned up the battlefield. Do you still want these ordinary roosters? Su Xiao asked as he picked out the body of the mutant rooster from the pile of corpses. Guan Xiaohan poked her head out of the window. Her eyes curved into crescents, and she watched Su Xiao working with a smile. Pick a few whole ones and make chicken soup tonight to nourish you. Yo, replenishing my body, it's not for you, is it? Hee. Su Xiao smiled and dragged the body of the mutant rooster to the car door and kissed Guan Xiaohan's cherry lips. She didn't hide. 2 minutes later. Pod smells like blood. Don't touch me until I take a shower. Okay, Su Xiao felt very motivated and quickly loaded all the mutant roosters onto the truck. He also picked out 100 or so intact rooster carcasses. Just then, an eagle cry was heard in the sky. Su Xiao looked up at the sky and saw a large eagle with a wingspan of 5 or 6 meters hovering above their heads, making sharp cries. And from farther away in the village, there seemed to be the sound of roosters crowing. The sound was not like the call of a normal domestic chicken. Instead, it was long and rapid, the call of a pheasant. We can't stay here any longer. Su Xiao got into the car without hesitation. He stepped on the accelerator and returned along the same route. Guan Xiaohan was now exhausted and could not sustain the next battle. If there were another group of pheasants with stronger combat power and the second-level mutant eagle in the sky, he would definitely be in trouble. The moment the car started and left, the mutant black eagle rushed down with flapping wings. It landed on a large pile of corpses and devoured them in big gulps. Chapter 63. The second level of martial arts. Oh my god! What's going on? Why is the car covered in blood? Even the windows are gone. Everyone pointed at the light truck running wildly on the road and exclaimed in shock. The light truck was covered in blood. Even the windshield was broken, and inside sat 2 people covered in blood. A closer look revealed that it was blood. The whole body was soaked in blood red. It's Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao. Oh my god, what have these 2 been through? Why are they covered in blood? Oh my god, what kind of battle did these 2 go through? Everyone looked at each other, and they were all very dry, without even a speck of dust on their bodies. Then look at Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao who are covered in blood. There's no comparison. Look at what other people have gained. Everyone was silent for a moment. There's a reason why Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao were able to get so many mutant beast corpses. Su Xiao drove a light truck into the school, and the logistics teachers and martial arts teachers were also shocked. Where have these 2 been? Why is there so much blood? The car windows are all broken. So many dead roosters. Is this a chicken farm being slaughtered? The teachers asked curiously. Almost. Su Xiao recounted the experience of the attack. This mutant beast is getting more and more crazy now. Be careful when you go out next time. Chung Song looked at the 2 of them with relief. I understand, teacher. Afterwards, the logistics teacher counted them and gave more than 60 merit points. Guan Xiaohan directly exchanged 1 portion of Green Python's blood essence and 1 portion of Armored Bull's blood essence. Su Xiao changed to a light truck, loaded 2 large buckets of water, borrowed a pot, seasonings and other things, took 3 big fat chickens, and drove away. Drive towards the small village in front of the school. That was a little base. First, wash the clothes that are covered with blood. Fortunately, the combat uniform has strong waterproof ability, and the blood stains can be washed away with water. The clothes are hung out to dry. Su Xiao, come here and apply the Iron Armored Bull's blood. Guan Xiaohan patted Su Xiao's muscular back. Okay, coming into the house, Su Xiao took a deep breath. He allowed Guan Xiaohan to attack him, and soon his skin became red and swollen. Guan Xiaohan immediately smeared the blood of the armored bull all over his body. While it's more than twice as big as before, normally it's about 13 or 14 centimeters. It's not easy. Guan Xiaohan joked and flicked it. Su Xiao rolled his eyes at her and said, just wait for me. What? You still want to eat me? Guan Xiaohan pinched Su Xiao's chin and said with a smile, looking like she was going to give him a smile. You'll know soon. Su Xiao raised his eyebrows and concentrated on upgrading his iron shirt. As the qi and blood began to circulate, the energy contained in the Iron Bull's blood and essence madly penetrated into Su Xiao's body, strengthening his skin and muscles, making him stronger. As the essence and blood energy seeped into his body, The redness and swelling on his body disappeared visibly, revealing solid muscles. The perfect and clear muscle lines make Su Xiao look like a bronze sculpture. Seeing Guan Xiaohan's eyes light up, her tender, white and slender little hands were tapping here and there, making clicking sounds. Su Xiao blocked his six senses and focused all his attention on upgrading the iron shirt technique as the energy of the iron-armored bull's blood and essence was poured into his body, and it was quickly absorbed by his body. Suddenly, a stream of air emerged from his dantian, flowing along his blood vessels and quickly dispersing into his flesh and blood. As the air flowed into his body, Su Xiao clearly felt that his strength had increased significantly, and he could clearly feel the strengthening of his skin and flesh. And as the skills became more advanced, streams of air emerged from his dantian, penetrated into his body, and quickly strengthened his entire body. However, as the blood and essence of the iron-armored bull decreased, the speed of the airflow also decreased. When the blood and essence energy was exhausted, the airflow would no longer appear. Su Xiao didn't care at all. Instead, he opened his eyes in surprise. Second level of martial arts, self-generated strength. Have you reached the second level? Guan Xiaoan noticed Su Xiao's changes at the first moment and asked in surprise. Su Xiao nodded vigorously. It's done. I have also become a master of the second level of martial arts. Su Xiao clenched his fists. He could clearly feel a force flowing through the muscles in his arms, making every muscle fiber thicker and providing greater defense. It's more than 1 point stronger than before. He could clearly feel the strength in his muscles, and as he exerted force, it would reach any part of his body, making it instantly stronger. This is just entering the second level of martial arts. As he practiced, his strength increased, and once he exerted his strength, all the muscles in his body would swell up, and he would instantly become a muscular little giant. His strength was absolutely incredible. After advancing to the third level of martial arts and releasing your strength, you will become even stronger. A sharp gleam of strength flashed in Su Xiao's eyes. Now, if he were to meet the level 2 mutant bull again, he felt that he could beat it to pieces in a head-on fight. Of course, he definitely couldn't do it with his bare hands. Open the panel. Subject: Human Su Xiao. Basic attributes: Strength 130, Constitution 150, Agility 70, Spirit 85. Talent: 1 soul, 2 bodies. Level: second level of martial arts. Method: body forging technique, simple 100%, iron shirt intermediate, second level 5%. Martial arts: 18-way drum beating and golden hammer technique, elementary, level 2 78%. Body: Thunderbird. Level: secondary mutation. Talents: devouring evolution, 1,000 times strength, 10,000 times defense. Attribute: lightning, intermediate 20%. Skills: lightning strike, lightning escape. Evolution points: 26323. Evolution completion: 26323/100,000. Sure enough, the second level of martial arts, the second level of iron shirt 5%. My strength and physique have greatly improved, both increasing by dozens of points. Picking up the gilded hammer, he suddenly felt a lot lighter. He had been able to swing it around at will before, but now it was as easy as holding a toy. It seems that I have to consider changing a pair of hammers tomorrow. My man is catching up with me. No, I have to practice quickly. Come here, hard muscle man, apply the green python blood to me. Guan Xiaohan pulled the iron rod, and her tender white hands moved slightly, and it instantly doubled in size, just like a rolling pin. Girl, you're playing with fire. Su Xiao tried to grab Guan Xiaoan, but Guan Xiaoan was so slippery that she easily dodged Su Xiao's attack like a snake. He stopped messing around. Apply the green python's blood to my body first. Guan Xiaoan made a seductive and provocative gesture towards Su Xiao. Su Xiao just rolled his eyes at her. He took out the green python's blood and applied it to Guan Xiaoan. He applied it very carefully, not leaving out every inch, and he also pressed the important parts hard into the skin so that the effect of the green python's blood could be maximized. Guan Xiaoan had already punched Su Xiao several times. After 3 minutes, the application is complete. Guan Xiaoan started practicing immediately. Su Xiao found the best position to enjoy it. Chapter 64, Level 3, Mutated Octopus. Half an hour later, Su Xiao watched with his own eyes as Guan Xiaohan's originally fair skin turned smoother and whiter. If it was the color of tofu at first, with a hint of tenderness in the white, Now her skin has completely turned into the color of jewels. The white skin seemed to reveal a faint fluorescence, which made people unable to take their eyes away. An hour later, Guan Xiaohan's legs and feet suddenly became less flexible. The tender white fist hit Su Xiao's chest. Can't you be a little gentle? Hey, that's not what you said just now. Su Xiao was speechless. Speaking further, Guan Xiaohan kicked Su Xiao, and Su Xiao picked Guan Xiaohan up with a smile. Can I take you back to the tent? Okay. Guan Xiaohan suddenly became shy, and a blush appeared on her face. Su Xiao put her in the tent and said, take a nap first. I'll call you when I've prepared something delicious. Su Xiao put on his clothes, started to boil water, and prepared the rooster. After becoming warriors, their appetites increased greatly, and each person had to eat at least 3 or 4 pounds of meat. Su Xiao majored in physical fitness and strength, so he ate more. 3 big roosters will be just enough for the 2 of them. While Su Xiao was preparing the ingredients, Guan Xiaohan also got dressed and helped him. 1 was roasted, 2 were stewed, and by the time everything was done, it was getting dark. Eat! The chicken legs are mine. Guan Xiaohan snatched both chicken legs and started eating them proudly. Su Xiao and she held the roasted chicken and devoured it in big mouthfuls. In less than half an hour, they were both full. Return to the tent and sleep. What is your current strength? Su Xiao asked while hugging Guan Xiaohan. The late stage of the second heaven. With another jar of green python's blood, I can be promoted to the peak of the second heaven, or even break through the second heaven. Guan Xiao yawned, rolled over, and climbed onto Su Xiao. So many? Su Xiao was extremely shocked. He had just reached the second level of martial arts with his 2 cans of iron-armored bull's blood. And Guan Xiaohan has reached the peak of the second level. What do you think? Otherwise, why am I A level and you C level? With the same resources and the same time, I can improve many times faster than you. I can reach the third heaven with 3 cans of low-level extraordinary blood essence. You need at least 10 cans of blood essence, or even 15 cans if you don't have the Thunderbird to help you reach the third heaven. You need more. Guan Xiaohan's hands drew circles on Su Xiao's muscles as she explained, and she kept yawning. That's amazing, Su Xiao praised. I'll rely on you to support me from now on. Okay, I will support you from now on. No, I'm so sleepy. I want to go to sleep. Guan Xiaohan yawned. Since they had been fighting all the time, Su Xiao and the others didn't need to practice martial arts. Guan Xiaohan was tired after another day of fighting and was exhausted in the afternoon, and just now, she was already very sleepy. After a while, he fell into a deep sleep on Su Xiao. Looking at Guan Xiaohan, whose skin was as white as jewels and whose whole person looked like a rare treasure in the world, Su Xiao secretly said, I have to work harder too. Otherwise, the gap in strength is too big, and there will definitely be a change in mentality. Although I have her now, I don't know what the future will be like as she grows in knowledge. We must always maintain the same combat power level. Su Xiao stroked Guan Xiaohan's hair and focused his attention on Lei Ke. Ly. A shrill, sharp cry came from the cave, followed by a flash of lightning, and a bird covered in lightning shot out and then soared into the sky. Su Xiao controlled the Thunderbird to soar into the sky, screaming to its heart's content, with lightning and thunder shooting out of its body. He let out his feelings as much as he could, letting the world let him roam freely. Wait till you've had enough fun. The Thunderbird folded its wings and fell straight into the water like a sharp arrow, making a splash. As soon as it entered the water, a shark over 3 meters long opened its mouth and bit towards the Thunderbird. Lei Ke was immediately overjoyed. As soon as I entered the water, food was delivered to my door. You deserve a reward, but I don't have anything good, so I'll just give you a pair of wings. The 8 or 9 meter long wings were like giant swords and slashed out, instantly splitting the waves, bursting out, and accurately hitting the shark's head. Puff! Like cutting tofu with a knife, it cut off the shark's head in an instant and chopped along the spine at an extremely fast speed, splitting it in half in an instant. A large amount of blood gushed out, dyeing the surrounding water red. The Thunderbird opened its huge beak and took big bites of the food, tearing off more than 10 pounds of meat in one bite and swallowing it into its stomach. Soon, the shark was devoured. The smell of blood also attracted a large school of fish, but they were all small fish. Some big fish did not dare to approach after sensing the terrifying Su Xiao. Only some small fish, unaware of the danger, swallowed the blood energy in the sea water in big gulps. The Thunderbird was too lazy to catch these palm-sized fish. Today I have plenty of time, and I am strong enough, so I can try to find some big guys in the sea further away. To evolve again, 100,000 evolution points are needed. The Thunderbird only has more than 20,000 now. If it keeps devouring these first and second level fish, it is unknown how long it will take to meet the evolution requirements. Therefore, the Thunderbird flapped its wings, and a huge force burst out, directly rolling up two huge water whirlpools, and it shot forward under the huge thrust of its wings. After swimming for almost 100 miles, I could clearly feel the violence and bloodiness here. The water was mixed with various violent energy fluctuations and the bloody smell of unknown creatures. Even the water was much deeper than before and had become turbid. There were also swirling whirlpools in many places, and no one knew what creatures had left behind them. The powerful aura that lingered everywhere made the Thunderbird excited. Its eyes, gleaming with lightning, scanned the surroundings, searching for prey. Suddenly, the mud and sand below surged, and two thick tentacles shot out and swept towards the Thunderbird at an extremely fast speed. The tentacles seemed to have strange abilities. With the appearance of the tentacles, the surrounding sea water swirled faster, and the swirling water flow made the tentacles move even faster. Almost at the moment when the Thunderbird saw the mud and sand surging, the tentacles had already arrived in front of it and lashed down fiercely. Court Death. Thunder Shield. A ball of lightning made entirely of lightning suddenly appeared in front of the Thunderbird and protected it firmly. The lightning ball emitted streaks of lightning, which were like lightning snakes in the water, raging and spreading in the sea water, creating a terrifying power. At this time, the tentacle had already been pulled out, and with a loud bang, the lightning ball exploded under the terrifying power of the tentacle, and the flash of lightning directly burned the tentacle black. The aroma of meat wafted in the air. The tentacles exploded back, and at the same time a painful scream was heard in the mud. A large amount of mud and sand surged, revealing a terrifying octopus about 2 meters in diameter with 8 tentacles several dozen meters long. It screamed in pain. 2 more tentacles whipped towards the Thunderbird. Level 3 mutant octopus. So fierce. I like it. The Thunderbird chirped excitedly, flapped its wings violently, and quickly rushed towards the mutant octopus. He simply ignored the tentacles that were coming towards him, because no matter how fast the tentacles were, they were not faster than him. It reached a distance of dozens of meters in an instant, and its giant claws surrounded by lightning suddenly stretched out and grabbed the main body of the third-level octopus. At this time, all of its other tentacles burst out and swept towards the Thunderbird. At the same time, a large amount of black ink spurted out of its mouth and quickly spread towards the Thunderbird. Chapter 65, Level 3 Peak, Mutated Sea Turtle. A large amount of black ink spread out and was about to cover the Thunderbird. It flapped its wings and immediately stirred up a violent wave of water. The waves rolled back, directly rolling all the ink into the waves, and then slammed into the third-level mutant octopus. It was seen that the ink was like a strong poison, which corroded the mutant octopus's skin in an instant, and bubbles could be seen forming. The skin breaks instantly. The mutant octopus screamed, and 7 or 8 tentacles controlled the water flow, sweeping over at a faster speed. Cut! The Thunderbird's wings suddenly spread out like 2 giant swords, revealing its sharp fangs. And then its body suddenly rose up, and its 2 wings were like spinning swords. Break through the waves and cut the tentacles of the third-level mutant octopus. Like cutting noodles with a knife, its tentacles broke instantly the moment they were cut by the wings. 7 or 8 snake-like tentacles twisted and fell into the sea, and the third-level octopus let out a shrill cry again. At this time, the Thunderbird no longer gave it a chance. The sharp claws surrounded by lightning grabbed into the body of the third-level octopus and broke into the body directly. The lightning contained in the claws instantly made the third-level octopus tremble and stiffen all over. The other claw also grabbed into it fiercely, and then the Thunderbird opened its mouth and swallowed it in big gulps. The bird's beak pecked deeply into the body of the third-level mutant octopus, and the upper and lower beaks clamped a large piece of flesh and blood. With a strong pull, a piece of octopus meat weighing more than 10 pounds was torn off by the Thunderbird. He tilted his neck back and swallowed it into his stomach. His terrifying swallowing and digestion ability quickly digested the flesh and blood, turning it into the purest evolutionary energy in his body. He swallowed it in one bite and took the second bite. At this time, the mutant octopus was not dead yet, and its whole body was shaking and trembling. Lei Kei didn't care about that. You attacked me first. If you hadn't attacked me, I wouldn't have found you. Moreover, if he couldn't beat Lei Kei, he would die even more miserably. 3 minutes later, the terrifying level 3 octopus was completely devoured. Su Xiao took a look at the attribute panel and was immediately delighted. It actually directly provided more than 8,000 evolution points. Sure enough, I have to deal with high-level mutant creatures. In this way, I can advance faster. Su Xiao thought, and Lei Kei's eyes began to scan again. However, this seems to be the territory of the third-level mutant octopus. There are no creatures of the same level around. Then I found a direction and continued searching. The further you go, the lower the terrain becomes, and the greater the water pressure. Suddenly, Su Xiao saw a large sea turtle that was more than 4 meters long, swimming slowly at the bottom of the water, eating water plants as it swam, looking relaxed and contented. This is a peak level 3 mutant sea turtle. Lei Kei was overjoyed. The turtle is large and has a lot of meat, which means it has a lot of evolutionary energy. Moreover, its combat power is not strong and its speed is slow. Apart from being a defensive strength, it's almost useless. The Thunderbird has 1,000 times the attack power and 10,000 times the defense power, and can easily break its shell. Thinking of this, the Thunderbird flapped its wings and rushed forward quickly. The big turtle also sensed the danger at the first moment and retracted its head. Moreover, a layer of ochre yellow light appeared on his body, like a protective shield, covering it. If other mutant beasts saw this situation, they would definitely turn around and run away, because they know they can't break the turtle shell. But the Thunderbird is different. It flew over rapidly, and its giant claws containing lightning suddenly grabbed the ochre protective shield. It was like grabbing a balloon, and it exploded directly. Then, they sat on the turtle shell and pierced it directly like 5 nails. With a crisp sound, the turtle shell cracked in all directions from the position of the claws. The third-level mutant turtle was shocked. Its head suddenly popped out of the shell, and it opened its mouth, revealing a row of fine teeth, and bit towards the Thunderbird's thigh. A hint of mockery flashed in Lei Kei's eyes. The bird's beak pecked down suddenly, pecking at its head accurately at a speed faster than a level 3 mutant turtle. With a bang, it pecked its head directly to pieces, killed with one blow. The bird's beak grabbed the head of the third-level peak mutant turtle and pulled hard, immediately tearing out a large piece of flesh and blood. The Thunderbird raised its head and swallowed it. Then he used his sharp claws to tear off the mutant turtle shells and swallowed them in big mouthfuls. After swallowing, the evolution points soared by more than 13,000 points. It feels so good to become stronger quickly. The Thunderbird chirped excitedly, and then, flapping its wings, it shot out again and continued to look for prey. Soon a level 3 mutant moray eel was seen again. The moray eel was very alert. After feeling the gaze of the Thunderbird, it twisted its body and drilled into the cracks of the coral rocks and fled quickly. This happened to 2 conger eels in a row. There was no chance for the Thunderbird to lock on and chase. Hunting is also a job that requires luck and patience. Thunderbird sighed, and without wasting any more time, it flapped its wings and shot towards the water surface. After flying back to the surface, it headed towards the cave. It circled around and flew into the cave after finding no danger. Su Xiao gently picked up Guan Xiaoan, placed her in his arms, and then slowly fell asleep. When the town fell into silence. Coastal. A large ship stopped not far from the coast and launched a number of small boats, quickly approaching the shore. Pairs of eyes emitting scarlet light could be seen on the small boats. In the sea water, powerful mutant fish swam into the river and quickly spread to the small rivers. More than one place. Small boats were approaching the outer areas of Jiangbei, and mutant fish were entering the river. First, surround and kill the students in Jiangbei. After the army in Jiangbei comes to support us, all the experts will go out immediately and use all means to eliminate and kill the humans in Jiangbei. I want to create a tragedy that will shock the entire human world. This is to announce to the world that our beast god cult is back. On a large ship, a man wearing a Wolf King mask and a cloak spoke in a hoarse voice. He looked at the lights on the shore with bloodthirsty madness in his eyes. Beast god envoy, you will surely get what you wish for. This time you will surely tell all humans that the beast god cult is not to be messed with. Ha! A short man with a hoarse voice like a crow spoke in a flattering manner. Ha! My beast god cult will definitely be able to occupy the entire blue star. The man wearing the Wolf King mask laughed wildly. No one noticed that the short man twitched the corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of sarcasm. In the military camp, Major General Dongming looked at the images transmitted by the satellite, at the arrogant look and the clear, arrogant voice, with a flash of sneer in his eyes. Have we taken control of all the strongholds of the beast god cult? Major General Dongming asked expressionlessly. According to the information provided by Dark Crow, we have completely grasped their base and have secretly sent people out. With just one order from you, they can all be wiped out, said the secretary. Not for now. Meanwhile, continue searching to find more secret strongholds. I want to wipe out all the beast god cult members. There was a hint of cold, murderous intent in Dongming's eyes. Yes. Chapter 66, Killing Mutant Fish by the River. In a daze, Su Xiao felt like he had transformed into an angry dragon, rushing into a cave filled with hot magma. When he opened his eyes, he saw Guan Xiaohan sitting on him. It doesn't hurt? Su Xiao lifted her up gently. Guan Xiaohan nodded shyly, and the blush on her face spread throughout her body. Then watch me rise like a raging dragon into the sky, Su Xiao roared in a low voice. Slow down. An hour later, Guan Xiaohan patted Su Xiao's chest with great satisfaction. Young man, you are finally a little manly. Of course I have to. Su Xiao suddenly became lively again. Yo, I told you you're fat, but you're out of breath. I hope you could be like this in 30 years. Oh no, we still have to hunt mutants. We've already wasted a lot of time. Guan Xiaohan pushed away Su Xiao, who was constantly pestering her. Hee, let's continue tonight. Su Xiao took a bite of the cherry blossom and then let Guan Xiaohan go. After washing up, the two of them had a casual breakfast and drove the truck to hunt mutant beasts. Before leaving, he sprinkled some animal repellent powder around to prevent mutant animals, wild beasts, or the like from rushing into their temporary residence. Should we go kill those mutant pheasants or go to the river? Asked Su Xiao, who was driving a truck. Let's go by the river. The mutant pheasants produce too many feathers, and it's too bloody. Besides, there's also a level 2 mutant eagle, so there's no guarantee that it won't launch a sneak attack. Guan Xiaohan analyzed rationally. Okay, then let's go to the river. Su Xiao drove straight to the river at the edge of the town. The big river is already at the westernmost end of the town. It is farther than Xiaowangswang, where they had been before. Xiaowangswang is in the southwest, and this big river is in the west. Trucks roared past. More than an hour. It's finally here. The river is hundreds of meters wide. It is the rainy season now, and the river is full. The flowing water feels turbulent. Standing on the shore and looking into the river, you can occasionally see mutant fish jumping out of the water. The river is too rough here. Our bait may not work, Su Xiao said as he looked at the extremely fast-flowing water. The river flows too fast, which will directly wash away and disperse the bloody smell emitted by the bait, and the mutated fish may not be able to smell it at all. Let's go over there. There's a river bend there. The water flows slower. It can retain the smell of blood and attract fish over. Su Xiao pointed not far to the north. Okay, get in the car. The two drove to the river bend and immediately saw the water boiling. A nearly 3-meter-long black fish was floundering in the shallow water near the shore. It was holding a huge water bird in its mouth and was putting it into its mouth. Level 2 mutant black fish. What good luck! Su Xiao was overjoyed. Before the car stopped, Guan Xiaohan had already rushed over with a silver spear in her hand. When she was still 7 or 8 meters away from the mutant black fish, she suddenly jumped up. The silver spear emitted a dazzling silver light in the sunlight, and it shot out, hitting the head of the second-level mutant black fish with a pop, making a hole in its head, and nailed to the ground. At this time, Guan Xiaohan had already reached the peak of the second level of martial arts, and his strength had increased dramatically. Killing these second-level mutant beasts was as easy as killing a chicken. The second-level mutant black fish flapped its wings, creating a large splash of water and stirring up the muddy water. After a while, it stopped twisting and died completely. Great! Su Xiao praised and came down with the gilded hammer. He had asked Chung Song for a bigger hammer last night, but since there was no one at the logistics base, he had to transfer it from the school. He estimated that he would be able to replace it when he returned at noon. He walked up to the mutant black fish, grabbed its body, and pulled it towards the shore. Guan Xiaoan skillfully used the tip of the gun to cut open the belly of the mutant black fish, letting the intestines flow out. Then put the intestines in water. To prevent the intestines from being washed away by water, Su Xiao deliberately took a brick to press down his intestines. Then, the two of them waited quietly. It takes about 10 minutes. Waves were rising on the water in the distance. A golden figure flashed across the water. Here it comes! Guan Xiaohan immediately raised his silver spear and waited for the yellow figure to approach before striking it. The golden figure left for dozens of seconds, then swam over again, swimming straight towards the intestines. It was a first-level mutant eel, as thick as an arm and more than 3 meters long. It swam over suddenly, opened its mouth wide, revealing its sharp teeth, and bit towards the intestines regardless of anything. Guan Xiaohan was quick-witted and shot out the silver spear. It pierced silently and fell suddenly, piercing the mutant eel's head and killing it accurately. Then, he used the silver spear to pick out the mutated eel and threw it onto the shore. It only took 7 or 8 seconds. Amazing! If you keep doing this, I'll just have to lie down in the future. Su Xiao exclaimed. Guan Xiaohan's eyesight and hand strength are improving day by day. Loading! Guan Xiaohan shook her head casually, raised her beautiful big eyes, and looked very proud. Okay, Su Xiao grabbed it swiftly and threw it into the car. Then he waited again. While waiting, some common fish swam over to eat the intestines, but they were all stabbed to death by Guan Xiaohan with great precision. Become bait later. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a mutant loach that was 10 centimeters thick and 1 meter long suddenly emerged from the mud, bit the intestines, and ran away. The silver spear shot out instantly and killed him accurately. Next, almost every 10 minutes or so, a first-level mutant fish swam over, including mutant loaches, mutated eels, mutated blackfish, mutated carp, etc. Basically all first-level mutant beasts. In more than 2 hours, we harvested more than a dozen. Later on, as more fish died, the smell of blood became stronger. At this time, a huge black shadow on the water surface approached quickly. Su Xiao, who had been paying attention to the water in the distance, saw it immediately. A big crab has arrived. It's a level 2 mutant beast. Su Xiao reminded Guan Xiaoan. No! The mutant crab was 1 meter in diameter, but its 2 claws were thick and large, 2 meters long when fully extended, and about half a meter wide. The thick and textured shell is covered with tiny spikes, making it look very tough. It spit out bubbles and rushed towards the shore quickly. Before it got close, its 2 large pincers quickly attacked and clamped the dead body of an ordinary fish on the water surface. After clamping the food, it quickly put it into its mouth. Its mouth was like a grinder, instantly crushing the food into pieces and then swallowing it into its mouth. A fish more than 10 centimeters long was swallowed up by it in less than half a minute. While eating, he rushed forward. His target was the intestines of the second-level mutant blackfish. Soon it was within attack range. Guan Xiaohan suddenly stabbed down with a gun, hitting the level 2 mutant crab right in the eye. It let out a painful scream, and its huge claws suddenly stretched out and clamped towards Guan Xiaohan. It was in front of me in an instant, and if I got caught in it, I would be seriously injured even with combat uniforms. Fortunately, Guan Xiaohan was agile and quickly stepped back. Snap! There was a loud bang when the clamps collided, which was very creepy. If you were caught in it, you would definitely be injured. Chapter 67, A Great Harvest. When the mutant crab saw that it failed to clamp anyone, it immediately chased after him in anger. Guan Xiaohan quickly retreated to the shore. Soon the mutant giant crab caught up from the water. It didn't notice Su Xiao standing beside it at all, and Su Xiao didn't rush up to hit it rashly. Instead, he swung the gilded hammer and threw it out with force. The gilded hammer, weighing more than 100 pounds, fell like a meteor and instantly hit the mutant crab with a loud cracking sound. The gilded hammer sunk deep into the shell, creating a deep hole in it, revealing the tender crab meat inside. The mutant crab, which was so majestic just now, collapsed to the ground in an instant. To be on the safe side, Guan Xiaohan stabbed him in the head and exploded it. The meat is very tender, so don't hand it in. Let's just roast it and eat it. It's almost noon now, Su Xiao suggested, looking at the mutant crab full of crab roe. Sure, you can light a fire and roast them, Guan Xiaohan said while staring at the water. Just as they were talking, a mutant water python, over 3 meters long and as thick as a calf, suddenly shot out of the water, splashing a lot of water, and opened its huge mouth to bite Guan Xiaohan. Level 2 Mutant Python. I've seen you a long time ago. Guan Xiaohan thrust the silver spear in his hand suddenly, and with a pop sound, it pierced into the mutant python's upper jaw. The sharp spear went straight through its head. Instant kill. The huge body was still twisting and rolling towards Guan Xiaohan, but she dodged it easily. She spun her body and threw the mutant python out. He fell heavily in front of the truck. Sharp, Su Xiao praised and went to the shore to look for firewood, stones, bricks, and other things. Build a simple fire table, then put the mutant crab on it. Then light a fire directly under the mutant crab and start roasting it. After a while, the aroma of crab meat wafted out. Guan Xiaohan, come here and eat meat, Su Xiao shouted. I know. Guan Xiaohan stabbed another mutant black fish to death, threw it onto the shore, and then returned. The two sat directly on the shore. Su Xiao broke off a half-meter-long claw and crushed the shell, revealing the tender white crab meat inside. Instantly, a fresh and fragrant smell filled his nose. Handed it to Guan Xiaohan. Thank you, my big man. Guan Xiaohan's eyes lit up. After taking it, she opened her cherry mouth and bit it. The full sweetness of crab meat directly fills the taste buds. Fragrant, sweet, and delicious, Guan Xiaohan's eyes narrowed into crescents. Su Xiao broke off another big claw and broke the shell directly with his mouth. He took a big bite. The full aroma of crab meat made Su Xiao unable to stop, and he started eating it in big mouthfuls. It also contains abundant, extraordinary energy, which is digested in the stomach and then flows throughout the body. The morning's fatigue was swept away in an instant. Just as the two were swallowing the mutated crab, a first-level mutated black fish swam out from the water below and began to swallow the fish intestines. The two of them were too lazy to pay attention. They now have a lot of mutated fish. Just wait a while and open up another one to attract more mutated fish. After a while, another mutant black fish and a mutant yellow eel joined the fight. There are too many mutated fish. What's going on? Su Xiao wondered. According to their expectations, they would only be able to catch a dozen mutant fish today, but now they have caught more than 20 in just one morning. There are also several secondary mutant fish. Maybe it's because of the search in the river upstream. Guan Xiaohan said vaguely with her mouth full of crab meat. These students who had just entered the martial arts world were only participating in the cleanup activities in the town. Some senior students and government officials were on boats, cleaning up the mutants in the river. The mutant fish were chased by the big boats and moved downstream. Guan Xiaohan thought, why bother? We should just focus on earning merit points. Yeah, Su Xiao nodded. Just then, they heard the roar of machinery in the river. Look up. I saw several people in military uniforms driving a motorboat, speeding on the water. There was a huge wave of water right in front of them. If you look closely, you can see that there is a steel cable in front of the motorboat that goes deep under the water surface. Suddenly, there was a loud noise on the water surface, and a huge fish tail slapped toward the motorboat. The man sitting on the motorboat instantly raised a shield. With a bang, the motorboat was knocked to the left and floated more than 10 meters away in a moment. Ah, he's out of strength. Surround and kill him. The people on the motorboat laughed, and then they put on huge harpoons and jumped directly into the water. The water surface instantly churned, causing a large amount of splashes that swept in all directions, and the water also turned red at a very fast speed. Those soldiers in military uniforms were all extremely brave and terrifying. Every blow they struck could create violent waves. Soon, the fighting came to a halt. A huge fish that was about 8 or 9 meters long was dragged out by the yacht. Oh my God! That's amazing! The 4th-level mutant blackfish was killed just like that. Su Xiao exclaimed in admiration while eating the crab meat in big mouthfuls, just like he was eating melon. These soldiers have the strength of the peak of the 3rd level of martial arts. It is not difficult for them to encircle and suppress a level 4 mutant blackfish. Guan Xiaohan was also gnawing on crab meat. The soldiers tied the 4th-level mutant blackfish to a yacht, and the yacht immediately returned at full speed along the original route. The other yachts were sailing slowly on the water. I don't know if they were using any instruments, but after driving for a few minutes, the yacht suddenly accelerated. At the same time, the spear gun on the boat made a bang, and the harpoon quickly dived into the water and soon pulled out another 3rd-level big carp. The speed of killing mutant beasts is amazing. Soon the soldiers drove the yacht downstream. Too fierce. Killing a level 3 or 4 mutant beast is like killing a chicken. Su Xiao exclaimed in admiration. Don't be anxious. Wait until we become stronger and stronger than them. Guan Xiaohan looked at the yacht, going away with longing in her eyes. They didn't look away until the yacht went away. Continue to eat the delicious crab meat. Half an hour later, the two men had eaten and rested enough, and went down again to kill the mutant fish. At this time, there were already 6 or 7 first-level mutant fish in the river bend. Guan Xiaohan stabbed down with her silver spear quickly, killing the mutant fish, and then carried it to the shore, while Su Xiao loaded the mutant fish directly into the truck. Mutated blackfish, mutated carp, mutated loach, mutated crayfish, mutated crabs, mutated snakes, etc. I don't know if there is a master hunting mutant fish in the middle of the river. They swam to the riverbank one by one. Just after 3 o'clock, the light truck was already full. There were also mutated fish swimming below, but Su Xiao discovered that most of these mutated fish were swimming from downstream. It is probably related to those experts running downstream. Just as they were happily moving the fish, the roar of a motorboat came from downstream, and the speed was so fast that it sounded like the throttle was at full throttle. Soon they arrived at the section of the river where they were. One of them shouted, "There are level 5 mutant fish downstream, moving upstream. Leave the river immediately." Chapter 68 Guan Xiaohan breaks through the 3rd level of martial arts. Level 5 mutant fish. Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan were both shocked. A level 5 mutant beast was already a mid-level extraordinary creature, and it was not something that people like them, who were only at the 1st or 2nd level of martial arts, could deal with. Even the Thunderbird now doesn't dare to fight against the level 5 mutant creature. He quickly stood up and ran towards the truck. Then get in the car and drive towards the main road. We had not been driving for long when we heard the roar of the river, as if it was falling from the sky, deafening. When we got to the bridge and looked downstream, we saw waves rising 2 or 3 meters high and rushing forward rapidly. Some small boats parked on the river were directly smashed by the waves passing by. At this time, it was only 1 or 2 kilometers away from them. "Step on the accelerator," Guan Xiaohan urged. "Understood." Su Xiao stepped on the accelerator and shifted gears, quickly crossing the bridge. He didn't dare to stop and ran straight towards the stronghold. Not long after they left, they heard a loud noise behind them, followed by the sound of something heavy falling into the water. "Oh my God, the bridge was broken. Fortunately, we ran fast," Su Xiao said with some fear. At this point, they were far away from the riverbank and were basically safe. Aquatic life rarely leaves the shore, and even amphibians like crocodiles move along the shore and penetrate deep into the land. How could there be a level 5 mutant beast? Guan Xiaohan wondered. The river in front of them was a small river. Although the food was sufficient, it was mediocre and could not support such a level 5 creature. Either they came from the sea, or they are those water monsters that live in the reservoir all year round. Su Xiao said casually, "These things have nothing to do with them. There are naturally experts to deal with level 5 mutant creatures. But I may not be able to go to Dahawa tomorrow." He quickly arrived at the stronghold and told Chung Song and the others the news about Daha. Chung Song nodded. They had received the above message before. "Don't worry, Teacher Gao has already taken care of it." Not only Teacher Gao, but all the 5th level masters from several surrounding towns have gone to the river to wipe them out. Chung Song comforted. "Oh, we have a 5th level master in our base," Su Xiao said in surprise. Chung Song nodded. "Yes, it's Teacher Gao. He just came this morning, but he stayed in the town. I heard that there are quite a few people here. Not only are there 5th level masters, but there are also 6th and 7th level masters." Su Xiao felt more relieved when he heard this. With an expert around, we'll be safe. By the way, Na Yin and the other people from the Holy Feather Clan are here too. They were looking for you just now. Chung Song said again. "Oh, the little princess of the Holy Feather Clan is here. What is she here for?" "She is a top master of the 3rd level of martial arts, and she is from the Holy Feather Clan who is here to exchange ideas." "Why is she here to participate in our small mission?" Su Xiao asked in confusion. Chung Song shrugged. "How would I know? I'm just a team leader. I heard that you two are the bodyguards of Na Yin from the Holy Feather Clan. Go find her as soon as possible. She lives in a small town." "Thank you, teacher." Su Xiao agreed. But I didn't take it seriously. While waiting for the logistics teacher to estimate the value of a truckload of mutant fish, he earned nearly 200 more merit points. Afterwards, he exchanged the blood essence of the green-scaled python and the blood essence of the iron-armored bull again. Su Xiao used another 3 merit points to exchange for the sledgehammer he had applied for yesterday. They are 2 mixed iron hammers. Each hammer weighs more than 330 kilograms, and the two hammers together weigh more than 600 kilograms. They are the size of a large watermelon and made of pure metal. Su Xiao held them in his hand and felt that they were just right. This will greatly increase our combat power. I looked at my soul value, and it has reached more than 160 points. Directly give the mixed hammer plus 10. After plus 10, the mixed iron hammer reaches the peak of ordinary weapons, and its power, toughness, and durability are greatly improved. Su Xiao waved it twice, and suddenly the wind whistled, full of power. Why don't we live in the town? There are many empty houses in the town. We can also go to see Na Yin. After all, we are her bodyguards. We get a daily bonus of 1 merit point. Guan Xiaohan suggested. Su Xiao was a carefree person and didn't feel anything about the appearance of the level 5 creature and the arrival of many experts. But somehow, she felt that something might happen. It might be unsafe for them to live outside alone. Living in a small town, where there are many experts around, you can feel at ease even if no danger occurs. Okay, Su Xiao agreed directly. For him, as long as he was with Guan Xiaohan, it didn't matter where he lived. The two went back to pack up their tents and other belongings and drove the truck directly to the town. The town was more lively than they had imagined. There was a snack street, and they saw many students like them shopping and playing. And you can buy things. Looking at all the delicious food, Su Xiao slapped his head and said, "We should have come to the town in the first place." The town is not far from the stronghold, only 2 or 3 kilometers away. Then why didn't you think of it? Guan Xiaohan rolled her eyes at him, then bought some food at the snack street, and went to find an unoccupied house. Although no one lives in the houses in the town, they all have owners. They come to check on them often, but they dare not break anyone's locks, warned an old lady. Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan looked at each other. You can go to a hotel in town if you want to stay. Follow the old lady's instructions. Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan came to the hotel. There was an empty room in the hotel, and Na Yin happened to live here. $100 a day. There were still 2 days left, so I just checked in. Looking at the hot water flowing out of the shower, Su Xiao sighed. I really should have come earlier. Guan Xiaohan let out a dissatisfied sound from her nose. Hurry up and use up the blood of the ironclad bull. I'll go find Na Yin later. Good. Su Xiao agreed. It was the same as before. He was beaten until his whole body was red and swollen, and then he applied the iron-armored bull's essence blood. During the absorption process, Su Xiao clearly felt that the effect of the iron-armored bull's essence blood was much weaker. I can't feel any pain anymore. After absorbing it, I checked the progress and found that it had only increased by 10%. It seems that it is a bit difficult to advance to the 3rd level of martial arts here. Su Xiao shook his head helplessly. Then he applied the green-scaled python's blood to Guan Xiaohan. As Su Xiao was admiring her, he clearly felt a force emanating from Guan Xiaohan. Her skin also became more delicate and seemed to emit a faint fluorescence. You can tell at first glance that they are very different. Breakthrough? Su Xiao asked in shock. Let's try it. Guan Xiaohan's eyebrows instantly turned into a crescent shape. Su Xiao suddenly felt something was wrong. Just as he was about to run away, he saw Guan Xiaohan's tender white fist attacking him like lightning. Su Xiao saw a faint green glow on the surface of her fist. He quickly reached out to block it. Instantly, he burst out with all his strength, his muscles bulged, and the strength in his body quickly gathered in his arms. His arms swelled up quickly and became bigger due to the filling of blood and qi. The next second, there was a loud bang. Su Xiao felt like he was hit by a truck. The terrifying force knocked him back, and he hit the wall with a loud bang. Chapter 69. The Terror of Class A Talent. So strong. Su Xiao looked at Guan Xiaohan in disbelief. At this time, he was also a master of the 2nd level of martial arts. His physical strength was stronger than that of ordinary masters of the 2nd level of martial arts, but he was still knocked away by Guan Xiaohan's punch. He can now fight against a level 2 power mutant beast without losing. Before that, Guan Xiaohan had to attack him with all her strength to make his skin turn red, and it took several consecutive hits to make his body swollen. Now it's swollen after just 1 punch. This improvement in strength is too great. At the 3rd level of martial arts, you can condense your energy. Look, a green light appeared on Guan Xiaohan's fist again. This color is unique to advanced skills. It has an attack bonus. Generally, low-level techniques and most intermediate techniques don't have them. Besides, the difference between the 3rd and 2nd heavens isn't that big. Just like the guy before. Guan Xiaohan explained to Su Xiao. Amazing. Awesome. Su Xiao praised, but he couldn't help but sigh. Your progress is too fast. It's only been a few days, and you've reached the third level of martial arts. I can't help it. It's just my talent, Guan Xiaoan said proudly. But after reaching the third level, my progress will slow down. You have to gather your strength and make it more solid, so that your attack power will be stronger. Now we need to spread our energy throughout our body and fully release it. This is not easy. I estimate that if we have the resources every day, it will take a month to advance to the fourth level of martial arts. If resources are limited, it will take at least 3 or 4 months. Guan Xiaohan frowned slightly. This left Su Xiao speechless. It would take him more than 10 days to use the essence and blood of the armored bull every day. But the reality is that he can't get the blood of the armored bull for more than 10 days because the cleanup activity is about to end. He and Guan Xiaohan could only get 1 bottle of iron armored bull's blood and 1 bottle of green-scaled python's blood in a day, and the clearing mission would be over. It's impossible to get more than a dozen bottles of iron armored bull's blood. After that, you will enter the normal practice stage, and the practice speed will slow down. It would be good if you could reach the third level of martial arts in a month. This also takes into account the promotion of Thunderbird. This is still him, with super strong fighting power. If it were someone else, they would only earn 1 merit point a day, and it would take several months to buy a bottle of blood essence, and the progress would be even slower. The students who did not come to participate could only practice hard, even slower. It's worthy of being an A-grade talent. This time, Su Xiao truly witnessed the difference in martial arts talents. Without the improvement of the giant bird, he might not even be considered a Class C talent. But Guan Xiaohan is a true Class A talent. Young man, don't be discouraged, don't give up. I will never abandon you, Guan Xiaohan said, lifting Su Xiao's chin, looking like a grown-up woman. Su Xiao naturally didn't indulge him. What if you have good talent and high strength? You are still suppressed by me? He held Guan Xiaohan tightly with his strong arms and said viciously, Girl, you make me feel uncomfortable. So I'm going to teach you a lesson. Come on, let's see who's afraid of who. Don't surrender halfway. Guan Xiaohan raised his eyebrows slightly, looking dissatisfied. Then don't blame me for being mad. Su Xiao picked her up and pressed her against the wall. An hour later, are you convinced? Su Xiao asked coldly while pressing Guan Xiaohan. If I surrender today, let's see if you can make me surrender tomorrow. Guan Xiaohan pushed with her knee and kicked Su Xiao in the chest with her tender white right foot, kicking him off the bed. Wow, Guan Xiaohan, you are so heartless. You don't even recognize me after I put on my pants, but you, Su Xiao said speechlessly. Don't talk nonsense. Carry me to take a bath. Okay. The two of them quarreled for about half an hour before walking out of the room. Go find Na Yin. Na Yin was in the best room and was guarded by members of the Holy Feather Clan. Stop. Princess Na Yin is resting and is not allowed to be disturbed. The guard of the Holy Feather Clan stopped the two men. We are here to chat with Na Yin, Su Xiao said. At this time, the door of the room opened. Na Yin walked out, and Su Xiao raised his eyebrows. He could feel that Na Yin's aura was stronger than before, reaching the fourth level of martial arts. Moreover, her feathers were emitting a faint light. The cultivation method must be not simple. Su Xiao thought. Coming quickly. I've been waiting for you two all day. Na Yin said with a smile. Her eyebrows were slightly curved, and she smiled faintly, which made people feel very comfortable and gave people a very friendly feeling. I unconsciously wanted to get close to her. It's a temperament. Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan looked at each other. Both of them had high perception and could instantly see that Na Yin was extraordinary. Being able to make people like you at first sight requires an extraordinary ability. So amazing, you are worthy of being a princess. Su Xiao exclaimed. No way, come in. Na Yin opened the door and invited the two in, then praised. You two have made great progress. It's only been a few days, and classmate Su Xiao has advanced from the first level to the second level of martial arts. Xiaoan is also amazing. She has even been promoted to the third level. You are truly a genius. Na Yin exclaimed in surprise. She knew that Guan Xiaoan had a high talent for martial arts, but she didn't expect her promotion to be so fast. It had only been 3 or 4 days since they separated. In just 3 or 4 days, he directly crossed over the second level of martial arts and was promoted to the third level of martial arts. This kind of progress has never been seen in their Holy Feather Clan. At this moment, Na Yin couldn't help but be shocked by the background of the human race. Such a genius will become the top powerhouse of the human race in a few years. How can we compare with you? You have advanced to the 4th level of martial arts in just a few days. We don't even know when it will happen." After that, the three of them praised each other. Then Su Xiao asked, "Why are you here instead of staying in school?" "We're here to put our knowledge to use." "Of course, we're here to fight." Na Yin smiled playfully. Seeing that the two of them obviously didn't believe her, she said, "We're mainly here to study the differences between the mutant beasts here and the mutant beasts in our foreign land." "Oh, that's more like it. By the way, take me to hunt mutant beasts tomorrow. I'm very curious about your fighting style." "Okay, but tomorrow's harvest may not be much, so be prepared." After a few days of training, everyone's performance level increased dramatically. On their way back, they saw that there were motorcycles in the villages on the outskirts of the city. It is estimated that most of the mutant beasts in the village have been killed. There will be one more day tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow will probably be the end. I will go home the day after tomorrow. The three chatted for about half an hour and agreed to set off early tomorrow morning. Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao returned to the room. After the two of them played around for a while, Su Xiao turned his attention to the Thunderbird. Guan Xiaohan has advanced to the 3rd level of martial arts, and he must also make progress again. Chapter 70 Extraordinary Plants? Cry. The Thunderbird shot out and flew towards the deep sea at an extremely fast speed. The evolution points of the 3rd level mutant creatures were still too few. This time, it hunted the 4th level mutant creatures to speed up the evolution. Soon it flew 700 or 800 miles away under sharp eyes. Two sharks were seen fighting on the sea surface. One was a great white shark that was more than 10 meters long. The water flow around it formed a series of rapid whirlpools, and it pounced fiercely on a bull shark in front of it. The bull shark created a huge wave and rushed over. Before the two collided, the sea water they controlled collided with each other, making a loud explosion. Instantly, the sea waves erupted with a terrifying explosion. The sea water burst and boiled. The sea water within a radius of several hundred meters was stirred and surged everywhere. The two beasts collided violently, as if two cars collided, producing a thunderous explosion. The sea water exploded continuously. The terrifying giant mouth bit down, like a giant from the abyss, sweeping away everything. The two big mouths collided with each other, and there was a crisp sound when the teeth collided. The rows of teeth burst directly at the moment of collision. The other teeth bit into his mouth, causing the skin and flesh to be torn and blood to splatter. So powerful! The Thunderbird felt a little annoyed. Compared with these deep-sea monsters that could easily affect a range of several hundred meters, it still seemed a little small. It had absolutely no confidence in killing these deep-sea monsters. At this moment, the two giant beasts below seemed to realize that neither could do anything to the other. They roared angrily and then sank into the sea, leaving behind a large number of dead fish and shrimp on the sea. Forget it! The 4th level creatures are still too powerful. Let's go get the 3rd level mutant creatures. Lei Kei shook his head and returned the same way. After arriving at the area where most of the 3rd level mutant creatures were active, it swept its sharp eyes around and flew rapidly in the air. Soon it saw a big crab about 3 or 4 meters square holding a big octopus tightly, and the big octopus was also tightly holding the big crab. The two rolled endlessly on the sea. "Ha, isn't this sending me food?" The Thunderbird was overjoyed and flapped its wings and flew down quickly. "Cry." The Thunderbird opened its mouth and screamed, and the lightning on its body quickly gathered. In an instant, a bolt of lightning as thick as an egg shot out from its mouth and fell straight down. The giant crab and the giant octopus were hit instantly. In the raging thunder and lightning, the two level 3 creatures instantly became stiff and foamed at the mouth. White smoke came out from the places where they were hit. All of them turned upside down. The Thunderbird fell rapidly, and its sharp claws crushed their heads. Then he swallowed it in big gulps. The sharp beak easily tore off pieces of flesh and blood, and then quickly swallowed them. Under his powerful swallowing and digestion, the flesh and blood disappeared at an extremely fast speed. 10 minutes later, it was all swallowed. I looked at the merit points and saw that they had increased by more than 23,000 points. The total evolution value reaches more than 60,000, getting closer and closer to 100,000 evolution points. The Thunderbird was overjoyed and then dived into the sea. It has checked the surroundings and found the two fighting on the water surface. Now, it is going into the sea to hunt. Try to hunt a few more and reach an evolution value of 100,000. As the wings flapped, They stirred up a large amount of sea water and carried the Thunderbird rapidly forward in the water, like a sharp arrow. Lei Kei quickly glanced around, and suddenly, he saw a red light emanating from the bottom of the sea in front of him. Hey, why is it so red over there? Is it an underground volcano? Or something else? Driven by curiosity, the Thunderbird swam towards the place where the red light was coming out. There are many colorful and glowing things in the sea, like corals, luminous water plants, various fish, and so on. But it won't be such a large range. The red light can be seen from dozens of miles away, so it seems that the range is very large. Soon the Thunderbird approached the area, but it stopped at a distance, because there were 3 or 4 great white sharks about 7 or 8 meters long swimming in that area, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. After seeing the Thunderbird, they all rushed over, wagging their tails wildly. The thing emitting red light was actually a coral-like tree. The tree was only 2 or 3 meters tall, but it emitted terrifying heat, and the red light also came from the tree. And the Thunderbird discovered that after seeing the fiery red trees, it actually had an urge to swallow them all. This is an extraordinary plant. Lei Kei was overjoyed. Under the extraordinary energy, not only did the creatures mutate, but they also possessed extraordinary energy. The same is true for some plants, which, under the influence of extraordinary energy, have become extraordinary plants and possess incredible extraordinary abilities. Apparently, the red tree in front of us has such ability. Moreover, Thunderbird also discovered that the great white sharks rushing towards him were different from other sharks. Their skin is actually red. He also exudes a burning energy. Good things are obtained by those who are destined and those who are virtuous. And this fate and virtue refer to strength. The Thunderbird flapped its wings excitedly and rushed towards the 3 great white sharks. It may not be able to defeat a level 4 creature, but it is not afraid of a level 3 creature. The 3 mutated red great white sharks felt provoked when they saw the tiny creature in front of them daring to rush towards them. They opened their mouths wide and bit towards the Thunderbird. At the same time, a raging flame suddenly burst out of its mouth. The flame instantly spread over 10 meters, boiling the sea water and covering the Thunderbird. Lei Kei was overjoyed. That fruit can actually allow mutant creatures to gain the ability to burn. Damn it, it must be mine. As for you little bastards, all of you die. The Thunderbird spread its wings and shot forward. It itself has the attribute of lightning and thunder and has an extremely high temperature, so it is not afraid of these flames at all. Lightning surrounded his body, directly blocking the flames outside. At the same time, its wings, which were more than 10 meters long, spread out like a giant sword, slashing across, with 1,000 times the power bursting out. Under the 10,000 times defense, its wings became extremely sharp. The moment it touched the mutant great white shark, it slashed across. Under the violent force, the skin of the mutant great white shark was directly broken, and blood splashed, instantly dyeing the surrounding sea water red. Under the tremendous force of the Thunderbird, the mutant great white shark was cut into 2 halves in one go. Blood gushed out, and it was deader than dead. Then he continued to kill the other 2 mutant great white sharks. The violent wings continued to slash down wildly, and with a pop sound, the second head was directly cut into 2 halves. Seeing that the situation was not good, the third one ran away quickly. The Thunderbird spread its wings and shot out, instantly arriving behind the 3rd mutant shark and slashed down with its wings like knives. With a whoosh sound, the head was cut in half. The 3 sharks didn't last a single round under the wings of the Thunderbird and were all killed by it. Then swallow it quickly. Chapter 71, The 4th Evolution. 13,765. 16,532. 14,455. Your evolution points have reached 100,000 points. You can evolve at any time. Listening to the pleasant system notification sound and the excited chirping of the Thunderbird. Finally, I can evolve again. However, the Thunderbird did not rush back, but swam quickly to the red tree. The closer it got, the stronger the feeling of being devoured became in the Thunderbird's body. It felt that swallowing the tree would definitely be of great benefit to it. What is this? Su Xiao raised his consciousness a little, then picked up his phone to check it. The fire coral tree is a level 2 transcendental plant that produces a lot of fire coral fruit. The fire coral fruit can enhance the power of fire-attributed skills and martial arts after consumption. Rare. It's actually a level 2 extraordinary plant. Su Xiao focused his attention on the Thunderbird. Looking carefully at the tree, I saw bunches of red fruits the size of beans, but the fruits looked dull and not ripe. This must be the fire coral fruit. The fire coral fruit is very beneficial for fire-attributed exercises, but it is useless to me. After all, I am practicing Iron Shirt. Then let the Thunderbird devour them all. The fire coral fruit can enhance the power of fire-attributed skills for humans. But for mutant beasts, it can allow them to gain fire attributes. Just like the 3 mutated great white sharks before. Although the flames they spewed were useless against Thunderbirds, they were definitely a huge threat to other creatures. And the Thunderbird has just reached the time of evolution, so it can devour these fire coral trees and gain the ability of fire. Su Xiao is a little excited at this time. I wonder how powerful the Thunderbird, which has the attributes of thunder and fire, can be. Su Xiao thought about it and clicked on Evolve directly on the evolution panel. Suddenly, the terrifying evolutionary energy hidden in the Thunderbird's body burst out in an instant, rumbling through the body like an avalanche. My whole body was swept away in an instant. The burst of hot energy caused the Thunderbird's body temperature to rise rapidly in an instant. At the same time, lightning flashed on its body, and the sea water it hit made a crackling sound. Then, with its strong and hard thighs, it walked up to the fire coral tree, ignoring the high temperature radiating from it, opened its beak, and pecked it fiercely. The bird's sharp and hard beak pecked at a branch. With a click, it was pecked and swallowed by the Thunderbird, along with the unripe fire coral fruits which fell directly into its stomach and were quickly devoured by its powerful devouring talent. As the tree was pecked at again and again, the branches of the fire coral tree disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon only the trunk was left. The Thunderbird pecked at the fire coral tree and pulled it out with great force, then tilted its head back and swallowed it into its stomach. The devouring talent digested the fire coral tree at an extremely fast speed. Its genes were revealed and then quickly analyzed under the wrapping of evolutionary energy. The advantageous gene chains such as fire and high temperature were revealed, and then quickly swallowed and absorbed and integrated into its own genes. After the Thunderbird received these excellent genes, all of its cells began to change instantly, with genes merging, splitting, recombining, and compressing. It spreads rapidly from deep within the cells to the surface of the body. All the cells, flesh, bones, internal organs, limbs, and so on throughout the body are undergoing horrible changes in an instant. Old cells are replaced, and new cells grow back. Its body was rapidly growing larger, and its feathers were falling off in large pieces as before. When those old feathers fell off, it seemed as if many years had passed in an instant. In the process of falling, they weathered in an instant and turned into powder. Because after being promoted to a low-level extraordinary being, its feathers contain extraordinary energy. During the process of evolution, all the extraordinary energy contained in these feathers that had lost their function was fed back to itself. After the old feathers fall off, new feathers grow out at a speed visible to the naked eye and grow quickly. Just as Su Xiao expected, the Thunderbird indeed possessed the ability of fire. Raging flames rose from its body, and at the edge of the flames, there was lightning that was even more violent than before. The surrounding sea water boiled in an instant, and under the influence of thunder and lightning, it spread violently in all directions. Its feathers, which were originally black, all turned into a fiery red color, and light blue lightning runes appeared on the feathers. The red and blue colors make it instantly noble. The hard keratin on the bird's beak and claws also falls off quickly, weathers and disappears like skin being peeled off. The claws on the newly grown beak turned into a fiery red color, and the edges had light blue lightning patterns like the feathers. Its size was also growing at a terrifying speed, becoming terrifying. At the same time, an extremely huge warm current suddenly spread throughout Su Xiao's body. This warm current was 10 times stronger than when the Thunderbird evolved. The huge and terrifying energy swept through the body like an avalanche, and wherever it passed, the muscles, fascia, cells, bones, and hair were strengthened. Every muscle strand became as tough as steel wire and filled with explosive power. The bones became as strong as steel bars in the rapid and terrifying compression evolution. The whole body also turned red and hot in an instant. The heat instantly woke Guan Xiaohan, who was sleeping in Su Xiao's arms. "It's so hot." Guan Xiaohan watched Su Xiao's skin turn red, and his muscles began to grow again at a speed visible to the naked eye, with his muscle lines becoming more obvious. His entire body instantly became like an iron tower built with molten iron, filled with explosive power. Guan Xiaoan just put her hand on it and could clearly feel the power contained in every muscle fiber. Feeling the heat all over Su Xiao's body, Guan Xiaohan's eyes suddenly moved downwards. This kind of body temperature is not common. Even when Su Xiao was the most excited, he would not have this kind of body temperature. This is an extremely rare opportunity, so I have to experience it well. While Su Xiao had not yet finished evolving, Guan Xiaohan immediately took action. You have to work hard to have enough food and clothing. You can't rely entirely on men. Guan Xiaohan's eyes lit up. Su Xiao naturally felt the changes under him, and also sensed what Guan Xiaohan was doing, but he didn't have time to pay attention to her now. He is experiencing a rise in strength. So, just let Guan Xiaohan do whatever she wants. This time the change has taken longer than any other time. 2 full hours passed. The evolution of the Thunderbird gradually subsided. At this time, the Thunderbird's body changed drastically. Its body, which was originally 1 person tall, had now grown to nearly 3 meters in height. Its terrifying height gave people a strong sense of oppression even when it was standing there. The wingspan was more than 20 meters long. Each wing was 11 or 12 meters long. The root of the wing was more than 1 meter thick, and there was a layer of lightning patterns on the outer edge of the wing. The lightning patterns flashed with dazzling lightning. It was terrifying and domineering. Chapter 72? Fire Thunderbird, 7 skills. The body is still flat, which is conducive to flying, but after folding the wings, the huge body still gives people a sense of majesty. Especially its thick and sharp mouth that is nearly half a meter long, its thick thighs as thick as buckets, and its sharp claws that are as curved as long knives. Not only were there arcs of electricity flashing on the tips of its claws and pointed beak, but there were also raging flames. When he suddenly opened his eyes, he saw raging flames and flashing arcs of lightning. A terrifying and domineering aura that captured people's hearts rushed towards them. It was full of shock and a sense of majesty and dominance. Every muscle in his body was like steel wire, full of explosive power. The lightning and fire power surging in his body made Su Xiao realize that the Thunderbird was no longer an ordinary bird. When I opened the property panel, my breathing suddenly stopped. Subject: Human Su Xiao. Basic attributes: Strength 250, Constitution 280, Agility 110, Spirit 200. Strength 69. Talent: 1 soul, 2 bodies. Level: 2nd level of martial arts. Method: Body forging technique, simple 100%. Iron shirt, intermediate, 2nd level 15%. Martial arts: 18-way drum beating and golden hammer technique. Elementary, 2nd level 88%. Body: Fire Thunderbird. Level: Level 3 mutation. Talents: Devouring evolution, 1,000 times strength, 10,000 times defense. Attributes: Lightning, intermediate 60%. Fire, intermediate 53%. Skills: Fire Thunder Strike, Thunder Escape, Fire Thunder Shield, Fire Thunder Claws, Fire Thunder Breath, Thunder Fire Wings. Evolution points: 3254. Evolution completion: 3254/1 million. Power surges to 250. Physical fitness has skyrocketed to 280. Oh my god, it has more than doubled. Su Xiao was breathing rapidly. The attribute points fed back to him by his 4th evolution were far beyond his imagination. Originally at the 2nd level of martial arts, my strength and physique were similar to those of a normal power-type athlete with grade A talent. Now it has skyrocketed again. It was so terrifying that it broke 200. Attributes like these are probably not much different from those of a class a talented and powerful player in the late or even peak stage of the 2nd level of martial arts. With the addition of 2 mixed iron hammers weighing more than 600 kilograms, Su Xiao felt that he could surpass all non-strength type martial arts masters of the 3rd level in terms of strength and terrorist attacks. Even if he is an athlete with the same strength and physique, if he is hit by me, he will be knocked away by 1 blow. Of course, those fast and agile players are very flexible, so it might be a bit difficult to hit them. But facing the same level 3 mutant beasts, Su Xiao was very confident that he could smash them to pieces with 1 blow. Especially when he felt the more turbulent and surging energy in his body. If he added more energy, even a level 3 mid-stage mutant beast would be able to be touched by Su Xiao. This is the confidence that powerful strength brings to Su Xiao. Continue to view the properties page. Fire Thunderbird. Is this the name of an evolved race? Every evolution is an improvement of bloodline, and the race is different every time. The lightning attribute also increased by more than double, reaching the intermediate level of 60%. This also means that Raiden's attacks will be more powerful. At the same time, the expected intermediate flame level increased by 53%. The number of skills has been increased from 2 to 7. 7 skills, oh my god! The previous lightning strike has turned into a fire lightning strike. The lightning contains the damage of fire. The combined damage of the two is even stronger. Lightning release has not changed. It is a skill of rapid flight. However, after it is promoted to level 3, its strength will increase even faster. At the same time, 2 close-range attack skills have been added: Fire Claws and Thunder Wings. 2 skills. One is to cover the claws with fire and lightning, making its attack more ferocious. The other is to cover the wings with lightning and fire. This increases destructive power, additional damage, etc. And a Fire Thunder Breath. This Fire Thunder Breath is like a giant dragon from the west, spewing out terrifying flames from its mouth, burning everything and destroying everything. And the Fire Thunderbird's Fire Thunder Breath is even more powerful. It can spit out a lightning beam containing fire. It has extremely powerful attack damage. Feeling the information conveyed to him by the system panel, Su Zhao's mouth curled up involuntarily. Strong, very strong, super strong. Cry. The Fire Thunderbird suddenly spread its wings, screamed, and opened its mouth to spit. I saw a lightning beam as thick as an arm suddenly emerge and shoot straight into the distance. The seawater was instantly pierced wherever it passed. A raging flame burned on the lightning column, condensing it into a light red. The flaming lightning column, like a laser, instantly crossed a distance of more than 100 meters. It hit a small hill on the seabed, causing a violent explosion. The flames from the lightning spread, and with a bang, the entire hill was on fire. The sea water was boiling. The flames burned wantonly, the lightning beams destroyed wantonly, and the power was overwhelming. However, it only lasted about 10 seconds before the Fire Thunderbird felt that the lightning and flames in its body were drained. Stop breathing immediately. It's powerful, has a long attack range, and does a lot of damage. The downside is that it consumes too much mana. It can only be used as a big move. However, today was a pleasant day overall. I have advanced to level 3. Tomorrow, I will be able to enter the territory of level 4 mutant creatures to hunt. Besides, there seem to be a lot of good things in the deep sea. The Fire Thunderbird took a look at the original location of the Fire Coral Tree. If there is a Fire Coral Tree, an extraordinary plant with fire attributes, so close to the coast, there must be so many good things in the near sea and deep sea. Let's start exploring the sea tomorrow. Su Xiao thought. The Fire Thunderbird suddenly spread its wings and flapped them vigorously, exploding with terrifying force, stirring up a large amount of sea water and rushing towards the sea surface with it. The downward flowing sea water slammed into the seabed, like a water cannon bombarding the seabed, making a muffled sound, creating a big hole on the spot, and blowing away large pieces of mud and sand. The Fire Thunderbird's body was like a rocket taking off into the sky, ignoring the obstruction of the seawater and shooting up. Boom! The sea water exploded, creating a large amount of waves. The body of the Fire Thunderbird rushed out directly. It flapped its wings and flew away, nearly 3 times faster than before. We soon arrived at the island. The original cave was a bit small. The Fire Thunderbird flapped its wings and slammed into the rocks, cutting through them as easily as tofu, and then a large amount of rocks fell off. The flapping of the wings created a strong wind that blew the stone to the side. In just over 10 minutes, the cave expanded more than 10 times. The Fire Thunderbird walked in very satisfied. When Su Xiao regained consciousness, he saw that Guan Xiaohan's skin was flushed all over, as if she had lost her strength and collapsed on him. Girl, you are having fun by yourself. It's my turn now. Su Zhao's 2 arms as strong as steel stood upright, and his big hands as thick as a palm leaf fan grabbed Guan Xiaohan's arms and pulled her body upright. Don't it's too late, Guan Xiaohan, with a flushed face, immediately begged for mercy, as if she was drunk, with pleading but also expectation in her eyes. I straightened my back involuntarily. What late? The wonderful night has just begun. Su Xiao chuckled. The whole army advances, the angry dragon attacks. Chapter 73 Su Xiao. Let's have a baby. When the town fell silent and everyone fell asleep, small boats were sailing quickly in the river, quickly docking, and then running at a very fast speed in the wilderness, hiding in the wild grass, trees, abandoned houses, and caves. The terrifying creatures in the river were advancing rapidly inland. Stupid thing. In Zhongbei City, inside a large combat command room, people were watching the scenes transmitted from satellite images. A man in a general's uniform sneered. It was Major General Dongming. Are we going to wipe out all these mutant creatures? Several people in military uniforms around them raised their eyebrows slightly. Their eyes revealed fierceness. They all exuded terrifying pressure and fierce murderous aura. He has his own aura all over his body, so strangers stay away from him. As his eyes scanned, murderous intent flashed across his face. His cold eyes made people tremble with fear. Don't alert the enemy. When they think they have won, wipe them out in one fell swoop. Otherwise, they will escape into the city and cause harm to ordinary people. Dongming said coldly. However, necessary preparations must be made. Don't worry about the surrounding towns. There are teachers and experts from various schools there who can easily deal with monsters below level 5. We mainly deal with important locations such as rivers and reservoirs. I need you to ensure the safety of the people while killing all living creatures of the beast god cult. At the same time, we can't let any of them escape. Colonel Zhang, I need you to lead your troops to block these sea estuaries and cut off the beast god cult's retreat. Major General Dongming pointed at the map and assigned tasks to each general. Everyone listened carefully, waiting for the big battle tomorrow night. The next day, it's past 8 o'clock. Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan were still sleeping. They played too late last night, until about 3 in the morning, until Na Yan's guard knocked on the door. The two of them woke up. Oh, it's already past 8 o'clock, it's all your fault. Guan Xiaohan punched Su Xiao in the chest, but the punch hit Su Xiao's chest. It was as if it hit steel, making a dull sound. Su Xiao was not hurt at all. Is the defense so strong now? Guan Xiaohan was surprised. She had already advanced to the 3rd level of martial arts. She had terrifying strength and high explosive power. Although she only used 60% of her strength, if it had been before, Su Xiao would definitely have been beaten into the bed by her. But the punch just now only made his muscles sink a little. Moreover, Su Xiao's height had increased a lot, reaching more than 1.9 meters. With his muscular body, he was completely a terrifying Iron Tower monster. Guan Xiaohan couldn't take her eyes off. Of course you do. Don't you see whose man you are? Su Xiao laughed and reached out to stop Guan Xiaohan with his arms as strong as steel pillars. Unexpectedly, Guan Xiaohan dodged it easily like a loach. Stop it. Na Yan is still waiting outside. Guan Xiaohan knocked Su Xiao's dirty hands away, quickly put on her clothes, and praised. Your defense is already similar to that of someone who has majored in physical training and reached the early 3rd level of martial arts. The Fire Thunderbird needs more and more evolution points to evolve, and the basic attributes it gives me are also increasing. It will become stronger later. Su Xiao also quickly put on his clothes and leaned over Guan Xiaohan's shoulder and sucked hard. Hurry up. Na Yan is waiting. Guan Xiaohan raised her shoulders and pressed them directly against Su Xiao's chin, causing his mouth to close suddenly, and he almost bit his tongue. Why you ruined my tongue? Another source of happiness is gone. Su Xiao said exaggeratedly. Then he quickly washed up. Guan Xiaohan rolled her eyes, and while Su Xiao was bending over to wash, she kicked him hard in the butt. Afterwards, the two of them quickly washed up while playing around. Open the door and come out. Then I saw a guard from the Holy Feather clan waiting at the door. The princess is waiting for you two in the box on the 2nd floor. Please follow me, the guard said respectfully. Good. The two of them followed behind without hesitation. The members of the Holy Feather clan are all very short. The normal height is only 1.34 meters, and those who are 1.56 meters are considered tall. However, the Holy Feather clan does not rely on strength and physique, but on speed. Once the wings are spread, it can fly into the sky and hide behind the ground at an extremely fast speed. Come to the private room on the 2nd floor. There was still someone guarding the door of the private room. Na Yan was sitting alone inside, with 2 maids from the Holy Feather clan standing beside her. There was a large table of dishes on the table. Na Yan smiled and stood up to greet them. I don't know what you two like to eat, so I just ordered something random. Please don't mind. Na Yan politely invited them to sit down. The two exchanged polite words. He sat down and looked at the food on the table. It was all made from the meat of second-level mutant creatures that contained abundant, extraordinary energy. This meal definitely cost a lot. Don't even think about getting it without 1,000 or 2,000 merit points. How luxurious! Su Xiao thought in amazement. But when he thought that she was a princess of a tribe, Su Xiao felt relieved. Open your mouth and start eating. The taste is amazing. It also contains abundant, extraordinary energy, which can slowly enhance the energy of the physical body after digestion. If you haven't become a person with extraordinary energy yet, this meal would be enough to help you reach the 10th level of body forging. I used to want to eat, but I couldn't get any. Now I don't have to spend a penny, and someone will treat me. What a life! Su Xiao felt emotional inwardly. I pick up my chopsticks faster. It was as fast as lightning, or like a starving ghost being reincarnated. Na Yin was stunned, and Guan Xiaohan held her forehead with her hands. Na Yin, are humans so gluttonous? Looking at Su Xiao's current body shape and those terrifying and domineering muscles, he felt relieved. It's only natural for such a strong man to eat so much. That's really enviable. Na Yin looked at Su Xiao's terrifying and domineering muscles and felt extremely envious. Because the members of the Holy Feather Clan were short in stature, and although they were fast, their physique and strength were at the bottom among all the clans, which also caused their lack of attack. In a head-on combat, they would just get beaten. For many years, they have been oppressed and bullied by foreign races. Life is very hard. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent all the princes and princesses from all tribes to Blue Star to learn its advanced knowledge. If our Holy Feather tribe also had such a strong physique, plus our wings and speed, then no one would bully us. But the body shape is fixed. It has been like this for many years. How can it be changed easily? Nayan looked at Su Xiao blankly, thinking about it. Suddenly, a bold idea came into her mind. According to the book about life in my library, humans often hybridize in order to obtain better seeds and better species. Combine the best genes from both to improve the offspring. If Su Xiao and I have a union, will the child we give birth to be as tall as him? Then our race. Nayan thought about it, and her eyes suddenly lit up, said to Su Xiao, Su Xiao, let's have a baby. Chapter 74, it turns out that you are greedy for my body. Su Xiao, let's have a baby. Na Yan's words were like a bombshell. Guan Xiaoan was so shocked that her eyes widened. She couldn't believe it and couldn't imagine that Na Yan would actually say such a thing. Su Xiao spat out all the food in his mouth that he had not had time to swallow. Without even having time to wipe his mouth, he stared with eyes wide open, saying in disbelief, What did you say? What did you say? Guan Xiaoan also asked the same question at the same time. Both of them looked at Na Yan in shock. Na Yan looked puzzled. I said I would have a baby with Su Xiao. After wondering for a while, she continued excitedly. It's not enough to have just one child. One child cannot change the tribe. It's better to have 8 or 10 children. Not only me, I also want the best female members of the tribe to marry Su Xiao. Give birth to more strong and tall children. In this way, within 100 years, the strength of our Holy Feather Clan will definitely reach a higher level. Na Yin became more and more excited as she spoke. He didn't even notice the completely confused faces of Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan. How do you know what giving birth to a child means? Guan Xiaohan looked at Na Yin in shock. What does it mean? Na Yin frowned. She didn't understand what Guan Xiaohan meant. She frowned and thought for a while, then said excitedly, It means that I will sleep in the same bed with Su Xiao. He will put his seed in my body. Then, when it combines with mine, we can have a baby. Na Yin looked so excited that she didn't realize the point at all. No, I'm not asking you to describe the process. Having a child is a joint endeavor between a husband and wife. It has to be a couple. Su Xiao quickly stopped him. However, although Na Yin is small in stature, her facial features are very delicate and her skin is quite fair. Ugh, what are you thinking? It doesn't matter. We're getting married. What's the big deal? Na Yin looked indifferent. This directly shocked Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan. Na Yin looked at Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan with disbelief, as if they were looking at monsters. She also realized that there might be some misunderstanding. It is reasonable for us, the Holy Feather Clan, to marry the outstanding men we like and give birth to children. Why is it different here? Na Yin asked cautiously. No problem. But I have a question. Can you have sex with any man you like and have children with him? Guan Xiaoan asked. She vaguely grasped the crux of the problem. Of course not. He's a young, outstanding boy with good genes. Na Yin said as a matter of course. Are you talking to several of them at once? Or something else? Guan Xiaohan asked again. It's definitely not about being with multiple men at once. Just be with one man at a time, and if you give birth to a good child, you can have a second one and a third one. If the child is not good, or if he likes other men, then we can change him. Besides, the children we give birth to are all with the female. The males need to go out to find food. Na Yin explained. Now the two of them understood. Na Yan's Holy Feather Clan is similar to a matriarchal society. Everything is based on the reproduction of the ethnic group. Our place is different from yours. We need to be husband and wife for life. Guan Xiaohan hadn't finished her explanation yet. Na Yin interrupted. No, you will destroy the tribe like this, just like the Bai tribe. Moreover, if excellent men and excellent women don't have children, it will be a waste of reproduction and continuation resources. You will be hung up as a warning to the public. Na Yin said seriously. This made the two of them completely helpless. Well, do you want to look into genetics, learn some biology, and understand the development of our human race? Su Xiao suggested. Do you need it? Na Yin asked puzzledly. Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan nodded at the same time. Yes. Very much. Seeing that the two were serious, Na Yin also nodded and said, okay. However, I still hope that Su Xiao and I can have 8 or 10 children. Puff. Su Xiao, who had just relaxed and taken a sip of water, sprayed it all out. What kind of lewd words are these? No, let's not talk about this topic. Su Xiao quickly stopped talking. Let's talk about where we're going to kill mutant beasts today. Guan Xiaohan didn't want to talk more about this topic. Well, hunting mutant beasts and earning merit points is the real thing. I don't care. I came here just to learn about the mutant beasts. Na Yin said, her eyes always looking over Su Xiao's body, a face full of longing and expectation. Su Xiao hurriedly walked to Guan Xiaohan's side and separated from her. I originally thought that Na Yin fell in love with a certain shining point of mine. Unexpectedly, she actually coveted my body. It's true, because Na Yin was not tall enough. She could not see Su Xiao. After a while, she stopped looking at him. Several people came out of the hotel. Su Xiao was still driving the light truck, and Guan Xiaohan and Na Yin both sat in the passenger seat. The guard of the Holy Feather Clan followed in the air, flapping his wings. Where are we going today? Are we going to kill that level 2 mutant pheasant? Su Xiao asked. It is easiest to catch mutant fish in the river. Get some bait and you can kill all day. However, a level 5 mutant creature appeared yesterday, and things became dangerous. It's a bit dangerous to go there now. The mutant beasts in other villages were basically killed by everyone. The rest are some hard-to-kill mutant beasts. For example, the second-level mutant eagle and the second-level mutant pheasant. Mutated pheasant? Is it also a bird? Na Yin asked curiously. That's right. The mutant pheasants here are very ferocious. Su Xiao recounted the incident when they were besieged by mutant chickens. Oh, so that's it. Na Yin touched her chin thoughtfully. Suddenly, she looked out the car window and heard a chirping sound at a sparrow on a roadside tree. That was the language of the Holy Feather Tribe, meaning, there's a powerful mutant bird somewhere. Take me to see it. The sparrow also chirped a few times and flew in front of the truck. Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan had both learned the language of the Holy Feather Tribe, which was taught to them by Na Yin, so they could understand what Na Yin was saying. At this time, I saw the sparrow flying away. Both of them were shocked and asked, you can communicate with birds? No. Should I say you can understand what birds say? Na Yin nodded. I heard from our priest that the ancestor of our Holy Feather Clan was a swan. It was by chance that it gained wisdom and slowly evolved into a human-like creature. You see, our evolutionary history is the best and the best giving birth to children, and then after tens of thousands of years, we have become what we are now. Su Xiao, have a baby with me. It will definitely improve the shortcomings of our tribe in terms of strength and physique. Na Yin looked serious. Thanks, I don't deserve it. Su Xiao quickly refused. I really can't stand Na Yan's vicious words. Guan Xiaohan quickly changed the subject. Chapter 75. Su Xiao, you're a low-ranking person. How can you be so strong? At the beginning, the direction the sparrow flew was the same as that of the light truck, both heading towards Beiyang village. But after flying for a while, the sparrow flew towards the north. Huh? This doesn't work for you. The second-level mutant pheasant and the second-level mutant black eagle are in Beiyang village. Not over there. Su Xiao replied. As far as he knows, the environment and food here are not conducive to the development of birds. Therefore, there are only a few mutant birds in the entire town, and there are only two powerful ones left, and both are in Beiyang village. The sparrow flew north, which was the direction of Liuzhuang. Liuzhuang was a small village with few big trees, but there was a swamp with a lot of reeds. Really? Nayan looked puzzled and chirped twice at the sparrow. The sparrow responded twice and continued to fly towards the north. It says there are indeed strong birds in the north. Oh, let's go and see. Su Xiao said, let's get rid of the second-level mutant pheasant in Beiyang village first. Mutated pheasants definitely exist. Kill the second-level mutant pheasant first, then go to Liuzhuang to take a look. On the way, I saw many classmates fighting with mutant beasts. After several days of fighting, their levels have improved greatly. Yesterday, it seemed that it took several people to kill a mutant beast, but now, 2 people working together can easily kill a mutant beast. Even if it was a level 2 mutant beast, those people could kill it easily. Each of them was sharp in their moves. Before we reached Beiyang village, we heard the crowing of roosters and an eagle circling in the sky. It's over. The second-level mutant pheasant might be snatched away. Su Xiao frowned. Sure enough, when I got near the village, I saw the motorcycle parked at the entrance of the village. There was chaos in the village. Forget it, let's just go back. They have an unwritten rule that whoever occupies the village will own the mutant beasts. Others have to go to other villages, unless they have agreed beforehand. Beiyang village is now occupied by someone. Naturally, there was no reason for them to take action again. Just as Su Xiao turned around, the sound of roosters crowing was getting closer and closer, accompanied by angry curses. Damn it, I can't see anything. How can I fight? I'm so depressed. Why are there so many wild chickens? While wiping his helmet, Zhengyang quickly ran out of the village. The people with him did the same and did not dare to stop at all. What's going on? Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao can wipe out an entire colony of mutant chickens. It's really depressing that so many of us are still in such a mess. Go away, stinky chicken. Oh my god, it even pulled my helmet on. I'm going crazy. The group of people fled in a panic, and the mutant pheasants and ordinary ferocious pheasants chased them and pecked at them. Although the combat uniform on my body couldn't be pecked through, it was still unbearable to be covered in chicken feathers and chicken shit. 7 or 8 people ran quickly towards the village entrance. At this time, Su Xiao was seen turning around. He immediately shouted as if he had seen a superstar. Su Xiao, don't leave. These mutant pheasants are for you. Oh, you don't want to fight anymore? Su Xiao stopped the car and asked with a smile. Zhengyang and the others all shook their heads. I can't play. You can't see anything. How can you play? I'll give it to you. We'll watch the show and see how you kill these fierce pheasants. Others said the same thing. Okay. Su Xiao got out of the car without hesitation and took out 2 iron hammers from the truck bed. The hammerhead, which was bigger than a watermelon, immediately frightened Zhengyang and the others. Such a big hammer? It must weigh more than 200 pounds? Zhengyang asked in surprise. He was a warrior of medium talent, and his training was mainly in strength. However, the broadsword he used was only about 100 pounds. Su Xiao actually holds such a big pure metal hammer. He could swing these 2 hammers, but they were not suitable for fighting. He could only swing them twice at most. More than 300. Su Xiao smiled. So heavy. Damn, are you so strong? Aren't you a ding? Zhengyang asked puzzled. There's no way to advance to the second level of martial arts, so the strength is a little bit greater. Su Xiao said, holding the mixed iron hammer and exerting force at the next level. The hammers rose up like 2 toys. It made everyone's eyes pop out. A sledgehammer weighing more than 300 pounds is just like a toy. So cool. Everyone gave a thumbs up sincerely. No. Su Xiao, what did you say? You have reached the second level of martial arts. Zhengyang stopped Su Xiao, his eyes full of confusion and shock. Yes, I was promoted last night. Look at my size. Su Xiao raised his eyebrows proudly. Only then did everyone realize that Su Xiao, who was originally about the same height as them, or even a little shorter, was now 1.9 meters tall, with muscles as strong as an iron tower. That's not right. It's impossible. Aren't you, Ding? Zhengyang looked puzzled. Su Xiao chuckled and was about to explain when Guan Xiaohan came over with a silver spear in his hand. Stop talking nonsense. Let's talk after we kill them. Okay, Su Xiaoji said to Zhengyang. After the killing, we can talk in detail. After saying that, Su Xiao pulled down his mask, strode forward, and with his arms shaking, he had already assumed a fighting posture. The two mixed iron hammers were like two large claws of a crab. After walking a few steps, a first-level mutant pheasant flew towards him, cackling. There's a big difference between mutant pheasants and mutant roosters. The mutant pheasant is smaller than the mutant rooster, with a flatter body and longer and more colorful tail feathers, which are more than 1 meter long. The claws are short, thick, and powerful. But Su Xiao ignored all that and just smashed it down with a hammer. Bang! The terrifying mixed iron hammer hit the mutant pheasant with terrifying force. With a loud bang, the mutant pheasant's sternum collapsed and exploded instantly. It was directly blown into a pile of blood mist, accompanied by chicken feathers flying all over the sky. Zheng Yang and others were stunned. Damn it, so powerful. A level 1 mutant beast. Although the mutant pheasant's defense is not strong. But you can't blow it up with one hammer. Zheng Yang shouted in shock. He was also a strength practitioner, so he naturally knew how much force was needed to blow up the mutant beast. At least several thousand pounds of force. And he only has a few hundred kilograms of strength. We are all freshmen. Why is there such a big gap between us? No, Su Xiao is still a ding. He's a ding. How can he be so strong? How can he improve so fast? Zheng Yang really couldn't understand. Everyone else was also stunned by Su Xiao's violence. Na Yan's beautiful eyes flickered, and the more she looked at him, the more she liked him. If I have a child with him, then my child will be so great. Su Xiao had no idea what they were thinking. At this moment, a large group of ferocious pheasants had already rushed over. He roared, his muscles bulged, and the strength in his body surged, and his entire arm grew larger in an instant. D. The mixed iron hammer roared and smashed down. Chapter 76. Level 2 Mutant Pheasant died instantly. The arms, as thick as pillars, drove the terrifying mixed iron hammers, which smashed down with a whistling sound and danced rapidly, like two violently rotating fire wheels. It hit the mutant pheasant and the ferocious pheasant, and there was a loud bang, and then it exploded directly, bursting into a blood mist that filled the sky. In an instant, a blood mist appeared in the sky, and chicken feathers were flying everywhere. Oh my god, I finally understand why Su Xiao can get so many mutant beasts every time. This attack is too explosive, too violent. Yes, we couldn't even open our eyes after being attacked by the mutant pheasant. We couldn't see anything. But Su Xiao didn't even give the mutant pheasant a chance to get close. He just blew it up. No, Su Xiao can't see it either, but I don't need to see it. Just close your eyes and hammer. That's awesome. Is this the gap between us and Su Xiao? Everyone was talking about it, full of admiration. No, this is not the biggest gap. The biggest gap is that Su Xiao found the most awesome girlfriend, so he was able to surpass us so quickly. Zheng Yang murmured. When these words came out, everyone was stunned. Then he thought about Su Xiao's growth history. Indeed, before Su Xiao and Guan Xiaoan became boyfriend and girlfriend, he was just like a normal D-level character. It was difficult for him to even successfully cast his body. But after he and Guan Xiaohan became boyfriend and girlfriend, he immediately became popular. Oh my god, it was Guan Xiaohan who made him popular. Everyone was amazed. Zheng Yang corrected again. It's not Wang. It's Guan Xiaohan who gave him a lot of resources. Guan Xiaohan is very talented and powerful. He kills mutant beasts quickly and earns a lot of resources. With Guan Xiaohan's resources, even a pig can take off. When everyone heard this, they all nodded, yes, yes, yes. The only difference between us and Su Xiao is that we lack a girlfriend who is a top student with high talent and good qualifications. Damn, I'm so envious of Su Xiao. Not only did he find a super beautiful, genius, top student, and beautiful campus girl, but he also takes such good care of him. His ancestors are really grateful. Who said it wasn't true? I really envy Su Xiao. There was deep envy in everyone's eyes. Damn it, if it weren't for Guan Xiaoan, Su Xiao might not have become a warrior. Now it's all good. He has risen to prominence. Yeah, why don't I have Su Xiao's good luck? Woo-woo, I also want a girlfriend who is beautiful, pretty, has a good figure, and is talented. Woo-woo. A boy shed tears of envy. Zheng Yang slapped him and said, "Get lost. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Do you deserve it? I can never reach you." That's right. Zheng Yang discussed. Nayan listened to their discussion and looked at the backs of Su Xiao and Guan Xiaoan, thinking deeply. She was trying to understand the invisible emotions and bonds of human beings. Su Xiao didn't know what they were thinking. At this moment, he relied entirely on the sound and hammered out one after another. The helmet mask had long been stained with blood, and nothing could be seen. Guan Xiaoan ignored the discussions behind her because she knew that Su Xiao's rise had little to do with her. At this time, she stood behind Su Xiao and pointed the silver spear. With flashing silver light, she accurately blew up the ferocious pheasants and the suddenly appearing first-level mutant pheasants. He fired one shot after another easily, as if strolling in the garden. This was completely different from the previous battle with the mutant rooster, where she had to desperately stab the silver spear to ensure that the mutant attack would not break through their defense and overwhelm them. Now, after she was promoted to the third level of martial arts, although the speed and frequency of her shooting did not seem fast, it was several times faster than before. And each shot hit their throats with incredible accuracy, piercing their heads directly. The two men cooperated with one of them to launch a violent attack to attract firepower, while the other one quickly fired a gun, killing a large number of mutant pheasants. They completely became killing machines, slaughtering at an extremely fast speed. At this time, a first-level mutant pheasant came flying over. Guan Xiaoan shot out with lightning speed and accurately pierced its throat before it could attack Su Xiao. A flock of mutant pheasants came roaring, and then died suddenly. The overall number was no match for the number of mutant roosters, which were also around 1 or 2,000, so they were killed quickly. In less than 10 minutes, the flock of mutant pheasants became sparse. At this time, the second-level mutant pheasant rushed over with an attack cry. It is about 1.5 or 1.6 meters tall, with its head held high. Its tail is very long, at least 2 or 3 meters long. Its mouth is thick and sharp, and its claws are similar to human arms, very thick and full of power. Originally, it was walking slowly, like a proud queen, from a distance. When it saw that its own flock of chickens had been almost slaughtered, it stretched its neck, its eyes suddenly became round, and it stood there in a daze with a look of disbelief. After about 3 seconds, the level 2 mutant pheasant finally realized that the scene it saw was real. Its group was really killed by these two humans. This made it instantly furious. Hook! The second-level mutant pheasant suddenly raised its head to the sky and cried loudly. When it cried loudly, all the feathers on its body exploded, making it fluffy and larger. Its wings flapped quickly, making fluttering sounds, lifting its body up, and then it flew towards Su Xiao angrily. Su Xiao felt that there was nothing in front of him, and he could no longer hear the flapping of wings in front of him. In addition, he heard the cries of a second-level mutant pheasant in the distance. He quickly wiped the blood off the mask and saw the second-level mutant pheasant, stretching its neck, moving its sharp and thick beak forward and pecking at him. Su Xiao could clearly see its flight trajectory. Is that all? A question mark popped up in Su Xiao's mind. It felt that this second-level mutant pheasant was here to get killed. Shouldn't it attack with its claws first and then peck it down? Instead, it stretched its neck forward and attacked like a goose when it was twisting someone. Isn't this just seeking death? Just as it was about to fly in front of Su Xiao, a cold light suddenly emerged from behind Su Xiao and accurately pierced the head of the second-level mutant pheasant. The sharp tip of the gun stabbed suddenly, directly into the head and came out from the back of the head. The surging forward attack came to an abrupt halt. Death immediately followed. Dead? That's it? Show us this. Zheng Yang and others had their eyes wide open, ready to watch a wonderful fight between dragons and tigers that would last till the day was dark. As a result, he died with one shot. That's a level 2 mutant pheasant, killed in one stab. This is too disrespectful. No, this is too disrespectful to a level 2 mutant pheasant, killed in one stab. A level 2 mutant pheasant was killed with one shot. Zheng Yang and others immediately smiled bitterly. If they were to fight with this mutant pheasant, wouldn't the battle be a bloody one? He was shot to death. What a difference. Chapter 77 Rescue Mission. Nayan didn't feel much about Guan Xiaohan's stunning stabbing. She looked at him covered in blood, which was already flowing on his clothes. Just like a warrior returning from a bloody battle. The blood was like his metal. When Su Xiao's mask was opened, revealing a heroic and resolute face and eyes full of dominance and violence, Nayan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. The Holy Feather Clan does not have such violent warriors. Somehow, a strange feeling grew in her heart, but she was unaware of it. She just thought Su Xiao was very good-looking, and she wanted to see him. Su Xiao is awesome. You're so awesome, brother. Zheng Yang walked forward and excitedly punched Su Xiao on the shoulder, his eyes full of admiration. But the moment he hit Su Xiao's shoulder, Zheng Yang's eyes suddenly changed. He felt that the blow just now was hitting steel. Although he didn't have much strength left, his fist still hurt. I was shocked. So hard. Zheng Yang felt that if he punched with all his strength, his fist would definitely shatter. How does it grow? Zheng Yang exclaimed. The others also punched Su Xiao, and when they punched him, they all felt the solidity and hardness coming from Su Xiao's body. He's a total Iron Man. Oh my God, Su Xiao, with your defense, even if you don't wear combat uniforms, those mutant beasts can't break your defense. Oh my God, these muscles are like iron. I'm so envious. If I had muscles like these, I could also hook up with the genius beauty, top student, and campus belle. A boy said in a muffled voice. As soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped by Zheng Yang. Stop it! Guan Xiaohan couldn't help but roll her eyes. All right. Stop chatting. Move all the bodies onto the truck. Okay, Su Xiao responded immediately. Brothers, help with the work. No problem. Several people worked together and soon brought up the mutant pheasant's corpse. Then they picked out dozens of intact pheasant corpses and went back to make soup. You can take 2 level 1 mutant pheasants. Guan Xiaohan pointed at the mutant pheasants on the truck and said to Zheng Yang, how can I feel embarrassed? Zheng Yang said he was embarrassed, but his face was full of surprise. 2 level 1 mutant beasts were already their harvest for half a day, or even a day. Take it, otherwise, your help would be in vain. Su Xiao smiled and took out 2 relatively intact mutant pheasants and gave them to Zheng Yang. This time they killed 16 first-level mutant pheasants and 1 second-level mutant pheasant. The harvest was okay. Zheng Yang's mouth was grinning from ear to ear. Sister Xiaohan, Brother Xie Xiao, if you need us for anything in the future, we will definitely help you with all our strength. Yes, Sister Xiaohan, Brother Xiao, if you have anything to say in the future, let's go ahead and push it up. Everyone was excited and grateful. 2 level 1 mutant pheasants would at least be worth 10 merit points, enough for each of them to get 2. Okay. We plan to go for a stroll in the north. What do you think? Su Xiao asked with a smile after getting in the car. Let's continue wandering around the village. There are also a few level 1 mutant beasts here. We'll hunt them down and then go back. Zheng Yang responded excitedly. Okay, see you later then. See you later. Su Xiao stepped on the accelerator and drove towards Liuzhuang in the north. Now it is the end of the cleanup operation. People in every village are clearing out mutant beasts, and they have nowhere to go. The little sparrow said before that there are some powerful mutant birds in the north, so now that I have nothing to do, I might as well go take a look. At this time, Guan Xiaohan's watch rang. It's a call from the logistics department. Guan Xiaohan answered the call doubtfully. Guan Xiaohan, I'm issuing a mission to you now. In Wei Village to your right, a squad from Class 10 was attacked by more than a dozen mutant beasts. Please go and provide support. Kill the mutant beasts and rescue your teammates. Every time you save someone, you will be rewarded with 50 merit points. Gao Ming's voice was heard from inside. In the past 2 days, Gao Ming had been following the 2 of them with a reconnaissance drone. After discovering that they were not in danger, he followed the others. Occasionally, it would fly over to their side. And as the students moved outward, he rarely gave Su Xiao and the others time to investigate. You'll get merit points for saving people. Guan Xiaohan's eyes lit up. After hearing this, Su Xiao turned the car around without hesitation and rushed towards the village. 50 merit points per person. This is a big deal. Inside Wei Village, Duan Peng swung the long knife in his hand violently, and the long knife chopped on the bull's horn with a loud clang. The long knife was knocked away, and the bull's head violently hit him. The terrifying force hit his body, just like being hit by a car. He was hit so hard that he flew backwards. He fell heavily to the ground and vomited blood. Duan Ping, the others exclaimed, but they couldn't care less now, because the level 2 mutant bull rushed towards them, and everyone dodged quickly. At the same time, you must be careful of attacks from mutant dogs and cats around you. The most terrifying thing is that there is a level 2 mutant gibbon inside. At this time, it opened its sharp mouth and bit towards Duan Peng. Duan Peng was shocked, but he still didn't dare to sit there and wait for death. He shouted and chopped down with his long sword. But the monkey was very agile and dodged his attack with its left wing. Then he clenched his huge fist and smashed towards him. The terrifying force hit his shoulder and knocked him flying backwards. Those first-level mutant cats and dogs attacked and bit madly. But the combat uniform was sturdy and could not be torn apart by these first-level mutant beasts. However, the force of their bites penetrated the combat uniform and still injured Duanpeng. At this time, 7 or 8 mutant beasts were biting his limbs, making him unable to move at all. Moreover, due to the mutant beast's tearing, the zipper of his combat uniform was torn a little. As the pulling continued, the zipper would definitely be pulled open, and then he would be torn and eaten by the mutant beast. This made Duanpeng break out in a cold sweat. He seemed to have seen the scene of himself being eaten by mutant beasts. At this time, the second-level mutant gibbon came over with a strange laugh, opened its terrifying big mouth with bloodshot, and then raised its fists and smashed them down fiercely. It's over. For a moment, Duanpeng seemed to see the end of himself being beaten to pieces. Just then, the roar of a truck came in. It's Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan's car. Duanpeng instantly realized who had come, because they were the only 2 driving trucks in the entire stronghold, and everyone else was driving motorcycles. If Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao come here, it means I will definitely survive. Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao's battle record and strength are not only in his heart, but also in everyone's heart. There is a consensus that they are invincible. With the 2 of them coming over, these mutant beasts are no problem at all. As long as I dodge this attack, I'll have a chance to survive. So, get the hell out of here. Duanpeng's combat uniform was torn by the mutant beast, so he simply unzipped it and freed his body from the mutant beast's bite and control. He suddenly rammed into the second-level mutant monkey. Chapter 78, I envy Su Xiao so much. Before the vehicle came to a complete stop, Guan Xiaohan rushed out like a dragon, grabbing the guard on the window and grabbing the silver gun fixed in the truck bed with his right hand. At this time, her legs just came out of the window, and then she stepped hard and rushed forward with the momentum of the truck. As the tip of the gun shook, it was like a poisonous dragon exploding and killing in all directions. A level 2 mutant dog roared and pounced towards the truck ferociously. It suddenly jumped up and opened its huge claws to smash the car window glass. At this moment, the silver spear stabbed like a dragon. Guan Xiaohan looked calm as he stabbed the neck of the second-level mutant dog with his silver spear accurately. With a puff sound, the tip of the silver spear pierced directly into it, killing it. Under Guan Xiaohan's powerful force, the sharp silver spear directly pierced the spine of the second-level mutant dog, killing it with one blow. Under the powerful momentum, the silver spear continued to move forward with the corpse of the second-level mutant dog, and it moved forward 3 or 4 meters before the momentum subsided. At this time, Guan Xiaohan had already rushed into the group of mutant beasts. She pulled out her spear suddenly, and the blood on the neck of the second-level mutant dog immediately sprayed out. The silver spear suddenly emitted several cold lights like blooming flowers. Then I saw 4 or 5 mutant beasts standing still in the same place. They collapsed to the ground with a bang while shaking. If I looked closely, I could see deep holes on the back of their heads, and white brain matter was flowing out. The few people who were swinging their swords hard suddenly felt that there was nothing around them. When they calmed down, they saw that all the mutant beasts around them were dead. Guan Xiaohan. Several people looked at Guan Xiaohan in shock and saw Guan Xiaohan's body burst out, his body almost becoming an afterimage, and the cold light on the silver spear flashed, stabbing the mutant beasts to death one by one. There are many second-level mutant beasts among them. Once, he was shot to death. Everyone looked at Guan Xiaohan in shock. On the other side, Duanpeng crashed into the body of the second-level mutant gibbon, and it was like crashing into a mountain of meat without moving the second-level mutant gibbon at all. On the contrary, the huge claws of the second-level mutant gibbon suddenly grabbed down, directly grasped the neck, and lifted it up with a little force. It opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs, and bit towards Duanpeng's neck. Duanpeng was horrified, and his mind went blank in an instant. I'm dying. He looked at the yellow tartar on the teeth of the second-level mutant gibbon and the hairs in between its teeth. Duanpeng's mouth went blank, and he instinctively attacked the second-level mutant monkey with his fists. The next second, he felt a stream of heat spraying on his face, and then he felt the claws that were grabbing his neck suddenly lose their strength and loosen. He also took the opportunity to break free. I ran away from the second-level mutant monkey to a safe place and saw a huge bloody hole on its neck. A large amount of blood flowed out of the blood hole. Dead! Only then did he see a fast-moving figure among the many mutant beasts. Her shooting skills were sharp and unpredictable, and each of her shots could accurately hit the vital parts of the mutant beasts. No matter which direction they rushed towards that figure, they would be accurately stabbed to death. More than a dozen ferocious mutant beasts had become lambs to be slaughtered, with no ability to fight back. All were killed instantly. And that dragon-like figure is Guan Xiaoan. How come she is so strong? Duan Peng muttered to himself. Haha, it's just normal performance. Su Xiao explained when he passed by Duan Peng, and then walked up with 2 sledgehammers. A mutant dog rushed up with a roar. The sledgehammer in Su Xiao's hand whistled and smashed out. The huge hammer weighing several hundred pounds seemed like a toy in his hand, and he moved it with ease. It hit the mutant dog's head at an extremely fast speed, and a teeth-grinding sound of bones cracking was heard. Under Duan Peng's shocked gaze, the mutant dog's head exploded. Fuck, so fierce. Is he a human? Duan Peng widened his eyes. He can also kill level 1 mutant beasts, but he needs to fight hard, inflict wounds on the mutant beasts little by little, and then find the right opportunity to kill the mutant beasts. He certainly can't be killed with one hammer, like Su Xiao was. This kind of tremendous strength is not something that ordinary people can possess. It requires extremely powerful strength. And Su Xiao is only a ding level. Before I joined the mutant beast eradication plan, I could easily defeat Su Xiao and beat him so hard that he was at a loss. Now, Duan Peng easily knew that he had absolutely no chance of winning if he faced Su Xiao again. And Su Xiao could have achieved what he has now. Duan Peng looked at the dragon-like figure. Damn it, Su Xiao is so damn lucky. Duan Peng felt sour. Guan Xiaohan is beautiful, has a good figure, and is talented. She is a top beauty. Unexpectedly, she was taken away by Su Xiao, a toad. Really, Nima? The most important thing is that Guan Xiaohan really shared resources with Su Xiao. If Su Xiao didn't have the resources that Guan Xiaohan got, he would definitely not have grown so fast. And want to get a resource? Duan Peng looked at his merit points and smiled bitterly. After working hard for so many days, he could barely buy a resource. And for someone with D-level talent like Su Xiao to possess such strong strength now, it is obvious that he must have used several resources. Look at yourself again. You work so hard and fight so hard, but you only get enough to buy some resources. This is Nima. The more Duan Peng thought about it, the more jealous he became. Why don't I have such a good life? Are there any talented female classmates in the school? I have to work hard too. Living off others, it looks so good. Duan Peng looked at Su Xiao with eyes full of envy and jealousy. On the other side, Guan Xiaoan shot one with one gun, and Su Xiao blew up one with one hammer. The dozen mutant beasts were killed quickly, and Su Xiao only killed 2 or 3. Most of them were killed by Guan Xiaoan. This further strengthened Duan Peng's idea. Find a cool girlfriend. I want to be a gigolo too. Done. Su Xiao swung his hands, and all the blood on the hammer was thrown off, just like he was swinging an ordinary object. He didn't take the 300-pound hammer seriously at all. Thank you, Guan Xiaoan. Thank you, Su Xiao, for coming to rescue us. If you two hadn't come, we would have died here today. Duan Peng and others came forward. Most of them looked like they had survived a disaster, and most of them were envious and jealous of Su Xiao. We are all classmates. We will definitely come to support us if we meet. Guan Xiaohan spoke to them with a smile. Normally, when no one provokes her, Guan Xiaohan is still a very kind and enthusiastic person. Of course, if someone provokes her, she will instantly turn into a tigress. They chatted for a while. By the way, what do we do with the corpses of these mutant beasts? Did you kill them? Or did we? Guan Xiaohan suddenly asked. Of course it's you. Without you, we would have died. If we were to snatch the bodies of mutant beasts again, would we still be human? That's right. All these mutant beast corpses are yours. Duan Peng and others expressed their views. They all knew that the corpses of these mutant beasts were worth a fortune, but they also knew who killed them, and Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao saved their lives, so they naturally would not rob them. Thank you all. Su Xiao laughed and threw all the corpses of the mutant beasts onto the truck. Chapter 79 Tianyuan Pill, Iron-Armored Rhinoceros Essence Blood. Hey, big profit. Not only did I get a bunch of mutant beasts, but I also got 100 merit points for the rescue mission. Awesome. Su Xiao couldn't help but get excited as he drove on the road. They were able to get more than 200 merit points on this trip, which was more than they had earned in any previous day. Su Xiao couldn't help but shout to the reconnaissance drone. Are there any rescue missions? Just tell us, and we will go to rescue immediately. The reconnaissance drone responded. Not yet. We'll let you know if there is one. Okay, be sure to remember to notify them. Su Xiao shouted. Reconnaissance drones roared towards other villages to monitor for any danger. Where are we going? Should we continue wandering around to see if there are any rescue missions? Or should we look to the north? Su Xiao asked Guan Xiaoan. Keep wandering around. Even if there are powerful mutant birds, we can't kill them. Guan Xiaoan said. Okay, the mutant bird can fly, and once the gap is not right, it will fly directly into the sky and will not come down. Just like the level 2 mutant eagle in Beiyang village, it didn't come down at all. They didn't even have a chance to kill it. They cannot fly and have no means of long-range attack, so even if they see a powerful mutant bird, they cannot kill it. It would be a waste of effort to go. Why not wander around the village to see if there are any rescue missions, and then rescue others? In this way, you can not only get merit points for rescue missions, but also get mutant beast corpses. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It's a good opportunity for Na Yin to see the differences between the mutant beasts in this world and the mutant beasts in their foreign land. Su Xiao looked at his watch and decided to go to the village with the most people to see if there was any rescue mission. We also saw other hunting methods on the road. Basically, a team consists of 3 or 4 people. 2 people take turns fighting the mutant beasts head-on, while people on the left and right sides make sneak attacks, injuring the mutant beasts little by little, and then find the right opportunity to kill them with 1 blow. Sometimes 2 people cooperate, one to face the mutant beast head-on, and the other to attack it by sneak attack to kill it. If you encounter a level 2 mutant beast, the 3 teams will cooperate with each other. Basically, mutant beasts can be killed easily. If I didn't have the Fire Thunderbird evolution and became a warrior by chance, I would probably do the same as them, forming a team of several people to hunt mutant beasts. Su Xiao thought. Their way of fighting is the normal scene of fighting against mutant beasts. The safest way is to cooperate to kill the mutant beasts. Those who fight individually are all very strong in martial arts and very confident in themselves. Su Xiao had seen quite a few of these people. All of them were top-level talents. Each of them was extremely powerful. In terms of single-round skills, they were slightly inferior to Guan Xiaoan, but definitely better than Su Xiao. After all, he is a top-notch talent. Grade A talent is not only reflected in the fast training speed and the advantage of faster improvement using the same resources, but also in the understanding of martial arts being better than others. For example, Guan Xiaoan has now learned 2 or 3 moves that can be used to exert her strength. And Su Xiao only knew how to mobilize his strength to overwhelm others. Of course, this is also related to the hammer method he learned. It was originally a low-level martial art, a routine hammer method. It does not involve any moves at all, so there is no need to talk about any moves. Nayan also chatted along the way. When she didn't talk about the issue of having children, she had a lot of insights. According to her, the lowest mutant beasts in the foreign land are at level 3, and the highest are high-level mutant beasts at level 7 or 8. There are even terrifying behemoths, mythical level, and ancient level behemoths. Moreover, there are many races in the foreign land. The Holy Feather Clan and the humans who have just gained a foothold in the foreign land can only be regarded as small races. Some big clans have king-level or emperor-level powerful people, who are terrifying figures who can shake a region. As they chatted with Na Yin, Su Xiao, and Guan Xiaohan had a clearer understanding of the foreign land. There are countless races in the foreign land. Some races are inherently evil, such as the Demon Clan, the Seal Dog Clan, the Corpse Demon Clan, etc. These races are born to make a living by plundering others. They believe in the creed that the strong live and the weak die, and they take whatever they need. They are a great scourge in the foreign land. The most important thing is that these races are very powerful, and other races are often plundered or even exterminated by them. At the same time, all kinds of guys who claim to be gods are rampant in foreign lands. They wantonly spread evil beliefs, turning many neutral and peaceful races into evil creatures, setting off wars. I really envy you here. You still have mutant beasts of such low levels. This will improve your combat capability. Na Yin said leisurely as she watched several people joining forces to kill a mutant beast. As Su Xiao and his friends were strolling around, the sky gradually darkened. Let's go. Our luck is a bit bad. We haven't found a rescue mission after searching for half the afternoon. Su Xiao sighed. Come on. You've earned more than 200 merit points today, and it's still not enough. Guan Xiaoan smiled and hit Su Xiao. Today was the day with the most gains in the past few days. Haha. Don't you just want to do more and make faster progress? Hee hee. Su Xiao said with a smile. The two returned to their base while joking around. After exchanging the mutant beast corpse for the logistics department, I got 135 merit points, plus the 100 points rewarded for the rescue mission. I directly broke the 200-point mark. Exchanged for 1 Tianyuan pill and 1 armored rhino essence blood. Tianyuan Dan is a more advanced resource than the green scale python's essence and blood. It can greatly increase the amount of energy in the body and quickly improve strength. Now that Guan Xiaohan has advanced to the 3rd level of martial arts, he has reached the stage where he needs to quickly increase his strength. Su Xiao is still in the stage of strengthening his body, and it will last for a long time. After all, he majors in physique and strength. The blood of the armored rhinoceros is a higher level resource than the blood of the armored bull. Yesterday, Su Xiao told Guan Xiaohan that the improvement of the iron armored bull's blood essence was limited. She kept it in mind and directly switched to the iron armored rhino's blood essence today. In this way, Su Xiao can make rapid progress again. Of course, the price is also expensive. In the past, they could redeem 2 resources for more than 100 merit points. Now they have spent all the merit points they had saved before, including the 235 merit points they got today, and they can just buy 2 resources. My pockets are empty every day. What is this about practicing martial arts? Su Xiao sighed. They had gained a lot of merit points in the past few days. If they were all converted into money, it would be at least several million. However, after purchasing the resources, they were left with nothing. It was similar for other people. They saved up merit points for several days, but all of them were gone when they bought a resource. Let's see if I can get some more mutant beasts tomorrow. After I exchange them for merit points, I can turn them all into money. Then I can buy some things for my family when I go home. Guan Xiaoan said. Yeah. Su Xiao nodded. If 1 merit point is converted into money, it is about 10,000. There are not many mutant beasts now. If I get up early tomorrow, I think I can grab 1 or 2 and get 7 or 8 merit points. If I convert all of them into money, I can get 70,000 or 80,000. 70 or 80,000 is enough for them to buy gifts. Let's go back and improve our strength. Su Xiao put his arm around Guan Xiaohan's shoulders and returned, leaving behind countless envious glances. Chapter 80. Strength increases again. Damn, that bastard Su Xiao. After he found Guan Xiaohan, he took off. He got more than 200 merit points today, which is more than what our team has earned in the past few days. Who says it's not? He originally had a ding-level talent, but after being with Guan Xiaohan, he has now reached the 2nd level of martial arts. Among the dozens of top-level talents in our school, only about 10 have reached the 2nd level of martial arts. Damn it. The most important thing is that it's only been a week since Su Xiao completed his martial arts advancement. Fuck him. It's unbelievable. Oh, who knew Guan Xiaohan was so easy to win over? If I had known that a forceful kiss could win her over, I would have kissed her long ago. Someone said indignantly. Come on, you try to force a kiss, but Guan Xiaohan knocked you away before you even got close to her. That's right. Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan are childhood sweethearts who grew up together. Just as a group of people were chatting, a tall and beautiful girl came back on a motorcycle. On the back seat of the motorcycle were 2 mutant beast corpses. The boys' eyes lit up and they all came forward. Hey Lin Shui, do you need a boyfriend? I can do anything. Get lost. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Lin Shui glared at them. She glanced at Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao who were leaving and was also distressed. Ever since the 2 of them had reaped huge rewards together, many boys with average talents had come to her. He used a completely shameless method to ask directly if she wanted to be his girlfriend. His face of wanting to live off someone was revealed directly. It's so infuriating. I also majored in physical fitness and strength, and I'm no worse than Su Xiao, someone whispered carefully. Roll! A long, straight leg suddenly whipped out, hitting him right on the chin and sending him flying. The man fell to the ground and fainted. Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan got on the truck and drove to the town. Na Yin and the others did not follow, but stayed at the school base to experience their classmates' outdoor life. After returning to the hotel, they borrowed the owner's pot and stewed a large pot of mutant pheasant meat. The 2 of them ate happily. Then he returned to the room, rested for half an hour to relieve my stomach. Then he began to practice. As usual, Su Xiao started practicing first. Guan Xiaohan hit Su Xiao's skin with her tender white fist that glowed with a faint fluorescent green light. She struck out like a poisonous snake and hit Su Xiao's skin hard. There was a loud snapping sound. The skin quickly becomes red and swollen. But Su Xiao didn't feel much. He could feel that the green light on Guan Xiaohan's fist had strong penetrating power. There was a force drilling into his body. But in the process of drilling, a part of it was offset by his strong physical defense. And then it was surrounded and attacked by the power throughout his body, and soon all the green light was offset. So his feelings were not strong. Sure, Guan Xiaohan raised her eyebrows, a smile appeared in her eyes, and she pinched Su Zhao's muscles hard. It felt as hard as steel and was flexible. Guan Xiaohan couldn't take her eyes off it. I used 60% of my strength just now, and now I'm going to use 100% of my strength. You have to be careful. Guan Xiaohan moved her wrist. Su Xiao took a deep breath after hearing that, and did not use any strength to resist. He even took the initiative to relax his strength, so that the effect of the attack would be better. The effect will be better when using the iron rhinoceros's blood later. Bang! A punch hit Su Zhao's chest, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, Su Zhao's muscles turned red. Su Xiao was also hit by this huge force and groaned. But he remained calm and allowed Guan Xiaohan to hit him. Guan Xiaohan did not stop either, punching Su Xiao all over his body, even hitting his vital points, leaving them all red and swollen. Then he took out the blood of the armored bull and quickly applied it to Su Xiao. The moment the blood was applied to his body, a burning pain penetrated into Su Zhao's brain, causing him to shudder instantly, just like pepper powder being applied to a wound. In an instant, his skin turned completely red. Wow, what an effect! Su Xiao was overjoyed. It was stronger than the first time he used the iron-armored bull's blood. He immediately upgraded the iron shirt technique. As his strength increased, the iron-armored bull's blood essence penetrated into his skin and flesh at an extremely fast speed. The pure energy increased the strength of the skin and flesh cells at an extremely fast speed. As the practice of the technique progresses, the pure energy transforms into streams of strength that spread throughout the body. Feeling the changes in his body, Su Xiao smiled. Half an hour later, the burning pain in my body disappeared. He felt that his strength had improved significantly again. Look at the panel. Agility increased slightly to 115. Strength increased by 10 points to 260. The physical fitness increased even more, reaching 300 directly. Strength, 80. The progress of Iron Shirt doubled, reaching 30% of the second level, and was about to enter the middle stage of the second level of martial arts. Awesome! Su Xiao was overjoyed. The blood essence of this iron-armored bull was even stronger than Su Xiao had imagined. It was very nice. This muscle, Guan Xiaohan happily pinched it again. It was indeed a bit harder than before, like steel, but it was more elastic than steel. Try out my new body that has just been upgraded and updated, and see how it differs from before? Su Xiao smiled and hugged Guan Xiaohan. Oh, you are so bad. Guan Xiaohan had a shy look on her face, but she walked straight towards the bathroom. Guan Xiaohan used extraordinary resources to transform it into Tianyuan pill, so she didn't need to apply the mutant beast's blood essence. She could just take a shower, take the Tianyuan pill before going to bed, and then refine it. As the water sprayed down, there was a splashing sound, and a light voice like the chirping of a nightingale was heard. An hour and a half later, Su Xiao carried Guan Xiaohan out of the bathroom. At this time, both of them washed off the dust and blood on their bodies. How does it compare to yesterday? Su Xiao put Guan Xiaohan on the bed with a smile. Her skin had turned into rose red. A little bit stronger, Guan Xiaohan huddled in the quilt, gesturing shyly with her hands. Only a little bit? That won't work. It has to be 10 times stronger. Su Xiao pounced on him with a grin. No, I need to take the Tianyuan pill to practice. Tomorrow is okay. Guan Xiaohan wrapped herself tightly with the quilt. Of course, that's not good. Su Xiao violently pulled the quilt away. Another hour later, Guan Xiaohan lay on the bed with her eyes rolled back, and even her business was much lower. You are so bad. Guan Xiaohan hit Su Xiao weakly. Su Xiao held Guan Xiaohan in his arms and immersed his consciousness in the fire thunderbird. After resting for 5 or 6 minutes, Guan Xiaohan took out the Tianyuan pill, put it into her mouth, and looking at Su Xiao, who had his eyes closed, she sat on Su Zhao's chest with hatred, and then used her internal energy to refine the Tianyuan pill.